In the Dragon Kingdom, at Sangnan City, Sangnan Number 1 High School, the principal, Lin Baiyuan, was delivering an address in the vast awakening square. His voice resonated clearly, reaching the ears of every student present. Spirituality? Contract? What is this? Am I not on an assassination mission? What has happened to the dagger in my hand? How did it transform into a fruit knife? Damn, where did this apple come from? Yiming tossed aside the apple he was holding. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, a grave expression clouded his features, and suspicion flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged through him. Ugh, my head hurts. In the next moment, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, compounded by the words spoken by the surrounding students. Yiming realized he, as a top-tier assassin, had traversed dimensions that he found himself in the realm of the High Marshal Blue Star. This world bore a striking resemblance to his previous one in terms of technology and civilization. However, several centuries prior, ferocious and powerful beasts had descended upon Blue Star, wreaking havoc and mercilessly slaughtering humanity, seizing one civilization after another that had been established by mankind. Fortunately, in this High Marshal Blue Star, humanity was far from feeble. Upon reaching adulthood, each individual could awaken their spirituality and forge a pact in the divine realm with formidable saintesses or witches, thereby acquiring immense power. Based on centuries of accumulated experience, humanity discovered that contracting with a saintess led to rapid initial enhancement and ease of cultivation, with remarkable stability even in the later stages. As for contracting with a witch, the initial progression is sluggish and cultivation is arduous. Although witch contractors possess formidable combat prowess within the same realm, their advancement is notably challenging. Moreover, they're susceptible to being consumed by the very acts of violence they perpetrate, descending into remorseless demons. Consequently, hardly anyone on the entirety of Blue Star opts for the path of the witch. Should one choose to tread this path, they would invariably face skepticism and incomprehension. Even if the witch were adorned in silken hosiery, it would avail them naught. Contracting with a witch entails stunted growth, vulnerability in the early stages, and the peril of succumbing to the corrupting influence of bloodshed, yet it also bestows unparalleled combat capabilities within one's tier. Yiming furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with a subtle complexity. It seemed as though these purported drawbacks of which contracts held little consequence for him. In his previous life, he reigned as an assassin of unparalleled skill. Proficient in combat, he possessed the most refined techniques of assassination. He could effortlessly dispatch hundreds of lions and tigers, transcending the very limits of human potential. Thus, he would possess ample strength from the outset. Furthermore, the threat of succumbing to the corrupting influence of bloodshed, having been raised from a tender age by an organization of assassins, Yiming was no stranger to the macabre and the carnage. The number of souls he had extinguished likely numbered in the tens of thousands, if not nearly 100,000, all of whom were heinous brutes with scores of lives on their hands. His heart was already replete with the echoes of violence, rendering it impervious to further corruption. I surmise that I am exceptionally well suited to contracting with a witch, Yiming mused, a nascent plan taking shape within his mind. Now, let the awakening ceremony commence. First, Han Xiaoye. The voice of Headmaster Lin Baiyuan resonated, and a maiden of endearing countenance emerged from the throng. The moment she placed her hand upon the awakening platform, a brilliant column of green light surged into the sky. It is an intermediate spirit, capable of contracting within a level saintess at most, remarked Principal Lin Baiyuan, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, before Han Xiaoye, two more beams of light descended. One radiated with golden brilliance, resembling the divine light leading to the celestial realm. The other was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of bloodshed and slaughter. The saintess and the witch have both conferred their recognition. I hope she heeds the words I just spoke, the principal thought, a tinge of anxiety creeping into his heart. In the next moment, the golden beam of light unleashed a ripple of power. Behind Hansu stood a saintess adorned in silver armor, her orange hair flowing, as she raised her long sword high and shouted with fervor, embodying grace and valor. Han Xiaoye awakens intermediate spirit, successfully contracts with a level battle armor saintess, acquiring the spiritual technique song of sword and shield. A level battle armor saintess, quite impressive. With diligent cultivation, Her achievements shall undoubtedly be remarkable, Lin Baiyuan said, patting Han Xiaoye on the shoulder, a gentle smile illuminating his kind face. Han Xiaoye nodded, leaving the awakening platform with a smile. Next, Zhang Hu, another student, stepped forward. However, luck was not on his side this time, as he awakened a low-level spirit. In the choice between the witch and the saintess, he too opted for the saintess level Earth Saintess. Next, Zhou San. Next, Guming Fan. Next, Chen Daming. Students ascended one after another, awakening various levels of spiritual abilities, yet the highest attained merely a mid-level spirituality, with no one achieving an advanced level. This was rather commonplace, as in the entire Songnan city, advanced spirituality seldom emerged each year. As for the prospect of contracting an S-level super spirituality, it had not been witnessed for a decade. However, it was noteworthy that regardless of the type of spirituality awakened, all students uniformly opted to contract with the saintess. The luminous column, sanctioned by the witch, descended each time, yet it always departed in solitude. They appeared as if cast aside by the world, with no one deigning to glance their way. The treatment afforded by the witch is quite akin to my experience as an assassin, Night Ming mused. Even though I target only the vile, the mere mention of my assassin title often creates an unconscious rift between me and others. Gripping the fruit knife in his hand, a wave of solitude washed over him. Next, Wang Haoyang, a confident young man, head held high, stepped onto the awakening platform. Night Ming paused momentarily upon hearing the name. If my memory serves me correctly, he thought, the original owner of this body seems to have had some grievances with this fellow. Nevertheless, I have arrived now, such unnecessary animosities ought to be resolved. Before long, Wang Haoyang concluded his contract, and luck was evidently on his side. He attained an advanced spirituality, successfully contracting with the S-level Lightning Saintess. Typically, those who bore the name of Lightning possessed commendable offensive capabilities. As Wang Haoyang descended from the awakening platform, he cast a proud glance at Night Ming, brazenly flaunting his achievement. Bored, Yi Ming shook his head. At that moment, a violet beam of light shot up into the sky from the awakening platform. Yi Ming turned to look. There stood a stunningly beautiful girl, tall and graceful, who had awakened with superlative spiritual affinity. Wow, it's Lu Yuxuan, the school belle of Songnan No. One high school. She has actually awakened with superlative spiritual affinity. Spiritual affinity. Low B, intermediate A, advanced S, super SS, top tier SSS, maximum level. She's not only beautiful, but possesses such high spiritual affinity. Super spiritual affinity means she can form a contract with an S-level saintess, doesn't it? Nearby, Principal Lin Baiyuan quickly reminded, Yuxuan, remember to contract a saintess, do not choose a wish. Understood. Lu Yuxuan's consciousness entered the divine space. In the next moment, a golden beam of light rippled outward. A sacred ethereal figure enveloped Lu Yuxuan. She possessed 4 pristine wings, donned a luxurious robe, and held a scepter, resembling an exalted angel untouched by the dust of the mundane world. Lu Yuxuan awakens super spiritual affinity, contracts with the S-level Radiant Saintess, and gains the spiritual technique Radiance descends. S-level, it's truly S-level. This year at Songnan No. One high school can finally stand tall. Seeing Lu Yuxuan successfully contract the S-level Saintess, Principal Lin Baiyuan trembled with excitement. The students below cast envious glances. To contract an S-level Saintess and be the school belle. Her future achievements are boundless. If I could marry such a woman, I would gladly reside in a mansion and drive a sports car. Hey, what are you thinking? She has a boyfriend, the Yi family. The Yi family? Quite impressive, a renowned lineage in Songnan City. And what of their reputation? Her boyfriend is a timid and cowardly fellow. If I were to contract an SS grade saintess, I wouldn't give him a second glance. The Yi family? Listening to the chatter around him, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He tightened his grip on the small fruit knife in his hand, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Yuxuan stepped away from the awakening platform and walked straight towards Yi Ming. Her expression was frigid, fists clenched, as if she had made a momentous decision. Yi Ming, I have awakened a super spirit from this day forth. We are no longer the same path. I appreciate your care over the past 3 years, but we shall part. Shut up. Before Lu Yuxuan could finish her sentence, Yiming coldly interrupted her, his tone icy as ice. Parting ways, is it? I shall comply. But remember, it was I who ended this. Now, please keep your distance. I fear being misunderstood. Just moments ago, Yiming recalled everything. Lu Yuxuan, the original owner's nominal girlfriend. They had never held hands, exchanged intimate words, and even the slightest flirtation would be met with disdain. She regarded the original owner merely as a pawn, summoning him with a mere beckon for favors and discarding him without a second thought when he was no longer of use, as if his very presence was a nuisance. Having contracted with an S-level saintess, one is eager to sever ties at once to maintain an image of innocence. Such a person is not only duplicitous but also rather foolish. In their current state of unawareness, they hastily rush to end the relationship. What else could one call such a person but foolish? Yiming, what did you just say? You're breaking up with me? Lu Yuxuan seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. After all, I have formed a pact with the S-level campus belle, an existence revered like a star among the moon. What qualifications does Yiming possess to cast me aside? It is only I who can end this. You have no right to dismiss me. Yiming, I urge you to recognize your position. Now, apologize to me, and I may begrudgingly consider remaining friends. Lu Yuxuan maintained her lofty demeanor. Yiming frowned, muttering, what a fool. He turned away, entirely disinclined to engage with Lu Yuxuan. Chapter 2. The Covenant. The overwhelming SSS class Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Hey, stop right there. On what grounds do you confront me? Lu Yuxuan exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. Calm down, Yuxuan. Why bother with such a scoundrel? Does he even merit your anger? At that moment, Wang Haoyang approached, casting a dismissive glance at Yiming. With his caliber, whether he can awaken any spiritual essence remains uncertain. He pretends to be aloof now, but who knows? He might end up groveling at your feet for forgiveness. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Like a specter, Yiming traversed the distance in less than a breath, positioning a fruit knife with precision against Wang Haoyang's throat. The laughter of Wang Haoyang ceased abruptly. Why the silence? Is it because you disapprove? Yiming's grip tightened around the knife, its blade piercing Wang Haoyang's skin. His eyes were dark and icy, reminiscent of a devil emerging from the depths of hell, instilling dread. Why you? Wang Haoyang's pupils dilated in shock. Even the onlooking students gasped in astonishment. How swift! Yiming's movement had been so rapid that even the S-class lightning saintess, Wang Haoyang, failed to react in time. Let there be no conflict during the awakening ceremony. Next, Yiming. The voice of Principal Lin Baiyuan resonated through the air. Only then did Yiming retract his knife, leaving behind a menacing gaze. Next time you call, it won't merely be a matter of bloodshed. With that, Yiming ascended the awakening platform amidst the astonished, bewildered, and fearful gazes of the crowd. How audacious! Perhaps he is nothing more than a waste incapable of awakening even a low-level spirit. Wang Haoyang, observing as Yiming walked away, dared to utter a quiet mockery. Yet, in the next instant, boom! As Yiming placed his hand upon the awakening platform, an unparalleled crimson light beam soared into the sky. A formidable power radiated outward. The blood-red pillar resembling a grand passage connecting heaven and earth, magnificent and awe-inspiring. What? A blood-red light beam. Maximum level. It is maximum level spirit, my heavens. Principal Lin Baiyuan could hardly contain his excitement, crossing his arms and nearly collapsing to the ground in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the students and teachers below gaped in disbelief. Incredible. Is this truly happening? The maximum level spirit, which existed only in theory, has actually been awakened by Yiming? It is said that once one awakens a maximum level spirit, even an SSS class saintess is at their disposal. I am almost numb with envy. Damn it. How can this be? Wang Haoyang's eyes blazed crimson with rage, his fists cracking ominously. A maximum level spirit, with an SSS class saintess available for selection. Such individuals are the pinnacle of the entire Dragon Nation. Wang Haoyang could scarcely believe it. The ordinarily timid and inept Yiming had awakened a maximum level spirit. How is this possible? What qualifications does he possess? Maximum level spirit. Lu Yuxuan stared blankly, her heart filled with regret and resentment. Could it be that I truly made a mistake? Why is he so formidable? No, I am not at fault. It is all Yiming's doing. If he had awakened earlier, I would not have had to break up with him. Yes, it is entirely his fault. Surrounding students exclaimed in disbelief. Really? Can this truly be blamed on Yiming? Hurry, we must select the saintess. Remember, she must be an SSS-rated saintess. The principal urged frantically from the sidelines. Yiming, however, paid no heed to his words and allowed his consciousness to enter the divine realm. The divine realm, a place of ethereal wonder. Before Yiming lay a series of luminous orbs shrouded in golden light. As he traversed the space, the sacred figures within these orbs eagerly extended their hands towards him. To his astonishment, they were all SSS-rated saintesses. Is this the privilege of having attained maximum spirituality? Yiming felt a twinge of surprise, yet a sense of doubt began to stir within him. Why were there only saintesses and no witches? In this divine realm, one would expect the presence of both witches and saintesses. Yet, all he could see were saintesses, and they were all of the highest caliber. Has the decline of witches come as a result of humanity's choices? Just then, Yiming noticed a dark orb nestled in an inconspicuous corner, seemingly cowering in fear and refraining from emitting even the faintest glimmer of light. What is this? Yiming approached the dark orb. Along the way, numerous saintesses offered him their favor, but he paid them no mind. He was a top-tier assassin. Among equals, witches were far more suited to him. His first choice would always be a witch. Upon reaching the dark orb, Yiming observed that it appeared frightened, inching further into the corner, seemingly anxious about being discovered. As he scrutinized the dark orb, he was surprised to find a petite girl clad in black within it. She let her beautiful black hair cascade down, the dark, starry gown trailing on the ground. Embracing her knees, she timidly buried her head between her thighs. The girl's body quivered slightly, each minor disturbance from the outside world sending tremors of fear through her, akin to a wary fawn. She was terrified of everything around her. Nightming reached out, longing to touch her. Do not come near me. I am a witch, and I may harm you. Sensing Nightming's approach, the girl in the black dress became utterly flustered. Her voice was like soft chimes, melodious and enchanting. In that moment, Nightming felt a haze envelop his consciousness. Once upon a time, as an assassin, he too had crouched in the corners of rainy nights, weeping and uttering the same words. What a pitiable soul, so reminiscent of my own childhood. Nightming shook his head with a smile, a resolution forming within him. It is decided, she shall be the one. His gaze turned resolute. As an assassin, he could not save himself. Yet now, as a master of the highest spiritual level, he could save the witch. You are a distinguished master of the highest spiritual level. You possess the right to initiate a contract. Would you like to contract? SSS grade which information will be revealed upon contract completion. Nightming clenched his fists. Resolute. Yes. Contract successful. As the announcement echoed, the next moment, upon seeing the information about the girl in the black dress, even Nightming's composure faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment. Name: Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Alias: Shadow Yuyo. Gender: female. Level: SSS, upgradable. Talent: resplendent like an emperor, unrivaled presence. Description: mysterious and beautiful. Elegant and powerful, born in the night, rising from the shadows. Wherever she treads, darkness descends and order collapses. At her pinnacle, she possesses unimaginable strength. Should a deity encounter her, they too would meet their demise. Overall evaluation: the esteemed Demon Emperor holds a noble status. I am unworthy to pass judgment upon her. Not merely a witch, but a Demon Emperor. Yiming's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and he couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. Does this count as serendipity? The distinction between a Demon Emperor and a witch is palpable, the former exuding an aura of superiority far beyond the latter. No, noble owner of maximum spirituality, it was your choice to select the witch, hence the emergence of the Demon Emperor. Indeed. Yiming nodded slightly. Had he not resolutely chosen the witch, he may never have uncovered her identity as the Demon Emperor. Subsequently, Yiming glanced at the information regarding Shadow Yuyo. Each detail delivered an unparalleled impact upon him, appearing far more formidable than the SSS-level Holy Maiden. Particularly noteworthy was the level section. He had presumed SSS to be the ultimate threshold, yet it could indeed be enhanced. Yiming's heart surged with unprecedented excitement and exhilaration, eclipsing even the moment he earned the title of top assassin. Meanwhile, the dark aura surrounding the black-clad maiden, Shadow Yuyo, dissipated entirely. Sensing the transformation within her body, she suddenly lifted her head, her enchanting visage radiating disbelief. You have contracted with me? Her eyes, reminiscent of the vast cosmos, sparkled with beauty. Mystery, and an enigmatic allure that ensnared all who beheld them. Yet within those depths lay a profound sorrow and solitude. Yi Ming offered a subtle nod, confirming her unspoken thoughts. Why? In an instant, tears welled in the girl's eyes, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. Why would you contract with me? I am a witch, destined from birth to bring misfortune and calamity, condemned to a life of solitude. Contracting with me will only bring you pain and death. Please, do not pity me or feel sorrow for my loneliness. I have grown accustomed to it, truly. As she spoke the final words, Ying Yu buried her head once more in her lap, emitting a soft whimper. She remained there, quietly huddled in the corner, shrouded from all light, leaving only an eternal solitude in her wake. At that moment, Ying Yu felt as though she were weightless, a gentle warmth enveloping her thighs and back. Yi Ming had crouched down and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry. Yu. The girl was flustered, her astonishment fixed upon Yi Ming, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. However, on Yi Ming's stern face, a hint of gentleness and resolve emerged. What does it matter if you are a witch? I have chosen you, and your refusal is inconsequential. Now, close your eyes and rest well. I will take you away. Having spoken, Yi Ming embraced the girl in the black dress and stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time. On either side, the SSS-level holy maidens loomed high, casting their disdainful gazes upon the pair. Their eyes brimmed with authority and contempt, akin to judges presiding over a grave transgressor. Ying Yu, trembling under the weight of their intimidating stares, eventually buried her head into Yi Ming's chest. Amidst the myriad of scrutinizing looks, Yi Ming offered a dismissive smile, his expression unwavering as he continued onward, his heart as tranquil as still water. It was only when the collective gaze of the SSS-level holy maidens finally averted that Ying Yu wrapped her arms around Yi Ming's neck, gazing into his face as she softly uttered, Yi Ming, thank you. Thank you for choosing me. Yi Ming returned her smile, replying, No, it is I who should express my gratitude. Thank you for granting me the choice. Chapter 3. The S-level holy maidens contractee, Wang Haoyang. Instant annihilation. In the Awakening Square, all eyes were fixed on Yi Ming atop the Awakening platform, especially that of Principal Lin Baiyuan, who was so anxious that his legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to a bulldozer. Had he been a decade younger, the ground would surely have been gouged by his fervor. Let there be no mishaps, please, no mishaps at all, he fervently hoped. Yi Ming, you must heed the principal's advice and choose the holy maiden with utmost sincerity. Do not, for a moment, allow impulsiveness to lead you to select the witch. For this old heart of mine may not withstand such a shock. Lin Baiyuan's eyes were fixated on Yi Ming. Boom. In the next instant, finally, a stir erupted. As the crowd held its breath in eager anticipation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The golden light column remained still, yet the dark light column stirred with rippling waves. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the once radiant sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, through which blood-red lightning surged. A terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from Yi Ming. A shadow, steeped in darkness and mystery, materialized behind him. She appeared as the embodiment of night and shadow. A sovereign of darkness descended upon the world, mysterious, formidable, and unfathomable. Her figure was tall and graceful, so exquisitely beautiful that it was almost unbearable to behold. Her flowing robe resembled a starry night sky, while the shadowy scythe in her hand seemed capable of severing all light from the world. A witch. Indeed, a witch. This fool, Yi Ming, had actually forged a pact with a witch. A madman, utterly insane. Did he truly believe that awakening a supreme spirit would grant him the liberty to act recklessly? To contract a witch at the pinnacle of spiritual prowess. My goodness, this would undoubtedly become the most sensational headline in the Dragon Kingdom this year. Oh no, someone come quickly. The principal has fainted and is beginning to convulse. Hurry, we need help. In an instant, chaos erupted among the students and teachers below. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The principal had repeatedly warned against choosing a witch, yet Yi Ming had done the exact opposite. How foolish. The once timid and ineffectual young master of the Yi family had, at this critical moment, committed the most rebellious act imaginable. At this juncture, Wang Haoyang could hardly contain his joy. His delight was palpable on his face. He had believed his future to be limitless. Little did he know that this fool was on the verge of self-destruction. Contracting a witch might even mean he would be unable to attain any spiritual abilities. Just as Wang Haoyang's mocking voice resonated, a sound emanated from the awakening stone. Yi Ming has awakened full-level spirituality, successfully contracted the SSS-level Dark Knight Demon Emperor, and acquired the spiritual abilities Dark Realm, Demon Armor, and Eternal Night Descends. What the hell? To start with 3 spiritual abilities? How could this be possible? Throughout the annals of Long Kingdom's history, no one has ever commenced their journey with 3 spiritual abilities. This is an unprecedented occurrence. The crowd felt as though their minds had been struck with a hammer, a dull ache reverberating through their heads. Starting with 3 spiritual abilities is a miracle that has never been witnessed before. Moreover, Yi Ming has contracted a witch. According to historical records, a contractor of a witch would be fortunate to gain even a single spiritual ability, with the vast majority not acquiring any at all. Yet here is Yi Ming, not only contracting a witch, but also starting with 3 spiritual abilities. Spiritual abilities are the primary means of power for a contractor. This equates to him having a 3-fold advantage right from the outset. What kind of nonsense is this? What does it matter if he possesses 3 spiritual abilities? Contracting a witch only seals his fate. Wang Haoyang clenched his fists, a sneer upon his face, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Ming. He is merely a cowardly jester, attempting to draw attention through the contracting of a witch, a character like him. I could easily defeat him right now. As Wang Haoyang's words left his lips, the surrounding students cast disdainful looks in his direction. Everyone knew that immediately following a contract, the contractor of a saint would gain considerably enhanced power. In contrast, the contractor of a witch would experience little to no significant increase in strength. Even if the number of spiritual abilities is high, it cannot alter this reality. Wang Haoyang seeks to exploit the vulnerability of others. He has succumbed to a fit of rage. Just as the crowd remained oblivious, Yi Ming had already clenched his fists, taking a swift step toward Wang Haoyang, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity. How dare you think you can defeat me now? Who granted you such audacity? With a resounding thud, Yi Ming landed a solid punch on Wang Haoyang's head, whose expression morphed into sheer terror. The overwhelming force unleashed sent Wang Haoyang hurtling through the air like a kite caught in a tempest, soaring several dozen meters away. Yi Ming lifted his gaze, charging forward once more to catch up with Wang Haoyang, seizing his head with a firm grip. With a powerful slam, he drove Wang Haoyang's head forcefully into the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood erupted from Wang Haoyang's head, causing him to lose consciousness from the excruciating pain. I warned you, if you dare to bark again, it won't be a mere trickle of blood. After accomplishing his task, Yi Ming brushed off the dust from his attire, his expression remaining indifferent and tranquil, as if he had merely completed a trivial chore. However, the onlooking teachers and students were far from calm. A lethal strike? Wang Haoyang, vanquished in an instant by Yi Ming. He had contracted with an S-rank lightning saintess. Something is amiss. 100 doubts swirl in 1,000 ways. Why is Yi Ming's power so astonishing? Did he not contract a witch? How could this be? Could it be that SSS rank surpasses S rank to such a degree? Yet, the texts do not convey this. Chaos ensued among them, their understanding deeply shaken. In truth, they were not entirely incorrect. If Yi Ming had indeed contracted with an ordinary SSS rank witch, the power acquired may indeed pale in comparison to that of Wang Haoyang. However, the Night contract is with the Demon Emperor. She is no ordinary SSS class entity. Furthermore, he is inherently the most formidable assassin, possessing combat skills and physical prowess that far surpass those of Wang Haoyang. Tormenting him is akin to tormenting a mere chicken, utterly effortless. Night Ming, I apologize. I should not have ended our relationship. Can we return to the way things were? At that moment, the previously indifferent Lu Yuxuan approached. With her head bowed, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Night Ming's lips twitched. Return to the past? To be your devoted admirer once more? What an absurd notion. I have stated that we are finished. Do not entangle me further. Night Ming's expression remained cold. Lu Yuxuan's heart sank. She could hardly believe that the once obedient Night Ming was now rejecting her demands. Was it merely the contract with an SSS class which that warranted such arrogance? Night Ming, you are being unreasonable. I took the initiative to seek you out. What more do you want from me? Lu Yuxuan felt aggrieved and angrily shouted at Night Ming. You only contracted an SSS class which, it's not as if you have ascended to the heavens. I have contracted an SS class saintess who is far superior to you. In tomorrow's preliminary test, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Even if you apologize then, I shall not forgive you. I will make you aware that both you and your witch are worthless. Silence. With a swift motion, Night Ming flicked his hand, sending a glinting dagger whizzing past Lu Yuxuan's eyes. If there had been even the slightest deviation in distance, she would have been blinded by now. Yi Ming cast a cold glare at Lu Yuxuan and spoke in a harsh tone. If you dare utter another word, I assure you that the next dagger will pierce your eyes. You. Lu Yuxuan wished to retort, but upon meeting Yi Ming's dark gaze, she felt a surge of fear. She sensed that Yi Ming was entirely capable of blinding her. What a foolish individual, lacking self-awareness. Yi Ming shook his head in disdain and turned to leave. The mere sight of Lu Yuxuan irritated him. She had initiated the breakup, yet now she clung to him, presenting herself in such an unreasonable manner. How utterly repulsive. Could she not possess a shred of dignity? It was truly exasperating. Just as Yi Ming stepped out of the crowd, a luxurious sports car appeared before him, buzzing to life. Moments later, a striking red-haired woman emerged from the vehicle. She was stunning, adorned with a lace baseball cap, clad in a printed white t-shirt, and sporting a baseball jacket tied around her waist. Her long, fair legs glistened under the sunlight, captivating all who beheld her. Upon seeing Yi Ming, her expression transformed into one of seriousness. Yi Ming, you insolent brat, do you even comprehend the foolishness of your actions? What did I say before you came? I instructed you to summon the Saintess. Yet what do you do instead? You summoned a fully fledged spirit contract which, effectively sabotaging your own future. I shudder to think how you will explain this to your second uncle. This, faced with the fiery red-haired woman's onslaught, Yi Ming instinctively blurted out. Yexin Xian, you wretched boy. Yexin firmly grasped Yiming's ear, expressing her displeasure. How dare you address me by my full name? It seems you truly have become insufferable after a mere 3 days without discipline. Get in the car. I shall deal with you later. With that, Yexin forcefully shoved Yiming into the passenger seat of the sports car. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at Wang Haoyang, who lay on the ground, convulsing. Frowning, she turned to Yiming and inquired, is he the second-rate scion of the Wang family? Have you killed him? Yiming shook his head. No, I merely injured him. No matter. The Wang family is tough-skinned. I often used to beat up his brother, Yexin said, deftly dialing for an ambulance before driving off with Yiming in tow. Once she departed, the other students finally regained their senses, staring in bewilderment. What just happened? Who was that woman? You don't know? That's Yexin, Yiming's elder sister. She is an S-class flame saint contract master, with a notoriously fiery temper. A fully fledged spiritual contract sorceress, and on top of that, she has a hot-headed sister. It is said that the influential figures in the Yi family rely on their fists as well. In my opinion, Yiming is in deep trouble. He is bound to face some serious consequences. Serves him right. Who told him to be a contract sorcerer? This is all a result of his reckless behavior. Chapter 4. Strength will naturally speak for me. On the way back, Yiming leaned against the passenger seat, seizing the opportunity to check his panel. Name: Yi Ming. Spirituality: max level. Realm: First stage contract master, 0-10,000. Mental power, 100. Vitality, 100. Contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS level, upgradable. Spiritual techniques, Dark Domain. Godfall Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Domain, level 1 centered around oneself. It releases a domain with a radius of 5 meters, inducing fear in others within the domain. You can merge into the darkness, achieving absolute invisibility. Godfall Demon Armor, level 1 a supreme battle armor that fuses the powers of shadow and night, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and physical resilience upon wearing it. Eternal Night Descends, level 1 darkness envelopes, death descends. You can unleash a judgment strike, inflicting 10-fold damage on a single target. Alternatively, you can draw multiple targets into the darkness, causing area damage. Spiritual talents. Talent 1, Slaughter Growth. Slaughter Growth. The thrill of blood and death invigorates you. Any being that perishes at your hands will transform into your strength, allowing you to transcend previous limitations in your realm advancement. Talent 2, Demon Emperor Combat Will. Demon Emperor Combat Will. When battling contract masters of the same realm, your abilities are amplified tenfold. Goodness, is this the benefit of being a contract Demon Emperor? After reviewing the panel, even Yi Ming's composure could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This is truly extraordinary. To begin with, regarding mental power and vitality, both are at a mere 100 points. On the surface, it seems insignificant. Yet, Yi Ming recalled that even an SSS-level Saintess contract master would only possess an initial vitality and mental strength of a mere 50 points. He had effectively doubled that. Observing the three spirit techniques, whether it be the dark domain, which allows for absolute invisibility, the divine fallen demon armor, which enhances attributes and boosts combat capabilities, or the Evernight descent, characterized by its diverse combat methods. Each description unequivocally embodied one word: comprehensive. It was exceedingly multifaceted. Moreover, it suited Yiming perfectly. Particularly, the absolute invisibility of the dark domain was, for an assassin, an unparalleled divine skill. As for the final spiritual talent, it is something that all contract masters awaken. Yet Yiming's spiritual talent was evidently of a high caliber, especially the will of the Demon Emperor, which amplifies his strength tenfold when battling against contract masters of the same realm. What difference does that make compared to invincibility in equal standing? Yiming increasingly felt that choosing to become a witch was the most astute decision of his life. Sensing Yiming's exhilaration, the shadowy presence in his spiritual Ying also revealed a smile. However, the driving Yi Xinshin held a contrasting opinion. Casting a sidelong glance at Yiming, she scoffed, "You little rascal. You still have the leisure to laugh? A max-level spiritual contract witch, what you've done has incensed even me. When we get home, don't be surprised if your uncles give you a good thrashing. Oh, and let me tell you this, your most dreaded fourth uncle has returned. So brace yourself for disaster." Huh. Reminded by his sister, Yiming's memories of the Yi family became even clearer. The Yi family, one of the renowned clans in Songnan City. The Knight family oversees 10 large enterprises, commanding 40% of the industry in Songnan City, standing alongside the Wang family, to which Wang Haoyang belongs, as the two prominent clans of the region. Although the Knight family appears to have numerous spokespersons, Knight Ming is acutely aware that the true power lies with his three uncles. The second uncle, Knight Jun, is a man of deep loyalty and emotional integrity, adept in the art of political maneuvering, ensuring the Knight family is meticulously organized. The third uncle, Knight One, possesses a meticulous mind and manages the family's finances, proving himself to be a shrewd and capable individual. The fourth uncle, Knight Zhong, is a formidable presence, known for his unwavering integrity, though he is not one for eloquence. His methods are rather domineering. As for Knight Ming's biological parents, they perished shortly after his birth, having fallen victim to a monstrous attack while valiantly resisting the beasts. Over the years, his three uncles have raised him with kindness, entirely devoid of the typical narrative of parental loss and familial betrayal found in novels. Among the three, Knight Ming shares a particularly close bond with his second uncle, Knight Jun, who dotes on him the most. Conversely, he harbors a disdain for his third uncle, Knight Wen, who, due to his higher education and affinity for books, often critiques Knight Ming for even the smallest of errors, embodying the role of a teacher. His greatest fear, however, lies with his fourth uncle, Knight Zhong, the captain of the 3rd City Guard and a 5th-tier contract master, whose contract spirit is the S-Class Rock Saintus. His immense power ensures that each time he returns home, Knight Ming faces rigorous motivation. Failure to complete his training tasks often results in hunger or physical punishment, which is considered lenient. Certainly, while the three uncles possess distinct personalities, they all adhere to a singular truth: supremacy of strength. With power, as long as one does not contravene moral principles, any action is deemed justifiable. Knight Ming, have I been a source of inconvenience to you? In the depths of the divine sea, a shadow timidly inquired. Yiming waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "What trouble is this? It is merely a matter of dealing with a few elders." With a confident demeanor, he proceeded into the opulent courtyard of the Yi family. The moment he stepped through the threshold, he sensed the chilling aura emanating from the training room. The palpable intent to kill was evident. His three uncles were ill-suited for the role of assassins, a thought he habitually assessed. Do you still have the presence of mind to speak of such things? Yi Xin shot him an odd glance before urging, "Let us hurry. The three uncles are awaiting you in the training room." As Yiming entered the expansive training area, spanning an impressive 300 square meters, he was met with the sight of his three uncles seated in the main positions, silently observing him. "Humph. Yiming, do you still have the audacity to return? Are you aware of what you have done? Hurry and come over to apologize to our ancestors, and to your parents as well." The speaker was the third uncle, Yi Wan, his gaunt face stern, eyes bulging as if ready to devour him. Yiming raised his gaze, instantly furrowing his brow. How amusing, he thought, that these three uncles would even go so far as to bring forth the spirit tablets of both the ancestors and his parents. Approaching the three uncles and the tablets, He made no move to comply. Yi Wen's brow furrowed further, his voice rising in fury. Do you not hear me telling you to apologize? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Yi Ming retorted, his words causing the three uncles to freeze momentarily, their expressions darkening in unison. Outside, Yi Xian covered her forehead with a sigh, declaring, well, that's it. We are utterly doomed. Good lad, you have awakened to the pinnacle of spiritual prowess. And now that your wings have strengthened, you disregard the counsel of your elders, do you? Yi Wen trembled with rage. From childhood to adulthood, Yi Ming has always obeyed his guidance. Yet today, in the presence of our elder brother and our ancestors, he dares to rebel. How dare he question what he has done wrong? Before stepping out, did I not make it clear that regardless of the spiritual awakening one experiences, the choice must invariably be the Saintess? Our Yi family possesses a modicum of power. By selecting the Saintess, we could pave the way for you. But what have you done today? Binding yourself to a full-fledged which is nothing short of wasteful. Is this not akin to feeding ginseng to swine? Yi Wen's words grew increasingly fervent, his face flushed with indignation, especially upon witnessing Yi Ming's unyielding demeanor, which only fueled his fury further. Enough, third brother. Do not let your temper flare so. This matter cannot be resolved in haste. Yi Jun interjected, placing a reassuring hand on Yi Wen's shoulder. Second brother, given the gravity of the situation, are you still indulging this boy? Do you wish to witness his self-destruction firsthand? Our elder brother and sister-in-law entrusted Yi Ming to us. We cannot betray their faith in us. This would be a disservice to their trust. Yi Wen lamented, striking his chest, his voice trembling. He gazed once more at Yi Ming, his eyes reflecting the frustration of unfulfilled expectations. I truly cannot comprehend. We have not treated you poorly over the years. Why would you choose this path? What advantages does binding yourself to a witch bring you? Do you even grasp the implications of selecting a witch? Child, you have not merely jeopardized your own future. You have also shattered your parents' expectations of you. Enough, Uncle San. At this moment, the previously silent Yi Ming abruptly lifted his gaze towards Uncle Yi Wen. Clenching his fists, a surge of determination ignited within his chest. Ultimately, is it not due to my pact with the witch that you fear I will ruin my prospects? If that is the case, let my strength speak for itself. I suspect you have long been prepared for this. Chapter 5, 1v3, merely a swift annihilation. Yi Ming's unexpected interruption left Yi Wen momentarily stunned. Beside him, Uncle Heir Yi Jun also opened his mouth, appearing incredulous. What is with this boy today? Why is he so resolute? Where has the previously timid Yi Ming, who only knew how to apologize in the face of adversity, disappeared to? It feels as though he is transformed entirely. To speak of strength, such words do not seem to belong to you. Uncle Siyi, who had remained silent, now smiled. Very well, let us proceed. With a clap of his hands, he summoned a soldier clad in field combat attire from outside the training room. This soldier was tall, his arms rippling with muscles beneath his short sleeves. With a crew cut and a chiseled jawline, he exuded an aura of formidable strength. His name is Li Jiaming, a promising recruit I have enlisted this year. A second-tier contract master, his contracted spirit is an A-grade battle saint. If you can defeat him, I shall cease to pursue the matter of your pact with the witch. Knight stood with his arms crossed, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Ming, his face betraying no emotion. Yi Ming briefly assessed Li Jiaming before turning his attention back to his fourth uncle, Yi Zheng. Bring in 2 more. I shall take on 3, he declared. Take on 3? Yi Zheng and the others understood the implication behind Yi Ming's words. This young man intended to silence the 3 seasoned veterans with this battle. Very well. How utterly naive. Do you believe that having contracted an SSS level which makes you invincible? He proclaimed. Summon the 2 strongest second-tier contractors in the courtyard. Yi Wen would not coddle this impudent boy. As his words echoed, 2 bodyguards clad in training attire promptly entered the training room. They were second-tier contractors. Their spirits, all S-level saints. Would 3 second-tier contractors pose a threat to Yi Ming? What if something went awry? Before Yi Jun could voice his concern, he was interrupted by Yi Zheng. Second brother, this is all at Yi Ming's behest. If he wins, it demonstrates his capability. If he loses, it serves as a lesson, making him aware of the consequences of his bravado. Indeed, Yi Wen raised his hands in agreement. Yi Ming has been spoiled by you. If we don't instill some discipline, he may truly become uncontrollable. With that, he suddenly turned to Yi Ming and gestured grandly. Yi Ming, the challenge originated from you. If you lose, you must unconditionally obey every word we utter. and every action will require our permission. Even the simplest act of eating will be dictated by us. Yiming retorted. What if I win? If you prevail, we shall apologize to you and grant you everything you desire. Very well. It is settled. Yiming confidently approached the training ground. Li Jiangming and the two bodyguards formed a triangular encirclement, trapping Yiming at the center. Do you require a weapon? I can offer you the legendary Gafal Scythe. It is quite formidable. The gentle, ethereal voice of Ying echoed within Yiming's mind. The Gafal Scythe? No, thank you. Yiming replied with a calm smile. Retrieving a dagger from the side, gripping it firmly. This will suffice. Damn. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Jiangming's expression darkened instantly. This brat looks down on us. Attack together. Boom. His eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance, radiant crimson runes emerging upon his arms, as a spectral warrior wielding dual metallic fists materialized. The 3 second-tier contract masters swiftly advanced. Their speed astonishing, fists slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Yiming, standing at the center, sensed that the trio was merely a meter away. Shadow Domain. Activate. Buzz. In an instant, darkness began to spread from all corners, enveloping Yiming and creating a spherical space of dark energy with a 5-meter radius. Yiming spread his arms wide, and as the trio's fists were about to strike him, he leaned back and fell. A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth as the assassination commenced. The night enveloped Yiming entirely. What was happening? Where had everyone gone? A guardian bodyguard scanned the surroundings, clenching his fists, a layer of icy armor clinging to him. Suddenly, a flash of cold light zipped past him from behind. Before he could react, a terrifying force struck his neck, and he crumpled into the darkness. Damn, this fellow can cloak himself, employing a back-to-back tactic. Li Jiangming exchanged glances with another guardian bodyguard, instinctively aligning their backs to one another, remaining ever vigilant of their surroundings. In this realm of darkness, all was silent and devoid of light. However, a true assassin can identify the optimal position for a strike from any angle, initiating the kill at the most opportune moment. This confrontation had reached its conclusion. Yiming's voice echoed above Li Jiangming and his companion. The two instantly became alert, but it was already too late to react. Whoosh. 2 more beams of cold light flashed by. The immense force rendered the other guardian bodyguard unconscious in an instant. The A-rank battle saint, contracted by Li Jiangming, endowed him with a physique stronger than steel. Yet, when the blade's spine pressed against his neck, he felt his limbs surrender their strength. His mind plunging into a state of paralysis, eyes wide open as he collapsed to the ground. He could not withstand it. Yiming's current power was formidable, especially as he targeted the carotid sinus. This position is exceedingly vulnerable. Any substantial pressure may easily induce fainting, or even result in cardiac arrest. Such insights are gleaned from the experiences of an assassin. With Li Jiangming's collapse, this confrontation has reached its definitive conclusion. Yiming glanced at the time. 1 minute? How lengthy? According to his estimations, subduing these 3 adversaries should have taken merely half a minute. Ultimately, this frail body proved to be a hindrance. At this moment, Yiming was entirely oblivious to the fact that Yi Wen and his companions stood nearby, utterly astonished. Their gazes were vacant, as if struck by lightning, their pupils quivering violently in response to the shock and exhilaration. They had presumed that Yiming's victory over a second-tier contract master was an impossibility. Yet now, he had vanquished 3 within the span of a minute, rendering them utterly defenseless. What on earth is happening? Was it not said that contract witches possess negligible combat prowess in the early stages? How could this be? Yi Wen felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. This nephew of his was proving to be quite unlike his expectations. Yi Jun hastily approached, meticulously examining Yiming's physique, only to discover that the young man had employed no underhanded tactics whatsoever. He had solely relied on his sheer strength. It is simply astonishing. Yiming, how can you be this formidable? Surely, you haven't contracted with a saintly figure? Yi Jun found himself questioning the veracity of the information he had previously received, until Yiming assured him once more that it was indeed a witch, without a shadow of doubt. At this moment, Yi Jun began to believe, yet his doubts regarding his own perceptions deepened. Could it be due to the pinnacle of spiritual prowess? Yiming, what is your spiritual talent? Does it provide a combat enhancement? Combat enhancement? Indeed, there is one, although it is only effective against opponents of the same realm. The previous 3 adversaries were all of the second tier, hence it did not come into play. The top-tier assassination techniques allow for a complete concealment of one's presence, along with an intricate understanding of the human body's vulnerable spots. Yi Zheng approached Yi Ming, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze for some time before shaking his head. Had I not witnessed your growth with my own eyes, I would certainly believe you to be a lethal instrument cultivated by some assassin organization. Oh, you could discern that? Fourth uncle Yi Zheng truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest in the Yi family. Such prowess, Yi Ming remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Indeed. I hope so, Yi Zheng replied, patting Yi Ming on the shoulder, revealing a rare smile. Chapter 6. Not 100 ferocious beasts, but a relentless slaughter. This battle allowed Yi Ming's three uncles to fully comprehend that their nephew seemed to be rather extraordinary. So, does this mean I have proven myself? Yi Ming asked with a faint smile directed at his uncles. Fourth uncle Yu Zheng waved his hand. I acknowledge that. Second uncle Yi Jun, who had always indulged Yi Ming, upon witnessing his contract with the witch and his capabilities that far exceeded common logic, felt no need for further hesitation. He quickly added, yes, indeed, you have proven yourself. Defeating three second-tier opponents while still in the first tier, what more could constitute proof? Old Third, would you agree? Night Wen's expression suddenly stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ever since returning home from Night Ming's place, he had been the sole performer of all the grim faces. Previously, he had boasted grandly that if Night Ming were to win, he would not only cease to meddle in his affairs but also apologize to him. Having set the bar so high for himself, he found it somewhat difficult to retract his words. Hey, why are you all looking at me with such scrutinizing expressions? As if I were a criminal? Was I not also concerned about that little rascal Night Ming just now? Night Wen shot a displeased glare at Night Jun and Night Zheng before posing one final question. Night Ming, I shall ask you one last question. The world claims that contract witches possess weak combat capabilities in the early stages, a fact you have proven true. But what about backlash? Contract witches are susceptible to the repercussions of slaughter. Indeed, Night Jun and Night Zheng simultaneously grasped the matter. They gazed at Night Ming with curiosity, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation. Uncles, Night Ming stated with unwavering resolve, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. I can candidly assure you that the so-called backlash from slaughter is utterly ineffective against me. This assertion requires a prolonged process to validate, and I hope you will place your trust in me. There was a brief silence among the three elders. Very well. It was Night Wen who stood first, nodding at Night Ming with eyes that conveyed approval. You little rascal, based on the strength you have previously exhibited, I believe in you. Furthermore, I must apologize for my earlier tone. It was somewhat harsh, and for that, I sincerely apologize. Night Ming couldn't help but let out a bitter smile within. Ah, this uncle of his. At times, it can be quite exasperating. Yet, there are moments when such a complete turnaround in attitude evokes both laughter and tears. Even the most difficult of uncles has been appeased. Naturally, the second uncle Yi Jun and the fourth uncle Yi Zheng have nothing to say either. According to the previous wager made by your third uncle, henceforth, the three of us old fellows shall refrain from meddling in your affairs. However, should you encounter any peril or require assistance while outside, do not hesitate to reach out to us. As your uncles, we shall steadfastly stand by your side. Yi Jun patted his chest, his words resonating with conviction. Yi Zheng nodded silently. Although he remained silent, Yi Ming understood that he was now under the protection of a fifth-tier contract master. Once everything was concluded, Yi Ming hurriedly returned his parents' spirit tablets to the ancestral hall. During this time, he received a message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. Yang Jinwen. Yi Ming, regarding your contract with the witch, I am already aware. However, I understand that you are a child of strong will, so no matter which path you choose, I will fully support you. Ms. Yang is a good person. Yi Ming recalled that the original owner was timid and easily bullied by classmates, yet Ms. Yang would patiently guide her. Then, Yi Ming continued to read the message. Yang Jinwen. By the way, the school will hold a preliminary test tomorrow. It is an important assessment, and it will take place at the Cangnan Martial Arts Hall. So remember to attend. The preliminary test. Yi Ming glanced at the message on his phone, his expression darkening. Before the formal martial arts examination a month later, the school would organize 3 effective assessments. The martial arts examination, a crucial test for advancing and determining the fate of contractual masters. The preliminary assessment, the intermediate evaluation, and the mock examination. The preliminary assessment primarily gauges the student's strength, speed, and combat abilities. The intermediate evaluation tests whether the students possess the conditions and courage to face real ferocious beasts. The mock examination serves to familiarize students with the procedures of the martial arts examination and anticipate potential challenges. if my memory serves me right. Lu Yuxuan was quite adamant today, claiming she would crush me in the preliminary assessment and demand an apology. How naive of her. However, I could seize the opportunity to test my strength at the Songnan Martial Arts Academy. The Songnan Martial Arts Academy, an officially established institution catering to all contractual masters, provides professional training and opportunities to engage in combat with simulated ferocious beasts, thereby assessing one's capabilities. It holds significant professional authority in Songnan City. Uncle, did you not just agree to fulfill all my requests? Night Ming glanced at his uncle, who was assisting him in moving the spirit tablet. Night Wind furrowed his brow. Was this kid already making plans? Speak up, what do you desire? Help me secure a spot at the Songnan Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy? Sure, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. No, I want it now. This. Uncle Night Wind hesitated, realizing that immediate processing would incur an additional fee of 10,000. Uncle, Night Ming urged. Fine, I'll handle it right away. You little rascal, why the sudden interest in combat and violence? In accordance with the traditions of Songnan No. 1 High School, during the preliminary assessment, students are required to engage in combat against first-tier ferocious beasts. Successfully slaying 1 beast qualifies a student, while vanquishing 2 earns a commendable rating, 5 results in an excellent score, and 10 achieves a perfect mark. Both single and simultaneous kills are counted. Under the guidance of his elder sister, Yi Xinxin, Yi Ming arrived at the Songnan Martial Arts Hall. The structure of the hall is designed in a hemispherical shape, encompassing an expansive area equivalent to 20 football fields. It comprises 3 floors, each featuring 30 small rooms specifically allocated for testing and training purposes. Yi Ming and Yi Xinxin proceeded to the administrative hall on the first floor. Before them hung a large screen from the ceiling displaying the Songnan City record board. First-tier contract master, Lin Feng, kill record, 60 first-tier ferocious beasts. Second-tier contract master, Mu Qingyi, kill record, 50 second-tier ferocious beasts. Third-tier contract master, Shangong Mingwe, kill record, 43rd tier ferocious beasts. If you feel inclined, you may also attempt to challenge these records. Breaking a record comes with rewards. Yu Xinxin raised an eyebrow at Yu Ming, encouraging him. Although Yu Ming maintained a stoic expression, excitement bubbled within him. There exists a parallel hierarchy between ferocious beasts and contract masters. First tier, second tier, third tier. However, due to the simplistic nature of lower-tier beasts, the majority are significantly easier for contract masters to handle. Yi Ming could effortlessly dispatch even second-tier contract masters. Dealing with a few first-tier beasts was entirely within his grasp, instilling no fear whatsoever. Furthermore, the record for a first-tier contract master stands at merely 60 first-tier ferocious beasts. This appears rather simplistic, does it not? If I were to take on the challenge, I should be able to. Yi Ming glanced down at his clenched fist before ultimately extending a single finger. 100? Xin interjected. No. Yu Ming replied with a calm smile, it will be a continuous slaughter. Chapter 7. The Frantic Surge of Records. This aims to shatter 500. Greetings, I am the staff member, Xiao Yu. According to regulations, a first-tier contract master is permitted to utilize only a single-layer training room. Please follow me. A lady dressed in professional attire guided Yu Ming and his companions to room 102. Upon opening the door, they found a rather simplistic arrangement. A closed training room equipped with holographic simulation facilities and a data control center, separated by a safety wall and safety glass. This fellow intends to challenge the record. Remember to activate the professional recording, Xin remarked. After she spoke, Xiao Yu, the staff member beside her, couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment. According to the information in her hands, Yi Ming was merely a newly contracted novice. And he was already attempting to challenge the record? Did this newcomer possess such confidence in himself? Was it not a tad hasty? Such haste could easily lead to a loss of sharpness and fighting spirit. Xiao Yu shook her head, dismissing it as beyond her purview, and thus chose to remain indifferent. Once the professional recording was activated, a hum resonated through the training room, and the challenge officially commenced. Ferocious beast level available for challenge. First tier, unlimited number of ferocious beasts available for challenge. Please select the level and quantity of simulated ferocious beasts. Let us start with 10 ferocious beasts to test the waters. As the command echoed from Yi Ming, a resounding roar erupted. 10 robust black-striped tigers materialized around him. Their jet-black forms were adorned with intricate blue patterns, and their powerful claws could shatter rock. Accompanied by a tumultuous roar, the 10 black-striped tigers surged forward, their gaping maws revealing razor-sharp teeth that glimmered ominously. Yiming stood at the center, a flicker of crimson light igniting in his gaze. The god-fallen demon armor enveloped him in a shroud of darkness. As Yiming clenched his fists, waves of dark energy radiated outward from him, sending the 10 black-striped tigers flying, crashing heavily to the ground. In contrast, Yiming was now clad in an impressive suit of black battle armor, his greaves, bracers, and chestplate forged from the very essence of dark power, exuding an aura of terrifying strength. Taking a quick step forward, Yiming delivered powerful punches to the heads of the black-striped tigers, shattering their skulls and swiftly dispatching them. Goodness, this fellow is even wearing battle armor? What sort of contract does he possess? Knight Xian exclaimed in astonishment, prompting a moment of surprise from Xiaoyu, who glanced at Yiming once more. A witch? He's contracted with a witch? But the combat prowess he displayed was more astounding than that of an SS-ranked Saintess. Wasn't it said that witches lack combat ability in the early stages? Xiaoyu murmured, puzzled. In the training room, having effortlessly annihilated the 10 black-striped tigers, Yiming felt no trace of fatigue. As he prepared for another challenge, an alert suddenly resonated in his mind. The talent for slaying has been activated. Slaying a first-tier black pattern tiger, Realm Experience 1, Spirit Technique Experience 1. Slain a first-tier black pattern tiger, Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Slain a first-tier black pattern tiger, Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Can simulated ferocious beasts also grant experience? Yiming narrowed his eyes, as if he had discovered a new world, and continued to challenge himself, this time against 21st-tier ferocious beasts. As the words fell, a blue figure soared above him, spreading its wings, sharp eyes glinting like swords. It was the Blue Blade Eagle, possessing claws as tough as steel and remarkable speed. For an ordinary first-tier contract master, slaying even one would require immense effort. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. Whoosh! In the next moment, dark energy coiled around Yiming's hand, transforming into a dagger measuring 20 centimeters in length. His figure flickered, resembling a streak of black light in midair, moving with speed imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving through the flock of blue blade eagles. Swoosh, swoosh. Amidst the flashing blades, countless feathers scattered in disarray. One blue blade eagle after another fell lifelessly. Slain a first-tier blue blade eagle, Realm Experience 1, Spirit Technique Experience 1. Slain a first-tier blue blade eagle, Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Slain a first-tier blue blade eagle, Realm Experience 1. Spirit Technique Experience 1. Not bad. Yiming gazed at his hands with satisfaction, feeling increasingly attuned to this body. Though somewhat lacking in strength, his physique is elongated, and his speed is explosive, making him perfectly suited for assassination and swift kills. Continue. Bring on 30 more. Nightming's eyes shimmered with brilliance, clad in the armor of fallen deities. He resembled a god of death descended upon the mortal realm. His power and speed had surged to their zenith, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of invincibility, a fervent desire to satiate himself through slaughter. Before long, another 30 ferocious beasts materialized. Without a doubt, upon their arrival, Nightming continued his onslaught, dispatching them in mere seconds, wielding nothing but a small dagger. This signified that he had yet to exert his full strength. 30, 60, 90, 150. The figures escalated incessantly. Concurrently, within the grand hall of the martial arts arena, an increasing number of spectators began to take note of the transformations displayed on the large screen. Songnan Record Board. First-tier contract master. Nightming kill record. 150 first-tier beasts. First-tier contract master. Nightming kill record. 180 first-tier beasts. First-tier contract master. Nightming kill record. 200 first-tier beasts. The data on the screen was being updated in real time. Goodness. 200? And it's still rising? What on earth is going on with this Nightming fellow? Is his contract spirit an SSS-grade Saintess? This data is simply outrageous. Where are the staff? Someone come and take a look. There's an issue with the record board. Hurry and find someone to fix it. Stop calling. I'm one of the staff. I've already conducted several inspections since earlier. It's perfectly fine. Is this data genuine? The count has surpassed 300. This fellow, Yiming, is truly defying the heavens. At this moment, the majority of individuals in the hall are fixated on the screen, their eyes wide with astonishment. Since the establishment of the Songnan Martial Arts Academy, there has never been a first-tier contract master who achieved the record of slaying over 100 ferocious beasts. Yet now, not only has he surpassed 100, But the number of beasts Yiming has vanquished has skyrocketed to 300, and it continues to rise at an astonishing rate. It seems poised to breach 500. In the training room, Yu Xinxin and the staff member, Xiao Yu, stood frozen in disbelief. Just how many secrets is that little rascal hiding from me? To eliminate hundreds of ferocious beasts in one go. This is even more formidable than contracting an SSS-level holy maiden. Yu Xinxin's mouth fell agape. In her 20-plus years of life, she had encountered numerous prodigies, but none like Yiming. He is not merely a genius. He is a veritable monster. Bang! At that moment, the door to the training room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe entered hastily, his expression stern. Who was calling for Yiming? Is he still testing? Upon seeing the man in the white robe, Xiao Yu trembled and quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Director Li. Director? Yu Xinxin felt as though a lightning bolt had struck her mind. Memories flooded back, and her chest heaved, her breath quickening. The director of the Cangnan Martial Arts Academy. A formidable fifth-tier contract master, the contract spirit S-level storm holy maiden, and one of the top 3 combatants in Cangnan City, Li Sufeng. Nightming, this young man, has surprisingly managed to draw out such formidable beings. Is it Nightming being tested here? Li Sufeng turned to Xiaoya, his voice tinged with urgency. Xiaoya nodded hastily, affirming, "Yes, it is him. How many fierce beasts has he slain by now? Report to the director." He has already dispatched 350 fierce beasts without taking a single moment's rest. Furthermore, it appears that his contracted spirit is a sorceress. A sorceress? Li Sufeng furrowed his brow, clenching his fist beneath his chin as his mind raced with thoughts. Once he finishes this batch, have him come to my office to see me. No, I shall wait for him here. It is evident that he has something to discuss with Nightming. Meanwhile, Nightming's tally of slain fierce beasts has reached a total of 400. The celestial armor he donned seemed to possess a life of its own, expanding and contracting with his breath, expelling the heat generated within. With the count now at 400, I can sense that I have fully acclimated to this body. It is now time to conclude this endeavor with perfection. Nightming suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a crimson glow. This time, I shall challenge 100 fierce beasts. Chapter 8, Ascension in Spirit Level, Star Demon University. What an audacious lad. 100 fierce beasts, all in a single challenge. I am keen to see how you will manage. Li Sufeng could not help but lean in closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Soon enough, in the training arena, 100 fierce beasts emerged. In the sky, a flame-wreathed eagle soared, its wings ablaze, fixating its fierce gaze upon Yiming. On the ground, a myriad of ferocious beasts emerged, including a boulder-clad gorilla with rock-fisted arms, a venomous lizard adorned with toxic spines upon its back, a springy creature leaping about, and a gaping maw filled with serrated teeth. These monstrous beings surged forth relentlessly, as if driven by madness, charging towards Yiming. Despite knowing they were mere simulations, Yiming could still feel the very earth trembling beneath him. From all directions, including above, countless beasts rushed forth. There was no escape. Only confrontation awaited him. Yo, I beseech you to lend me the celestial scythe of divine fall. With those words, Yiming reached into the air, summoning a long black scythe into his grasp. The scythe, entirely obsidian, featured a slender handle adorned with glimmering star-like points, surrounded by an eerie black aura, its hilt embedded with a blood-red gem that seemed to pulsate, reminiscent of the heart of a deathly specter in the night. The crescent blade emitted a profound crimson hue, embodying an endless void of silence and chill, its edge glimmering with a frigid brilliance, sharp enough to sever the very fabric of soul and void. The celestial scythe of divine fall, such formidable power. With the scythe in hand, Yiming's aura transformed dramatically. If he had previously been a shadowy assassin, he now resembled a god of death amidst the darkness. His presence became overwhelmingly dominant. With a swift motion, Yiming swung the celestial scythe, unleashing a blood-red arc reminiscent of a crescent moon, slicing through the throng of beasts. With a series of splattering sounds, every beast caught within the arc was instantaneously cleaved in twain. Even the renowned defensive boulder gorilla was effortlessly cleaved in two. Truly impressive. Previously, a casual strike had annihilated 10 ferocious beasts. This further illuminated Yiming's understanding of the formidable power of the divine fall scythe. Boom. Immediately, Yiming propelled himself forward with a mighty push, charging into the throng of beasts, the scythe in his hand slicing through the air. From his center, darkness began to spread outward, invoking the realm of shadows. Splat, splat. Crimson shadows flickered in the abyss. Horizontal slashes, diagonal cuts, vertical cleaves, and piercing thrusts. The scythe in Yi Ming's grasp was the pinnacle of lethality, its cold blades severing through the beast's flesh, mingling with their scalding blood. Yi Ming could sense the divine false scythe trembling slightly. It was exhilaration. The thrill of slaughter ignited its spirit. This overwhelming emotion surged into Yi Ming's mind, seeking to dominate his consciousness. No wonder it is said that contract witches are easily consumed by the thrill of killing. Such exhilaration is not something an ordinary person can contain. Yi Ming clenched the divine false scythe tightly, forcefully suppressing the bizarre excitement that sought to seize his awareness. Then, he plunged back into the fray. Whoosh! As the scythe danced, beasts were relentlessly severed, their flesh scattering in all directions, the simulated blood coalescing into a river. Yi Ming resembled a crimson tempest, steeped in slaughter and carnage, leaving only bones and dismembered remains in his wake. 3 minutes later, 100 beasts lay lifeless. Yi Ming surveyed the scene, watching the corpses of the beasts dissolve into streams of data, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, reaching its zenith. His total kill count had successfully risen to 500, surpassing all previous records. Lin Feng, who had vanquished 60 ferocious beasts, concluded the test. It was time to seek an opportunity within the secret realm to experiment with the spiritual technique, Eternal Night Descends. This technique serves as both a single target and area of effect skill. Yet the scale of the training ground could not fully unleash its potential. As he departed, Yi Ming took a moment to assess his gains. Realm: First Tier Contract Master, 1,000-10,000. Vitality, 100-102. Mental Strength, 100-102. Dark Domain, Level 1-2. Radius increased to 1 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience a reduction in strength. Divine Descent Demon Armor, Level 1-2. Now possessing greater power and enhanced speed. All in all, while his realm remained unchanged, both spiritual techniques had been upgraded. It appeared that in order to acquire more experience, one must slay genuine ferocious beasts. The simulated beasts within the martial arts observation hall were indeed lifelike. Yet they still paled in comparison to their authentic counterparts. This disparity is precisely why the contemporary era places such a premium on practical combat. Creak! Upon pushing the door open, Yi Ming's gaze was immediately drawn to Li Sufeng, cloaked in a pristine white robe. The man exuded an impressive aura. Although he did not surpass Yi Ming's fourth uncle, he was certainly formidable, representing an entity not to be trifled with. Greetings, I am Li Sufeng, the head of the Cangnan Martial Arts Hall. With a warm smile, Li Sufeng approached and extended his hand to Yi Ming. Yi Ming shook it in return, offering a smile of his own. Greetings, I am Yi Ming. From the Yi family? Indeed. I guessed correctly. Li Sufeng emitted a hearty laugh and invited. Would you be interested in visiting my office for a chat? I have a few inquiries to make. Rest assured, there is no danger. I am acquainted with your family Yi. Yi Ming discreetly nodded. Realizing indeed how small the circle was, the strong often maintained connections with one another. Under Li Sufeng's guidance, Yi Ming arrived at his office and took a seat opposite him. Would you care for some tea? No, thank you, directorly. Please. Let us get straight to the point, Yi Ming replied candidly. Haha, splendid. I truly appreciate dealing with forthright individuals like yourself, Li Sufeng responded with a cheerful grin, abandoning further pleasantries to address the matter at hand. I just reviewed your battle footage. I must say, in terms of combat technique, physical control, and the timing of your strikes, you exhibit none of the hallmarks of a novice. Rather, you resemble a seasoned assassin, effortlessly navigating the battlefield and dispatching foes unseen. Have you practiced assassination techniques from a young age? Li Sufeng gazed intently at Yi Ming, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Since childhood, I have been compelled by my fourth uncle to train, acquiring merely a superficial understanding of martial arts, Yi Ming replied, raising an eyebrow. As for assassination skills, does watching films count? I have a fondness for the assassins depicted in movies. I find them quite captivating. As he uttered these words, Yi Ming's heart was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Thus, through the observation of, Li Sufeng ascertained that Yi Ming was indeed truthful. A complete novice, yet able to execute a target with an almost unparalleled proficiency in the art of assassination. Your talent is quite extraordinary, Li Sufeng exclaimed in admiration. Yi Ming nodded and smiled, replying, Thank you for your kind words, directorly. Do you have any universities in mind? Li Sufeng shifted the conversation. Yi Ming shook his head, indicating that he had none for the time being. You might consider Star Demon University, Their assassin program is particularly suited to your skills. Yi Ming realized that this was the reason for his invitation. If memory served him correctly, Li Sufeng was an alumnus of Star Demon University. Was he, perhaps, attempting to attract new students for his alma mater? Nevertheless, Star Demon University was indeed impressive. Star Demon University, Starry Sky University, Star Sea University, and Qingbei University. These comprise the four most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Nation. Among them, Qingbei University emphasizes cultural education, while Star Demon, Starry Sky, and Star Sea Universities focus on martial arts. Each institution has its unique emphasis, with Star Demon University distinguished by its assassin program. It has nurtured 90% of the nation as professional assassins, all of whom play a crucial role in the battles against contract warlocks and beast attacks. The assassin program at Star Demon University seems quite fitting for me. Yi Ming contemplated for a moment, already formulating a plan. Thank you for the recommendation, Director Li. I will certainly consider it. Chapter 9. A test? Having already broken records, what is there left to test? Li Sufeng's objective had been achieved. He then retrieved two exquisitely crafted wooden boxes from his drawer. Upon opening them, he discovered each contained a peculiar fruit. One was a deep crimson, adorned with strange runes, while the other was a frosty azure, resembling a crystalline formation, roughly the size of a palm, surrounded by wisps of frost. The Blood Soul fruit harbored violent energy, capable of significantly enhancing one's offensive capabilities upon absorption. The Ice Crystal fruit, on the other hand, possessed a gentler energy, effectively bolstering physical strength when consumed. Choose one. Consider it a reward for breaking the record, Li Sufeng said, pushing the two boxes towards Yi Ming. Both fruits held considerable value, each capable of fetching a staggering 200,000 Longwa coins in the market. Typically, such a reward as the Blood Soul fruit would not be granted for merely breaking a record. It was a gesture of appreciation from Li Sufeng, who had personally borne the expense. Yi Ming, opt for the red one. It will yield better results for you. A voice, as delicate as the chime of a bell, echoed within Yi Ming's consciousness. Oh, Yi Ming arched an eyebrow, recognizing the esteemed Dark Knight, Demon Emperor of Divine Desolation, had spoken. Then I shall select the Blood Soul fruit. I want this one. Indeed, this fruit is particularly suitable for a witch contractor, Li Sufeng remarked after sharing a few brief words with Yi Ming before escorting him to the door, shaking his hand. Yi Ming, I hope you and the witch you contract can transcend societal perceptions. What are societal perceptions? The idea that a contracted witch has no future. Rest assured, she and I will strive to prove otherwise. Gazing at the receding silhouette of Yi Ming, Li Sufeng crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly as if engaged in deep contemplation. If my memory serves me right, that fellow Sun Hoyuan seems to be in Sangnan City recently. It would be fortuitous to arrange a meeting between him and Yi Ming to see if I could facilitate an introduction to the esteemed teacher. Should any discerning individuals overhear this conversation, they would be utterly astonished. The reason is simple. The Sun Hoyuan mentioned by Li Sufeng is a member of the admissions office at the prestigious Star Demon University, and the aforementioned teacher is none other than the vice president of the institution. On the journey back, Yi Ming occupied the passenger seat of the sports car, holding the Blood Soul fruit in his hands, scrutinizing it from every angle. The Blood Soul fruit? A remarkable treasure indeed. Director Li has been rather generous. I must caution you, though, this fruit is only meant to absorb energy. It should never be ingested, lest adverse reactions occur. In severe cases, one might succumb to poisoning, fainting, or even death. Yi Xinxin cast a sidelong glance and quickly offered her warning. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when a faint whisper interrupted. In truth, it can be consumed directly for enhanced effects. As for the toxins, I can absorb them entirely. It can be done that way? Yi Ming smiled as he carefully stored the Blood Soul fruit away. He had no intention of consuming it in front of Yi Xinxin, as she was currently driving. Should his actions startle her and result in an accident, it would be far from ideal. What are your plans moving forward? Your strength far surpasses that of your peers. Yet it is imperative to have a clear direction and not squander your time. Yexin inquired, her brow furrowed. Yi Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the conclusion drawn earlier at the Martial Arts Academy, and replied, Tomorrow, I wish to explore the secret realm. The secret realm? Yexin's expression tightened. Aren't you scheduled for the preliminary test tomorrow? I shall forego it. I have already completed the assessment. I will soon send the data to our homeroom teacher. Given my performance, I trust she will comprehend. Yi Ming was determined not to squander any time. Indeed, Yexin nodded, After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, if you are intent on venturing into the secret realm, you might consider the entry-level domain, the Blood Demon Tower. It is teeming with ferocious beasts, abundant in number. Most suitable for a novice like you. Though I suppose you are not exactly a novice. Teeming with ferocious beasts and abundant in number. Sounds promising. Yes, it's settled. I shall go to the Blood Demon Tower. Yiming resolved firmly. Meanwhile, in a modest neighborhood, Lu Yuxuan lay on her bed, having just sent the final message to Yiming. With a sudden motion, she flung her phone to the floor, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn Yiming. Why doesn't he respond to my messages? Does he enjoy playing the aloof? Enigmatic type? Does he think that by creating distance, I will shamelessly pursue him? What gives him the right? Just because he has contracted an unpromising SSS level witch?" Ever since Yiming had rejected her earlier that day, a sense of indignation had simmered within Lu Yuxuan. She had intended to return and admonish him through her phone. Yet to her dismay, Yiming had not replied at all. The little princess's emotional needs went unfulfilled, leaving her defenses shattered. She gazed at the phone lying on the ground, clenched her fist, and huffed with anger. "Yiming, you better be prepared. In tomorrow's preliminary test, I shall slay 50 ferocious beasts and trample you beneath my feet. I will make you realize how foolish your indifference towards me is." The following day, at the Songnan Martial Arts Academy, students from the current Songnan First High School gathered at the entrance of the dojo, including Yiming's class. Most of the students had arrived. Yet Yiming was still conspicuously absent. Why hasn't Yiming shown up yet? It's already 8:29. We have just 1 minute left before the test begins. Who knows? Perhaps he overslept? Doesn't he have a dedicated vehicle for transportation? Some classmates looked around, puzzled. Wang Haoyang, whose injuries had healed, snorted derisively and mocked. He awakened his full-level spirit and contracted an SSS-level sorceress. Of course, he expects us to wait for him. He is a young master, after all. By the way, Yuxuan, do you have confidence in yourself? I've heard that contracting an SS-level Saintess allows one to slay at least 30 ferocious beasts. Indeed, I plan to kill 50. Yin Luxian replied coldly, her gaze sweeping the crowd. As the clock struck 8:30 and Yiming still had not arrived, a cold scoff escaped her lips. Humph. This Yiming must be afraid of being surpassed by me, hence his absence. A smug smile graced Yin Luxian's lips. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, approached and said, "All right, students, let us proceed to the preliminary test." "Ah, but Yiming hasn't arrived yet." Wang Haoyang feigned concern as he inquired. "Oh, Yiming? There's no need to wait for him. He sent me a message yesterday stating that he has already completed the test. Indeed, he achieved a perfect score. Having slain 500 ferocious beasts and shattered the record for first-tier contract masters at the Martial Arts Academy. You all should strive to learn from him." "What?" The moment these words escaped his lips, every student present ignited like a powder keg, erupting in astonishment. 500 ferocious beasts, breaking the record. This figure left them utterly incredulous. Wang Haoyang's pupils constricted sharply as he vehemently objected, "Impossible. 500 ferocious beasts, no one, not even a contract with an SSS-ranked Saintess, could accomplish such a feat." "Teacher Yang, are you certain Yiming isn't deceiving you?" Yang Jinwen furrowed her brow. "Don't believe me? Go see for yourselves at the Martial Arts Academy." In a frenzy, all the students rushed into the main hall of the academy. Upon their arrival, the sight of the enormous screen hanging in the hall struck them like a heavy blow to the head, leaving their minds buzzing. Record board. First-tier contract master. Yiming kill record. 500 first-tier ferocious beasts. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this data, Wang Haoyang's legs instantly weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. His pupils quivered uncontrollably in fear. Among the crowd, Lu Yuxuan displayed the most complex expression. Her eyes widened like two brass bells. Her mouth agape as she stood frozen in place as if ensnared by a binding spell. The heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. And breathing turned rapid and chaotic. The mind was a blank slate, and after a considerable time, she finally came to herself, murmuring, 500, 500. How is that even possible? At that moment, she felt like the previous determination to slay 50 fierce beasts was nothing but the folly of a jester. Chapter 10. Entering the Blood Demon Tower. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, Yiming received a message from his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. "Yang Jinwen, Yiming, your recent achievement in breaking the record has become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of your classmates, suffocating them with pressure." Yiming smiled wryly. He could hardly be blamed for this. His strength was evident, and even if he wished to remain inconspicuous, it was impossible. Therefore, He responded with a bold face. Yi Ming, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. It is my duty to serve my classmates. After completing all his tasks, Yi Ming glanced at his panel information. Name: Yi Ming. Spirit: max level. Realm: First Order Contract Master, 1010,000. Vitality: 110. Mental Power: 110. Contract Spirit: Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level: SSS Grade, Upgradable. Spirit Techniques: Dark Judgment, Level 2. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 2. Eternal Night Descends, Level 1. With the help of Yu last night, he successfully devoured the Blood Soul Fruit, resulting in an increase in both vitality and mental power. He was now only 9,000 experience points away from becoming a second-order contract master. Night Ming gazed at the teleportation gate of the Blood Demon Tower before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. Please do not disappoint me. According to his elder sister, Yuxinshin, this Blood Demon Tower harbors a multitude of ferocious beasts, their numbers exponentially surpassing those found in ordinary low-level secret realms. Night Ming possessed a unique aptitude for spirituality, killing growth. The more ferocious beasts he vanquished, the greater the experience he would accumulate. Theoretically, as long as the beasts were plentiful, he could transcend limitless boundaries. Naturally, the higher the realm of the beasts, the more experience he would gain. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret realm is now open. Please secure your wristbands. In case of danger, you may press the button on the wristband to teleport out of the realm, announced the staff. With the conclusion of their words, whoosh, the teleportation gate suddenly flickered with a blue light. Night Ming's gaze became entranced, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in the low-level secret realm, the Blood Demon Tower. The sky was laden with dark clouds, and crimson lightning flashed ominously. Crows with blood-red eyes and black feathers swooped across the heavens, their cries echoing like a mournful death knell. On a desolate expanse of crimson earth stood a towering ancient edifice, entirely shrouded in darkness and swirling with sanguine energy. The Blood Demon Tower comprised 9 levels, with the quantity and strength of the ferocious beasts increasing with each ascent. Although classified as a low-level secret realm and equipped with safety wristbands, the number of contract masters who perished within the Blood Demon Tower each year was not fewer than 50, if not 100. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blood Demon Tower is teeming with ferocious beasts. To procure commendable rewards, one must venture into the higher tiers. Is there anyone willing to join our team? We seek one more member for a trio. Requirements: second-tier contract master and a contract spirit of grade B or above. Indeed, one must be a saint and not a witch. A man, clad in work attire and exuding an air of professionalism, shouted fervently. His demands were modest, and soon someone acquiesced. We need a team. Any first-tier contract mage will do, with a contracted spirit of a rank or above. As per tradition, no witches, only saints. The call for teamwork continued, with first-tier contract mages and even those with B-ranked spirits welcomed. The more members, the greater the strength. Increasing numbers found suitable groups. Yet these teams conspicuously excluded witch contract mages. To them, first and second tier witch contract mages were indistinguishable from ordinary folk, a burden rather than an asset. Hey there, would you like to team up with me? I am a first-tier contract mage with an A-ranked spirit, the Saint of Toxic Mists, capable of unleashing area damage skills. A soft and melodious voice emanated from behind Yi Ming. Turning around, he beheld a sweet and charming young girl, dressed in a white hoodie above and loose denim below. She appeared utterly innocent. What about your contracted spirit? She inquired. I noticed you haven't joined anyone else. Could it be that your contracted spirit is an S-ranked saint? Her clear eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yi Ming responded with a calm demeanor. My contracted spirit is a witch. Ah, a witch? The smile on Su Xiaoyue's face vanished in an instant as she realized her mistake. Her gaze turned icy as she strode unhesitatingly towards a handsome man behind Yi Ming. As she brushed past, Yi Ming caught her soft mutterings. TCH. I was hoping to find a strong ally. Instead, I contracted with a witch. Regardless of their rank, witches are always inferior to saints. I cannot fathom why anyone would choose to contract a witch in this day and age. In the collective subconscious of society, contracting a witch is akin to self-sabotage. Not only do they fail to comprehend this choice, but they also condemn it with scorn, ridicule, and blatant oppression. Yi Ming. Ing Yuyu's mood darkened somewhat. Yi Ming offered a calm smile. It's all right. There will always be fools like this in the world. Our task is to strike back with our strength and make them regret their arrogance. His words, laced with amusement, lifted Ing Yuyu's spirits, prompting her to laugh. Suddenly, As the group finalized their teams and deliberated strategies, the towering 10-meter-high blood-soaked iron door of the Blood Demon Tower swung open. A crimson mist poured forth, filling the air with a foul stench. Yi Ming looked up to behold an endless abyss of darkness behind the iron door. Charge! The Blood Demon Tower is open. Those who enter first feast, while those who follow gnaw on bones. With that rallying cry, the iron door opened wide, and everyone rushed to enter the Blood Demon Tower. Naturally, Yi Ming would not lag behind. As a top-notch assassin with unparalleled agility, he swiftly positioned himself at the forefront of the group, despite having started later. Damn, ISNT, that kid contracted to a witch? How can he be so fast? Is the contract spirit truly the rabbit witch? Some marvel at Yi Ming's swiftness. Su Xiaoyu, who had previously sought out Yi Ming only to depart coldly, scoffed, "What use is speed? Have you not heard the saying about striking the bird that stands out?" Whoosh! Yi Ming, undeterred by the chatter behind him, raced to the first level with remarkable haste. This place was a vast, enclosed space, its walls and ceiling adorned with bizarre runes, while the ground was strewn with congealed blood. 100 meters ahead, a grand door loomed, leading to the second level. However, to gain entry to the second level, one must fulfill the requirements of the first level. The Blood Demon Tower has been activated. Second level entry condition: defeat 51st tier Blood Demons, 050. The prompt of the Blood Demon Tower echoed in Yi Ming's ears. In an instant, the congealed blood on the ground transformed into flowing blood, coalescing into peculiar creatures. They were oddly shaped, standing at a height of 1.30 meters. Their bodies bubbling with blood, armed with sharp blades for arms, and thick thighs for legs. "Hey, kid, why are you running so fast? You have contracted a witch. And she is only first tier. With your strength, passing the first level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Three figures emerged behind Yi Ming. The leader, adorned with tattoos, possessed a muscular build and a bald head, his eyes resembling those of a fierce tiger. With a menacing demeanor, he spoke to Yi Ming in a haughty tone. "Nevertheless, I must commend your courage. Thus, pay me 20,000, and my Wild Tiger squad will escort you to the 5th level." Chapter 11. A single strike to obliterate? Is this young man truly bound to a witch? Casting a glance at the burly man beside him, Yi Ming furrowed his brow, declaring, "No need." With that, he showed little inclination to engage further with the brute. This was the first level, where the majority of contract practitioners gathered, with so many vying for limited resources. One must strive to outpace the others to effectively vanquish the ferocious beasts. Whoosh! Yi Ming propelled himself forward, plunging directly into the throng of blood demons. "Captain, this fellow seems to hold our Wild Tiger squad in contempt. Should we teach him a lesson?" One of the team members suggested, glancing at the tattooed giant for approval. The tattooed man, known as Zhang Guanghu, crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully. "A waist bound to a witch? Does he truly require our intervention?" Charging recklessly into the blood demon horde, he won't even realize how he meets his demise. As they conversed, an increasing number of contract practitioners arrived at the first level. Upon witnessing Yi Ming's solitary dash into the midst of the blood demons, a collective pause ensued. Is this fool devoid of any sense? An initial level contract practitioner, recklessly plunging into a throng of beasts. Such an act is tantamount to courting death. What a brazen and foolish endeavor. I am thankful I did not team up with him. Otherwise, I would be suffering the same fate. Su Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh, a dark aura coalesced around Yi Ming, enveloping every inch of his being. Divine Fallen Demon Armor. Boom. Clad in the Divine Fallen Demon Armor, Yi Ming descended from the air, delivering a punch that created a deep crater in the floor. As a horde of blood beasts charged towards him, he stumbled slightly, struggling to maintain his balance. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Ming's eyes as the divine scythe appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he swung the weapon, and the crimson blade aura sliced through the air, ruthlessly reaping the heads of the blood beasts before him. Killed a first-order blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Killed a first-order blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Killed a first-order blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. Killed a first-order blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spirit Technique Experience 5. With a casual strike, Yi Ming dispatched 15 first-order blood beasts in an instant. To his delight, he discovered that slaying a single first-order blood beast in reality granted him a commendable 5 points of experience. This was far more exhilarating than his earlier experiences in the martial arts arena. A spark of excitement lit up Yiming's gaze. Yiming, there are 10 blood beasts behind you. The shadowy voice of Yu timely alerted him. Without hesitation, Yiming turned and unleashed another scythe strike, effortlessly taking down another 10 blood beasts. This time, in addition to the experience gained, he also acquired 5 blood beast eyes, materials from ferocious creatures that had a chance of dropping and could be sold for profit. Captain, what on earth is going on with this guy? Isn't his contracted spirit a witch? How can he be this formidable? The members of the Crazy Tiger Squad were astonished, their voices trembling with disbelief. This first-order contract master outclassed even my second-order abilities. If I were to face dozens of blood beasts, I certainly wouldn't manage it as effortlessly as he does. At this moment, Zhang Kuanghu was perplexed, scratching his bald head in confusion. He simply could not comprehend the reason behind it all. Could it be that he was truly a genius? Su Xiaoyu was filled with regret. Had she known how formidable Yiming was, she would never have walked away. What a colossal opportunity she had let slip through her fingers. Anger welled within her. Stop dawdling. The first layer of blood demons numbered merely 1,000. And if one failed to slay 50, they would be forcibly expelled from the Blood Demon Tower. Witnessing Yiming's frenzied assault, several contract masters hastily joined the fray. In an instant, the entire first layer erupted in a tumultuous display of chaotic energy. Furious wind blades, aggressive fireballs, towering waves of water, and indiscriminate poison filled the air. Damn it, who released that poison? Is there no sense of decency in such a place? And it affects both friend and foe. Are they out of their minds? Some contract masters covered their mouths and noses, cursing furiously. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu, who had been stealthily administering the poison, trembled slightly and muttered under her breath, "Humph. It's not like I targeted you with the poison. Just because you tell me not to release it, I must comply? This secret realm belongs to everyone. I will unleash my poison as I see fit. It's none of your business." With that, she sought a concealed spot and, undeterred, intensified her efforts. No wonder no one wanted to team up with her. It turned out she was a liability. Yiming shook his head, and just then, a voice resonated within his mind. You have slain 150 first-tier blood demons. Objective exceeded. The entrance to the second layer has been opened for you. As Yiming surveyed his surroundings, it became evident that the existing blood demons were insufficient to accommodate the influx of contract masters joining the fray. With 1,000 blood demons occupying the first level, remaining there would merely squander precious time. Let us proceed to the second level. Yiming conveyed to the shadowy figure in his mind. Very well. In the next instant, he dashed towards the gateway leading to the second level with remarkable swiftness, akin to a gust of wind. Brothers, keep pace with him. We cannot allow this fellow to seize the advantage. Zhang Kuanghu commanded his 2 companions to rush forward. Yiming glanced back with a smirk, quickening his pace as he passed through the threshold. As Zhang Kuanghu and his team attempted to follow Yiming into the second level, the gate thunderously descended, akin to a tiger's head blade, leaving them no means of escape. The foot of one team member was crushed into a pulp. Damn it, this fellow is far too swift. We cannot keep up. Zhang Kuanghu sighed in resignation, compelled to continue slaying blood demons. The injured teammate had no choice but to activate his wristband and exit the Blood Demon Tower. Upon entering the second level, Yiming noted that the space was conspicuously smaller, diminished by a ninth. The surrounding walls emanated a faint green luminescence. Is this truly the second level? He had heard rumors of 2,000 blood demons residing here. Yiming's anticipation grew. How splendid it would be if they all appeared at once. As if responding to his unspoken wish, the second level's space suddenly quaked violently. And from the walls on either side, hundreds of blood demons surged forth in unison. These blood beasts differ significantly from those on the first level. They are larger in stature, their bodies a deep shade of green. Their arms have transformed from sharp blades into hands, wielding iron-spiked clubs, rushing towards Yiming with extraordinary speed, resembling a horde of goblins enveloped in slime. Second level unlocked. Conditions to enter the third level. Eliminate 100 green-skinned blood beasts. 0-100. The green-skinned blood beasts possess greater strength, excelling in group attacks and adept with tools. Their prowess is double that of ordinary blood beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of green-skinned blood beasts surged forth, resembling 2 torrents of green, as if to engulf the entirety of the grand hall on the second level. However, Yiming felt no fear. Instead, a profound smile graced his lips. It was time for the eternal night to descend. The excited voice of Shadow echoed. Yiming smiled calmly. In the next moment, he plunged his scythe into the ground. A terrifying darkness began to brew. Centered around him, dark matter spread outward, enveloping the entire floor in a deathly black, akin to a monster that devours all. The floor of the second level transformed into a terrifying, quaking dark swamp, and the green-skinned blood beasts within this realm found their feet glued as if ensnared, rendered immobile. At that moment, demonic claws emerged from the darkness, ensnaring the green-skinned blood beasts, gradually dragging them into the abyss. Spiritual Technique. Eternal Night Descends. Area Damage. Chapter 12. Experience Achieved. Breakthrough. Second Tier Contracted Master. In just a few seconds, hundreds of green-skinned blood beasts were pulled into the darkness. As their bodies plunged into darkness, all semblance of life was utterly extinguished, leaving behind only the scattered remnants of blood-soaked demonic eyes. Kill of a First-Order Green-Skinned Blood Demon Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Skill Experience 6. Kill of a First-Order Green-Skinned Blood Demon Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Skill Experience 6. Kill of a First-Order Green-Skinned Blood Demon Beast. Realm Experience 6. Spirit Skill Experience 6. With a deep breath, Yiming gazed upon the darkness that enveloped the entire floor, unable to suppress a shiver of apprehension. His current realm was merely First Order. Yet, the power of the Eternal Night Descends he unleashed surpassed that of most Second-Order entities, executing a sweeping strike that annihilated foes in an instant. For Yiming, who could grow stronger by vanquishing ferocious beasts, this was nothing short of a divine technique. However, what delighted him even more was the acquisition of realm experience. He glanced at his status panel. Realm, First Order Contract Master, for 10,000. Each green-skinned blood demon beast offered him 6 points of realm experience, having previously slain approximately 400 to 500. And with 2,000 beasts inhabiting the second layer, Yiming estimated with a sudden glimmer of realization. He discovered that if he were to eliminate all the ferocious beasts on the second layer, he could undoubtedly ascend to the Second Order. This was, without a doubt, monumental news for Yiming. Boom, boom, boom. Another throng of green-skinned blood demon beasts surged forth from the walls, appearing even more enraged, their speed and strength significantly enhanced. 2 waves of green fury swept in from both sides. A spark ignited in Yiming's eyes as he activated the Eternal Night Descends. The Grand Hall once again fell into a profound silence, as the dark swamp relentlessly spread, enveloping every corner of the second tier of the hall. As the demonic minions dragged the green-skinned blood beasts into the abyss, they transformed into valuable experience for Yiming's growth. Defeated a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 6. Spiritual Technique Experience 6. Defeated a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 5. Spiritual Technique Experience 5. Defeated a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 4. Spiritual Technique Experience 4. Has the experience acquisition already begun to diminish? Is it due to the repetitive nature of the combat? Yiming furrowed his brow in contemplation. Armed with a long scythe, he plunged into the throng of green-skinned blood beasts, engaging in close combat. Blades of light flickered, and blood pooled upon the ground. Defeated a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 1. Spiritual Technique Experience 1. Defeated a first-tier green-skinned blood beast. Realm Experience 0. 9. Spiritual Technique Experience 0. 9. Even altering his combat style could not halt the decline in experience. It appeared that breaking through to the second tier on this level would be an unattainable feat with a resigned sigh. Yiming concluded that there exists a limit to the number of beasts from which one can gain experience. Once the threshold of slaying a particular type of beast is reached, the experience gained would gradually diminish, ultimately dwindling to 0. This aligns well with the logic of growth. Thus, it is time to ascend to the third tier. Yiming felt no dismay. Rather, he welcomed this as a natural progression. Confronting the same foes had long since ceased to intrigue him. A true warrior should evolve through diverse battles. Without hesitation, he pressed onward. Yiming directly entered the third layer. As he departed, he cast one last glance at the panel. Realm. First level Contract Master, 6,000 10,000. 1,200 green-skinned blood beasts exchanged for several thousand points of experience. Worth it. Yiming felt quite satisfied. He then turned back with a smile, anticipating that when others entered the second layer and found the number of ferocious beasts drastically reduced, they would undoubtedly express their gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuanghu and his companions successfully met the requirements and arrived at the second layer. The vast hall was devoid of any presence, the lingering scent of blood in the air hinting at a fierce battle that had transpired here. Unbeknownst to them, they continued to search fervently for Yiming's figure. What the hell? Where did that kid go? He couldn't have already entered the third layer, could he? One man clad in work attire mused, perplexed. What are you thinking? Zhang Kuanghu's teammate scoffed, immediately retorting, a first-level contract master, without a team. And with a contract spirit that's either a demon or a witch, entering the third layer would be tantamount to courting death. In my opinion, he has definitely encountered danger and has long since fled. I've seen my fair share of such reckless youngsters in my lifetime. Don't you agree, Captain? The group turned their gazes towards Zhang Kuanghu, the strongest among all contract masters. His judgments carried significant weight. A first-level contract master venturing alone into the third layer is indeed courting death. However, never mind, let us focus on slaying the ferocious beasts. Zhang Kuanghu intended to assert that Yiming must have teleported out of the Blood Demon Tower. Recalling the previous performance of Yiming, he dared not jump to conclusions. He always sensed that Yiming would not depart so simply. Perhaps he had truly entered the third layer. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed incessantly. As the fierce battle commenced, Su Xiaoyu once again sought a corner unnoticed and unleashed her toxins with fervor. The poison contract master, the venomous beast. Damn it! Is she releasing toxins again? Who is responsible for this? Can't you at least announce your intentions when you unleash poison? Do we harbor a grudge against you? Why are you seeking revenge upon us? Damn! Just wait until I discover your identity. I assure you, you will not fare well. Perhaps the dosage this time was too potent, as it directly repelled several first-tier contract masters. The dazzling spiritual techniques illuminated the second layer of the Grand Hall. And in an instant, all contract masters immersed themselves wholeheartedly in battle, their blades striking down with fervor, gradually reaching a state of ecstasy. The blood within their bodies began to boil, their eyes wide with intensity, and the spirit of combat surged within their chests. They had just entered the pinnacle of their fighting state. Yet, in the next moment, the Grand Hall fell silent. No ferocious beasts appeared any longer. Not even 10 individuals met the requirements to enter the third layer. Wait, how can this be? Was there not a multitude of 2,000 blood beasts in the second layer? Why do I feel as though we have encountered merely a few hundred? Could it be that all the ferocious beasts were slain by that contract witch? Upon utterance of this thought, all present found their eyes widening in disbelief. They had vanquished a few hundred ferocious beasts, which implied that Yiming had dispatched over 1,000. In such a brief span of time? Such a vast number of ferocious beasts? And he is still merely a first-tier contract master? How could this be? Do not jest. He is merely a first-tier contract master. It is inconceivable that he possesses such formidable prowess. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly, her heart brimming with jealousy and disbelief. Unable to fathom how Yiming could vanquish over 1,000 ferocious beasts, Zhang Kuanghu echoed her sentiments, asserting, indeed, the young lady is correct. That lad is but a first-tier contract master, lacking such capability. Perhaps the Blood Demon Tower is malfunctioning. It is an antiquated secret realm, and a miscalculation in the spawning of monsters is not uncommon. Let us proceed to the third level. Upon reaching the third level, Yiming was greeted by the familiar chime of an announcement. Challenge of the third level commences. Condition to enter the fourth level. Slay 200 first-tier, giant-armed blood demons, 0200. As the voice faded, a thunderous roar echoed through the chamber. Massive creatures, resembling colossal meteors, plummeted from the ceiling, crashing down like a torrential meteor shower, creating deep craters in the floor. Armed with his divine scythe, Yiming awaited the dissipating dust to finally discern the appearance of these ferocious beasts. They bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary blood demons of the first level, their bodies a vivid crimson. However, they were considerably larger, possessing a single arm as sturdy as a boulder, the giant-armed blood demons. They exhibited enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities, albeit at the expense of speed. Giant-armed blood demons. I hope you can endure in the shadows for a while longer, even if it is merely a second. With those words, the realm of darkness unfurled. Yiming moved like a wraith, his scythe slicing through the air with a swift whoosh. A continuous glimmer of cold light pierced the darkness, each strike from Yiming resonating with the sound of severed heads falling. Thud after thud, drip after drip. Gurgle after gurgle, the blood dripped, heads rolled, and bodies collapsed in succession. The cacophony of these sounds converged, reminiscent of a deathly nocturne, both tragic and mournful. Ding. Experience achieved. Realm can be transcended. Shall we commence the breakthrough now? Yes, no. Chapter 13. Not a single beast remains. Have they all been exterminated? After Yiming vanquished 2,000 giant blood demons, information began to incessantly emerge on the panel. Vitality, 110-115. Mental strength, 110-115. Dark domain, level 2-3. Radius increased to 5. 2 meters. Enemies within the domain will experience reduced speed. Godslayer armor, level 2-3, now endowed with enhanced defense. Eternal Night descends, level 1-3. Broader coverage, swifter kills, and the ability to automatically collect materials unlocked. Vitality, mental strength, and spiritual skills all saw enhancement. Undoubtedly, what thrilled Yiming the most was that he had now met the requirements for a breakthrough. Realm, First Tier Contracted Master 1-2000-10000 can transcend. My current strength far exceeds that of most second-tier contracted masters. Once I ascend to the second tier, even third-tier contracted masters may not stand a chance against me. A surge of joy welled up within Yiming. It must be said that the power acquired through extensive slaughter is indeed intoxicating. Night Ming felt the incessant whispers of demons echoing in his mind, urging him to abandon reason and embrace slaughter and bloodshed. Fortunately, as a top-tier assassin, Night Ming merely smiled at this temptation. He need not submit to carnage. He was, in essence, the embodiment of death and blood. Now, it was time to transcend. A brilliant light ignited in his eyes, and without hesitation, he broke through. Boom. A crimson pillar of light soared into the heavens. Beneath the divine armor of fallen gods, Night Ming's eyes blazed with a fierce red and mysterious. Dark runes emerged upon his skin. He sensed that every structure within his body was undergoing destruction and reformation. His previously frail physique began to grow harmonious muscles at a visible pace. The one-armed blood demon beasts that sought to ambush him were obliterated into mist by the shockwave generated from his breakthrough. When Night Ming opened his eyes once more, a scarlet glow flickered. He grasped his scythe and charged into the throng of one-armed blood demon beasts. His speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of black lightning, unleashing ferocious energy wherever he passed. As his blade cleaved through the one-armed blood demon beasts, they were instantly severed in two. Even the highly defensive giant arms could not withstand the onslaught. In the third tier, all 3,000 one-armed blood demon beasts fell before Night Ming. However, due to reaching the experience cap, he did not gain any experience this time. With the elevation of his realm, his perception, tactile senses, and mastery over his body ascended to an entirely new level. His vitality and mental power had surpassed 200. Night Ming held the scythe in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. 200 points of vitality and mental power. This was indeed a significant surplus. In the realm of SSS grade Saintly Contract Masters, achieving a breakthrough to the second tier with vitality and mental strength surpassing 100 is indeed commendable. Yet, Night Ming transcended expectations, soaring beyond 200. Standing unrivaled among his peers, you have slain 3,000 one-armed blood beasts, exceeding the requirements. The fourth layer S-gate has been unlocked for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Night Ming surged towards the fourth layer. Shortly after his departure, Zhang Kuanghu and his companions arrived at the third layer. It is crucial to note that the difficulty within the third layer has significantly escalated. This environment is no longer suitable for first-tier contract masters. Should any danger arise, withdraw promptly to avoid hindering the group. Never naively assume that others are obligated to rescue you in times of peril. Zhang Kuanghu's piercing gaze fell upon the three first-tier contract masters at the rear of the group, as if compelling them to retreat immediately. Among them, Su Xiaoyu kept her head bowed in silence, yet internally felt a mix of exasperation and indignation. What is so impressive about being a second-tier contract master? Does he truly consider himself a leader? How dare he instruct others to leave? What credentials does he possess? What a pompous fool. Of course, she only dared to voice these thoughts within her mind, as she wouldn't dare utter a single word in Zhang Kuanghu's presence. Everyone, remain vigilant. I sense danger approaching. Zhang Kuanghu and his companions readied themselves for battle, quietly anticipating the impending crisis. However, after 10 minutes of poised anticipation, there was still no sign of any disturbances. It seemed as though the ferocious beasts of the third layer had vanished entirely. What is happening? Where have the beasts gone? Could it be that the Blood Demon Tower is truly malfunctioning? Zhang Kuanghu furrowed his brows, casting a perplexed glance around. A second-tier contract master, clad in black, pondered for a moment, expressing doubt. Could it be that the lad has wiped out all the ferocious beasts on the third level? How is that even conceivable? Are you jesting? Zhang Kuanghu let out a derisive laugh, feeling the other lacked intellect. On the third level, there are 3,000 first-tier beasts. Even an SSS-level Holy Maiden contract master would struggle to contend with them. Does he possess such capability as a witch contract master? In my opinion, there must be an issue with the Blood Demon Tower. Damn it, The personnel managing the secret realm are simply feasting without performing their duties. They remain oblivious to the problems in the realm while daring to charge me 1,000 coins for entry. Let us go confront them. Without any ferocious beasts left. Lingering here serves no purpose. Resolutely, Zhang Guanghu led his team to teleport out of the Blood Demon Tower, with the most formidable among them having departed. The others deemed it unnecessary to stay and chose to leave as well. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the tightly shut door ahead, her eyes narrowing slightly, before ultimately shaking her head with a cold smile. What are you thinking? No matter how talented he is still merely first tier. He must have been forced to retreat from the Blood Demon Tower long ago. Humph. A witch contract master, pretending to be something he is not. Attempting to take the lead? He deserves it. After a moment of scorn directed at the air, Su Xiaoyu pressed the button on her wristband and teleported out of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Night Ming remained entirely unaware of the events transpiring here. Having broken through to the second tier, he was like a drawn sword, effortlessly concluding the battle on the 4th level. In his eyes, all fierce beasts seemed to have lost their fundamental forms, reduced to mere experiences for him to harvest. The 4th layer, the 5th layer, the 6th layer. Yi Ming moved with astonishing speed. Slaying thousands of first-tier beasts was for him as simple as crushing a swarm of ants. His experience continued to accumulate, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, until it reached 10,000. The level of his spiritual techniques also ascended steadily. Realm, 2nd-tier contract master, 10,000. Dark domain, level 3, level 4. Radius increased to 5 meters. Enemies within the domain will be affected by fatigue. Godfall demon armor, level 3, level 4. Leg armor enhanced for greater speed. Eternal Night descends, level 3, level 4. Increased range and damage. Capable of simultaneously slaying up to 500 ordinary 2nd-tier beasts or 1,000 1st-tier beasts. He was still 90,000 experience points away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. Currently, the experience gained from killing 1st-tier beasts was even less than 2 points. He must slay 2nd-tier beasts. After elevating his realm, killing low-tier beasts would no longer contribute to his strength, a fact Yi Ming had anticipated. Thus, he pressed onward toward the 7th layer. Upon reaching the 7th layer, Ying Yuyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Yi Ming, the beasts on the 7th layer are all 2nd tier. Moreover, I sense there is something that can enhance your strength on the 9th layer. Chapter 14. No, there is still one person in the secret realm. Outside the secret realm. Transmission hall. All right, Lao Li, I understand. Once I finish my current affairs, I shall certainly witness the prodigy you mentioned. Sun Hoyuan ended the call and helplessly rubbed his brow. Lao Sun, what is troubling you? You seem preoccupied. A middle-aged man beside Sun Hoyuan, named Jiang Qingyi, inquired with curiosity. He possessed a square face and donned a sleek black trench coat, his gait exuding confidence and purpose, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Alas, the head of the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy, Li Sufeng. He intends to introduce me to a newcomer. I merely glanced at the information he sent, and now he insists on taking me directly to meet this newcomer. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It is rare for him to take a break and stroll around Songnan City, yet he finds himself entangled in matters. There is no choice. After inspecting the secret realm, I must head to the Tsangnan Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Qingyi chuckled upon hearing this, expressing, indeed, it is quite remarkable. The awakening ceremony was only held yesterday, and already a newcomer has emerged. This bodes well for our dragon country. Indeed, it does. Sun Hoyuan nodded, then surveyed his surroundings before continuing. Well, it appears that your transmission hall is well equipped, and all necessary repairs have been completed. Remember, whether it is an artificial or natural secret realm, one must not let their guard down. Just yesterday, in the neighboring Songbei city, there was a beast riot in the secret realm, with over a dozen 3rd-tier beasts rampaging through the streets, resulting in the tragic deaths of 23 citizens. Alas, in summary, pay more attention. You are the person in charge of the Tsangnan secret realm, and it is imperative that you take these matters seriously. Jiang Qingyi solemnly nodded, thumping his chest in assurance. Old son, rest assured. As the head of the Tsangnan secret realm, I will not overlook any matters that require my attention. If anything goes awry within the secret realm, I, Jiang Qingyi, shall take full responsibility. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a coarse voice bellowed out, Is anyone coming? Is there any staff to manage this? The secret realm is in disarray, and nobody seems to be checking on it. What do you think our entrance fees are for? The shout was so thunderous that over half of the people in the transmission hall could hear it. Jiang Qingyi, who had previously been so confident, immediately turned pale and furrowed his brow as he hurried towards the source of the commotion. Outside the Blood Demon Tower's transmission portal, the fierce figure of Kuang Hu glared menacingly, shouting, "Is there anyone capable of handling this? The secret realm is malfunctioning, and is there not a single person to take responsibility? I demand a satisfactory explanation." A nearby staff member, holding some documents, attempted to placate him. "Sir, please refrain from causing a disturbance. The data indicates that there is no issue with the Blood Demon Tower. If you insist on causing trouble, I will have to call security." "Security? You might as well call them now. I will stand right here, and unless this matter is resolved, I fear not even if you summon dozens of security personnel." Kuang Hu retorted fiercely. As a seasoned veteran, he was all too familiar with such tactics. Today, he seized a rare opportunity to address the issues within the secret realm, and naturally, he sought to capitalize on it to secure a greater compensation. "Can someone in charge come here?" he called out. "Stop shouting." Jiang Qingyi approached Zhang Kuang Hu with an impassive expression and then turned to the nearby staff. "What happened?" "Director Jiang, it's like this." The staff member recounted the incident in detail. Upon hearing the title Director Jiang, Zhang Kuang Hu's pupils contracted sharply. He scrutinized the unexpectedly stern middle-aged man before him, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Director Jiang? The only person referred to in such a manner by the teleportation hall staff must be. Zhang Kuang Hu felt as if struck by lightning, his mind momentarily clouded. He inwardly cursed, "Damn, I've provoked someone formidable." He had intended merely to find someone to negotiate for a larger sum of compensation, but unexpectedly encountered the head of the Songnan secret realm. "Zhang Kuang Hu, is it? No need to be anxious. Let's address the matter at hand." Jiang Qingyi picked up the tablet from the staff member and placed it before Zhang Kuang Hu. According to the data, all indicators of the Blood Demon Tower were normal. However, data alone cannot represent the entirety of the situation. "I'd like to inquire about your claim that there is an issue with the Blood Demon Tower. What leads you to say that?" At this moment, Sun Hoyuan approached. He cast a glance at Zhang Kuang Hu before turning to Jiang Qingyi. "What's the matter, old Jiang? Is there a problem?" Jiang Qingyi nodded lightly and continued, "Zhang Kuang Hu, please, tell us what issue you encountered." "The ferocious beasts, their numbers are not correct." Zhang Kuang Hu had lost his previous confidence, his tone faltering. According to regulations, the first level was to contain 1,000 creatures, the second layer 2,000, and the third layer 3,000. However, the second level had only a few hundred, and the third level had not a single one. Jiang Qingyi furrowed his brow, glancing at the staff. "Is this true? If I recall correctly, the Blood Demon Tower is an artificially created secret realm, and the allocation of creatures is strictly controlled." "Indeed, Director Jiang," the staff member quickly replied. "As soon as we received the information, we contacted the technical department. They assured us that there would be no discrepancies in the allocated numbers. And I personally reviewed the data, which appeared to be accurate." Zhang Kuang Hu pressed on. "But does that mean the data is infallible? After we ventured to the third level, we encountered not a single beast. Is that not sufficient evidence? Seeing is believing. If there are no beasts, then there are simply none." Jiang Qingyi did not respond to Zhang Kuang Hu, but instead glanced at the others behind him. "Is what Zhang Kuang Hu stated true?" "Yes, it is," came the reply. "Aside from the number of beasts, are there any other issues?" Jiang Qingyi's logic was incisive. "Furthermore, aside from your group and those who were forced to leave the secret realm, were there any other individuals who entered the Blood Demon Tower?" "None," Zhang Kuang Hu affirmed almost definitively. However, a subordinate tugged at his arm, saying, "Captain, there is one more." "Oh right. There is also the imp bound by a contract to the witch." Zhang Kuang Hu wore a disdainful expression, yet the young lad was merely a first tier, albeit somewhat capable. However, having strayed from the main force to charge ahead alone, he was likely forced to vacate the secret realm long ago. He could not possibly believe that all 3,000 ferocious beasts on the third level had been vanquished by Yi Ming. Such a notion was preposterous. Not only did Zhang Kuang Hu doubt it, but even Jiang Qingyi found it hard to believe. A first-tier demon contract master slaying thousands of ferocious beasts. This was utterly implausible in reality. "Wait, old Jiang, is there surveillance in the Blood Demon Tower?" Sun Hoyuan's expression suddenly turned grave. Jiang Qingyi was taken aback and quickly replied, "Artificial secret realms are always monitored. I was just about to check." "What's the matter, old son?" Sun Huan lifted his head, recalling the words spoken by Li Sufing earlier. The newcomer old Li was eager to introduce to him was also a demon contract master. Moreover, He had broken the first-tier contract master record at the Songnan Martial Arts Academy by slaying 500 ferocious beasts. Old Li mentioned that the first-tier beasts were beneath the lattice notice. This, Jiang Qingyi's pupils contracted sharply as a suspicion took root in his mind. Without hesitation, he took matters into his own hands and, in less than a minute, accessed the surveillance footage from the Blood Demon Tower. A screen the size of a television unfolded before everyone. The images swept through the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the Blood Demon Tower, revealing no trace of any presence. I told you, that lad must have left the secret realm. A first-tier contract master cannot exert such influence. It must be an issue with the Blood Demon Tower. Zhang Guanghu sneered softly, clearly wanting compensation. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. However, just as doubt began to creep into the minds of the onlookers, Yiming, clad in the Gafal demon armor, made his appearance on the 7th level of the Blood Demon Tower. With a long scythe in hand, he stood tall amidst the shadows, resembling a reaper of life. Mysterious and eerie. Before him, 1,000 second-tier one-eyed blood demons licked their lips, steadily advancing towards him. Chapter 15. Annihilating over 1,000 second-tier beasts. Is he truly human? Damn. What is this lad intending to do? 1,000 second-tier beasts? Does he plan to slay them all single-handedly? Zhang Guanghu gaped in disbelief. Unable to fathom that Yiming, the warlock contract master, was still alive and had even made it to the 7th level. Could he be so reckless? Was this predicament something a mere first-tier contract master could resolve? Why couldn't he possess a modicum of self-awareness? Beside him, Su Xiaoyu knitted her brows, feeling that Yiming was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Surely, there wouldn't be any danger, would there? The staff member glanced at Jiang Qingyi. Concern etched on his face. The latter crossed his arms, his expression impassive. He cast a sidelong glance at Sun Hoyuan and said, "Old son, I suspect this fellow is far from ordinary." Indeed, as prominent figures of their caliber, they had long since cultivated an extraordinary insight. Sun Hoyuan observed Yiming on the screen, anticipation flickering in his eyes. This lad had been personally mentioned by Li Sufeng, indicating that he was likely not as foolish as he appeared. Moreover, his gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any hint of panic, exuding a profound confidence in his impending actions. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding their appropriateness. His words abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, within the scene, Yiming sprang into action. In the vast, shadowy hall, 1,200 single-eyed blood beasts surged towards him with eyes aflame in crimson. Though diminutive in stature, their bodies were adorned with sharp spines and laced with deadly venom. A mere brush against them could spell instant demise even for a colossal adult elephant. Small, swift, and driven by fierce aggression, their numbers were staggering, 1,000 in total. They charged towards Yiming in a magnificent display. The divine fallen armor boasted exceptional defense, capable of withstanding the ravages of poison. Yiming, unleash your fury, the shadowy figure promptly urged. Yiming nodded, grasping the divine fallen scythe. And like a bolt of black lightning, he plunged into the throng of beasts. With a swift thrust, the scythe cleaved through the obsidian air, transforming into a crescent arc that, accompanied by a spurt of blood, severed dozens of beasts in an instant. As more single-eyed blood beasts lunged at him, Yiming planted one foot firmly on the ground, launching himself diagonally into another group of the ferocious creatures. With another decisive sweep of the crescent arc, yet another wave of beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Observing from above, Yiming appeared as a dark ray of death penetrating the beast horde, traversing through them with reckless abandon. Each strike he delivered left a trail of black crescents, and with every movement, a dark afterimage lingered behind, intertwining to create a haunting tableau of death and darkness. In a mere span of 3 minutes, 1,000 one-eyed blood beasts lay sprawled upon the ground. Slaying a second-tier one-eyed blood beast grants 7 realm experience, 7 spirit skill experience. Slaying a second-tier one-eyed blood beast grants 7 realm experience, 7 spirit skill experience. Slaying a second-tier one-eyed blood beast grants 7 realm experience, 7 spirit skill experience. How is this even conceivable? He is merely a first-tier contract master. How could he have slain 1,000 second-tier ferocious beasts? Such a feat is unfathomable. Even if one were to contract an SSS-level Saintus, this lad must be concealing his true strength. Zhang Guanghu's eyes widened in disbelief, his perception shattered by this revelation. A first tier? No, his current realm is indeed second tier. Jiang Qingyi's assertion left everyone momentarily speechless. Second tier? This boy, is he truly second tier? How can that be? Prior to entering the secret realm, I had interacted with him. His aura was unmistakably that of a first tier. It was quite evident. Su Xiaoyu, with her neck craned, was so consumed by jealousy that she momentarily forgot Jiang Qingyi's esteemed status. He is, after all, the head of the Cangnan secret realm, a genuine authority. How could he possibly be mistaken? Old Jiang, in my opinion, Night Ming must have undergone a breakthrough within the secret realm. Let us review the previous surveillance footage. Following Sun Hoyuan's suggestion, Jiang Qingyi promptly accessed the earlier recordings. Indeed, he discovered that during the third layer, Night Ming's strength had experienced a remarkable surge, accompanied by various extraordinary phenomena. This is a breakthrough. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Yesterday he awakened, and today he has become a second-tier contract master. This young man is undoubtedly a prodigy. Jiang Qingyi's laughter was hearty, for he held a deep appreciation for talent. What is even more significant is that this talent hails from Cangnan City. Indeed, based on various indicators, he can already be regarded as a super genius. Even an SSS-level saintly contract master would find it difficult to rival him. However, Sun Hoyuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The information he received from Li Sufing indicated that Yi Ming not only possessed high aptitude, but also demonstrated formidable combat abilities. More importantly, his assassination skills were top-notch, marking him as a natural-born killer. Judging by Yi Ming's current performance, his combat experience, fighting prowess, and talent are beyond doubt. Yet, he has not displayed any assassination techniques. Not only has he failed to exhibit such skills, but his fighting style is remarkably aggressive, starkly contrasting with the stealthy nature of a true assassin. Based on his current demeanor, he does not seem suited to join the organization. Sun Hoyuan sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, since Li Sufing had made such a statement, it was unlikely to be a jest. Therefore, he resolved to observe further. Within the Blood Demon Tower, after Yi Ming successfully navigated the 7th level, he swiftly passed through the 8th level. The 8th level was teeming with a staggering 1,500 ferocious beasts. To expedite the process, Yi Ming chose to employ the technique of Eternal Knight's Descent, annihilating all these beasts in an instant. This display of overwhelming combat prowess further deepened Sun Hoyuan's seriousness. A powerful area of effect spiritual technique is indeed the hallmark of a warrior charging into battle. To truly become an assassin, the optimal configuration would be an exceptionally strong single-target spiritual technique. Perhaps, Old Li has made a mistake? In contrast to the explanations of others, Sun Hoyuan places greater faith in the evidence of his own eyes. However, upon entering the 9th level, Yi Ming soon realizes that even the eyes can be deceiving. The Blood Demon Tower, 9th level. The Grand Hall is adorned with flickering candle flames upon its surrounding walls. The blue flames dance in the absence of wind, casting eerie shadows that claw and writhe upon the walls. At the center of the hall lies an exquisitely carved wooden box. Within it rests a pulsating black heart, the heart of the Blood Demon King. Yi Ming, this artifact will aid in my ascension. Could you assist me in acquiring it? Ing Yu implores earnestly. Yi Ming gestures dismissively. There is no need for such formality between us. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming lightly steps forward, dashing towards the heart of the Blood Demon King. However, just then, an unforeseen event transpires. Without warning, two colossal shadows materialize on either side of the wooden box. Towering at 5 meters, their robust forms brandish massive axes, descending upon Yi Ming with lethal intent. Be cautious. They are Blood Demon Kings, not mere second-tier ferocious beasts. Ing Yu exclaims, her voice filled with urgency. As she shouts, tendrils of dark energy coalesce, wrapping around the axes of the two Blood Demon Kings, stalling their movements. With swift reflexes, Yi Ming seizes the heart of the Blood Demon King. Simultaneously, with his back turned to the two formidable foes and wielding the Godfall scythe, he turns with a flash of crimson in his eyes. The Dark Domain. Unfold. Assassination. Commence. Chapter 16. Born to be an assassin. At the heart of the night, darkness perpetually spreads, ultimately coalescing into an utterly desolate and silent realm. Two Blood Demon Kings find themselves ensnared within this shadowy domain, as if bound by an invisible force that diminishes not only their speed, but also their strength and reflexes. With fierce, bulging eyes, they wield their axes, aiming strikes at the figure of Yi Ming. Unfazed, Yi Ming's expression remains impassive as his form inexplicably descends into the dark realm, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a whisper of his presence. Damn, what is this? Sun Hoyuan, observing from the sidelines, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. He swiftly moved to the front, his gaze fixed on the dark realm conjured by Yi Ming, his demeanor turning solemn and grave. His fingers trembled with anticipation. If Yi Ming's earlier display of martial prowess was akin to a war god charging into battle, then the present dark realm is the quintessential domain for an assassin. The gravity of Sun Hoyuan's expression softened as he finally comprehended why Li Sufeng had fervently recommended this young man to him. Setting aside the question of Yi Ming's overall strength, the mere existence of this dark realm already surpasses that of many professional assassins. Within the Grand Hall of the Ninth Tier, the two Blood Demon Kings frantically swung their massive axes, the inky surroundings filling their hearts with dread and apprehension. They yearned to break free, yet once ensnared in the dark realm, escape proved to be an arduous challenge. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered without warning. The Blood Demon King on the left, sensing danger as its eyes darted, instinctively raised a clawed hand, only to grasp a small dagger instead. Let out a roar. The Blood Demon King, bewildered by the dagger in its grip, suddenly felt a searing pain radiate from beneath its feet. In the invisible darkness, a sharp scythe swung in a wide arc, cleaving the full moon. Yi Ming's speed was astonishing, effortlessly severing the ankles of the Blood Demon King. Boom! The left Blood Demon King fell instantaneously. The right Blood Demon King, wide-eyed and breathless, gripped its massive axe, its head swiveling as it scanned the surroundings, occasionally swinging its weapon without warning. It sought to employ this erratic randomness as a defense to thwart Yi Ming's assault. Whoosh! Another flash of cold light flickered. The Blood Demon King instinctively raised a clawed hand, and upon realizing it was yet another dagger, it did not hesitate, striking downward behind it. Had Yi Ming adhered to his previous approach, his head would likely have been cleaved in two. However, the Blood Demon King's attack went awry. Splurt! Blood gushed forth. The Blood Demon King was cleaved in twain, its head tumbling to the ground, ultimately consumed by the darkness. Yi Ming, wielding the scythe, gradually revealed his form. Astonishingly suspended upside down, in the realm of darkness, he possessed an extraordinary degree of freedom, impervious even to the pull of gravity. The two Blood Demon Kings were effortlessly dispatched by Yi Ming. This, old son, this lad is truly exceptional. Jiang Qingyi, having observed the battle, spoke with palpable excitement. Sun Hoyuan narrowed his eyes, his expression serious and grave, yet inwardly, he was elated. Oldly did not deceive me. Yi Ming is indeed a rare and exceptional talent. Sun Hoyuan had witnessed Yi Ming's final defeat of the Blood Demon King, and while it appeared as a one-sided domination, the intricacies within the details were manifold. A completely concealed figure, with an aura so repressed that even the fiercest of beasts could not perceive it. The decisiveness and ruthlessness in action, coupled with cleverly misleading tactics, these are essential attributes for becoming a top-tier assassin. Yi Ming possesses them all. Not only does he possess these qualities, but he also adeptly applies them in practical scenarios. In Sun Hoyuan's eyes, Yi Ming is a born killer. When he emerges, ensure you keep him occupied. I need to contact an important individual. Sun Hoyuan spoke to Jiang Qingyi in a tone meant solely for their ears. An important individual. Jiang Qingyi understood that Sun Hoyuan hailed from the prestigious Star Demon University. The significance of someone he referred to as important is self-evident. Finding a secluded spot, Sun Hoyuan dialed a number. A deep, aged voice answered. What is it? Sun Hoyuan succinctly replied, Teacher, Old Li and I have discovered a promising candidate in Songnan City. I have sent you his information. Yes, he has yet to undergo the martial arts examination, but Old Li has interacted with him. All right, I will inquire about him shortly. You can rest assured. Successfully killed a second-tier Blood Demon King. Realm experience 20, spiritual skill experience 20. Successfully killed a second-tier Blood Demon King. Realm experience 20, spiritual skill experience 20. Indeed, this was no ordinary second-tier beast. The experience points were more than double. Yi Ming concentrated, examining his panel. Vitality, 200. Mental strength, 200. Realm, second-tier contract master, 21,321 Spells, Dark Domain, level 4. Divine Fallen Demon Armor, level 4. Eternal Night Descends, level 5. My Vitality. Mental Strength, and spells have all experienced remarkable enhancement. More importantly, I have ascended to the second-tier realm. This Blood Demon Tower is indeed an extraordinary place. A satisfied smile graced Yiming's face. Of course, aside from the growth in power, Yiming also acquired numerous materials from ferocious beasts. The most significant of these is undoubtedly the heart of the Blood Demon King. According to Ing Yuyu, this item will assist in her level advancement. Now at SSS level, what might she become after the enhancement? Yiming could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. However, he understood that a mere heart of the Blood Demon King could not possibly elevate Ing Yuyu's level. Let us go, Yiming. There is nothing of value left here. It is time to depart, Ing Yuyu whispered. Yiming nodded and pressed the teleportation button. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Zhang Guanghu and others approached him with stern faces, their expressions grave. Yiming furrowed his brow, a dagger slipping from his sleeve, revealing a glimmer of its blade. Upon reaching a meter away from Yiming, Zhang Guanghu and the others halted. Then, the seriousness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a sycophantic grin. Hee. Yiming, we had a bit of friction earlier in the secret realm. I offer my sincerest apologies for my previous behavior. I was unaware of your capabilities. Had I known, not even 100-fold courage would have compelled me to provoke you. I have already been admonished by Director Jiang and his colleagues, and I have come to recognize my mistakes. With that, Zhang Guanghu slightly inclined his body. Behind him, Jiang Qingyi and Sun Hoyuan exchanged knowing smiles with Yiming. Though their identities remained unclear, Yiming instinctively understood that anyone addressed as director was certainly no ordinary individual. Very well, let us proceed as such. Yiming nodded expressionlessly. Zhang Guanghu let out a sigh of relief, eagerly grasping Yiming's hand. Excellent. I knew you possessed great magnanimity, Yiming. Do come find me when you have the time. I have a bit of renown on North Tiger Street, and I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. After a few courteous exchanges, Zhang Guanghu departed the teleportation hall with his team, bowing and nodding to Jiang Qingyi and the others as he left. Once Zhang Guanghu and his companions had exited, only one person remained before Yiming, Su Xiaoyu. At that moment, she had donned a pristine white dress, her hair cascading in soft waves, her face adorned with a hint of makeup that accentuated her pure and enchanting beauty. Reminiscent of the ethereal white moonlight many yearn for online. Yiming, I must admit my fault earlier. I apologize, Su Xiaoyu said, her lips pressed together, her cheeks flushing with practiced embarrassment. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and extended her hand, speaking gently. Shall we reintroduce ourselves? My name is Su Xiaoyu, and you are? Night Ming furrowed his brows. What is this? Playing with children? As a top-tier assassin, Su Xiaoyu's pretentious innocence was as ineffective before him as a bottle of shower gel diluted beyond recognition. I apologize, but I do not recognize you. Nor do I wish to. Night Ming brushed past her, disregarding her emotions entirely, and strode directly towards Jiang Qingyi and his companion. Su Xiaoyu, filled with indignation and embarrassment, shot Night Ming a glare. She had resorted to donning a little white dress, a notorious weapon to attract men, yet it failed to captivate him. Her anger was palpable, but ultimately, she could do nothing but depart in silence. Upon reaching Jiang Qingyi and his companion, Night Ming spoke candidly. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Ah, quite the charmer. Jiang Qingyi chuckled. You are from the Night family of Tsongnan, are you not? Sun Hoyuan turned his gaze towards Night Ming. Night Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I am acquainted with your fourth uncle, Night Zheng. Sun Hoyuan patted Night Ming's shoulder and inquired with a smile. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 17. The Elite Assassin Organization, the Hall of Slaughter. In a quiet room, Night Ming and Sun Hoyuan sat opposite each other. The windows were tightly shut, and the drawn curtains blocked out all light, enveloping the room in darkness as if isolating it from the outside world. Hello, Night Ming. I am Sun Hoyuan, a professor at Tsinghua University. Sun Hoyuan regarded Night Ming with a serious demeanor. What I am about to disclose may alter the course of your life. Prior to this, you have the right to choose whether to listen or not. Should you choose to listen, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Should you choose not to listen, you are free to depart at any moment, yet I implore you to forget this conversation. Night Ming was momentarily taken aback, his breath quickening. He was acutely aware that the middle-aged man before him, Sun Hoyuan, was not jesting. The ensuing dialogue would indeed pertain to a matter of utmost confidentiality. Recalling Li Sufeng's earlier commendation of the Star Demon University, coupled with Sun Hoyuan's recent observation of his prowess within the Blood Demon Tower, Night Ming surmised that Sun Hoyuan had recognized his capabilities, hence this discussion. Since he was already present, he deemed it prudent to listen. Night Ming affixed his signature to the confidentiality agreement. Sun Hoyuan stored the document away, a look of relief washing over his countenance. Very well, Night Ming, he began. Are you aware that your talent is exceptionally high? This talent does not merely refer to your spiritual aptitude, but rather your assassination skills. Night Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, as a premier assassin, his displayed capabilities could hardly escape the notice of a figure like Sun Hoyuan. Even with his attempts at subtlety, some traces would inevitably surface. Have you ever contemplated becoming an assassin? Sun Hoyuan inquired, directing his gaze towards Night Ming. Night Ming remained noncommittal, his expression unflinching as he replied, In my youth, I admired assassins, perceiving them as quite intriguing. Additionally, Director Li mentioned to me yesterday that I hold a keen interest in the assassination program your esteemed institution offers. I shall certainly prioritize it during my application process. The assassination program at Starry Sky University is renowned, a highly coveted course of study. Ha. Sun Hoyuan chuckled heartily and waved his hand, stating that the professional training of assassins merely imparts a novel approach to combat. The truly elite assassins emerge from perilous assassinations, a transformation that cannot be taught through coursework. This notion resonated deeply with Yi Ming, who had once been a member of the world's largest assassin organization. He had witnessed many aspiring assassins diligently studying to refine their craft, becoming engrossed in textbook techniques and fixated on the superficial data derived from dummies, while neglecting the most vital prerequisite for becoming an assassin, practical experience. To truly excel as an assassin, one must undoubtedly endure the rigors of real-world combat. This encompasses not only the honing of professional skills, but, more importantly, the cultivation of one's mental fortitude. Mr. Sun, I must admit I do not quite grasp your meaning. Did you summon me to unveil the essence of being an assassin? Yi Ming decided to cut through the pleasantries and pose his inquiry directly. Sun Hoyuan understood his intent, smiled calmly, and interlaced his fingers behind his head. His gaze fixed on Yi Ming, sparkling with profound insight. Would you like to join the Hall of Slaughter and become a true assassin? Yi Ming was taken aback. The Hall of Slaughter? He frantically sifted through his memories, but despite his utmost efforts to recall, he found no trace of such an entity. There was no need to ponder further. The Hall of Slaughter was a highly confidential, legitimate assassin organization, known to only a select few. Sun Hoyuan proceeded to provide Yi Ming with an overview of the Hall of Slaughter. The most formidable and elite assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom was established 50 years ago, proposed and founded by the esteemed Star Demon University. It boasts a cadre of hundreds of assassins, spanning the entire realm. Its operations extend beyond merely executing assassinations of ferocious beasts. It also undertakes missions against criminal factions, foreign spies, and influential families from other nations. It serves as a clandestine sword, wielding significant authority in the management of shadowy affairs. There are but two avenues for joining the Susa Hall, being valued or receiving a recommendation. There exists no path for voluntary entry. The Susa Hall imposes few restrictions. As long as one does not contravene its fundamental principles, one enjoys a sense of freedom akin to that of home. Upon joining the Susa Hall, one is granted a special status, a designation that confers additional rights under the law. Sun Hoyuan smiled knowingly, his expression laden with meaning. Yi Ming immediately grasped the implication. Special status? A golden ticket to immunity. While perhaps not as extravagant as a literal golden ticket, it certainly would not fall far short. Aside from this special status, are there other advantages? Yi Ming inquired. You are quite forthright, Sun Hoyuan chuckled, gesturing towards Yi Ming before producing pertinent documents. A full A4 page detailing the benefits awaited. A total of 35 advantages were meticulously enumerated. Sun Hoyuan emphasized several key points. First, an exceptionally high annual salary, no less than 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins. According to Sun Hoyuan, among the current assassins of the Susa Hall, the highest annual salary exceeds 1 billion, rivaling the net profits of a large corporation within a year. Second, preferential access to resources. The Susa Hall, being a creation of Star Demon University, receives substantial government funding, with 60% of the university's annual resource expenditure allocated specifically to the Susa Hall. The extent of resource allocation speaks for itself, and you should grasp it intuitively. Sun Hoyuan's explanation left Yi Ming astounded once more. Star Demon University allocates 60% of its resources annually. It is worth noting that Star Demon University ranks among the premier institutions in Longguo, with its annual expenditure translating into astronomical figures in Longguo currency. The significance of the Susa Pavilion to Star Demon University, and indeed to the entirety of Longguo, is self-evident. Furthermore, we shall provide you with complimentary services. In the future, should you join a contract master organization, be it entering a secret realm or a contract master hospital, all will be free of charge for life. Sun Hoyuan maintained a smile throughout, a smile imbued with confidence. Yiming could not help but marvel at the benefits of joining the Susa Pavilion, which are unparalleled in Longguo. However, the sole drawback is danger. A killer, no further introduction is necessary. The very term killer underscores the inherent peril. Additionally, we will offer discreet support to your family. Sun Hoyuan smiled at Yiming, saying, if I recall correctly, the Wang family and your Yi family have quite the rivalry in Songnan City, do they not? Could it be? Yiming understood the implication behind Sun Hoyuan's words. Once he joins the Susa Pavilion, Songnan City will no longer be dominated by the Yi and Wang families, but rather, the Yi family will reign supreme. We at the Susa Pavilion also provide new members with additional perks. Sun Hoyuan raised a finger and said with a grin, you may make one reasonable request. Yiming found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He furrowed his brow, reluctant to resume his former profession. However, the generous offer from the assassination hall was undeniably tempting, making it difficult for him to refuse. Moreover, as a top-tier assassin, joining the assassination hall would undoubtedly allow him to thrive and ascend effortlessly. Yiming, inquire whether he possesses black dragon bone marrow. Just as Yiming was about to speak, Ing Yu interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Yiming posed a question, Teacher's son. May I ask if I could obtain black dragon bone marrow as part of the newcomer benefits? Chapter 18. A Visit from Starry Sky University. Upon hearing Yiming's request for black dragon bone marrow, even the steadfast Sun Hoyuan appeared somewhat taken aback. Black dragon bone marrow is a rare material obtained only from slaying the formidable 7th-tier beast, the Dark Tyrant Dragon, and is priced at an astonishing tens of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins per drop, with very few available in stock or on the market. Sun Hoyuan was astonished that Yiming, merely a newly awakened contract master, displayed such a clear intent regarding beast materials. Nonetheless, being a member of the prominent Yi family in Songnan City, it was only natural for him to possess profound insights. Indeed, if you can officially join the assassination hall, I will provide you with black dragon bone marrow. Sun Hoyuan declared with utmost sincerity, thumping his chest in assurance. With this promise made, Yiming no longer hesitated and resolved to join the assassination hall. However, joining the assassination hall was not merely a matter of signing a contract. The most crucial aspect was the assessment. Only upon successfully passing the evaluation could one truly become a member of the assassination hall. Naturally, Yiming had anticipated this. After all, an organization of assassins without assessments could hardly be deemed a true assassin organization. What are the assessment criteria? Yiming inquired. Sun Hoyuan contemplated for a moment before responding. The palace assessment consists of 4 requirements. First, you must achieve a score of at least 700 in the martial arts examination, with a maximum score of 1000, which should not pose much difficulty for you. Second, you are to undergo tests of strength and physical fitness. I have already submitted your battle video against the Blood Demon Beast, thus you are exempt from this requirement. Third, you must navigate the Solo Secret Realm, the Mechanical Tunnel, and your score must be exemplary. Fourth, you will need to carry out an assassination mission, the specifics of which I will disclose later. There is approximately 1 month until the martial arts examination, so there is no need to rush on the first requirement. Currently, your immediate tasks are to traverse the Solo Secret Realm, the Mechanical Tunnel, and to execute an assassination mission. The difficulty of both is relatively manageable. However, Teacher's son, if I recall correctly, the Mechanical Tunnel is a VIP secret realm, and I believe I have yet to qualify for VIP access. Yiming shrugged lightly. In this context, VIP refers not only to membership, but also to the level of difficulty. Even among low-level secret realms, adding VIP status increases the challenge to several times that of a regular secret realm. To gain entry to a VIP secret realm, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must spend 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins to unlock VIP privileges. Second, one must have been a contract master for more than 2 months. Yiming could readily procure the 100,000 000 Dragon Kingdom coins, yet the second condition posed a significant challenge. I only became a contract master yesterday, and I am still leagues away from fulfilling the 2-month requirement. Yiming gazed at Sun Hoyuan, a faint smile gracing his face. Sun Hoyuan undoubtedly understood his intentions. Rest assured, I will discuss this matter with Lao Jiang. The conditions are not set in stone. Thus, the matter was settled. Yiming now had his own aspirations, to join the Silent Killer's Hall through the assessment, ensuring that his exceptional skills as a top-tier assassin would not go to waste. After concluding their dialogue, Sun Hoyuan escorted Yiming to Jiang Qingyi's office. Have you finished your discussion? Jiang Qingyi inquired with a smile. Sun Hoyuan nodded and directly stated his purpose. I need you to assist with a small favor. Please grant this young man VIP access. I will cover the costs. Yiming cast a surprised glance at Sun Hoyuan, thinking to himself that this senior was quite generous, offering 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins without hesitation. Jiang Qingyi, though unaware of the specifics of Sun Hoyuan's undertakings, recognized that such a request must be grounded in significant reasoning. Consequently, he proceeded to grant Yiming the access. After registering the necessary information, Jiang Qingyi rose and declared, "You can now enter the VIP secret realm. Remember, this is not a privilege for show. The VIP realm signifies greater challenges, so exercise caution." He patted Yiming on the shoulder, imparting a serious warning. Yiming nodded in agreement, responding with a resolute, "Understood." After exchanging a few more words, Sun Hoyuan escorted Yiming out of the teleportation hall. In the final moments before leaving, he posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. "Yiming, you have contracted with an SSS ranked witch, correct?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Oh." Sun Hoyuan pondered for a moment, resting his fist against his chin in contemplation. "The contract which may appear weak in the beginning, but this notion does not apply to you. My current concern lies with the issue of backlash, which contract practitioners are easily subjected to the repercussions of slaughter. This is something I urge you to take seriously." Yiming patted his chest in assurance, saying, "Rest assured, teacher Sun, I will be vigilant." "Very well," Sun Hoyuan responded, giving Yiming's shoulder a reassuring pat and nodding earnestly. "I hope you can alter society's perception of which contract practitioners. Keep striving. I have faith in you." As Yiming approached his home, he noticed several luxurious black cars parked at the entrance, all bearing unfamiliar license plates. Towering bodyguards, whose muscles seemed ready to burst through their suits, stood beside the vehicles. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiming understood that guests had arrived at his residence, and of a rather high stature. "My heavens, you finally returned. Where have you been? I called you numerous times, and you didn't answer. It's been exasperating." The moment Yi Xinshin saw Yiming, she rushed over and playfully slapped the back of his head, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "I was at the Blood Demon Tower," Yiming explained. "My phone was off at the time, and then some other matters arose." "What is the matter, elder sister?" "Ah," Yi Xingxin sighed, gesturing towards the reception room behind her. "Someone from Starry Sky University has arrived. You should hurry inside and see. I overheard them mentioning something about changing the contract spirit." "Change the contract spirit? Can this thing really be altered? After the contract? Isn't it impossible to change the contract spirit?" Night Ming pondered with uncertainty. Night Xian shook her head. "I don't know either. You'll find out once you enter. Uncle and the others are waiting for you." Under Night Xian's guidance, Night Ming stepped into the reception room. Upon entering, he was greeted by two unfamiliar faces. One was an elderly man with grizzled hair and beard, clad in loose-fitting martial arts attire, reminiscent of a retired gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the park. However, the invisible pressure he emanated rendered Night Ming's breathing rapid. Behind the elder stood a competent young man, attired in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a young business magnate. These two were certainly not ordinary individuals. "You little rascal, you finally returned. Come here." Uncle Night Jun beckoned Night Ming over. Then began the introductions. "This is Professor Wang Chong Kong from Stargazing University, and this is Assistant Zhang." "Stargazing University? One of the top 4 universities in Dragon Country? Wait, why would a professor from Stargazing University come looking for me?" Night Ming was perplexed, yet out of courtesy, he extended his hand and greeted, "Hello, Professor Wang." Professor Wang Chong Kong smiled and nodded, displaying a sense of admiration for Night Ming. "A promising talent indeed. We must not let it go to waste." "Head of the Night family, I believe I can now discuss my earlier proposal," Night Jun said with a smile, turning his gaze toward Night Ming. "Night Ming, Professor Wang has come to inquire whether you have any thoughts on altering the contract spirit." Chapter 19. The exclusive panel, The Path of the Shadows Revival. Is it possible to alter the contracted spirit? Was it not stated that once a contract is made, it cannot be changed? Yi Ming inquired. Wang Changkong waved his hand, and Assistant Zhang, standing nearby, immediately comprehended the cue. He opened the documents and elaborated. In principle, once a contract is established, the contracted spirit cannot be altered. Even the highest-tier spirits lack the requisite power to sustain a second contract. However, a fully leveled spirit differs with the assistance of a 7th-tier or higher contract master. It is possible to re-establish a contract. Nevertheless, upon recontracting, your spirit will descend from full level to top tier, at which point you will forfeit the right to choose your contracted spirit. After Assistant Zhang concluded his explanation, he prudently stepped back. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming and Yi Jun could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Who would have thought it could be done this way? Indeed, possessing a high-tier spirit has its advantages. I have come here with the intention of the Vice President of the Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong remarked, maintaining a warm and amiable smile. Yi Ming, should you require assistance, the Vice President will personally intervene on your behalf. At that time, you may contract an SSS-grade Holy Maiden. I hope you will give it careful consideration. In the perception of the majority of contract masters, witches are seen as inferior to Holy Maidens, even an SSS grade which fails to capture their regard. Wang Changkong shares this sentiment, firmly believing that Yi Ming is likely to accept his proposal. After all, the drawbacks of contracting a witch will swiftly become apparent post-agreement. Nonetheless, Night Ming's response took him by surprise. I apologize, Teacher Wang, but I have no intention of changing my contract spirit. From the moment I chose the contract witch, my bond with my spirit was destined to remain unbroken. Wang Changkong paused momentarily, while Assistant Zhang expressed his confusion. Night Ming, you possess a fully developed spirit. Contracting a saintess would be the optimal choice. The disadvantages of a witch are numerous, and you might come to regret it. No. Night Ming shook his head, his gaze resolute. I will not regret it. As his words faded, the aura of a second-tier contract master was unleashed without reservation. The entire reception room became suffused with dark energy, a peculiar presence that incited an involuntary sense of fear and trembling within. Is this a second-tier contract master? Wang Changkong inquired, astonished. Night Ming nodded affirmatively. Yes, I just achieved this breakthrough today. Contracted yesterday, and today I have ascended. I believe this pace would be unmatched even by an SSS-level saintess contract master, wouldn't you agree? One day to progress from first to second tier, such an occurrence has never been recorded in the history of Long Kingdom. Wang Changkong nodded gravely, managing a detached smile. It seems, then, that the witch you contracted is indeed quite remarkable. Whether she is remarkable or not remains to be seen, but she is indeed well suited for me. Night Ming replied calmly, maintaining the decorum expected of him. I understand, Wang Changkong said, his eyelids drooping slightly as he pondered. Now that you have become a second-tier contract master, altering your contract spirit is no longer feasible. Furthermore, it appears you have no desire to do so. He suddenly turned to Night Jun, smiling and waving his hand. Master Yi, I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and walked away. As a professor at the Starry Sky University, Wang Changkong had arrived brimming with confidence. However, the outcome left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he departed, Wang Changkong patted Yi Ming's shoulder, smiled, and said nothing. Once they were back in the luxurious sedan, Assistant Zhang sighed and voiced his thoughts. I never anticipated that Yi Ming would refuse. Even more surprising is that he has become a second-tier contract master. What a pity for that high-level spirit. Wang Changkong sat in the back seat, arms crossed, gazing out the window, his expression contemplative, as if pondering something profound. Teacher Wang, what shall we do next? Regarding the special recruitment slot originally designated for Yi Ming, what now? One cannot hang their hopes on a single tree, he said. Wang Changkong waved his hand dismissively. Responding in a calm tone, I heard that a certain individual from Songbei City has attained an SSS rank. Let us investigate. If he meets the criteria, we can allocate the special recruitment slot to him. Does Starry Sky University truly need to worry about attracting geniuses? Later, Yi Ming exchanged a few words with his second uncle, who was quite excited, showering Yi Ming with praise, exclaiming that he had brought honor to the Yi family. Yi Ming could see that his second uncle was genuinely happy for him. Upon returning to his room, Yi Ming retrieved the heart of the blood demon he had acquired from the blood demon tower and inwardly inquired, how should this be used? Ing Yu gently said, hold it in your hands and leave the rest to me. Yiming followed her instruction. Wisps of dark energy coalesced from his chest, entwining around the heart of the Blood Demon King, voraciously siphoning the energy contained within. Only when it had drained completely, leaving it withered and desiccated, did the dark essence gradually dissipate. Before Yiming, a new panel emerged. Contract Spirit, the Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Ingyu. Level, SSS. Progress, 0.05. Revival Progress, 1. What is this? Yiming was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the new panel before him, a wave of confusion surging within him. For this panel was a privilege unattainable by other contract practitioners. It was a secret exclusive to him and Ingyu. Yiming. The Black Dragonbone Marrow I previously inquired about can enhance my revival progress. I can sense that when my revival progress reaches 5, I will gain greater autonomy, allowing me to assist you in battle. Ingyu's voice flowed like water. Yiming's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, is that truly possible? Others may not be aware, but it seems I can, Ingyu replied. She then attempted to summon a fragment of dark power, forming a shield upon Yiming's arm. This power originated from Ingyu herself, not from within Yiming's body. However, the effect was fleeting. What you're saying is, the higher the revival progress, the greater your autonomy, correct? Yiming inquired. Ingyu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, affirming with a soft, yes, yes. I wish to inquire whether, upon achieving a complete recovery, it signifies that you possess absolute freedom. For instance, can you detach from my corporeal form and become an entirely new entity? Upon uttering these words, Yiming was met with silence from Ingyu. In the depths of the Divine Sea, she hung her head low, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Ingyu, are you still there? Yiming probed gently. Ingyu, cradling her knees, lifted her gaze, her lashes fluttering as she replied wistfully, I do not wish to part from you. Is that so? Yiming immersed his consciousness into the Divine Sea. He crouched beside Ingyu, tenderly ruffling her hair, offering a warm smile as he reassured her, are you foolish? I never suggested you leave. Absolute freedom does not imply separation. I merely desire for you to become a complete being. A contract spirit is alive too. You are not merely a tool. His voice was soothing, and as Ingyu gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes, she felt warmth coursing through her heart, melting the chill within. Listening to his words, her eyes sparkled with tears as she nodded, choked with emotion. Yes, I understand now. Chapter 20. Intermediate Assessment? Certainly not. Subsequently, Yiming perused information regarding the secret realm, the Mechanical Tunnel. This was a low-tier VIP secret realm, where the most formidable beasts reached the 3rd tier. These creatures were predominantly crafted from metal, exhibiting both remarkable defensive and offensive capabilities. Within the tunnel, numerous mechanical contraptions abound. Laser beams emanate from the walls, and gun-mounted vehicles pose various technological perils. I currently hold the rank of a 2nd-tier contractor. However, my true prowess far surpasses that of even a 3rd-tier contractor. Therefore, the mechanical tunnel should not prove overly challenging for me. Yiming possesses great confidence in his abilities. The ferocious beasts can be dealt with. As for the mechanical traps, bullets are inanimate, while humans are alive. As a top-tier assassin, if Yiming cannot evade bullets, he might as well return home to tend to chickens. Yet, what astonishes me is that this mechanical tunnel is, in fact, a natural secret realm. Yiming is taken aback. Logically, the presence of numerous mechanical weapons would suggest an artificial secret realm. However, according to the records, the mechanical tunnel is indeed a natural secret realm that descended upon Songnan City 30 years ago. At that time, the public was stirred by the sight of the myriad mechanical weapons within the realm, sparking speculation that the ferocious beasts were hyper-intelligent extraterrestrial beings wielding terrifying technological prowess. Some even claimed that these beasts were vanguards sent by aliens to conquer Earth. Nevertheless, such discussions eventually faded into obscurity. Let us conclude here for today. It is time to rest properly. Yiming reclines on his bed, stretching out his limbs. Just then, a voice calls from outside, his older sister, Yi Xinxin. Yiming, Teacher Yang called me earlier. He said to prepare for the intermediate test organized by the school tomorrow. I've sent the information to your phone. Yiming furrows his brow slightly. Intermediate test? It seems there is indeed such a thing. Before the martial arts examination, Songnan No. 1 high school will conduct preliminary tests, intermediate tests, and mock examinations, allowing everyone to better gauge their abilities. Yiming picked up his fully charged phone and glanced at it. Intermediate test. Test content. Enter the low-level secret realm, windless forest, and collect materials from ferocious beasts. 10 hurricane claws are deemed acceptable. 20 hurricane claws are rated good. 30 hurricane claws are classified as excellent. 50 hurricane claws yield a perfect score. Defeating a first-tier ferocious beast, the hurricane eagle carries a significant probability of obtaining hurricane claws. This intermediate test poses a certain level of difficulty, yet for Yiming, it is merely a trivial matter. He wondered if his blood demon eyes could help him navigate through it. Yiming stared at the thousands of blood demon eyes within his storage ring, lost in contemplation. Subsequently, he sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen. Yiming, Teacher Yang, I wish to be absent from tomorrow's intermediate test. Here is my reason. Image, partial video. Yang Jinwen, who had just settled down to rest, frowned upon seeing Yiming's message. Skipping the preliminary test was one thing, but the intermediate test as well? What on earth is this fellow up to? Yang Jinwen expressed her dissatisfaction, yet she opened the image and video. After viewing them, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she promptly forwarded them to the principal. The principal responded immediately. Yang Jinwen, all right, Yiming, your outstanding performance has been noted by the teacher, and your request has been approved. Yang Jinwen, however, the teacher hopes you can balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourself. By the way, the principal just mentioned that if you have time, you should return to school, as he has a small surprise to assist you in becoming a second-tier contract master. Second-tier contract master? Yiming chuckled helplessly. Is this not compelling me to show off? He promptly replied. Yiming, all right, thank you, teacher. However, could you please inform the principal that I have already attained the second tier? Yang Jinwen, YUVE reached the second tier? Meanwhile, in a residential area, a man lying in bed engrossed in a book suddenly sat up with a start. His abrupt movement startled the woman beside him, who was deep in slumber. What are you doing? She exclaimed, bewildered. Is there something wrong at Songnan No. 1 High School? There is. Something significant has occurred. Principal Lin Baiyuan said excitedly, gazing at the message sent by Yang Jinwen, feeling as though his head was buzzing. Second tier. In just a single day, he had remarkably advanced to the second tier. It is worth noting that even an SSS class Saintus would typically require at least 2 weeks to achieve such a breakthrough. The following day, in the teleportation hall, Yang Jinwen was leading her classmates in registering relevant information. As it was their first entry into the secret realm, most students felt a surge of exhilaration, already envisioning themselves heroically vanquishing fearsome beasts. However, in reality, merely avoiding pursuit by the ferocious creatures would be considered a success. Before entering the secret realm, I suggest that you form teams, she advised. Pairing up will reduce the danger and allow you to gain valuable experience. As Yang Jinwen's voice faded, everyone began to seek their respective partners. Wang Haoyang approached Lu Yuxuan with a smile, inquiring, Yuxuan, shall we team up? Your contracted spirit is the SS-ranked Radiant Saintus, and mine is the S-ranked Lightning Saintus. Together, we shall undoubtedly achieve a perfect score. Lu Yuxuan remained silent, hesitating to respond immediately. Her gaze swept across the room, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Wang Haoyang disowned her unease and thought to himself, this Yiming really is something. It's one thing to skip the preliminary test, but to miss the intermediate one as well? He truly disregards the school's regulations. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure approached them. The students focused their attention, and one exclaimed, Isn't that Yiming? Oh, Yiming has arrived. Is he here to participate in the intermediate test? I thought he wouldn't show up. Another chimed in. Of course, he is here. The intermediate test is a splendid opportunity to hone one's skills in the secret realm. How could Yiming possibly miss it? Wang Haoyang interjected with a dismissive smirk. Even if Yiming is formidable, he cannot possibly complete the intermediate test ahead of time. We are all first-tier contract masters. Does he truly dare to venture into the secret realm alone? The beasts within are no mere simulations. They are quite formidable, whether Yiming attended or not. Wang Haoyang found reasons for mockery. There will always be those who choose to act foolishly, regardless. Upon seeing Yiming's arrival, Lu Yuxuan's previously tense expression began to ease. She squeezed through the crowd and hastily approached Yiming, her face radiant with joy. Hello, Yiming. It's been a while. Are you also here for the intermediate test? The teacher just asked us to form teams, but I intentionally refrained from joining one because I was waiting for you. Lu Yuxuan's face bore the sweet smile of youth. Yiming furrowed his brow slightly and, out of courtesy, replied, I'm sorry, but I am not here for the intermediate test. I have other matters to attend to. With that, after nodding at Yang Jinwen, He was escorted by a staff member who approached him, leading him towards the VIP area. As Lu Yuxuan watched Yi Ming's retreating figure, her smile abruptly vanished. Chapter 21, Solo Secret Realm, Mechanical Tunnel. Not here for the intermediate test? What does that mean? The other students were bewildered by Yi Ming's words. Could it be? Yang Jiwen interjected. I forgot to mention that Yi Ming had already visited the secret realm yesterday. He went to the Blood Demon Tower and collected over 1,000 Blood Demon Eyes. You all should learn from him and refrain from harboring any jealousy. Her remarks fell like stones into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of astonishment. What? Over 1,000 Blood Demon Eyes? Is that really true? I heard that the difficulty of the Blood Demon Tower is far greater than that of the Windless Forest. No wonder Yi Ming isn't participating in the intermediate test. If I had his strength, I wouldn't even consider the martial arts examination a challenge. Isn't it said that contract witches lack promise? Why is Yi Ming so formidable? Is this the terrifying aspect of attaining supreme spirituality? The students exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock and envy. At that moment, one student suddenly exclaimed, Wait. Isn't the direction Night Ming is heading towards the VIP secret realm? Upon hearing this, the students' gazes instinctively turned towards Night Ming. When they realized the direction he was taking, they were momentarily speechless. Goodness, it truly is the VIP secret realm. If my memory serves me right, one must be a contract master for at least 2 months to gain access to VIP status. How is it that Night Ming can enter the VIP secret realm? Among the students, there were those with considerable knowledge. Wang Haoyang furrowed his brows and muttered, he must have taken a wrong turn. However, this was not the case. Responding to Wang Haoyang was a staff member clad in a uniform. She adjusted her glasses and, with an impassive expression, explained, Mr. Night Ming has been granted privileges by Director Jiang. Furthermore, today, Director Jiang announced a new regulation. If one can slay 1,000 ferocious beasts, they may also gain early access to VIP status. This, Wang Haoyang felt as if he had been choked by a bun. His words caught in his throat and unable to be uttered. Yet, from the staff member's words, he gleaned key phrases. Director Jiang, privileges, new regulation. Could it be that Night Ming has gained the favor of Jiang Qingyi, the head of the Songnan secret realm? Was this new regulation established because of him? Wang Haoyang was taken aback, his pupils contracting suddenly, feeling as though the chasm between himself and Night Ming had widened instantaneously. Beside him, Lu Yuxuan let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming, What is so impressive about that? It's merely 1,000 ferocious beasts. I could do it too, Mr. Yi Ming. The mechanical tunnel presents significant challenges. Should you encounter any danger, please ensure you promptly press the wristband button. For your safety, we will monitor your actions throughout the process. We hope you can comprehend our intentions, said the staff member, hands resting on their abdomen, a smile gracing their face. Yi Ming nodded and stepped into the teleportation portal. In a concealed observation room, Jiang Qingyi's eyes lit up with surprise. Well, this lad is quite eager, isn't he? He only activated his VIP status yesterday. And today he dares to venture into the VIP realm? Sun Hoyuan chuckled softly, remaining silent. He understood that Yi Ming was eager to expedite his entry examination. Old son, how long do you think it will take Yi Ming to clear the realm? Jiang Qingyi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Sun Hoyuan replied with a smile. Who can say for certain? What if Yi Ming is unable to pass at all? Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Qingyi waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Anyone whom you, old son, regard highly could not possibly fail to navigate the mechanical tunnel. I have witnessed Yi Ming's prowess. The only significant threat in the entire mechanical tunnel for him is the third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This lad is adept at concealing his capabilities, possessing the power to defeat foes beyond his level. As someone of his caliber, he is already well acquainted with Yi Ming's combat abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hoyuan finally ventured a guess, about half an hour, I suppose. This marks one of the assessments for entering the hall. Through the secret realm, the mechanical tunnel. Scoring at excellence or above. Completing it in half an hour signifies excellence. Half an hour? Jiang Qingyi's expression suddenly turned solemn. This might pose a challenge. In my opinion, this lad will require at least 40 minutes. Sun Hoyuan chuckled. Then let us wait and see. Within the mechanical tunnel, as Yi Ming opened his eyes, he found himself within a tunnel. Beneath his feet lay metallic iron plates, while the alloy-crafted walls and ceiling emitted a silvery metallic sheen. At the junction of the walls and ceiling, LED light strips extended forward, casting a cerulean glow that illuminated the entire tunnel. Everything in sight brimmed with a futuristic technological ambience. This is indeed the mechanical tunnel. No sooner had Yi Ming's words left his lips than an information prompt echoed through the tunnel. Secret Realm, Mechanical Tunnel. Type, Solo Secret Realm. Difficulty, Low. Maximum Beast Realm. Tier 3. Scoring criteria, 2 hours for passing. 1 hour for good, half an hour for excellence, 10 minutes for full marks. Full marks reward, electromagnetic gloves. Half an hour signifies excellence. Yi Ming pondered for a moment, sensing the difficulty was somewhat low. However, for the sake of safety, he resolved to give his all. As a top-tier assassin, each battle necessitated his utmost effort. Only in this manner could success be more readily attained. With a deep breath, Yi Ming summoned the power of darkness, enveloping himself in a vast shroud of mist. Within this dark haze, a flicker of red light shimmered. Whoosh! Clad in the ominous Gafal armor, Yi Ming surged forth from the abyssal mist, propelling himself forward with astonishing velocity, akin to a streak of light. The mechanical tunnel extended for 10 kilometers, teeming with peril and trials. Zing! Whoosh! As anticipated, just as Yi Ming dashed at full speed, an array of laser gun barrels emerged from the once smooth tunnel walls, coalescing their power to unleash a barrage of lasers directed at him. The lasers crisscrossed, overwhelming the space. Yi Ming adeptly maneuvered his body, twisting and turning to evade the incoming beams. However, a few lasers still struck him, leaving small indentations on the Gafal armor, only to vanish within a second. Though the lasers possessed a modicum of potency, they were ultimately inconsequential. Yi Ming invoked the Dark Domain, manifesting a realm of shadows centered around himself. His speed intensified, transforming him into a swirling mass of darkness that navigated through the lasers. After traversing a kilometer, an explosion of flames erupted before him. A thick cloud of black smoke engulfed the path ahead, obscuring his vision. The sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed through the air. From the depths of the smoke emerged 10 battle robots, armed with rifles and shoulder-mounted cannons. Their metallic components glimmered, and their skeletal structures resembled humanoid forms, with bulging eyes connected to a network of wires, emitting a crimson glow. Yi Ming halted, gazing at the 10 battle robots. He reached for the Gafal scythe, grasping it firmly. As he moved, the Dark Domain enveloped the mechanical beasts, second-tier mechanical warriors, their eyes being their Achilles heel. As the progress of recovery increased, Shadow Phantom acquired greater abilities. Weakness Perception. Chapter 22. Conquering the Mechanical Tunnel. Full marks. Bang, bang, bang. Night Ming had just made a move. Instantly, the 10 mechanical warriors across from him raised their weapons, aiming their gun muzzles directly at Night Ming. In an instant, flames erupted. Countless bullets streaked through the air, propelled at astonishing speed toward Night Ming. However, when the Dark Domain fully unfolded, Night Ming spread his arms and reclined backward, as all the bullets grazed his abdomen. Night Ming vanished into the darkness. Losing their target, the mechanical warriors ceased firing and immediately formed a circular formation back to back. They raised their weapons, and the mechanical shells on their backs opened up, revealing small rocket launchers and various mechanical appendages. The moment Night Ming reappeared, they would not hesitate to unleash their firepower. These mechanical warriors were remarkably intelligent. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such entities were indeed ferocious beasts, remarked Jiang Qingyi from the observation room. He had seen this mechanical tunnel numerous times, yet each occasion left him in awe of the advanced mechanical technology within. The mechanical warriors swiftly arranged themselves in a circular formation. Night Ming found it somewhat challenging to make a move. Sun Hoyuan squinted his eyes gradually. In the next moment, within the Dark Domain, an unexpected transformation occurred. Countless dark daggers shot forth, exceedingly sharp, raining down in a torrential onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical warriors decisively opened fire. Bullets and daggers collided, mutually neutralizing their assaults. But at that moment, a single dagger pierced through the hail of gunfire, arriving before the mechanical warriors. Suddenly, it flickered with a dark radiance and transformed into Night Ming. With a swift motion, Night Ming wielded his scythe, effortlessly slicing through the eyes of 3 mechanical warriors. In an instant, he shifted his position, reappearing among other shadowy daggers, evading bullets while reaping the mechanical foes. In less than a minute, with a series of thuds, all 10 mechanical warriors lay defeated, sparks erupting from their severed eyes. Slain second-tier mechanical warrior, Realm Experience 6, Spirit Technique Experience 6. Slain second-tier mechanical warrior, Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Slain second-tier mechanical warrior, Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. After vanquishing the mechanical warriors, Night Ming pressed onward, his pace remarkable as he expertly dodged every laser beam. Just then, 3 rockets suddenly soared towards him from the front. With no time to evade, he cleaved them apart with his scythe. The explosion reverberated, and from the cloud of smoke emerged Night Ming, unscathed by the blast. It was at this moment he discerned 3 colossal mechanical crocodiles, clad in iron armor, charging toward him with razor-sharp teeth and glowing crimson eyes. As they neared, their tails extended with countless iron spikes, striking him with a resounding thud, akin to a massive boulder colliding with him. Night Ming was forced back several meters. These were mechanical crocodiles, renowned for their brute strength in combat. The sturdy exoskeleton serves as an exceptional defensive weapon, yet one might endeavor to strike at their vulnerable underbelly. Shadowy whispers promptly conveyed this weakness to Yi Ming. With this newfound knowledge, everything became resolvable. Yi Ming gripped his scythe tightly and surged forth into the realm of darkness. As the dark domain enveloped the 3 mechanical crocodiles, Yi Ming once again slipped into the shadows. With astonishing speed, he launched his assault from below, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp strikes. The sound of slicing echoed as he cleaved through the underbellies of the mechanical beasts, sparks of electricity crackling in abundance. Successfully vanquished a second-order mechanical crocodile. Realm Experience 7. Spirit Technique Experience 7. Successfully vanquished a second-order mechanical crocodile. Realm Experience 7. Spirit Technique Experience 7. Successfully vanquished a second-order mechanical crocodile. Realm Experience 7. Spirit Technique Experience 7. In Yi Ming's hands, the 3 mechanical crocodiles succumbed in less than a minute. To expedite his passage through the mechanical tunnel, Yi Ming quickened his pace, resembling a meteor darting through a hail of gunfire, skillfully evading danger at every turn. Naturally, during his journey, he encountered other ferocious beasts, octopuses with 8 mechanical tentacles, colossal crabs, and half-biological, half-technological mechanical werewolves. These formidable creatures possessed considerable strength. In an ordinary second-order contract, Spirit Master would require at least 10 to several dozen minutes to slay them. Yet, Yi Ming acted decisively, leaving no room for hesitation, cleanly and efficiently concluding each battle. The mechanical tunnel spanned 10 kilometers, and Yi Ming reached its terminus in merely 5 minutes, having traversed the distance while deftly avoiding traps and predators along the way. Night Ming's formidable physical prowess was evident. At the end of the mechanical tunnel, a towering mechanical Tyrannosaurus, standing 10 meters high, descended from above. It revealed its serrated fangs and let out a roar, sending invisible sound waves reverberating through the tunnel, shattering light fixtures one by one. "Is this the lion's roar technique?" Night Ming remarked with a peculiar expression. Before he could react, the previously roaring mechanical Tyrannosaurus suddenly lunged towards him without warning. Its head struck the ground like a falling boulder, creating a deep crater in the iron-plated floor. With a swift motion, Night Ming propelled himself into the air to evade the attack. The mechanical beast, sensing his movement, swung its head as if wielding a meteor hammer. With a resounding crash, it slammed Night Ming into the left wall. What the hell? This mechanical Tyrannosaurus is a tier 3 ferocious beast. Could Night Ming be in danger? Jiang Qingyi in the observation room instantly became somewhat anxious. Sun Hoyuan, with his arms crossed, remained silent and appeared much calmer. In the mechanical tunnel, Night Ming, after being struck, glared at the wall and used it as leverage to charge at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. With his long scythe raised above his head, he prepared to deliver a crescent slash. At that moment, the mechanical beast lifted its head, opening its mouth to reveal a long-accumulated laser cannon. Zing! The laser shot forth like a pillar, instantly creating a large hole in the ceiling. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus scanned the opening with its eyes, detecting no signs of life, and was momentarily taken aback. "Big Lummox, are you looking for me?" Night Ming's voice echoed from behind the mechanical beast. At the very moment the laser was unleashed, he utilized the velocity enhancement of the Divine Fallen armor to instantaneously teleport onto the back of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Roar! The mechanical beast, enraged, thrashed its body in a futile attempt to dislodge Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming stood firmly atop, his feet seemingly glued to the surface, as steadfast as a mountain. With his right hand grasping the long scythe, he advanced step by step toward the creature's neck. The time for play had concluded. What lay ahead was the moment of reckoning. With a surge of power in his legs, Yi Ming propelled himself forth like an arrow released from its bow. The Divine Fallen scythe sliced through the void. A torrent of dark energy surged forth, leaving a black trail in its wake. The blood-red eyes upon the blade emanated a fierce glow, an aura of slaughter permeating the air. All the power within Yiming converged in his arms, transferring into the scythe amidst the intertwining darkness and crimson. He unleashed his spiritual technique, Eternal Night Descends. This time, it was not a widespread attack, but rather a monumental single-target explosion. Within the mechanical tunnel, where arcs of electricity flickered erratically, the lights dimmed in an unpredictable dance, ultimately succumbing to an impenetrable darkness. With a hiss, the resplendent blood-red crescent cleaved through the silence of the dark, the scythe slicing through metal with a distinctive resonance, as if heralding a symphony of night and death. Thud. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus's head crashed to the ground, its energy source extinguished, and its once fiery crimson eyes began to dim. The judgment had been rendered. Yiming landed gracefully, with a sweeping gesture. The long scythe and the armor vanished like wisps of smoke, leaving no trace behind. The battle concluded in solitude, while the sounds of celebration echoed in the air. Congratulations to the contestant Yiming for successfully clearing the Solo Secret Realm mechanical tunnel. Time taken, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Score, full marks. Reward received, electromagnetic gloves. Chapter 23 Yiming. You cry, and I will concede? On what grounds? The Secret Realm Challenge has concluded. Full marks. Wonderful, Yiming. You have successfully completed a segment of the entrance assessment. Ing Yu remarked with a smile. Yiming nodded, but his curiosity now lay in when he could undertake assassination missions. It had been a while since he had taken a life, and he felt somewhat out of practice. Upon exiting the Secret Realm, Yiming received his reward, the electromagnetic gloves, a cutting-edge technological product and an offensive mechanical weapon. It can unleash formidable electromagnetic shocks that even second-tier ferocious beasts cannot withstand after 10 strikes. Moreover, the electromagnetic shock can induce a mild paralysis effect on opponents. While it may prove useful to others, to me, it is merely a good luck charm. Just as Yiming was putting away the electromagnetic gloves, he noticed 2 figures approaching him. Congratulations, Yiming, for successfully passing through the mechanical tunnel. I never expected you to possess such strength. Some third-tier contract masters might not even achieve full marks. Jiang Qingyi generously offered his praises. He found Yiming increasingly admirable. Truly a talent from Songnan City. Fortunately, I primarily underestimated the final third-tier mechanical Tyrannosaurus. It turned out to be rather weak, Yiming quipped in a teasing tone. Sun Heyuan and Jiang Qingyi exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. Well, it seems you have grown quite proud in our presence, Jiang Qingyi remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Pride is acceptable, but do not let it lead to complacency. The martial arts examination is merely a month away. You must prepare diligently and strive for an exceptional performance. He patted Yiming on the shoulder, instilling confidence in him. Yiming nodded earnestly, affirming his commitment. After a brief exchange with the 2 esteemed individuals, he did not linger any longer. As he departed, Jiang Qingyi crossed his arms and watched his retreating figure with curiosity. Old son, he inquired, what do you believe makes this young man so formidable? Is it the prowess of the contract witch, or his peak spiritual affinity? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Heyuan shook his head, stating, it remains a mystery. Perhaps his peak spiritual affinity grants him formidable strength in the initial stages. But we must not overlook the greatest peril posed by the contract witch, repercussions of bloodshed. Yiming is merely at the outset of his journey. Who can predict whether he will fall victim to the consequences of violence? This contemplation weighed heavily on Sun Heyuan's mind. He recognized Yiming's remarkable talent for assassination, which prompted him to enlist him in the Silent Hall. Yet, he harbored concerns that the life of a professional killer might cloud Yiming's judgment, leading him to be consumed by bloodlust and ultimately suffer from the backlash of violence. For Sun Heyuan and the Silent Hall, recruiting Yiming was akin to placing a high-stakes wager. A victory would bring joy to all, while a defeat would only reaffirm that the choice of a contract which was a grave error. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Yiming found his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, preparing to depart with the students. In stark contrast to their initial exuberance, nearly all the students now hung their heads, their spirits dampened. This intermediate assessment served as a stark revelation of the ferocity of the beasts, illuminating their former naivety and folly. Many students exerted themselves to the utmost, barely managing to achieve passing grades. Yet, not all were disheartened. Wang Haoyang, as the scion of the Wang family, had undergone rigorous training from a young age, thus displaying his true potential when confronted with the beasts. He successfully collected 30 hurricane claws, earning an exemplary score. As for Liu Yuxuan, who had boasted of slaying 1,000 beasts, Her face was frozen in anger, frustration simmering within her as she clenched her fist repeatedly. During this intermediate assessment, she failed to perform to her expected standard. As an SS-ranked Saint contract master, accompanied by teammates, she should have dispatched at least 300 beasts. Yet, she only managed to slay 100, sustaining considerable injuries in the process. All right, Yuxuan. Yang Jinwen gently patted Lu Yuxuan's shoulder, offering comfort. This was your first encounter with true beasts. It's completely normal to make mistakes. The teacher hopes you can learn from this experience and strive to demonstrate extraordinary abilities in the upcoming martial arts examination. But, teacher, Lu Yuxuan implored. Her eyes wide with disbelief, Night Ming also entered the secret realm for the first time. How could he slay over 1,000 beasts and advance to the second rank in a single day? Everyone is putting in the effort. Why is his progress so rapid? I refuse to accept this. Yang Jinwen fell silent. Her hand that rested on Lu Yuxuan's shoulder slowly withdrew. With a sigh, she remarked that there was no point in comparing among contract masters. Do you understand, Yuxuan? I do not understand, Lu Yuxuan retorted angrily. At that moment, she abruptly turned her head and caught sight of Yiming, who was preparing to leave. Clenching her fists, she marched towards him in a fit of rage. Yiming, consciously maintaining his distance, felt utterly speechless upon realizing Lu Yuxuan had noticed him. Damn it, I must consult the almanac before stepping out in the future. Lu Yuxuan glared at Yiming and shouted, We are all classmates. Don't you think your actions are rather selfish? Yiming was taken aback. Although there was a swift method to grow stronger, he had secretly employed it while deliberately avoiding the lower and intermediate tests. Is there any meaning in what you are doing? Lu Yuxuan, brimming with pent-up frustration, was eager to vent it all onto him. Why can't you share the method that strengthens you, so that we too may become as powerful as you? Do you take pleasure in putting on a fade before us? Before she could finish her retort, Yiming swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket and pressed it decisively against her neck. The assertive Lu Yuxuan trembled, her pupils dilating in shock, as her unfinished words caught in her throat. What do you intend to do? Lu Yuxuan stammered, astonished that Yiming, who had obediently listened to her just days prior, was now acting so menacingly. Now, how dare he threaten me with a dagger? Does he not recall our past bond at all? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Yuxuan felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, sensing an immense injustice. Stop presenting this pitiful facade before me. Who are you trying to impress? Yiming is not the type to soften at the sight of a weeping woman. He replied coldly. Did you not wish for me to divulge the method to grow stronger? Come, allow me to stab your neck, as long as you survive. I will share all that I know. Do you dare accept? As he spoke, he slightly advanced with the dagger in hand. Lu Yuxuan, terrified, retreated several steps, repeatedly shaking her head. No, I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Oh, so you are frightened now? You were so brave when using me as a punching bag, yet now, faced with a real blade, you tremble? I thought you were a steel warrior unafraid of death. Yiming scoffed, too weary to engage further with someone like Lu Yuxuan, and turned to leave her side. Having witnessed too much foolishness, he felt as though his eyes had been tainted. To be honest, Yiming was never one to despise women. However, Lu Yuxuan's behavior was simply egregious. She was utterly insufferable. Left behind, Lu Yuxuan's legs gave way, and she sank to the ground. Her mind was flooded with the images of Yiming threatening her with the knife, and she felt an intense fury and injustice surge within her, tears spilling uncontrollably. He threatened me. He threatened me. How could he do this? From a distance, Yang Jinwen could only sigh in helplessness at the scene unfolding before her. Such matters are indeed challenging for her as a teacher. After departing from the teleportation hall, Yiming nonchalantly prepared to return home. Just then, a message from Sun Hoyuan pinged through. Upon opening his phone to read the message, Yiming's eyes brightened. It was regarding one of the palace assessment tasks, an assassination mission. The time was set for tonight. Chapter 24, The Assassination Assessment commences. Upon arriving home, it was already 6 in the evening. He dashed into his room to examine the information sent by Sun Hoyuan. Task name, Elimination Plan, I. Assassination Target, Zhou Kueishui. Target's Realm, Tier 3 Contract Master. Contract Spirit, A-Class Fission Saintus. Danger Level, Low. An assassination mission targeting a contract master? This piqued his interest. Yiming continued to peruse the details. Zhou Kueishui, age 45, was the third in command of the Qingyan Society. The Qingyan Society was a local underground organization in Songnan City, thriving on activities such as security and debt collection, thus gaining a modest reputation in the area. According to the records, Zhou Kueishui was involved in the trafficking of illegal substances, intensification grass. This particular natural plant induces hallucinations in ordinary individuals, leading them into a state of temporary euphoria. For contract masters, its consumption allows for a dramatic surge in power over a short period, while placing their nervous systems in a heightened state of excitement. However, the physical toll is severe, with prolonged use resulting in nerve damage and eventual brain death. Hence, the sale of intensification grass is strictly prohibited for any entity or organization. To think a mere Qingyun society would dare to dabble in such contraband. Yiming clenched his fist, his gaze turning formidable. He harbored not the slightest affection for those who peddled prohibited items. Suddenly, as Yiming finished perusing the materials, the shrill ring of his mobile phone pierced the silence. It was a call from Sun Huiyuan. Hello, Yiming. Have you received the items? Yes. Good. I shall now disclose the specific time and location. Sun Huiyuan's voice was low and grave. Tonight at 10 o'clock. The venue is the Shui Miao Bar on Nanfeng Street. Remember, during the execution of the assassination, it is imperative that you remain unseen by any unrelated parties. Understood. Yiming nodded. Additionally, after a moment of contemplation, Sun Huiyuan cautioned, this is your first assassination mission, and it undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge for you. Regardless of what transpires, prioritize your own safety. The failure of the mission is inconsequential. We will have professional personnel to handle the aftermath. It serves as both an evaluation and an assassination task. The killing hall would certainly not entrust the entirety of the mission to a novice who is merely preparing for an assessment. Adequate preparation is the fundamental practice of a competent assassin or assassination organization. I comprehend, Yiming affirmed, his gaze resolute and confidence unwavering. As a top-tier assassin, he had executed tens of thousands of assassination missions in his previous life, with a failure rate of less than 1%, making him a paragon within the industry. Now, eliminating a third-tier contract practitioner seemed almost trivial. However, despite his confidence, Yiming remained unassuming, as he was inherently cautious. Furthermore, during your execution of this assassination mission, we will assign a professional assassin to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your performance. The higher your score, the more resources you will acquire in the killing hall in the future. Certainly, do not attempt to seek out this professional assassin with your current abilities. It would be utterly impossible for you to locate him, even if you were to exhaust all your efforts. Therefore, Yiming, strive to perform excellently and aim for a commendable score. Sun Huiyuan holds great faith in Yiming. He has evaluated at least 50 assassins. But the highest expectation he has ever bestowed was merely satisfactory. Yet, his anticipation for Yiming is nothing short of exceptional. Exceptional, indeed. Yiming feels that such a standard is somewhat unbefitting of him. Teacher son, might I inquire, if I were to successfully uncover the identity of that professional assassin, would that not warrant a perfect score? Upon uttering these words, Sun Huiyuan on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. Ha ha. After a lengthy pause, laughter resonated from Sun Huiyuan and another individual. Very well, Yiming, everything you just said has been overheard. I sincerely hope you will perform admirably and not disappoint either him or me. After hanging up the phone, Sun Huiyuan gazed at the shadow before him. The figure stood with arms crossed and legs crossed in a relaxed manner, remarking, this fellow named Yiming possesses quite the arrogance. Sun Huiyuan smiled wryly. Breaking records consecutively and possessing full-level talent, a touch of pride is only natural. Heh. The shadow snorted lightly, a semblance of a smile. Yet it remains uncertain whether his strength can bear the weight of such pride. Captain Sun, let me be frank. I will not show any leniency out of regard for you. Should Yiming fail to meet expectations, do not hold me accountable. Sun Huiyuan nodded earnestly, stating, if you choose to go easy on me, I shall not show you any mercy. Given the challenge he issued, I am certainly not inclined to relent. A playful glint flickered in the shadowy figure's eyes as he murmured Night Ming's name several times before breaking into a nonchalant smile. You wish to find me? Night Ming, you ought to have simply fulfilled your task without making such a fuss. Why must you issue a challenge? Consequently, do not blame me for shattering your illusions. As night descended, the dimly lit, secluded streets came alive with a dazzling array of lights, each corner awash in vibrant hues and a sense of revelry. Night Ming, clad in casual attire, arrived at the entrance of the Shuiqiao bar. According to his gathered intelligence, his target, Zhou Kueishui, was indeed inside. However, Night Ming had no intention of acting within the bar. The crowd made it an unsuitable location for an assassination. After a brief exploration, he naturally found himself seated at a small roadside stall directly across from the bar. "Hey there, handsome. Care for a bite? My fried noodles and rice are simply exquisite," called out the proprietor, donning a checkered apron. Without hesitation, Night Ming replied, "I'll have a portion of fried noodles." Coming right up. The owner busied himself with a flurry of activity. Sitting on the small stool, Night Ming appeared to be gazing straight ahead. Yet his peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to the entrance of the Shuiqiao bar. He awaited the emergence of his target. Furthermore, Night Ming had previously conducted a cursory reconnaissance of the area. The bar lacked a rear exit, with only the main entrance available, and behind him lay an impasse. Thus, if the target were to leave the bar, he would have no choice but to exit through the front, directly in front of Night Ming. Thus, while Yi Ming appeared to have chosen his position at random, it was, in fact, a well-considered decision. He had situated himself in the spot with the most advantageous view. However, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. The task of eliminating Zhou Kuei-sui was nearly impossible to fail. What truly piqued Yi Ming's interest was the professional assassin who had raided him. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of this individual. "Ah, Mr. Zhou, you must come tomorrow. We have prepared even more intriguing programs for you." "Ha ha ha, indeed, do come." As Yi Ming pondered, Zhou Kuei-sui emerged from the bar. His face flushed as he bid farewell to 4 or 5 young women, dressed in a suit and tie with slick-back hair. His rugged visage revealed 2 glaring gold teeth when he smiled. "There he is." Yi Ming continued to keep Zhou Kuei-sui in his peripheral vision. At that moment, a hunched, slender young man clad in a black hoodie cautiously approached Zhou Kuei-sui, engaging him in hushed conversation. Yet, the substance of their dialogue was distinctly audible to Yi Ming, suggesting the young man sought to procure goods from Zhou Kuei-sui. The transaction was to take place in a narrow alleyway 30 meters ahead. Zhou Kuei-sui and the young man were completely exposed within Yi Ming's line of sight. Moving forward steadily. "Hey handsome, your fried rice is ready." The proprietor presented Yi Ming with a dish of fried rice. Yi Ming lifted his spoon for a taste, then promptly retrieved his phone, feigning an interest in videos while covertly monitoring Zhou Kuei-sui with his peripheral vision. The moment they entered the alley would signal Yi Ming's opportunity to strike. Chapter 25. The game of cat and mouse comes to a close. Click. As Zhou Kuei and his companions were about to enter the alley, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ming. The newcomer, clad in an exquisitely tailored gray suit, raised his hand and called out to the boss, "Boss, I'll have the most luxurious fried noodles." Coming right up. After placing his order, the man in gray turned to Yi Ming with a smile. "Brother, do you mind sharing a table? I enjoy a lively atmosphere." Before Yi Ming could respond, the man plopped down directly across from him, obstructing all lines of sight, leaving Yi Ming unable to see where Zhou Kuei and his group had gone. Yi Ming regarded the suited man with a stoic expression. This individual, dressed in a suit with a meticulously styled haircut and fair skin that resembled that of a pretty boy, seemed entirely out of place at a food stall. Could this person possibly be a concealed professional assassin? A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Ming's mind. However, this was not the time for such musings. With his view obstructed, Yi Ming could only mentally calculate the time it took for Zhou Kuei and his companions to enter the alley based on his previous observations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As he mentally counted down, Yi Ming took a few more bites of his fried rice, only to furrow his brow suddenly. He sprang to his feet and departed. The man in the gray suit glanced at Yi Ming's unfinished fried rice, shook his head with a smirk. What a hasty fellow. Just then, the boss approached with a lavish serving of fried rice. Noticing the empty spot where Yi Ming had been sitting, he frowned and inquired, Hey, where did that handsome guy go?" The man in gray shrugged. "How would I know? Is he your relative?" "Nonsense. The insolent lad hasn't paid." The boss muttered under his breath, yet did not pursue the matter further. Unexpectedly, a minute later, Yi Ming returned. He produced a handful of coins and presented them to the boss, declaring, "Boss, it's time to settle the bill." "By heavens, paying with coins? You could simply scan with your phone. I initially thought you might have absconded without settling your tab. A mere plate of fried rice hardly warrants such an escape." Yi Ming glanced at his phone, shaking his head in dismay. "Alas, I find myself devoid of funds on my phone. Thus, coins it shall be. Just enough for 5. Do not refuse to accept them, lest I report you for illegal conduct." The boss, with a resigned sigh, accepted the coins. Fine. I am truly at my wit's end with you. Off you go. By the way, is there a restroom here?" Yi Ming inquired casually, having failed to locate one during his earlier stroll. The boss, displaying a hint of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. I wouldn't know. Navigate with your phone. Very well. Yiming turned away from the stall. Checking the time on his device, he noted it was nearly the hour. The transaction with Zhou Kueishui was about to conclude. Without unnecessary delay, he veered into another alley. Prior to embarking on his mission, Yiming had meticulously observed the terrain. The alley Zhou Kueishui had entered was a dead end, while his own alley conveniently connected to a hidden passage. Yiming was now poised to carry out this assassination task. As for the professional killer responsible for evaluating his performance, he had a hunch about their identity. In the alley, Zhou Kueishui retrieved 3 bundles of enhanced herbs from his pocket. The original price for the 3 bundles was 11,000. But since you are a regular customer, I shall extend a discount. 10,000 it will be. Zhou Kueishui gently patted the young man's shoulder and spoke softly. 10,000? Very well, I shall pay you now. For this frail young man, that amount represented nearly half a year's worth of living expenses. Yet, he produced the money with remarkable ease. With one hand he exchanged the cash, and with the other, he received the goods. Upon obtaining the item, the young man clutched the enhanced herb to his chest, nodding eagerly while wearing a sycophantic smile. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I shall return to purchase from you again. Off you go, Zhou Kueishui replied with a faint smile, waving him away. He only allowed himself a cold smirk once the young man's figure had completely vanished. Huh, what a fool. Selling him something worth mere hundreds for over 10,000, and he still thanks me. Truly, I am a benevolent soul. With that, Zhou Kueishui lit a cigarette for himself and prepared to leave the alley. However, at that moment, he sensed an encroaching darkness enveloping his surroundings. The distant streetlights flickered out, and the walls on either side, along with the cobblestones beneath his feet, vanished from sight. This realization struck Zhou Kueishui, and without turning back, he called out, Brother, let's not resort to violence. Let us discuss this calmly. Do you want money or a way out? Just say the word. Yiming let out a cold laugh. I will take your life. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Zhou Kueishui unleashed all his strength, his body swelling dramatically as his skin stretched and cracked, revealing streams of molten lava flowing beneath the fissures. His contracted spirit was that of an A-class Fission Saintus, endowed with the enhanced ability, Body Fission. One can achieve a colossal transformation, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities and the power to erupt instantaneously. Boom. After evading the lethal strike, Zhou Kueishui retaliated with a punch aimed at his rear. The fierce gust of his fist roared like a raging inferno, momentarily illuminating the dark realm. However, his strike met only empty air. Puffed. A flash of cold light flickered once more. This time, Zhou Kueishui did not evade Yiming's assault. A gash appeared upon his neck, from which copious blood gushed forth. With eyes wide in fury, Zhou's facial muscles trembled violently in rage. Yet the scene before him began to blur. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, his body was severed, collapsing into the abyss of darkness. Zhou Kueishui was no more. His remains were devoured by the shadows, leaving not even a trace of ash. The mission concluded. Yiming vanished, and the dark realm withdrew. The streetlights remained dim, and the alley continued to exude an air of profundity. Here, it seemed as if nothing had transpired. Even the cigarette lit by Zhou Kueishui had been meticulously taken away by Yiming. On a secluded rooftop, a shadowy figure grasped a notebook, fervently inscribing notes. As he wrote, he audibly recounted in a tone only he could hear, too much commotion while pursuing the target, deduct 5 points. Exposing oneself within the target's line of sight, deduct 5 points. Engaging in excessive conversation with bystanders during the mission, deduct 5 points. Poor handling of unexpected situations, deduct 5 points. Allowing the buyer to escape, deduct 10 points. Leaving food uneaten, wasting resources, deduct 5. Never mind, this shall not be penalized, as it bears no relevance to the assessment. The shadow combined the deducted scores, arriving at a final score of 70. A commendable mark out of 100 after subtracting 30. This fellow isn't as formidable as Captain Sun claimed, is he? Such talk of being a genius assassin. A once-in-a-millennium talent. What an exaggeration. Truly ridiculous. Once everything was completed, the shadow tidied up his belongings and was about to rise and depart. However, at that moment, a long scythe was placed against his neck, halting his movements abruptly. I'm sorry, teacher. It appears that in this game of cat and mouse, I, the cat, have emerged victorious. Night Ming's voice resonated. The shadow instinctively turned his head. Not so fast. Before you look back, allow me to take a guess at your identity. Night Ming feigned contemplation, then asserted, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the street vendor. The shadow's body shuddered, his expression transforming into one of utter astonishment. Chapter 26. The feeling of wealth is truly pleasant. Damn. How on earth did you discover me? The shadow turned around, revealing a familiar face, the very vendor who had previously sold fried rice and noodles. His real name was Su Changyi, a professional assassin from the Hall of Execution. Of course, his skills were not particularly outstanding, falling into the category of mediocrity. Through some minor details, Night Ming smiled nonchalantly. Minor details? Su Changyi furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. Do you remember when I briefly left? Night Ming inquired. I do. At that time, I had gone far and overheard your conversation with the man in the suit. Yi Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile. Typically, a street food vendor would unleash a torrent of curses upon a customer who dines and dashes, for they earn their livelihood through hard work and struggle. Encountering such deceit would certainly distress them. Yet, you merely uttered a brief exclamation of discontent, which struck me as rather apathetic. Surely, that is not the norm. This was the first detail that Yi Ming keenly observed. Is that it? Surely not. Su Changyi appeared unconvinced. Indeed, there's more. Yi Ming continued. While you were preoccupied with cooking fried rice, I noticed the payment code affixed to your table. It was remarkably pristine, devoid of any grease. As a food stall positioned at the entrance of a bar, you would undoubtedly have a steady stream of customers, making it improbable for the payment code to remain so new. Damn, I completely overlooked that. Su Changyi muttered under his breath. Furthermore, I posed a question to you regarding the location of the restroom. Your response was to direct me to consult the navigation. However, the restroom is clearly less than 50 meters away from the stall. If you frequently set up your stall at the bar's entrance, you would certainly be aware of its proximity. Even if you were unaware, a typical response would have been to suggest that I use my phone for navigation. My friend, you must come from a well-off family, as you seem unfamiliar with roadside stalls. Su Changyi was taken aback. His family background was indeed quite affluent, and he had little exposure to street food. Wait, how did you even find your way here? Yi Ming replied with a calm smile, my dear vendor. It is illegal to refuse coins. Coins. Goodness, it is a coin. Su Changyi meticulously examined the coin and discovered that one of them was counterfeit, embedded with a locator. Engaging in conversation with you serves not only to extract information but also to diminish your vigilance, allowing you to accept the coin. Every word from Yi Ming struck Su Changyi's mind like an ice pick, leaving him utterly bewildered. Su Changyi glanced up at Yi Ming, his expression filled with suspicion. Are you truly a newcomer? Your attention to detail surpasses that of seasoned professionals like myself, who have been in the field for a year or two. With a humble shrug, Yi Ming smiled modestly, attributing it to mere luck. Oh, this is no mere luck. Well, since you've seen through me, I have nothing more to say. You've passed the assessment with flying colors. Upon concluding his words, Su Changyi shed the fade he had worn. Yi Ming witnessed firsthand as he transformed from a man weathered by the trials of life into a youthful, handsome figure with fair skin. This was his true visage. Let me introduce myself anew. I am Su Changyi, a fourth-tier contract master. I apologize for my earlier doubts. However, I now genuinely believe in your talent. Su Changyi smiled and extended his hand to Yi Ming. Yi Ming shook it, replying, very well, Su Laoshi. Why call me teacher? Just use my name. All right, Su Xiao. Yi Ming replied with a calm smile. Su Changyi readily accepted this address, having grown accustomed to it. Additionally, Su Xiao, there is actually a significant clue I have yet to share with you. It is precisely due to this clue that I was able to swiftly ascertain your identity. Yi Ming revealed an inscrutable expression. Su Changyi was taken aback, inquiring, what clue? Yi Ming whispered, the fried rice you made carries the unmistakable flavor of a novice. It's inedible. Go to hell. Upon returning home, Yi Ming indeed received a call from Sun Hoyuan. His tone was fervently enthusiastic, lavishing praise upon Yi Ming to the point of almost elevating him to the heavens. After all, it was the first time since the establishment of the Killing Hall that someone had managed to capture the attention of the grading instructor during an assessment. Yi Ming, now you only need to achieve a score of 700 in the martial arts grand exam to join the Killing Hall. Keep pushing yourself. Sun Hoyuan encouraged with a smile. Yi Ming chuckled, saying, Teacher's son, don't just cheer me on. Could you provide something tangible? You know I have contracted with a witch, and the materials I need are exceedingly difficult to procure. Hey. Sun Hoyuan on the other end of the line paused for a moment, This lad was clearly asking him for something. However, given Yi Ming's exceptional performance, how could he refuse? As it happens, I possess a piece of blood lizard scale that should be of use to you. Come by tomorrow to collect it, Sun Hoyuan stated. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. The blood lizard scale was the most resilient scale from the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the blood giant lizard, and was exceedingly precious, valued at around 500,000. It was said that if the scale were ground into powder and fused with metal, the resulting shield would be utterly unbreakable by any beast below the 5th tier. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. You are truly magnanimous. Yi Ming's flattery brought immense comfort to Sun Hoyuan, who leaned back in his chair, wearing a self-satisfied smile. However, Yi Ming suddenly shifted the conversation, stating that a formidable figure like Teacher Sun would never feel any remorse, even if provided with additional materials. Come off it. What do you take me for? A mere ATM? Your Yi family is not short on funds. Why not have your second uncle assist you in procuring them? The materials from 5th-tier fierce beasts were not easily obtainable, especially those suitable for a witch contract master, which were exceedingly rare. Enough of this. Focus on preparing for the martial arts grand examination. After concluding the call, Yi Ming experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, how had I not considered this before? Our Yi family is renowned in Songnan City. If I can resolve matters with money, why would I trouble others? With this thought in mind, Yi Ming dialed his second uncle, Yi Jun, in the middle of the night. Uncle, do you have funds available? Could you assist me in acquiring some fierce beast materials? Perhaps some rare treasures? Yes, suitable for witches. After hanging up, he proceeded to call his third uncle. Uncle, do you have any money? Is it all under Aunt's control? Don't you have any private savings? What? You were just caught yesterday? Fine, I suppose I'm out of luck. Yi Ming sighed, for his third uncle remained as unreliable as ever. He then called his fourth uncle, but before Yi Ming could speak, fourth uncle Yi Zheng inquired first. Need materials? All right, I'll see what I can find. Thank you, fourth uncle. After finishing his calls with the uncles, Yi Ming couldn't help but reflect. How delightful it is to have money. If one were not a member of the Yi family, but rather an ordinary individual, acquiring materials would pose a significant challenge. Yi Ming, are you assisting me? Ing Yu inquired softly. Yi Ming responded with a calm smile. Fool, I am aiding us. Do you understand? Yes, understood. Yi Ming chuckled, preparing to retire for the night when suddenly he sat upright in bed. I almost forgot someone to ask for help. My sister, Xin. It would be inconceivable to have a sister and not seek her assistance. He promptly dialed her number. Sister, could you do me a favor? After Yi Ming finished speaking, Xin did not reply immediately. Instead, she remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a full 3 minutes, she finally asked softly. Yi Ming, you need materials, correct? Yes. All right, listen to me. 3 days from now, a new secret realm will open in Songbei City. And all we need to do is... Chapter 27. Materials worth millions, an exponential boost. A new secret realm in Songbei City? Sister, you cannot possibly be referring to the Island of Void, can you? Yi Ming queried. Xin, somewhat taken aback, responded, Indeed. I am speaking of the Island of Void. It is said that upon first access to the Island of Void, one can freely select a piece of 4th-tier beast material. I believe it is worth pursuing. Yi Ming remained silent, refraining from an immediate response. He had indeed encountered mentions of the Island of Void online. It is a low-level secret realm, where the most formidable beast within is the 3rd-tier Void Wing King. The Void Wing King is an aerial beast, exceptionally agile, with a fierce predilection for attack, boasting combat prowess several tiers above that of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Furthermore, the Island of Void is a team-based secret realm. To enter the secret realm, one must assemble a trio. The contract master within the group must not exceed the 3rd tier. Forming a team of 3rd-tier contract masters to traverse the Isle of Void is inherently challenging, and achieving the initial clearance is an even greater ordeal. Moreover, Night Ming has heard that a SSS-class Holy Maiden contract master has emerged in Songbei City, who is likely to participate in this secret realm to enhance her reputation. Thus, the endeavor bears a certain level of difficulty. Night Ming, I believe it is worth attempting. Since you became a contract master, you have yet to encounter a formidable adversary. Engaging in battle with the King of Sky Wings could provide you with profound insights. Ing Yu serves as Night Ming's guiding mentor. Additionally, new secret realms often accompany an abundance of treasures, and the drop rate of ferocious beasts is considerably heightened. Therefore, let us proceed. All right, great minds think alike. Let's go. Night Ming promptly replied to her phone, "Sister, I'm in." "Wonderful." Night Xian's tone held a hint of excitement. "Hee. We are just short of a secondary damage dealer in our team. With you to bolster the damage, I feel quite reassured." Thus, it was decided, in 3 days, she would introduce Night Ming to her teammates. Make sure to rest well during these days. Night Ming lounged at home for 2 days. On a sunny midday, as he was indulging in a leisurely slumber, a series of loud knocks echoed from the door, as if someone were forcefully kicking it. Who could it be? Night Ming rubbed his eyes, and, feeling somewhat irritable, opened the door to investigate. Uncle C stood before Yi Ming, clad in military attire, clutching a box. His expression exceedingly aloof, his gaze resembling that of a ravenous lion. "Uncle C, what brings you here?" Yi Ming stammered, instinctively retreating a step. Among his uncles, Yi Zheng appeared the most austere, and he abruptly handed the box to Yi Ming, succinctly explaining, "Inside are the items you requested. Your second uncle, third uncle, and several aunts assisted in procuring them for you. There are a total of 5 items, valued at 10 million. Do not squander them." Wow. Yi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the box in Uncle C's hands, a wave of emotion washing over him. This is what family means. He had initially called with a sense of uncertainty, yet within less than 2 days, they had managed to gather the materials for him. Even the third uncle, who claimed to be short on funds, had contributed. And the aunts. Yi Ming was genuinely touched by this familial atmosphere. "Do not delay any longer." Yi Zheng's icy voice cut through the moment. Yi Ming accepted the box, grinning broadly. "Hee. Thank you, Uncle C, and thank you to all my uncles and aunts. You have a heart after all." Yi Zheng, arms crossed, allowed a rare smile to grace his otherwise impassive countenance. He gestured toward the box and informed Yi Ming. "This box contains 5 materials, 1 from a 5th-tier fierce beast, 2 heavenly treasures, and 2 4th-tier materials. Items useful for demon contract practitioners are arduous to procure. This is the best collection we have managed thus far. Upon my upcoming visit to the 3rd border city, I shall venture into the outer realms to ascertain if there exist better prospects." During this discourse, Uncle Ye's tone remained consistently subdued and frigid. Yet he is, in truth, a man of profound consideration. Yi Ming grasped the pivotal implication within Yi Zheng's words. "Uncle, are you indeed heading to the 3rd border city again?" "Indeed," Yi Zheng affirmed. Igniting a cigarette, "Tonight's flight awaits. The ferocity of the beasts beyond the borders intensifies. I must hasten back to my team. Should these creatures breach the city, it is the citizens of the Dragon Nation who shall suffer." Yi Ming fell silent, his admiration for this uncle deepening. He was the type to carry the weight of others' happiness upon his shoulders, trudging forward against adversity. "Uncle, please take care. Once I mature, I shall accompany you to the outer realms to vanquish those beasts," Yi Ming declared with a smile. Uncle Yi Zheng paused momentarily, as if lost in contemplation. Before finally resting a hand on Yi Ming's shoulder, "You rascal, strive diligently. Do not let us down." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Yi Ming stood still, reflecting upon his uncle's earlier words. The Outer Realms, a territory overrun by savage beasts, a breeding ground for their kind. One day, I shall unravel its mysteries. Yi Ming harbored an ingrained animosity towards these beasts. Since their arrival on Blue Star, people's lives have been fraught with anxiety, constantly fearing an attack. Tragically, Yi Ming's parents fell victim to such an assault. Daydreaming will not yield any progress. To safeguard what I cherish, I must grow stronger. Yi Ming did not hesitate and promptly opened the box. A chilling breeze surged forth. Ing Yu gazed at the materials within the box, her excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, "A 5th-tier red demon horn, a 4th-tier obsidian serpent bone, a 4th-tier frenzied lion blood tooth, and 2 night blossoms. Yi Ming, these materials might propel my revival progress to an immediate 5%. At the very least, it would be 4%. A gleam flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. Truly, these meticulously selected and purchased materials were remarkably effective. Without any hesitation, Yi Ming instructed Ing Yu to absorb these materials. Black energy surged from his chest, entwining around the materials and fervently siphoning their power. In the next moment, success was announced. Successfully absorbed the red demon horn, obsidian serpent bone. Vitality, 200-210. Mental strength, 200-210. Revival progress, 1-5. Incredible. The revival progress has genuinely reached 5%. Yu, does this mean you can now assist me in battle? Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly inquired. Ing Yu remained silent. Yet, behind Yiming, dark energy coalesced into a pair of wings. Transforming once more, the wings morphed into sharp, dark tendrils capable of piercing through steel with ease. This is impressive. Yiming's current strength was formidable. With Ing Yuyu's assistance, his power had escalated to an entirely new level. He would no longer need to worry about lacking support at his back. What do you think, Yiming? Am I impressive? Perhaps it was due to the progress of her recovery that Ing Yuyu regained her confidence, and she even playfully began to jest. Remarkable indeed. She is truly the Empress of Demons that I have chosen, Yiming exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. I almost forgot about this. Yiming retrieved a crystalline, sharply edged red shard from his storage ring. This is the beast material that Sun Hoyuan provided him, scales from a 5th-tier blood lizard. Chapter 28. Is a 3rd-tier contract master formidable? It is indeed a 3rd tier. Yiming summoned the Celestial Fallen Armor. This scale can enhance its defensive capabilities. Following Ing Yuyu's guidance, Yiming promptly summoned the Celestial Fallen Armor. Subsequently, he placed the blood lizard scale in the palm of his hand, where a scarlet radiance flickered, and blood-colored patterns emerged, enveloping the scale and voraciously absorbing its power. Yiming could sense that the Celestial Fallen Armor, as if it possessed life, was greedily feasting. Now that the blood lizard scale has been fully absorbed, even a 4th-tier beast would find it challenging to breach the Celestial Fallen Armor, Ing Yuyu remarked, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Yiming furrowed his brow. 4th tier? It could withstand a 5th-tier beast when forged into a shield. Why could the armor only resist a 4th tier after absorption? Ing Yuyu explained earnestly. The shield has a small defensive area, concentrating its power, thus naturally possessing higher defense. The Celestial Fallen Armor covers your entire body, which increases the area and disperses the power, resulting in a somewhat diminished effect. I see, Yiming realized with clarity. Nonetheless, even so, he was exceedingly pleased. My current strength allows me to effortlessly confront even 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Yiming clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. If previously, the initial passage to the Island of Void posed a challenge, now I can only assert that success is inevitable. He possessed absolute confidence. The Island of Void, the initial passage, an abundance of rare materials awaits. The following day, Yiming and Yi Xinxin journeyed to Songbei City. The distance between the two cities was not great, so they opted to drive. En route, they needed to pick up 2 teammates. Hey Xinxin, is this your brother? He looks quite handsome. I heard you're going to be our team's vice C? A beautiful woman, her hair tied up, clad in a white t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, approached them. She opened the back seat door and plopped down beside Yiming, her pure and lovely face adorned with a sweet smile. Hello. Yiming nodded with a smile. Yi Xinxin, in the driver's seat, turned around to make the introduction. This is Yu Xiaosheng, a freshman at Star Demon University. Just like me. She is a 3rd-tier contract master, with an S-class with spirit as her contracted entity. She excels in support and healing, serving as the team's healer. Yu Xiaosheng flashed a bright smile at Yiming, saying, my support abilities are exceptional. When we venture into the secret realm, you can charge ahead without worry. I guarantee your safety. That sounds wonderful. Yiming replied politely, it will be entirely up to you, Sister Xiaosheng. Yu Xiaosheng patted her chest, beaming with pride, rest assured. It's all on me. By the way, Xiaosheng, why isn't Zhou Qiming with you? As Yu Xiaosheng closed the car door, Yi Xinxin asked, puzzled. Wasn't he agreed that we would meet here? He is the tank of the team. Without him, who will absorb the damage? Oh, I forgot to mention. Yu Xiaosheng shrugged, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Zhou Qiming went to Songbei City yesterday to meet a friend and told us not to wait for him. That guy is just like that. If it weren't for the need for a tank, I wouldn't team up with him even if my life depended on it. After speaking, she crossed her arms and pouted, clearly displeased with Zhou Qiming. Upon hearing this, Yi Xinxin furrowed her brows slightly and chose not to say more. Driving towards Songbei City. Along the way, Yiming took the initiative to ask, Sister, is that Zhou Qiming very skilled? Fairly so. He is a Tier 3 contract master and an S-class beast holy maiden. He can temporarily transform into a giant beast, thus gaining formidable defensive capabilities. In this day and age, finding a tank is quite challenging, which is why we chose him. As Yi Xinxin spoke, she suddenly recalled something. You must have heard of the Qingyun Society in Songnong City, right? Yiming nodded earnestly. I have. Not only that, but I've also dealt with the 3rd in command of the Qingyun Society. Could it be? A guess began to form in Yiming's mind. Yes. Yi Xinxin seemed to read his thoughts and promptly affirmed. Just as you suspect, Zhou Qiming is the son of the leader of the Qingyan society. He indeed holds a certain status. Yi Ming could not help but let out a bitter chuckle. The world is indeed small, and one can encounter anything unexpectedly. He pondered about this fellow named Zhou Qiming, uncertain whether he was a boon or a bane. Hopefully he wasn't a fool. As Yi Ming contemplated, he and his companions arrived at the teleportation hall of Songbei City after an hour's drive from Songnan City. The hall was bustling with people, drawn by the opening of a new secret realm. A new secret realm signifies untold treasures yet to be discovered, and everyone wished to partake in the bounty. Upon entering the teleportation hall, Yi Xian immediately dialed Zhou Qiming's number. Shortly after, Zhou Qiming appeared, accompanied by another individual. Zhou Qiming, we agreed to come together. Why have you failed to keep your promise? Yi Xian frowned, displeased with her unreliable teammate. Zhou Qiming, standing at 6 feet tall with a curly hairstyle reminiscent of instant noodles, chuckled heartily, as if nothing were amiss. Haha, Captain Yi, do not be angry. I merely came to meet a friend. Frankly, you should be grateful to me. After all, I have brought a Tier 3 contract master to serve as our secondary damage dealer. Zhou Qiming stepped aside, revealing a man clad in green, who stepped forward and smiled at Yi Xian and the others. Greetings, I am Su Xin, a friend of Zhou Qiming. I am a Tier 3 contract master, and my contracted spirit is the A-rank Range Sword Sanctus. Although my contracted spirit's level is not particularly high, I believe I am qualified to take on the role of the secondary damage dealer. Yi Xinxin's expression froze, her countenance darkening. Zhou Qiming, are you not aware that the maximum number of players for this expedition to the Island of the Void is limited to 4? Zhou Qiming nonchalantly nodded. Yes, I know. What of it? Then why do you insist on bringing in an additional secondary damage dealer? I have already informed you that my brother will assume that role. Yi Xinxin's tone grew stern. What is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Captain Yi, do not speak so harshly. Zhou Qiming frowned, snorting in disdain. I called my friend here for the benefit of our entire team. I acknowledge your strength, but what about your brother? If I recall correctly, you mentioned that his contracted spirit is a witch, correct? Witch contractors are typically ineffectual, especially since he is merely at the 2nd tier. Yi Xinxin retorted angrily. Yi Ming is not like other witch contractors. Do not view him through a distorted lens. How is he different? Zhou Qiming scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Ming. His tone grew more vehement. In this world, who does not know that witch contractors are worthless? Yi Xinxin, I recognize your abilities. But if you insist on having your brother as the secondary damage dealer, do not blame me for being ruthless. A single rat dropping can spoil a pot of soup. If this team is not to my liking, then I shall take my leave. A meat shield? Let anyone who wishes to take on that role do so. With that, Zhou Qiming turned to leave. Is it so easy for you to insult and then walk away? Who gave you the audacity? At that moment, Yi Ming took a swift step forward, his eyes ablaze with fury, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With astonishing speed, his fist collided with Zhou Qiming's face. The force was tremendous, and with a crack, it shattered Zhou Qiming's nasal bridge. Zhou Qiming clutched his nose, his pupils dilating in shock. Why you? How dare you strike me? Yi Ming retorted angrily. Indeed, it was you I targeted. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Zhou Qiming's abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling in pain. You bastard! Zhou Qiming's face was etched with terror. He had never anticipated that, as a 3rd-tier contract master, his physical strength would be so vastly inferior to Yi Ming's. Ah, so you do feel pain? Yi Ming crouched down, mockery dancing in his gaze. Aren't you fond of posturing? Why not continue your charade? What's the matter? Can't take a couple of hits? Who, then, is the real waste here? With no skills, yet you attempt to flaunt superiority. Zhou Qiming, don't you feel ashamed? Chapter 29, SS Class Contract Master, Lin Feng. You. Zhou Qiming glared fiercely at Yi Ming. He gritted his teeth, attempting to rise. But the excruciating pain in his abdomen left him weak and helpless. He could not comprehend how Yi Ming, merely a 2nd-tier contract master, possessed such superior physical prowess. Yi Ming, you have thoroughly enraged me now. If there was any chance for reconciliation before, I hereby officially withdraw from your team. Zhou Qiming bellowed, his face contorted with malevolence, withdrawing from the team. This decision signified that Yi Ming and his comrades would now be deprived of their tank, an essential component for enduring damage in a cohesive unit. Without a tank, the squad was nearly rendered incapacitated. In that moment, Zhou Qiming regarded Yi Ming with a mocking expression eager to witness the remarkable reaction on his face. To his surprise, Yiming responded with a cold laugh. His tone indifferent. Zhou Qiming, you truly overestimate your significance. You are merely a punching bag. Your absence will have no bearing on us. To be frank, our current team would fare better with a dog than with you. At least a dog is obedient. With that, Yiming turned away without a backward glance. Observing the escalating tension between her brother and Zhou Qiming, Yi Xinxin, as the elder sister, resolutely sided with Yiming. Hey, are you really just going to leave? You truly don't want to tank? Hey, Yu Shaoxing reached out in an attempt to dissuade Yi Xinxin and her brother, but they had already walked far away. She cast a glance at Zhou Qiming, who lay despondently on the ground, then looked back at Yi Xinxin, ultimately sighing, Zhou Qiming, go play by yourself. I've had enough of people like you. With that, Yu Shaoxing followed after them. As they departed, Su Shen, a friend of Zhou Qiming, helped him to his feet. He appeared somewhat bewildered, asking, Brother Zhou, what should we do now? Didn't you say that the fellow named Yiming would surely back down? Now, the two of us have been abandoned, unable to even meet the requirement of forming a 3-person team to enter the secret realm. Su Shen felt a surge of panic. Zhou Qiming, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively, saying, why the panic? In this day and age, who undertakes tasks without a backup plan? Just wait. I have friends in Songbei City. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. Hello, Brother Lin Feng? I heard your team for the Sky Island is still short of 2 members? Well, my friend and I. It's fine. A 10% cut of the rewards will suffice. Ah, all right. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, within the director's office, by Lin Tong, the person in charge of the secret realm in Songbei City was engaged in conversation with 2 members of the Lin family. Lin Feng, Lin Tian, this time. The successful exploration of the Sky Island secret realm relies entirely on you two. Achieving a new first passage in a secret realm is of paramount importance to Songbei City. It reflects the dignity of our city. Please do not take this lightly. Strive to secure a swift victory. Lin Feng, seated opposite by Lin Tong, waved his hand and laughed heartily. Rest assured, Director Bai, I, Lin Feng, am a 3rd-tier contract master, and my contracted spirit is the SS-class Battle Maiden. My brother Lin Tian, though a 1st tier, possesses an SSS-class Mystic Sword Maiden as his contracted spirit, with exceptional talent and explosive spirit technique damage. Even when facing 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, he can hold his ground. With our coordination, we can easily win with just a couple more teammates. Bai Lintong nodded with a smile, placing his trust in Lin Feng and Lin Tian. One hails from Songbei City, a prodigy of last year, while the other is this year's genius from the same locale. Both are exceptionally gifted, with profound depth of talent. With their presence, the prospect of successfully navigating the Sky Island is assured. By the way, Lin Tian, I heard that you received special admission to Starry Sky University 2 days ago? Bai Lintong inquired, gazing directly at Lin Tian, clad in a flowing azure robe. Lin Tian possessed striking features, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of handsomeness. When confronted with Bai Lintong's question, he displayed little emotion, responding in a rather indifferent tone, yes, I am an SSS-level Saintus contract master. Gaining special admission was not particularly challenging. Bai Lintong, undeterred by the lack of warmth in Lin Tian's voice, continued to smile. Starry Sky University has not offered special admission slots for many years. I never expected that this year would yield such an opportunity, especially for a talent from Songbei City. Rising from his seat, he approached Lin Tian and patted him firmly on the shoulder. Go for it, Lin Tian. Strive hard. Your future accomplishments will surely be remarkable. Lin Tian, however, was unfazed by Bai Lintong's encouraging words, having heard such sentiments far too often. Yet, he was somewhat troubled by the latter part of Bai Lintong's statement. Narrowing his eyes and adopting a less than pleasant expression. Is something wrong, Lin Tian? Are you preoccupied? Bai Lintong asked, puzzled. Beside them, Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. Director Bai? You may not be aware. In truth, the special admission slot for Starry Sky University was not originally intended for my brother. Oh, is that so? Bai Lintong exclaimed, his face displaying astonishment. Indeed, this special admission slot was actually reserved for a contract master named Yiming from Songnan City. Lin Feng continued. That Yiming is said to have awakened his full-level spirit, an extraordinary talent indeed. However, that lad is a stubborn fool, despite possessing such remarkable spiritual potential. He insists on contracting with a witch. The Starry Sky University even promised to assist him in recontracting with a Saintus, offering him a special admission slot if he agreed. Yet that obstinate fool declined. Hence, the opportunity fell to my brother, Lin Tian. Bai Lintong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that there was more to the special admission than he had initially understood. It seems that Songnan City is truly fortunate to have produced such a full-level spirit. What a pity, though, that he chose to contract with a witch. While the special admission was serendipitously bestowed, Lin Tian, your talent is undeniably genuine. I have faith that you will surely excel in the martial arts examination and gain entry into Starry Sky University. Bai Lintong cast a warm glance at Lin Tian, his eyes brimming with approval. Lin Tian nodded gently, a subtle glimmer of dissatisfaction flickering in his narrowed gaze. So what if Yi Ming possesses a full-level spirit? As a contracted master of the SSS level Xianjin Saintus, my talent is no less than his. My achievements will undoubtedly surpass his by far. This is merely a punishment for his choice to contract with a witch. His words were laced with resentment. Bai Lintong and Lin Feng exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads and choosing to remain silent. After concluding their conversation, Lin Feng and Lin Tian exited the office and made their way to the teleportation hall. At this moment, only half an hour remained before the opening of the Void Island secret realm, and the majority of contract masters had already formed their teams. Lin Feng and Lin Tian successfully reunited with Zhou Qiming. Upon seeing Zhou Qiming approach with a disheveled expression, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Zhou Qiming, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled? Why are you clutching your stomach? Did you overeat? This was not an expression of concern from Lin Feng, as their relationship was quite ordinary, not quite reaching the level of friendship. His inquiry stemmed purely from a desire to avoid any physical issues with Zhou Qiming that might hinder their team's progress. Damn it, don't mention it. When I arrived, I was ambushed by a brat who went all out. I swear I will make him pay. Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth, muttering in anger. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a Tier 3 contract master? Your contracted spirit is an S-class defensive behemoth, the Holy Maiden. Who could possibly hurt you? Was it conceivable that his opponent was a Tier 3 contract master with an SS-class spirit? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiming's expression darkened further, clenching his fists. He spoke with a hint of shame. Damn it, he's a Tier 2 contract master, and his contracted spirit is an SSS-class witch. That brat is oddly formidable. His physical strength surpasses mine. It's infuriating. Wait. At his words, Lin Feng and Lin Tian immediately tensed. Lin Feng placed his hands firmly on Zhou Qiming's shoulders, his expression stern as he demanded, Tell me, what is that brat's name? Lin Feng, what are you doing? Why so aggressive? Zhou Qiming felt perplexed by the sudden intensity. Cut the nonsense and tell me his name. Yi Ming, he's from Songnan City. Do you have a grudge against him? Zhou Qiming felt bewildered by the other's reaction. Night Ming. Indeed, it is Night Ming. Upon hearing this name, a fierce desire for victory ignited in Lin Tian's silent gaze. Night Ming. What a coincidence. Have you come to serve as my stepping stone? Heh. Chapter 30. The secret realm of the Island of Void is unveiled. Meanwhile, having expelled Zhou Qiming from the team, Night Ming had no intention of seeking new members. The requirement for entering the Island of Void is a trio, and he, along with Yi Xinxin and Yu Shaoxing, already formed a complete team. There was no need to recruit anyone else. After all, who knows if we might end up with another fool like Zhou Qiming. That would be akin to carrying a burden. Xinxin, are we really not going to find another member? I can't shake off this feeling of uncertainty. Can the three of us truly secure the first completion? If we fail to achieve that, how am I supposed to continue gaining followers? Yu Shaoxing squatted by the wall, resting her chin on one hand, appearing quite troubled. Beyond her identity as a student, she was also an online influencer, frequently posting training tutorial videos. The combination of beauty, genius, and teaching had garnered her 800,000 followers online. She had hoped that securing the first completion of the Island of Void would propel her to 1 million followers. However, at this moment, she felt a sense of despair creeping in. Forget about it. There's no point in searching. All the capable ones have already formed their teams, and the remaining candidates are all mediocre. My thoughts align with Night Ming's. There's no need to carry a burden. Yi Xinxin's stance was resolute. Sigh. I truly admire the two of you siblings. Yu Shaoxing let out a sigh, resigned to accept this outcome. The secret realm of the Sky Island was about to commence, and all contracted masters were urged to prepare themselves. It was about to begin. Yi Ming and the others immediately heightened their vigilance. Accompanied by the pulsing blue light of the portal, over 100 individuals and more than 30 teams were transported into the secret realm. Whoosh! The howling winds rushed past their ears as Yi Ming and his companions successfully entered the realm, promptly surveying their surroundings. What lay before them was neither a forest, nor a plateau, nor a desert, but a perilous expanse suspended in mid-air. Beneath their feet was a floating circular platform with a radius of 5 meters. On the platform, Yu Shaosheng and Yi Xinxin furrowed their brows in confusion. What on earth is happening? Why have we been transported into the air? Is this truly a secret realm? Yu Shaosheng exclaimed, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Just then, not far from them, another circular platform of the same dimensions materialized. A 4-person team of second-tier contracted masters appeared on the platform. Swish, swish, swish. More platforms continued to emerge. In the void that separated the sky and the earth, these platforms appeared without warning, forming a fragmented ring around them. All the contestants found themselves on individual platforms, each able to see one another. What is this secret realm? How peculiar. Yi Xinxin, a student from Star Demon University, who had witnessed many wonders, found herself astounded by this airborne secret realm, having never encountered anything like it before. The other contracted masters echoed her sentiments, their expressions filled with perplexity. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Night Ming furrowed his brow, ignoring the cacophony surrounding him. His gaze remained fixated on the center of the circular arena. In the next moment, a circular platform, measuring 20 meters in radius, materialized at the heart of the gathering. Atop this platform stood an ancient stone statue, depicting a fearsome winged beast crouched upon its pedestal. Its form was characterized by a beak sharp as a hook and a pair of enormous wings enveloping its body, creating a protective shield. Muscular arms embraced a circular disc, while its head, resembling that of an eagle, hung low as if in slumber. The king of the sky wings. Suddenly, Shadow whispered, stirring a flicker of realization within Night Ming. He sensed he was beginning to comprehend the purpose of this secret realm. In the next instant, with a series of cracking sounds, a pathway extended from the platform where the contracting masters stood, connecting to the central platform, constructing a floating bridge. A cerulean cylindrical barrier obstructed the contestants' advance. At that moment, an ancient and resonant voice echoed throughout the realm. The challenge of the Island of Void has commenced. Rules. The team that first reaches the central platform and holds the solar disk for 1 minute shall successfully complete the challenge. First completion reward, Crimson Sun Crystal. Crimson Sun Crystal. It is indeed the Crimson Sun Crystal. Night Xin exclaimed with delight. Night Ming turned to her and asked, Sister, is the Crimson Sun Crystal truly so precious? Absolutely precious. It contains an exceedingly pure essence of fiery power, a treasure that is priceless and seldom found in the market. I have only encountered it in books, never did I expect it to exist within this lowly secret realm. Night Xinxin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. My contracted spirit is the S-Class Flame Saintess, a being that resonates deeply with me. If I were to obtain it, I might harness its power to transcend to the 4th tier. To my astonishment, Yi Ming did not anticipate that the Qiyang crystal would be of such immense benefit to Night Xinxin. Given this, acquiring this opportunity has become imperative. The challenge is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As the final countdown echoed, the barrier obstructing the crowd dissipated. Whoosh. All the contract practitioners surged towards the central platform in unison, Yi Ming and his companions included. However, for the sake of caution, they maintained a basic formation. Night Xinxin, as the primary damage dealer, led the charge at the forefront, while Yi Ming and Yu Shaoxing flanked her in a row. The central platform lay no more than 1,000 meters away. Under normal circumstances, I could reach it in less than a minute. Yet, it was evident that matters would not unfold so simply. Just as this thought crossed Yi Ming's mind, the ground trembled. A colossal stone golem, resembling a massive boulder, stood before Yi Ming and his companions. It was not just them. Other contract practitioners on the floating bridges also encountered the same stone creature, towering at 3 meters. Its entire body comprised of solid stone, it struck the bridge with a powerful punch, sending ripples of force radiating outward. Some first-tier contract practitioners, drawn by the commotion, were violently hurled away by the shockwave. The 3rd-tier stone general, its weakness lies in its rear. Before Yi Ming could relay this warning, he watched in disbelief as Night Xinxin charged forward. Where did this stone monster come from? Get lost. Night Xinxin roared, flames surging around her. Behind her, the ethereal figure of the S-ranked Flame Saintess materialized. She stood tall and resolute, her crimson hair resembling blazing fire, and her determined eyes exuding an aura of valor, akin to that of a gallant warrior. With a thunderous shout, Night Xinxin unleashed a powerful punch upon the stone general's abdomen, shattering it to pieces with her overwhelming strength. "Press forward, do not halt," she shouted without looking back, then surged ahead upon the flames, transforming into a streak of fiery brilliance. Night Ming and Yu Shaoxia followed closely behind. Suddenly, two shattered ice eagles swooped in from either side, unleashing a torrent of frost from their beaks, which crystallized into a formidable ice barrier in the path of Night Ming and the others. The two third-tier shattered ice eagles perched on the barrier, glaring menacingly at them. "Step aside. Do not obstruct my path." However, Night Xinxin's fist struck like cannonballs, effortlessly shattering the ice barrier. She then leaped into the air, resembling a dazzling spiral of fireworks, and seized the heads of the two shattered ice eagles, crashing them down with tremendous force. Boom! The two shattered ice eagles were instantly transformed into charred remnants. Witnessing the spectacle, Night Ming's lips twitched. "Sister, with such prowess, why even bother forming a team? You could easily solo this." Chapter 31. A series of instant kills. "You claim he is a second-tier witch contract master? Spare me the chatter. We have barely traversed 1/5 of the journey. Who knows what dangers await us ahead?" The moment Night Xinxin's words fell, a resounding boom echoed. A rhinoceros-like creature, adorned with a colossal drill, charged towards her with the force of a truck. The three-tiered steel drill rhinoceros possessed immense strength, its tough hide and robust physique allowing its drill to pierce through even 10-meter-thick steel plates. Engaging it head-on was not an option. Yi Xinxin was no fool. As she saw the steel drill rhinoceros barreling towards her, she summoned her energy, propelling herself forward in a swift leap. Just as she was about to collide with the beast, she enveloped her hands in flames and executed a graceful spin, evading the creature's charge with finesse. In a seamless motion, she struck a powerful punch at the side of the steel drill rhinoceros, her formidable strength sending it tumbling off the floating bridge. Mission accomplished. Yu Xinxin clapped her hands together, barely having time to catch her breath. Suddenly, another steel drill rhinoceros emerged, even larger and faster than the first, advancing with the ferocity of an armored tank. "Sister, be careful," Yi Ming shouted, his eyes widening in alarm. Yet, Yi Xinxin, facing sideways to the beast, remained oblivious until it was nearly too late. Even if she had sensed the danger, evasion seemed impossible. As she turned her head at the sound of his warning, the drill of the rhinoceros loomed perilously close. A mere meter away, caught off guard. In that instant, she instinctively reached for the protective button on her wristband. Just then, darkness enveloped her. Everything before her seemed to lose its vibrancy, and the flow of air became sluggish and heavy. In a moment of dire urgency, Yi Ming transformed into a streak of light, dashing forward. In an instant, the realm of shadows unfurled, engulfing both Yi Xinxin and the steel drill rhinoceros within its depths. Behind Yi Ming, Ing Yu harnessed the power of darkness, transforming it into a colossal hand that seized Yi Xinxin. Yi Ming, wielding the Godfall scythe, cleaved towards the neck of the steel drill rhino with a swift arc. With a splatter, the rhino's head fell to the ground. Yi Ming dispelled the dark domain, allowing Yi Xinxin to return to the side of Yu Shaoxing. Yu Shaoxing, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. A single strike had effortlessly vanquished a Tier 3 steel drill rhino and even rescued you in the process. "Xinxin, did you tell me your brother is Tier 2? He seems far more formidable than any Tier 3. At that moment, Yi Xinxin stared at Yi Ming, equally bewildered. "To be honest, I am utterly perplexed. I remember him not being this strong just a few days ago." Both Yu Shaoxing and Yi Xinxin were taken aback by the power Yi Ming had displayed. Yi Ming glanced back at them, somewhat exasperated. "What are you dawdling for? Don't you want the first clear?" Suddenly realizing, the two women promptly followed in Yi Ming's footsteps. After the previous battle, Yi Ming had successfully transitioned from being the secondary damage dealer to the primary one. Clad in the Godfall armor and wielding the Godfall scythe, darkness descended wherever he tread, and rivers of blood flowed. A swarm of bone erosion bees, glowing green and exhibiting combat capabilities far surpassing those of Tier 3 ferocious beasts, had yet to approach Yi Ming. With a crackle, he activated the electromagnetic gloves obtained earlier in the mechanical tunnel, rendering the swarm momentarily paralyzed. Swish, swish, swish. The scythe struck forth, illuminating the air with cold brilliance, effortlessly annihilating all the bone erosion bees. After dispatching them, he pressed onward, encountering 3 robust Tier 3 golden armored tigers. They glared at Yi Ming, roaring with ferocity. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Ming swiftly advanced, leaping high into the air, and delivered a scythe-like strike toward the golden armored tiger at the center. Behind him, Ing Yu conjured two sharp long spears from the power of darkness, piercing through the air to target the other two golden armored tigers on either side. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. The sequence of actions was seamless. The three golden armored tigers were effortlessly slain. Behind him, Yu Xinxin and Yu Shaoxing were rendered speechless in shock. Is it not? You single-handedly annihilated three golden armored tigers? What use are we? Yu Xinxin exclaimed. Yiming, we are still 500 meters from the central platform. Do you need to rest? I can take your place. Throughout the journey, Yiming had dispatched countless fierce beasts. Yu Xinxin realized that even with his prowess, he was merely a second-tier contract master, and his physical exhaustion must be immense. No need. Yiming firmly declined. This is just the beginning. Prepare yourselves. I intend to accelerate. I just noticed a team trailing us by only 100 meters. He was a contract master with a vitality of 210. How could he possibly succumb to exhaustion? Moreover, with Ing Yu providing support, dispatching a few lowly beasts was a trivial task. Whoosh. As his words fell, Yiming transformed into a swift black streak, charging forth once more. His speed in resolving battles was remarkable. Nearly as soon as the beasts appeared, the scythe in his hand had already swung out, ending their lives. Xinxin Yu Shaoxing gently prodded Yi Xinxin's arm with her slender finger. What is it? Does your younger brother have a girlfriend? A saying goes, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. I believe I am quite suitable for him. Yu Shaoxing remarked with a subtle smile in her eyes. Yi Xinxin replied, Oh, spare me. With that simple exchange concluded, Yi Xinxin and her companions immediately matched Yiming's pace. As third-tier contract practitioners, their speed was naturally not inferior to that of Yiming, especially since he was forging ahead. Gradually, on the 1,000-meter floating bridge, only the last 100 meters remained before they reached the central platform. The other teams on the floating bridges, upon witnessing this scene, were left wide-eyed. Look, someone is about to reach the central platform, exclaimed one. Wow, such speed. Have they been injected with adrenaline? Another remarked incredulously. This is outrageous. We've barely made it 300 meters and someone is already nearing the finish? What is happening? Is someone really about to arrive? They gasped in disbelief as they gazed in astonishment at Yiming. The palpable aura of his released spirit technique left many contract practitioners momentarily stunned. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem right. That kid's contract spirit is a witch. How can she possess such formidable power? One said, astonished. No kidding. That aura is indeed that of a witch. What is going on? Why is there still someone contracting a witch in this day and age? Even if he has contracted a witch, he appears to be only second tier. My heavens. A second-tier contract practitioner with a witch spirit? ISNT, that just a subpar beginning? How is he so impressive? Does he think he's the protagonist of some light novel? This group of contract practitioners felt their understanding profoundly shaken. Some teams, fully aware of the futility of their efforts, chose to abandon their advance and silently watched Yiming perform. Damn it! To think we have fallen behind by 100 meters, at this rate. Yiming is certain to claim this victory. Lin Feng's eyes burned crimson as he glared at the nearby Zhou Qiming. No matter what means you employ, you must immediately halt Yiming's progress. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. Zhou Qiming instantly understood Lin Feng's intent. He intended for him to take action against Yiming and his team. Excellent. A sinister smile crept across Zhou Qiming's lips as his body began to transform, ultimately becoming a gorilla clad in rocky armor. His eyes glowed with a fierce light as he seized a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it towards Yiming's group. One boulder was insufficient. He called for another. Ideally, they should be sent tumbling off the floating island. Lin Feng roared in anger. Zhou Qiming nodded in acknowledgement and grasped another colossal stone to throw. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two boulders flew swiftly through the air. Such a covert ambush was a devastating blow for the contract practitioners engaged in battle. Chapter 32. Slaying. Tier 3 Beast, Ascendant Winged King. With a swift motion, the cold light flashed by. Yiming had just severed the heads of 3 Tier 3 beasts. Successfully killed Tier 3 Moon Eater Demon, Realm Experience 10. Spirit Skill Experience 10. Successfully killed Tier 3 Moon Eater Demon, Realm Experience 10. Spirit Skill Experience 10. Successfully killed Tier 3 Moon Eater Demon, Realm Experience 10. Spirit Skill Experience 10. The beast here possessed formidable strength. The quantity is far too scant, rendering it unsuitable for experience accumulation. Yiming's innate talent, slaughter growth, is more inclined towards the number of ferocious beasts rather than their levels, which have a relatively minor impact. To elevate one's realm, It is imperative to venture into secret realms abundant with ferocious beasts. However, my current task is to concentrate and successfully complete the initial challenge of Sky Island. Yi Ming steeled himself, preparing to surge forward once more. Yi Ming, be cautious. At that moment, two colossal boulders hurtled towards him. The boulders moved with incredible velocity, akin to rampaging trucks, swiftly closing in on Yi Ming. With a thunderous crash, they landed, sending dust and debris into the air. Yi Xin gasped in alarm and cried out, Yi Ming. She rushed into the cloud of dust, fearing for his safety. The instigator, Zhou Qiming, smirked, I have imbued these boulders with special power. Even a third-tier contract master would struggle to withstand a surprise attack. Yi Ming, no matter how strong your physique may be, I am a third-tier contract master. Overpowering you is a mere trifle. Zhou Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, believing he had Yi Ming under his heel. Suddenly, a blood-red slash emerged from the dust, striking Zhou Qiming and carving a massive gash into his beastly form. Blood gushed from the wound, causing his body to tremble in agony. Emerging from the haze, Yi Ming wielded the celestial scythe with an icy glare fixed on Zhou Qiming. Without uttering a word, he swung the scythe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30 slashes sliced through the air with astonishing speed, each one aimed directly at Zhou Qiming. With a resounding splatter, blood spurted forth. Despite Zhou Qiming being a third-tier contract master, endowed with the enhancements of beastification, he found himself besieged by a multitude of formidable strikes that left countless wounds upon his body. This entire ordeal transpired in the blink of an eye. Even had Lin Feng intended to intervene, he could not have halted Yi Ming's relentless onslaught. After completing his assault, Yi Ming surged towards the central platform without a backward glance. He was acutely aware that Zhou Qiming would retaliate against him. Motivated both by personal vendetta and the dynamics of their team, Zhou Qiming's captain being Lin Feng. To initiate an attack was to impede Yi Ming's progress to the central platform, but Yi Ming was resolute in his determination to advance. As Yi Ming's feet struck the ground, deep craters formed beneath him, and his speed surged once more, swiftly widening the gap between himself and Lin Feng's party. He understood that their objective was the first completion of the Sky Island. Should he secure the first completion, the dismay of Lin Feng and his team would be palpable. Furthermore, as he pressed onward, Yi Ming unleashed a realm of darkness, bolstered by the vigilance of shadow. With this dual layer of protection, even Lin Feng's ambush would prove ineffective against Yi Ming. Damn it, that kid is alert. The element of surprise is lost, Lin Feng thought, gritting his teeth. They found themselves with no alternative but to expend every ounce of strength to close the distance to Yi Ming. According to the rules, to claim the solar disk, one must hold it for a full minute to achieve success. Thus, there remained a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng unleashed his full power, leaving no reserve. Before long, Yi Ming ascended to the central platform. He approached the Sky Wing King with haste, intent on seizing the solar disk. As his hand was about to make contact with the solar disk, an unexpected transformation occurred. The statue of the Winged King suddenly came to life. It lifted the solar disk high above its head and slowly rose, shedding the fragments of stone and sand that concealed its true form. Muscles rippled beneath its skin, and the scales that adorned its exterior gleamed with a brilliance akin to precious gems. In the next moment, the Winged King's body underwent a remarkable enhancement, doubling in size to a towering height of 5 meters. Armed with a golden spear, its outstretched wings cast a shadow that obscured the sun. Each feather transformed into a razor-sharp blade. Was this ascension? Yi Ming gazed up at the Winged King before him, certain that although it was currently at the 3rd tier, it was perilously close to the 4th. Ha ha ha. The Winged King, indeed. I knew things could not be so simple. Not far away, Lin Feng beamed with delight. The Winged King possessed a formidable bloodline, far surpassing any ordinary 3rd-tier beast. Yi Ming, even with the combined strength of your comrades, you could never hope to match it. In that moment, Lin Feng perceived a glimmer of hope. He surged forward with all his might, closely followed by Lin Tian. As for Zhou Qiming and his companions, they had long been discarded. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were merely burdens. Boom. On the central platform, the Winged King unleashed its murderous intent, striking at Yi Ming with a powerful thrust of its spear. Yi Ming swiftly evaded, and the spot where he had stood was left with a deep crater. Yi Ming, Yi Xin shouted in fury as she charged towards the Winged King. The power of flames erupted around her, enveloping her arms in gauntlets forged from molten rock. She leaped high into the air, her fists clenched like hammers, and brought them crashing down upon the head of the Skywing King. Bang! A dazzling burst of light flickered, reminiscent of an explosion. The Skywing King's head was driven into the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the Skywing King suddenly lifted its head, twisting its waist. Its thick tail lashed out like an iron whip, instantly sending Yi Xinshin flying. Screech! The Skywing King threw back its head and roared, brandishing the spear in its hand, ready to strike down at Yi Xinshin. Buzz! At that very moment, darkness surged forth, forming an enclosed domain that enveloped the Skywing King. Yi Ming, wielding a long scythe, advanced step by step toward the Skywing King, his aura escalating wildly. The power of darkness coalesced upon his scythe, a murderous intent saturating the entire domain. Manifesting as a stream of crimson energy, the Skywing King gazed at Yi Ming before it, sensing an overwhelming fear. Screech! With a sudden movement, the Skywing King concentrated its strength into the spear, thrusting it fiercely toward Yi Ming's body. Yi Ming's gaze sharpened. Spirit technique, Eternal Night descends. As a technique capable of inflicting extraordinary damage to a single target, even the Skywing King could not withstand it. Swoosh! Yi Ming slashed through the Skywing King's neck with one hand gripping the scythe, the blood-red crescent flashing by. The Skywing King's movements came to an abrupt halt. Scalding blood gushed from its neck as it dropped the spear, clutching its throat with both hands, ultimately kneeling before Yi Ming. Gurgle, gurgle! As it lowered its head rolled onto the ground like a ball. The Skywing King was slain. Yi Ming removed the solar disk from its back, choosing not to dissipate the dark domain, but to remain within it, waiting. Time passed second by second. Lin Feng and his companion successfully arrived at the central platform. Lin Tian, wielding a long sword, was poised to charge into the dark realm of Yi Ming. Hold on. Lin Feng suddenly interjected, raising his hand to halt him. With a slight smirk, brimming with confidence, he remarked, "That lad dares to challenge the Skywing King to a duel. Let us grant him this opportunity. Once both he and the Skywing King have exhausted their strength, we shall reap the benefits." Lin Tian hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his face. But what if Yi Ming manages to slay the Skywing King and prolongs the battle within? Fear not, that scenario is implausible. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The Skywing King's prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary third-tier beast. With the enhancement of the solar disk, its strength has doubled. Even I would require considerable effort to vanquish it. Hence, Yi Ming cannot defeat the Skywing King. He is merely aiding us by depleting its energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian finally felt reassured. Yet, just as his worries began to dissipate, they were abruptly extinguished in the following moment. The challenge of the Island of the Void has concluded. First to clear, Yi Ming, Lin Feng, Lin Tian. Chapter 33. The Sudden Crisis. Lin Tian cast a peculiar glance at Lin Feng. Brother, did you not assert that Yi Ming could not possibly be the Skywing King's rival? Yet now, do not inquire of me. I am equally at a loss. Lin Feng's expression hardened, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Ming, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Yi Ming had indeed slain the Skywing King. In his understanding, this was an event that simply could not transpire, utterly unfathomable. It is imperative that I inquire with him. This fellow may have resorted to cheating. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his expression menacing as he approached Yi Ming. Yet, before he could draw near, Yi Ming and his companions swiftly activated their wristbands. Whoosh! They immediately departed from the secret realm of the Sky Island. As victors, their presence there held no further significance. It was a moment meant for savoring their triumph. However, during the teleportation, Yi Xinshin crossed her arms, tilted her head, and cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng, a derisive smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng. Is she mocking me? How infuriating. In the teleportation hall, at the first successful passage to the Sky Island, Yi Ming had successfully acquired the Crimson Sun Crystal. According to protocol, each member of their team was entitled to select a piece of material from a fourth-tier ferocious beast. A heartfelt thanks to Director Bai. Yi Xinshin smiled and clasped her fists in respect towards Bai Lintong. Oh, it's nothing, Bai Lintong replied with a strained smile. The success of Yi Ming and his companions in claiming the first passage to the Sky Island left him in a foul mood. Yet, as the head of Songbei City, he could not possibly withhold rewards from Yi Ming and his team. Bring them. Escort them to select their materials. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Ming and his companions departed, smiles adorning their faces. At that moment, Lin Feng and Lin Tian, along with the others, slinked out of the teleportation entrance. Their heads bowed in shame as they sought to exit the hall, silently praying that Bai Lintong would not notice them. They had previously made grand promises to secure the first passage, but now, not only had they failed to achieve it, but it had also been claimed by their rivals from Songnan City. It was all too apparent that Bai Lintong would erupt in fury. Lin Feng, Lin Tian. The more they dreaded the confrontation, the more inevitable it became. Bai Lintong suddenly halted Lin Feng and his companion, his countenance dark and foreboding. You two, accompany me to the office at once. Lin Feng's heart sank, a chill coursing through him. He was acutely aware that upon entering the office, a reprimand was inevitable. The likelihood of receiving a scathing rebuke was indeed high, especially given the lofty attitude he had previously adopted. Now that he had fallen, the impact would surely be painful. Brother, you truly must refrain from making wild assumptions in the future. We actually have a chance, Lin Tian remarked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng retorted, his brow furrowed in displeasure. A second tier which contracted master defeating a third-tier Skywing King. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Was I not acting cautiously? Are you attributing blame to me now? No, that is not my intention, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Then what do you mean? Forget it. I have nothing further to say, Lin Tian sighed. Weary of the argument, Lin Feng was currently too agitated to heed anything he said. Nevertheless, a seed of doubt had begun to sprout within Lin Tian's heart. At the very least, he would henceforth place greater trust in his own judgment rather than relying solely on Lin Feng. On the journey back to Songnan City, Yi Ming scrutinized the blood fiend bear paw in his hand. This was a material from a Tier 4 ferocious beast that he had selected after traversing the Isle of Void. The blood fiend bear paw harbored a tempestuous power. When absorbed by a Saintess contracted master, it could lead to a surge of vitality, often resulting in a chaotic disruption of bodily strength. However, for a witch contracted master, it bore no adverse effects. Furthermore, according to Ing Yu, absorbing the blood fiend bear paw could significantly enhance one's power. However, I am currently a second-tier contract master, and even though my strength has increased, it remains quite limited. I must strive to break through to the third tier. Yi Ming contemplated, then glanced at his status panel. Name: Yi Ming, Spirit, Max Level, Realm, Second-tier Contract Master, 31,501,00000. Mental Power, 210. Vitality, 210. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level, SSS Grade, Upgradable. Spiritual Skills, Dark Judgment, Level 5. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 5. Eternal Night Descends, Level 5. Talent, Growth of Slaughter. War Intent of the Demon Emperor. I am still over 60,000 experience points away from becoming a third-tier contract master. I hope to achieve this before the martial arts grand examination. There are still more than 20 days until the examination, so time is certainly ample. Yi Ming felt confident in himself. This trip to Songbei concluded successfully. Yi Ming, what are your plans next? Asked Yi Xinshin as she drove. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ming replied, I plan to find a secret realm abundant in ferocious beasts to begin leveling up, much like the Blood Demon Tower. It must be said, leveling up in the Blood Demon Tower is truly exhilarating. Unfortunately, he had already reached his limit in terms of slaying the ferocious beasts within. Any further attempts would yield minimal rewards. A secret realm rich in ferocious beasts? All right, I will help you look for one when I return, Yi Xinshin said. Yi Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thank you, big sister. No need for pleasantries. After concluding their conversation, Yi Xinshin exited the highway, driving her luxurious sports car. As he approached the final 5 kilometers to the Yi residence, a sudden alert echoed from Yi Ming's cell phone. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Sun Hoyuan, beware, the son of the Qingyun Society's leader, Zhou Qiming, has set his sights on you. Furrowing his brow, Yi Ming immediately typed a response. Yi Ming, has my identity been compromised? I left no trace when I eliminated Zhou Kueishui. He instinctively feared that something had gone awry during that mission. Sun Hoyuan, it's not about the assassination task, it stems from other reasons. Reflect carefully. Did you have any conflict with Zhou Qiming elsewhere? My network of information indicates that Zhou Qiming intends to harm you. It is unrelated to the assassination mission. Thus, it must pertain to the incident in Songbei City. Zhou Qiming, having been bested by Yi Ming, is now disgruntled and seems eager to resort to underhanded tactics. Yi Ming, I have discerned the cause. Sun Hoyuan, be vigilant. He is likely to act within the next few days, whether through intimidation or potentially lethal means. I lean towards the former, Yet the latter cannot be dismissed. Yi Ming, thank you for the warning. Sun Hoyuan, I will keep you informed as further information arises. If he dares to make a move against you, the Qingyan Society's existence would be rendered unnecessary. After concluding the conversation, Yi Ming's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he opened the car window for fresh air. Suddenly, a truck laden with dirt surged forth, barreling towards the passenger side where Yi Ming sat. Alarmed, he shouted, "Quick, steer away." As Yi Xinshin turned her head, the truck loomed like a roaring beast, its two headlights resembling blood-red eyes, charging straight toward her. Startled, she swiftly wrenched the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The sedan initially veered to the left, distancing itself from the truck before accelerating to its maximum speed, the engine roaring like a wild animal. Miraculously, they narrowly evaded the truck. Good heavens! What was wrong with that driver? Did he even know how to drive? Just as Yi Xinshin prepared to slow down and confront the truck driver, a loud crash erupted. A black Jeep collided forcefully with the rear of their vehicle, rear-ending them. A luxury sports car traveling at 120 km/h had been struck from behind. This was no ordinary traffic accident. It seemed rather as if someone was deliberately orchestrating a warning through this vehicular mishap. Chapter 34, Zhou Qiming, whose fate is sealed. Panting heavily after coming to a halt, Yi Xinshin gasped for breath, her eyes reflecting panic, mirroring the shocked expression of Yu Shaoxing in the back seat. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Yi Ming clenched his fists tightly. The series of accidents had convinced him that Zhou Qiming was orchestrating this chaos behind the scenes. That wretched scoundrel. To threaten him with car accidents was beyond contempt. Recalling the preceding events, Yi Ming felt a wave of dread wash over him. A truck laden with dirt, a speeding Jeep crashing into them. Each incident bore a high degree of peril. It was not easy for a contract master to meet their demise. Yet in the face of a car accident, a moment's inattention could lead to injury. Moreover, Yi Ming and his companions currently possess a rather limited level of cultivation, rendering them not entirely immune to the injuries inflicted by a car accident. With this thought, Yi Ming's anger surged once more. Regardless of whether Zhou Qiming's threats were mere warnings or if he genuinely intended to act, Zhou Qiming had already jeopardized the safety of him and those around him. Zhou Qiming must perish. How infuriating. What is happening today? Do these people not pay attention when they drive? Returning to her senses, Yi Xinshin forcefully flung open the car door and stormed towards the Jeep behind her. The driver of the Jeep, after the rear-end collision, did not take the initiative to exit the vehicle. Through the rear-view mirror, she could see that as Yi Xinshin approached the front of the Jeep, three burly, bald men emerged from the vehicle. Their muscular frames were adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, and their rugged faces bore an intimidating countenance, immediately revealing their unsavory nature. What is the meaning of this? At over 100 km/h, how could you manage to rear-end me? Are you incapable of driving? If you cannot drive, then please go back and relearn. The sudden appearance of a muddy truck followed by the collision had left Yi Xinshin in a foul mood. In truth, anyone would feel irate under such circumstances. Yet, despite the bald men being the clear instigators of the crash, they wore indifferent expressions and retorted to Yi Xinshin. What do you mean, little girl? Are we at fault simply because we rear-ended you? The road is so wide. Why did you have to block our path? I could argue that you deliberately obstructed us. Yi Xinshin was taken aback. How audacious of the culprit to argue after causing a rear-end collision. Well, you think this is a game, do you? Just wait. I shall summon assistance immediately. She understood that there was no point in reasoning with these ruffians, and she prepared to make a call. Call for help. Who has the time to wait for your summons? We are dealing with millions in mere minutes. Do you possess the influence to make us wait? The bald-headed leader crossed his arms, expressing his impatience. Enough of this charade. You only seek money, don't you? Here, take $250 and perhaps consider your mental state. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yi Xinshin's hand holding the phone suddenly froze in place. Flames ignited in her eyes, and fury blazed within her chest. Initially, she intended to resolve the matter through formal channels, but now, she had changed her mind. She was ready to take action. Bang! Just then, a shadowy figure appeared. Who the hell are you calling 250? Yi Ming delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's torso, sending him crashing to the ground. Good grief, brother. The other two bald henchmen, sensing the shift in the tide, hastily grabbed iron rods from the vehicle and swung them violently at Yi Ming. Bang! Before they could strike, Yi Ming unleashed two swift punches to their faces, the force shattering their nasal bones. What are you barking about? What strength do you possess to yelp before me? With another 2 kicks, this time he targeted their knees. Bang! With a swift kick, he shattered the knee of the bald thug, causing their legs to buckle and them to collapse onto the ground. In disbelief, they stared at Yi Ming, astonished by his unexpected prowess. How could he possess such strength? Resolving issues is one thing, but what gives you the right to strike us? Even if you are a contract master, such treatment is unwarranted. The leading bald man maintained an obstinate facade, gritting his teeth and hurling insults at Yi Ming, declaring him inhuman. With a resounding slap, Yi Ming dismissed his complaints. He was too indifferent to engage in such trivialities. He was a genius, and geniuses are afforded privileges. Besides, he already had the moral high ground in this matter. Fine. You may think yourself formidable, but mark my words, one day you will regret this encounter. The bald thug knelt in silence, awaiting the arrival of those who would handle the traffic incident. Regret? The one who should be regretting now is you. Yi Ming crouched down and, with a sharp crack, delivered another slap to the leading thug's face. Are you never satisfied? Haven't you heard that one should not strike the face? Grumbled the bald thug, visibly irritated. Yet, Yi Ming's next question left him utterly stunned. Be honest, did Zhou Qiming send you here? The bald thug's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating as his brows twitched uncontrollably. This matter was highly clandestine, known only to a select few. He could not fathom how Yi Ming had so boldly posed such a question. Had the matter been exposed? Stammering, the bald thug replied, What Zhou Qiming? I have never heard of it. This is merely a trivial traffic accident. Huh. Yi Ming could not be bothered to engage in conversation with such individuals. In the next moment, the dark realm unfurled around him. The burly bald man at the forefront was enveloped in darkness, and everything around fell into a profound silence. What do you intend to do? The bald man, now somewhat flustered, still attempted to maintain bravado. I do not know who you are referring to as Zhou Qiming. Release me at once, or I shall sue you for attempted murder. Not aware, are you? Yi Ming grasped a dark dagger and thrust it fiercely into the bald man's arm. Squelch. Blood erupted forth. The bald man, in agony, let out a furious cry. Ah. Do you comprehend now? No. Squelch. Extracting the dagger, he struck again, at the same spot, with even greater force this time. The intense pain drained the color from the bald man's face. Do you understand now? No. Squelch. Pulling out the dagger once more, he plunged it back in. Still at the same location. Do you know now? No. Quite resilient, are we? In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yi Ming directed his gaze towards the bald man's most vital area. What the hell do you intend to do? I advise you against it. You advise me, and I shall refrain. You seem to hold quite a bit of influence. Yi Ming raised the dagger and lunged towards the bald man's groin. Witnessing Yi Ming's seriousness, the bald man could no longer maintain his composure. Damn it. What is 50,000 worth my life for? Let me tell you everything. It was that Zhou Qiming who offered me 500,000 to intimidate you, to instill a sense of caution in you, warning you not to cross him. Huh, indeed. With a swift motion, Yi Ming plunged the dagger into the arm of the bald, burly man and picked up his phone. He sent the recorded content to Sun Hoyuan. Yi Ming, teacher's son, someone is after me. What do you think I should do? You know my aspiration is to serve the Deathly Hall, and it would be quite disheartening to perish before fulfilling my duty to the organization. The implication was unmistakable. Zhou Qiming was marked for death. He now sought a legitimate reason from the Deathly Hall, akin to requesting their stance on the matter. Moments later, Sun Hoyuan responded, but not with news. Rather, it was a mission notification. Assassination mission, elimination plan, 2. Target, Zhou Qiming. Time of assassination, 1930, current time. Yi Ming glanced at the message, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yi Ming. Thank you. Teacher Sunday Sun Hoyuan. The assassins of the Deathly Hall are no mere trifles. Do you require assistance? Yi Ming. No. I am quite ruthless, and being seen would be detrimental. Chapter 35. I kill lawfully. Do you fear my dual allegiance? Sister, you all should return. I have matters to attend to. Yi Ming's tone was frigid. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you in a hurry to go back? Yi Xinxin called out. But when she turned, Yi Ming had already transformed into a streak of darkness, vanishing from sight. In a luxurious residential complex, Zhou Qiming, the mastermind behind the scenes, reclined on the sofa, swirling the glass of red wine in his hand. He picked up his phone, engaged in a conversation. Hello. How are you progressing with the tasks I assigned? Be cautious. This is meant to be a scare, not a murder. That fellow belongs to the Yi family. If this escalates, it will be difficult to manage. A sycophantic voice responded from the other end. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, we always adhere to the plan. Not only will we stay within bounds, but even if things go awry, my subordinates will never reveal your involvement. Should there be another task, just call me brother. And I guarantee it will be handled flawlessly. Zhou Qiming nodded. All right, that will suffice. After hanging up, he gazed at the red wine in his glass. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Yi Ming, oh Yi Ming, how formidable you may be. What does it matter that you achieved the first victory at the Island of Void? My Qingyun Society is the largest ground force in Songnan City. You wish to play with me? I dare to engage in both the dark and the light. Can you truly contend with me? With that, he downed the wine in one gulp. A surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins, yet his expression abruptly shifted as he prepared to venture out for some amusement. But as he turned, a strange figure caused his pupils to constrict, and a buzzing noise filled his head, rendering him momentarily dazed. Play? Yi Ming's demeanor was indifferent. Why would I wish to play with you? You have provoked me. Thus, you must die? With a swift motion, the dark domain unfolded. Zhou Qiming was struck with terror, turning to flee, but he found himself ensnared within the confines of the realm, unable to escape. Even a loud cry would go unheard. No, no, no. Yiming, you cannot kill me. Murder is a crime, and should you take my life, you would not escape justice yourself. Zhou Qiming hunched his body, retreating in haste. A crime? The glint of crimson flared in Yeqing's eyes as he stepped forward with swift determination. His scythe swept through the air, cleaving a blood-red crescent. In an instant, Zhou Qiming's head was severed from his body. Thud. Gazing at the lifeless corpse sprawled on the ground, Yiming let out a cold snort. Indeed, murder is illegal. But I kill in accordance with the law. After concluding his grim task, Yiming captured the scene in photographs, along with the words exchanged between the previous pickup driver and Zhou Qiming, sending them to Sun Hoyuan. After a brief silence, Sun Hoyuan replied, Sun Hoyuan, dispose of the body discreetly. In the future, there is no need to provide such so-called evidence. The hall of execution eliminates only those who deserve to die. Upon reading the response, Yiming smiled indifferently, his intrigue for the hall of execution deepening. In the Qingyun Society's conference hall, chaos reigned. Who is it? Who has slain Qiming? Such a prominent figure has vanished, and not a single clue remains. Zhou Qingyun slammed his hands against the table, his eyes blazing with rage, as if he were ready to devour someone. The reporting subordinates lowered their heads, apologizing. We truly do not know. Shozong. We were standing at the door. But upon opening it, he had completely disappeared. We searched extensively, visiting the places young Master Qiming frequented, yet we still could not find him. Are you implying he sprouted wings? Did he fly away on his own, leaving you behind? Zhou Qingyun angrily hurled the files from the table. The younger brother struck on the head suffered an immediate wound, blood gushing forth. Elder brother, this matter may not be as simple as it seems, spoke Zhou's second son. Zhou Ji, the only educated member of the Zhou family and the strategist for the Qingyun Society, albeit possessing rather feeble strength, with a C-class contract spirit and merely at the first level of mastery. Elder brother, what do you mean? Zhou Qingyun inquired, turning towards Zhou Ji. The latter waved off the younger brother and, with a grave expression, continued, Elder brother, this is too suspicious. Our third brother has been dead for only a few days, and now Qiming is gone as well. Both have been murdered without a trace, as if it were meticulously plotted. I suspect this is a conspiracy against the Qingyun Society. A conspiracy? Zhou Qingyun furrowed his brow. We, the Qingyun Society, have always maintained a policy of non-interference. Who would target us? Elder brother, have you forgotten that we are currently peddling the forbidden herb, the intensifying grass? Zhou Ji reminded him. This substance is illegal. Once it is exposed, it will spread widely in the market. Consider, who would most fervently oppose such an occurrence? A shiver ran through Zhou Qingyun as he almost blurted out. You mean the authorities? Precisely. It is them. Zhou Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. I had previously investigated. Before Qiming's death, he received a phone call. The person on the other end informed me that Qiming had arranged for someone to intimidate Yi Ming, the youngest male heir of the Yi family. And shortly after that, Qiming was killed. In the depths of the Yi family, Zhou Qingyun's fists cracked ominously. It was highly likely that that scoundrel Yi Ming had slain Qi Ming. How dare he take my son's life? Even if he belongs to the Yi family, I would gladly sever a limb from him. Brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. Zhou Ji adjusted his glasses, carefully analyzing the situation. In my view, the Yi family serves merely as a pawn in this game. The true mastermind has yet to reveal himself. I propose we halt all operations concerning the sale of the intensified herb, and that we brothers take a trip abroad to evade the storm before returning. Evade the storm? Are you suggesting my son died in vain? Zhou Qingyun bellowed in fury. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. Zhou Ji urged fervently. Zhou Qingyun lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before declaring, Qi Ming must not die in vain. Second brother, you should leave on your own. Brother you. Enough. My decision is final. Do not press me further. Seeing that he could not sway his brother, Zhou Ji stood up. As he reached the door, he turned back and said, Brother, if you perish, I shall collect your remains and seek vengeance. With that, he turned and departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, he entered his luxurious black sedan. Just as he ignited the engine, a deafening explosion erupted. Zhou Ji was dead. Second brother. Zhou Qingyun roared in anguish. After all was said and done, Yi Ming returned home, his heart untouched by the gravity of his actions, whether it was the murder of Zhou Kuishui or Zhou Qiming. He appeared utterly unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Shadowing in disbelief, Ing Yu remarked, Yi Ming, I have heard that the initial act of taking a life is an experience unlike any other. One is likely to feel a heaviness in the chest, tremors throughout the body, and beads of sweat cascading down, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic thoughts that induce a splitting headache. When you first killed Zhou Kuisui, I assumed you were merely in shock, but now, having taken Zhou Qiming's life, it appears you are, unperturbed by the act of murder. Fear? Yi Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. In a previous life as a top-tier assassin, I eliminated countless thugs and criminals, repeatedly finding myself in life-threatening situations, which has long since dulled my sense of fear. Moreover, killing individuals like Zhou Kuisui and Zhou Qiming is trivial. Perhaps it is a matter of innate talent. Do you recall the assessment made by Master Sun Hoyuan? He stated that I am a natural-born killer, endowed with exceptional assassination skills. Being a prodigy, I certainly cannot be compared to others. Ing Yu paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, akin to a chick pecking at rice. What you say makes sense. Chapter 36, Upholding Justice. Subsequently, with Ing Yu's assistance, Yi Ming refined the blood fiend bear paw. A surge of searing power surged through his body, his muscles tightening, and the flow of his hot blood quickening considerably. An intense energy surged within him. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Ming dashed into the training room at home. With a resounding punch, the testing apparatus on the mechanical dummy shattered the scale. Goodness! His elder sister, Yi Xinxin, happened to pass by and was utterly astonished by the sight, her jaw dropping in disbelief. No way. Yi Ming, you must be joking. The instrument has a maximum limit of 3,000 kilograms. Yet you have surpassed that with a single punch? How exaggerated. You are merely a Tier 2 contract master. It is worth noting that Yi Xinxin's contracted spirit is the S-Class Flame Saintess, renowned for her strength. Currently, as a Tier 3 contract master, her punch exerts a force of 2,800 kilograms, which is already remarkable. I never anticipated that Yi Ming would surpass her to such an extent. It is utterly beyond belief. Yi Ming, what sort of monstrous entity is your contracted spirit? Yi Xinxin was so astounded that she found herself at a loss for words. Yi Ming responded with a calm smile. A witch, are you envious of me? Such envy is futile. In the days that followed, Yi Ming fervently plunged into the secret realms, specifically selecting those teeming with ferocious beasts. The greater the number and variety of beasts, the more effectively Yi Chen's innate talent, slaughter growth, would manifest. He was in a relentless pursuit of enhancement. Bang! Within the secret realm, as the last Thunder Eagle fell before Yi Ming, he once again shattered his personal record for clearing the realm. Completion time, 6:30, successfully broke personal record. Congratulations. You have obtained Claw of the Thunder Eagle. A reward materialized, revealing a claw the size of a palm, appearing in Yi Ming's hand. Its entire surface was a deep azure, resembling a gem crafted from crystal, with flickering arcs of lightning, clearly of substantial worth. Mr. Yi Ming, the Claw of the Thunder Eagle is extraordinarily precious and can fetch a high price of 200,000 in the market. If you wish, we can exchange it for Dragon Country currency, a staff member eagerly offered. No need. I find it quite delectable. Yi Ming waved his hand and seized the claw of the Thunder Eagle, biting down with fervor. The moment he did, electric currents surged chaotically within his mouth, reminiscent of indulging in popping candy. The terrifying power threatened to erupt, Yet shadowy ghosts swiftly intervened to subdue this force. Yiming successfully absorbed the claw of the Thunder Eagle. The onlooking staff were left in sheer astonishment. Could it truly be possible to consume materials from ferocious beasts directly? This was utterly extraordinary. Haha. Others may falter, but I shall prevail. With that, Yiming turned and departed, leaving behind a remarkably suave silhouette. As he exited the hall, he encountered Wang Haoyang, who was strolling alongside a robust man. Upon noticing Yiming pass by, Wang Haoyang's brow immediately furrowed. He addressed the sturdy companion beside him. Brother, that kid once bested me. Should you cross paths with him in the secret realm, please help me exact some revenge. The man was momentarily taken aback. What realm is that kid in? What is his contracted spirit? Second-tier contract master, with a contracted spirit of a witch. Quite pathetic. You could easily handle him. Upon hearing this, the man grinned widely and thumped his chest in assurance. Oh my, just a witch contract master? Leave this to me. I'll stake out in the transmission hall tomorrow. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. I, Wu Mao, am a third-tier contract master with a contracted spirit of the Rhino Saintess, dealing with a second tier, which is child's play. However, the fee. Wang Haoyang waved his hand and transferred 10,000. Brother, your generosity is commendable. I shall take care of this. Wu Mao chuckled. Hee. You think you can deal with me? That would be courting death. As Yiming listened to the conversation between the two, a cold smile escaped his lips. Though he was merely a second-tier contract master, his strength was formidable. Even a third-tier contract master could not contend with him. As for that Wu Mao, even 10 of him would be no match for Yiming. Suddenly, the sound of his phone chimed. It was a message from Sun Heyuan. Sun Heyuan, are you available? The organization has a task to assign to you. Yiming, I haven't officially joined the killing hall yet. Why am I receiving a task? Sun Heyuan, your talent is exceptional, and it would be beneficial for you to hone it further. Rest assured, all tasks you undertake will be recorded in your file, greatly aiding your advancement later on. Yiming, all right. I accept the task from Sun Heyuan. Task name, Justice. Assassination target, Wu Mao. Target level, third-tier contract master, C-class Rhinoceros Saintess. Reason for assassination, investigations reveal that Wu Mao has engaged in illegal activities, specifically human trafficking, a heinous offense. However, the evidence collected is insufficient for a death sentence. The killing hall seeks to enact justice on his behalf. Wu Mao? What a coincidence. A cold glint flickered in Yiming's eyes. Just moments ago, Wu Mao had plotted against him, and now he had fallen into Yiming's hands. This man truly deserved to die. However, if I were to kill him, would that preclude the possibility of a death sentence? Yiming picked up his phone and sent a query to Sun Heyuan. Yiming, is this action legal? Sun Heyuan, it is both legal and justified. Human trafficking will not be tolerated. Insufficient evidence is attributed to Wu Mao's prior actions of obliterating any incriminating traces. Should the court's ruling be delayed, one can only speculate on how many more lives might fall victim to his malevolence. Sun Heyuan, this mission must be executed with utmost urgency. Ideally, it should commence tonight. Yiming acknowledged. Traffickers are the most despicable of beings, wreaking havoc on families without a shred of humanity, akin to barbaric marauders. Yiming has taken the lives of many, with traffickers being his most frequent targets. Tonight, we shall act. The night enveloped the dimly lit street. Rain cascading from the rooftops, forming small puddles upon the pavement. Amidst this, a beautifully dressed young woman strolled, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, darkness engulfed her as a bag was thrust over her head. Who are you? What do you want? Stop. Please stop. The woman thrashed in a frenzy. But her petite frame was no match for the several burly men, one of whom was a contracted sorcerer, rendering her escape impossible. Quickly, bind her and get her in the vehicle. Selling this piece will net me at least 200,000. A coarse voice echoed in her ears. Alarmed by the words, she struggled even more fiercely, but the traffickers only reveled in her desperation. They secured her hands and feet, tossing her into the back seat. Help! Help me! Help your head! A thud resounded. Her eyelids grew heavy as she fought to remain conscious, yet the searing pain overwhelmed her resolve. She was struck unconscious, enveloped in darkness. The white van traversed the weathered streets, shielded by the cloak of night, gradually distancing itself from the cacophony of the city. Raindrops pelted against the windows as Wu Mao, seated in the passenger seat, hastily removed his hood. Damn it! This is exhilarating. What a stroke of luck to capture such a live specimen. He envisioned the money swirling before him. Beside him, a subordinate chimed in with a chuckle. Heh, these folks have grown too comfortable in their lives. Out here in the dead of night, daring to wander the unmonitored old streets. Who else could we possibly kidnap? The trio erupted into laughter, reveling in their supposed fortune. In the next moment, a chilling voice cut through the air from the back seat. Indeed, we've caught 3 human traffickers in one fell swoop. What a remarkable windfall. Wu Mao's body shuddered, and he quickly turned around. But as he did, a cold blade appeared at his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yiming and felt a jolt of recognition. It's you. You saw my face? Yiming's eyes glimmered crimson as a top-tier assassin. He harbored a peculiar quirk. If someone inadvertently glimpsed his visage during a mission, he would ensure they could never speak of it again. With a breath, the realm of darkness unfurled around them. The vehicle, once speeding, was suddenly enveloped in shadows. The wheels continued to spin, yet the van stood motionless. Damn it! What is this sorcery? Wu Mao bellowed, unleashing a ferocious aura as a spectral figure clad in beastly armor materialized behind him. His skin transformed into a tough hide, and from the crown of his head sprouted a horn as unyielding as steel. A rhinoceros saintess? Perhaps it would be more fitting to call her a unicorn saintess. Your strength is woefully inadequate. Whoosh! A crimson light flickered. The vehicle, ensconced in darkness, was suddenly cleaved in twain. Alongside the car, the necks of Wu Mao and his companions were severed as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scythe relentlessly struck. Within the dark realm, a chilling radiance surged in waves. Ultimately, the van was reduced to mere fragments, and with it, the bodies of Wu Mao and his comrades were entirely consumed by the shadows. When the dark domain receded, Yiming found himself on the street, raindrops cascading upon him. One hand wielded the scythe while the other cradled the abducted girl. Blood mingled with the rainwater, dripping onto the ground, only to be swiftly devoured by the darkness. Mission accomplished. Yiming delivered the girl to the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. He concealed himself in a blind spot devoid of surveillance, observing as officers escorted the girl inside, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. The task was complete. Yiming sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yiming, task accomplished. I eliminated 3 individuals, all associates of Wu Mao. Sun Hoyuan, so. Your strength has indeed surpassed that of a Tier 3 contracted master. Wu Mao is a Tier 3 contracted master, and since Yiming was able to kill him, his power must exceed that threshold. Yiming, indeed. Upon reading Yiming's response, Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Surpassing the strength of a Tier 3 contracted master, achieving a score of 700 on the martial arts grand examination would be utterly unchallenging. He now pondered whether to waive Yiming's score requirement for joining the Ruthless Hall. Such a talent would surely benefit from early cultivation within their ranks. This matter necessitates my consultation with the teacher. Yiming is a promising talent and deserves special consideration. Meanwhile, upon noticing that Sun Hoyuan had ceased responding, Yiming assumed the other party had gone offline. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Even when offline, there is no acknowledgement. Shaking his head, he prepared to return home as dusk approached. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from a phone, not Yiming's, but Wu Mao's. Yiming glanced at the screen and saw a message. Lao Tao, what are you doing? Where is the promised delivery? Has the beauty rendered you immobile? I must inform you, if there is even a slight loss to the goods, the price will be halved to 100,000. The goods he referred to are the girl previously abducted by Wu Mao. These vile traffickers operate swiftly, contacting buyers immediately after their heinous acts, leaving law enforcement officials in a state of distress. Thankfully, they had retained Wu Mao's phone. This was a habit of Yiming's. In his previous life, while executing missions against traffickers, he would always leave their phones behind. If fortune favored him, he could ensnare both the upper and lower echelons of the network. He decided to send a message to teacher's son. Yiming, there's a development. Someone named Lao Tao is in contact with Wu Mao, and he appears to be a buyer. Sun Hoyuan, I would like to hear your thoughts on this. Yiming, the most prudent course of action is to stall the other party, maintaining a low profile. Once they let their guard down, we can devise a comprehensive plan to capture them all. However, I do not recommend proceeding in this manner. Yiming, while it is undoubtedly crucial to apprehend all suspects, time is of the essence. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications, particularly with these cunning traffickers. Sun Hoyuan is so. What are you implying? Yiming, capturing Lao Tao may prove fatal. After sending this message, Sun Hoyuan did not respond promptly. He was deep in thought, weighing his options, seeking the most prudent course of action. Ultimately, he steeled himself and composed a message. Sun Hoyuan, please ensure your safety. Yi Ming understood. After sending the final message, Yi Ming powered down his phone. He then picked up Wu Mao's device, perusing several of his usual replies, and responded in his style. Wu Mao, damn it. I ran into the cops checking vehicles on the road. Thankfully, I managed to take a detour. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. Lao Tao, what is going on? Can we still proceed with the transaction? Or should we call it off? Wu Mao, forget about calling it off. Do you think I can afford to waste time on this business? Just one day's delay could lead to disaster. Hurry and come for the deal. I'll give you a better price. Lao Tao, that sounds good. Wu Mao, shall we meet at the usual location? The other party hesitated for a moment before slowly replying. Lao Tao, let us change the venue to the abandoned repair shop. I'll send you the address. The other party provided Yi Ming with the location. Upon reading the final message, Yi Ming's brow furrowed slightly. There was something peculiar, perhaps suspicion brewing. Those nefarious traffickers are indeed crafty. Caution is the key to longevity. Restarting his phone, he sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yi Ming, ask Su Xiao to lend a hand. He asked the examiner from my last assessment. I will send you the address. Sun Hoyuan, all right. In the abandoned repair shop, the leather-clad Lao Tao concluded the conversation, his gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. Boss, what's wrong? Has something happened? Inquired his subordinate with a center-parted hairstyle. With a grim expression, Lao Tao replied, It's not that something has occurred, but I sense that something is amiss. Contact Scarface and inform him that there is an urgent matter that requires his presence within 5 minutes. Additionally, summon 10 more subordinates, ensuring they possess commendable physical prowess. The center-parted subordinate nodded, albeit uncertain of his leader's intentions, yet he dutifully made the call. Before long, a burly bald man accompanied by a group of tattooed subordinates strode in. The bald man, leading the group, bore a fearsome scar across his face, a remnant of a fierce altercation, a confrontation not to be taken lightly, but rather one between contract practitioners. A battle of life and death, often accompanied by wagers. Hurry, close the door, commanded Lao Tao, and the subordinates swiftly secured the factory's entrance. Scarface cast a mocking glance and scoffed. I say, Lao Tao, what are you so afraid of? I'm here now. Who would dare lay a hand on you? It seems that as your business expands, your courage diminishes. Lao Tao, with a cautious demeanor, responded, If memory serves me correctly, you are a third-tier contract practitioner. Are you not? Indeed, Scarface affirmed. And your contract spirit, what is its rank? A-level. Very well. Lao Tao exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 38. I am not a peace officer. I am the embodiment of both life and death. Scarface is a brawler who operates in the underworld. As long as the price is right, he is willing to undertake any task, even the most heinous acts such as murder and arson. Lao Tao is a trafficker who, during transactions, needs to maintain a show of strength to deter any potential betrayal. To this end, he frequently employs Scar, and over time, the two have developed a familiarity. Are you suggesting that Wu Mao, that worthless dog, might have fallen into a trap? Scar inquired. Lao Tao furrowed his brow, stating, It's difficult to say at this point. From his manner of speaking, he seems fine, but he did go silent for a while. He claimed to have encountered the police, yet something feels amiss, which is why I summoned you. Damn it, you're just stirring up trouble. Scar scoffed, issuing a warning. If nothing happens, you owe me 30,000 in emotional damages. Agreed. Lao Tao nodded. He could afford such a sum. Tick-tock, the seconds slipped away. The sound of an engine grew louder as a white van approached the abandoned repair shop. Both Lao Tao and Scar rose to their feet. But the door had yet to open. A voice from one of the guards echoed, Where's Wu Mao? I haven't seen him. Shit, are you the police? Suddenly, the van crashed forcefully into the workshop. The expressions of Lao Tao and Scar changed dramatically. Trouble had indeed arrived. Damn it, get to work. Kill that bastard in the vehicle, Lao Tao commanded, and a swarm of his henchmen, armed with steel pipes, surged forward. They rained blows upon the van's windows with the fervor of reckless thugs, unafraid of the shards of glass that might fly. How dare you invade my territory at this hour? Even if you are the police, you will pay the price. Old Tao drew a machete. A cigarette clenched between his lips, striding towards the van with an air of authority. But in the next moment, bang! A formidable figure burst forth from the vehicle. A fierce gale swept through, sending all the henchmen tumbling. Su Chang'e stood atop the van, wearing a mask adorned with jagged fangs, hands tucked into his pockets. Bellowing at the crowd, anyone who does not wish to die, get on the ground and stay low. My wind blades show no mercy. As his words echoed, Su Chang'e waved his hand, unleashing dozens of wind blades that whistled through the air, carving deep gashes into the piled cars and walls. Damn it! A contract master. The henchman scrambled to lie flat on the ground. Who isn't a contract master these days? Scarface rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging on his arms. As discarded iron debris adhered to his limbs, he charged at Su Chang'e like a raging gorilla. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades clashed with the steel giant arms, sparks flying in a dazzling display. Damn it, I can't stay here any longer. A contract master is involved, and there's more at play here. Taking advantage of the chaos, Old Tao crawled to the power switch and with a decisive click, plunged the factory into darkness. A cacophony of wails erupted, not from a single person, but a multitude. I must leave quickly. Old Tao donned the night vision goggles he had prepared in advance, crouching low against the wall. He did his utmost to suppress his breathing, yet his nervousness betrayed him, and he could hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. Relax, relax. It's pitch black here, no one can see me. Old Tao encouraged himself silently. After a strenuous effort, he finally reached the back door. But upon opening it, a long scythe was suddenly thrust against his neck. With such a commotion at the scene, where could one possibly escape? Take me with you. Yiming, wielding the long scythe, gazed at Lao Tao with a mocking expression. The latter's pupils contracted sharply, his mind buzzing in bewilderment. Who are you? The black and white impermanence. When the lights in the factory flickered back on, all the henchmen found themselves bound hand and foot, their faces obscured by black cloth, and their mouths stuffed with foul socks. They had all succumbed to unconsciousness, and it would be quite some time before they regained awareness. Such efficiency. In the mere span of extinguishing the lights, you managed to subdue all the henchmen? Su Chang'e turned to Yiming, unable to suppress his astonishment. Prior to their departure, they had devised a straightforward plan. He would charge headlong into the maintenance factory to confront the situation directly, while Yiming would operate from the shadows. Their collaboration was seamless. Let us depart. We must leave this place. I have summoned the constable, and they will arrive shortly to clear the scene. None of those involved in the kidnapping shall escape. This referred specifically to those hapless henchmen with foul socks stuffed in their mouths. Such detestable individuals. Lacking both intelligence and scruples, they dared to engage in any misdeed, oblivious to being mere pawns. As for Lao Tao and Scarface, they had been rendered unconscious. Yiming and his companions stuffed them into a van and transported them to an interrogation room arranged by Sun Hoyuan. Inside the interrogation room, Lao Tao gradually began to regain consciousness. Where am I? What is this place? He looked around, but upon seeing the figure before him, his heart sank. Had his hands not been shackled to the table, he surely would have toppled from his chair. It's you. Yiming nodded, affirming, it is I. He proceeded to pose several inquiries. Who is your superior? The term superior referred to the individual who orchestrated Lao Tao's involvement in this nefarious enterprise. In any global transaction, there invariably exists a demand and a middleman. Lao Tao serves as that intermediary. I know nothing. Do not press me further, for I am entirely ignorant, Lao Tao responded, shaking his head. Unaware, you say? Yiming grasped a dark dagger, and with a swift motion, plunged it into Lao Tao's palm. Blood gushed forth. Ah! Lao Tao cried out in agony. Damn it, you are coercing me. Even the constable lacks such authority. Lawyer. I demand a lawyer. With a flicker of steel, Yiming thrust the blade into Lao Tao's other hand. A lawyer? In my presence, no one can save you. He added ominously, let me remind you. This is not a police station, and I am not a constable. Should you refuse to answer my queries, I shall subject you to 1,000 cuts. Fearing that Lao Tao might not grasp the severity of 1,000 cuts, Yiming elaborated, it means you shall endure 1,000 slashes before succumbing to your demise. Utterly precise. You are not a lawman? Then why have you abducted me? Lao Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a sigh of impatience, Yiming withdrew a small knife and mercilessly severed a finger from Lao Tao's hand. Ah! The wailing echoed once more. Will you speak? Even if you kill me, I shall never divulge anything. Very well, you have left me no choice. Yiming retrieved an axe from outside the door, gesturing menacingly towards Lao Tao's head. Be cautious. I am prepared to deliver a blow, but fret not, for a single strike shall surely not be your demise. Go ahead if you dare. Lao Tao retorted defiantly, just as the axe descended. With a sickening thud, one of Lao Tao's ears was severed, blood spraying forth. The pain rendered his face ashen, his body quaking uncontrollably. Yet, Yiming felt no remorse. Those who trafficked in human lives deserved no sympathy. The blood continued to spurt forth. And despite the flesh being sliced from his body in multiple places, Lao Tao clenched his teeth resolutely, refusing to utter a word. With no other recourse, Yi Ming resolved to employ his ultimate technique. He bound Lao Tao to an iron frame and brandished a spiked club, preparing to strike at his lower body. "Stop. I will speak. I will tell you," Lao Tao cried out, panic-stricken. "It's the Wang family. They are my superiors." Chapter 39. Who doesn't he have a few classmates to capture? The Wang family. Yi Ming's brow furrowed. Which Wang family? The renowned family in Songnan City, the Wang family. Lao Tao exclaimed, nearly breathless. "They are my superiors. 90% of my goods go to them. The rest are sold to individual clients." His gaze, now vacant and devoid of courage, revealed no trace of deceit. The Wang family. Yi Ming pondered deeply. In Songnan City, both the Wang family and the Yi family were illustrious clans, each overseeing numerous enterprises that constituted the backbone of the city's economy. How could such a prominent family be involved in the abhorrent trade of human trafficking? It was indeed perplexing. What purpose do they serve in this trade? Yi Ming inquired once more. Lao Tao shook his head, genuinely at a loss this time. In our line of work, there exists a taboo. The more one knows, the swifter the demise. I am merely a middleman, earning a modest income. How could I dare inquire about the purpose behind the purchases? It was only by chance that I learned of the Wang family's identity. He divulged everything he knew. Yi Ming stepped outside, transmitting all the information gleaned during the interrogation to Sun Hoyuan. However, Sun Hoyuan was not taken aback. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. Sun Hoyuan, excellent. The Wang family has struggled in business for years, and recently they allied with a pharmaceutical company. We have obtained preliminary information regarding their involvement in human trafficking and illegal drug trials. I was at a loss for how to initiate our actions. Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming. I hear you have a history with Wang Haoyang? I will send you his location, bring him back, and I shall handle the interrogation. Are we preparing to take down the Wang family? A chill ran down Yi Ming's spine. The Wang family's enterprises span the entirety of Songnan City. Such a formidable clan could act swiftly. The power wielded by the execution hall was astonishing. It is only by joining such an organization that one can hope for future prospects, Yi Ming mused. Before apprehending Wang Haoyang, he had one more matter to attend to. Yi Ming, how shall we deal with Lao Tao? Sun Hoyuan, what are your thoughts? Yi Ming, human traffickers are unforgivable. They must be eliminated. Sun Hoyuan, then let it be so. Remember to clean up thoroughly. Yi Ming closed his phone and turned to re-enter the room. With a swift motion, a glimmering blade flashed. Lao Tao's head was severed, his body consumed by darkness. Everything flowed seamlessly. Shadow, observing from the depths of the divine sea, silently gave Yi Ming a thumbs up. Professional. Next, it was your turn. Yi Ming gazed at the arrest warrant for Wang Haoyang on his phone, leaping into the shadows, vanishing entirely into the darkness. In the card room, Wang Haoyang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, shuffled mahjong tiles while boasting to his companions. Damn it, lately, I have been beset by misfortune. In reality, I am suppressed by that brat from the Yi family. And at the card table, I am being dominated by you rascals as well. I just sat down and lost 200,000. My pocket money is nearly depleted. One of his companions attempted to lighten the mood. Look, Brother Wang, everyone experiences low points. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you soon. Speaking of which, haven't you arranged for someone to deal with Yi Ming? No news yet. Wang Haoyang was a man with a loose tongue, incapable of keeping secrets. Whenever he had a little scheme in mind, he would eagerly divulge it at the card table or over drinks. Are you referring to Wu Mao? At the mention of this name, Wang Haoyang's irritation flared. I had him assist me with this matter today, and he dared to raise the price on me. Not only did he raise the price, but he also refused to give me any assurance, leaving me to read his expressions. Damn it. If I were already at the second tier, I could effortlessly eliminate Yi Ming myself. Damn it. I need to take a leak. Don't watch my cards. He was in a high-end private room, and the restroom was merely a few meters from the card table. Upon opening the restroom door, Wang Haoyang lowered his trousers. Drip. Drip. Like a leaky faucet, the stream was not only feeble, but also slightly discolored. Alas, it is all Night Ming's fault that I have been seething with anger these past few days. Wang Haoyang cursed as he shook off the urine stains from his feet. Approaching the vanity mirror, he dampened his hands, preparing to style his hair into a fashionable slick back. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, a shadow silently stood behind him. The shadow's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, fixated intently on Wang Haoyang's reflection. Just as he was about to scream for help, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the interrogation room, Night Ming leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. The radiant moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the slanted reflections of the house. Enveloped in shadows, Night Ming stood poised at the brink of illumination. Nearby, Su Changyi sat on a chair, listening to the anguished wails emanating from within the interrogation room. He took a shallow drag from his cigarette and turned to Night Ming, inquiring, "I hear that the person in the interrogation room is your classmate?" "Indeed. Goodness, how ruthless. You've only just embarked on your career and already apprehended a classmate. At this rate, will you soon be arresting the principal?" Night Ming shot him a glance of disdain. "I would apprehend you instead. Me? I am a model citizen. Having never even watched a film, you cannot arrest me." Su Changyi chuckled and shook his head, choosing to remain silent. The sounds of torment continued to echo from the interrogation room. Night Ming quietly leaned against the wall, gazing up at the luminous moon, his expression somewhat aloof. "What troubles you? Is your heart burdened?" Su Changyi rose and gently patted Yu Ming's shoulder. "To be honest, I once caught one of my classmates cheating. And I even copied his homework. My heart raced with fear, worried that he might recognize me." "You truly lack integrity," Yu Ming shook his head. "I am not feeling melancholic. I am simply fatigued. How much longer until Teacher's son arrives?" Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Sun Ho Yuan burst through the door. "Teacher's son, what was the outcome?" Yi Ming inquired. Sun Ho Yuan nodded. "As soon as I mentioned that Lao Tao was in trouble, this kid immediately spoke up. The Wang family is colluding with Yonghe Pharmaceutical to kidnap people and conduct illegal drug trials." "Yonghe Pharmaceutical?" Su Changyi questioned. "Isn't that a company based in Hansan City? What brings them here? Furthermore, in this day and age, there is no shortage of drug test subjects. With a decent offer, people struggling to make a living would flock to it. Both Yonghe Pharmaceutical and the Wang family are well off. They have no need to engage in such criminal activities." Yi Ming concurred. "A malnourished camel is larger than a horse. The Wang family, no matter how dire their situation, would not skimp on such matters. Normally, drug trials do not necessitate kidnapping. However, they are producing illegal drugs," Sun Yuan said gravely. "Moreover, the nature of these drugs is extremely heinous. They dare not expose them to public scrutiny." Su Changyi's interest was piqued. What kind of drug is so terrifying that they wouldn't dare expose it? Who are they selling it to? Sun Ho Yuan's eyes gradually narrowed. "The drug they are producing is called the Longevity Elixir." Su Changyi, Night Ming. Chapter 40. The Dual Secret Realm. The demon train upon becoming a contract master, humans can attain a greater span of life. Yet, throughout the world, there remain numerous affluent, ordinary individuals. As they age, surrounded by immense wealth, they yearn desperately for an extension of their lifespan. In a conventional world, longevity elixirs do not exist. However, this world is unique. Humans possess supernatural abilities, and the bodies of fierce beasts harbor potent energies. Utilizing materials derived from these beasts for pharmacological purposes may indeed yield life-extending potions. Currently, 3 types of beast materials are known to be effective in prolonging the lives of ordinary humans by 5 to 10 years. Yet, they come with a grave side effect. Consumption leads to the erosion of one's intellect by the beast's essence, transforming the individual into a mindless monster. Although there have been rare exceptions, they are few and far between. To prevent perilous situations within human society, nations have collectively agreed to prohibit the production and sale of any longevity potions, with severe penalties for violators. Faced with such vast profits, few can resist temptation. Whether it be the Wang family or Yonghe Pharmaceutical, crossing the line will inevitably lead to repercussions. More critically, Yonghe Pharmaceutical is a foreign enterprise. Should their longevity elixirs be released onto the market, it could lead to money laundering and capital flight. They may peddle longevity potions, yet they undermine the interests of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Sun Ho Yuan's chest heaved, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Night Ming and Su Changyi wore solemn expressions. A seemingly trivial matter, yet fraught with significance. Behind this incident lies a significant crisis that Night Ming had never anticipated. He was astonished to discover that the Wang family had colluded with foreign enterprises to traffic the assets of Long Country. That despicable individual, driven by insatiable greed, exhibited a complete lack of humanity. Fortunately, this matter was uncovered in a timely manner. Night Ming, you have rendered a great service this time. I will speak with the higher-ups to advocate for your admission into the Hall of Execution before the martial arts grand examination. Sun Ho Yuan's gaze was filled with admiration. Night Ming clasped his fists, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. Upon returning home, it was already 3 in the morning. Sun Ho Yuan still needed to conduct further investigations regarding the dealings between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceutical. I believe that within 5 days, the Wang family will vanish from the entire Songnan city. As for the livelihood industries under the Wang family's umbrella, other families will take charge. Although the specifics remain unclear for now. However, these matters are of little concern to Knight Ming at present. The two most crucial objectives for him are, first, to join the Hall of Execution, and second, to become a third-level contract master before the martial arts grand examination. With these thoughts in mind, Knight Ming opened his personal interface. Name: Yi Ming. Spirituality: max level. Realm: second stage contract master, 45,101,00000. Mental power: 300. Vitality: 300. Contract spirit: God Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level: SSS grade, upgradable. Spiritual skills: Dark Domain, level 5. God Fallen Demon Armor, level 5. Eternal Night Descends, level 6. Spiritual Talents, Talent 1. Slaughter Growth, Slaughter Growth. The essence of blood and death exhilarates you. Any creature that perishes by your hand will transform into your strength. Your realm ascension will no longer encounter bottlenecks. Talent 2. Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. Demon Emperor's Battle Intent. When battling against contract masters of the same realm, your abilities will amplify tenfold. Both mental power and vitality have witnessed an enhancement. There remains a deficit of over 50,000 experience points to ascend to the third stage contract master. Yi Ming contemplated for a moment, aware that the martial arts examination loomed merely a fortnight away. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he should be able to achieve his goal. Observing the ethereal panel, Yi Ming accessed the profile of Ing Yuyu. Contract Spirit: God Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name: Ing Yuyu. Level: SSS grade, progression, 0. 1. Resurgence progress, 6. Yi Ming was taken aback, noting that the level progression had increased by 0.05, and the resurgence progress had surged by 1. Yuyu. What transpired? Yi Ming was acutely aware that to enhance these two aspects, one must refine materials from ferocious beasts. Yet, during this period, he had scarcely refined any such materials, not even venturing into the secret realm. Shadowy Yuyo shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. However, when you previously dispatched the criminals, an inexplicable sensation surged within me, an exhilarating thrill that brought me immense joy. I believe that may be the reason. Furthermore, I now possess greater freedom. Observe. As her words fell, a sharp tendril of darkness coalesced behind Yi Ming, capable of transforming into various forms: blade, sword, spear, and 5-pointed stabs. I can join the fray now. A mischievous smile graced Yuyo's delicate face, as if her ability to assist Yi Ming filled her with profound satisfaction. That silly girl. Yi Ming chuckled, shaking his head, realizing that choosing to contract with a witch was indeed a stroke of genius. Who says witches are undesirable? Such a witch is exceedingly rare. 2 days later, Yi Ming arrived at the teleportation hall. He was determined to slay ferocious beasts to gain experience and ascend to the third-tier contract master. Mr. Yi Ming, a new dual-person secret realm, the Demon Train, has recently opened. It meets your criteria of abundant and diverse ferocious beasts, should you wish to give it a try. However, since it is a dual-person realm, you will need to find a partner. If none is available, we will assign one randomly. The staff member cheerfully explained. Yi Ming pondered, stroking his chin. A dual-person realm. The Demon Train. Quite an intriguing prospect. In truth, I could manage alone. I have an ally. The ally he referred to was none other than Shadowy Yuyo, the one with whom he shared the deepest rapport. The staff shook their heads apologetically, stating that it was a fundamental regulation beyond their control. Very well. I shall proceed with a random match. Under the guidance of the staff, Yi Ming found himself before the portal. Should any danger arise, you may press the wristband to exit at any moment. If you are dissatisfied with your teammates, you may also withdraw. The voice of the staff gradually faded into the background. When Yi Ming reopened his eyes, he discovered he was atop a swiftly moving train. The high-speed locomotive surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the rushing wind whipping past his ears with a chilling howl. On either side of the tracks, monstrous beings emerged from the depths below. Suddenly, a blue beam of light descended beside Yi Ming. As the luminescence dissipated, a girl clad in combat attire widened her eyes in astonishment. Yi Ming, is it truly you? Lu Yuxuan exclaimed, her heart swelling with surprise as she could hardly contain her energy. Humph, Yiming, I am now a second-tier contract master. You used to mock me with your cold jests, but now I have caught up to you and shall soon surpass you. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Yiming, with an expressionless demeanor, pressed his wristband and exited the secret realm without a second thought. Uninterested in her words, Lu Yuxuan stood there in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Confusion soon gave way to a furrowed brow and a piercing glare as she shouted, Yiming, is it truly so that you cannot tolerate me? I have done nothing to deserve this treatment. Why must you be this way? Her voice echoed through the train, yet no one heard her. At least, Yiming did not. Chapter 41. The Expedition Through the Demon Train, a record-breaking journey. After exiting, Yiming conferred with the staff. Once he confirmed that he would not encounter Lu Yuxuan, he felt reassured and ventured into the secret realm. Whoosh! Upon entering, a blue pillar of light materialized beside him. As the light dissipated, a tall woman appeared. She possessed flowing burgundy hair, styled into a high ponytail. Her upper attire was a fitted corset, while her lower half donned loose cargo pants paired with rugged boots, a dagger, and throwing knives secured at her waist. With a minimalistic makeup, she immediately assumed a cautious combat stance upon entering the secret realm, exuding an air of competence. A second-tier contract master? After assessing Yiming beside her, Chu Liuyin's gaze remained fixed ahead. Yiming nodded, affirming, yes. Have you any experience with duo secret realms? No. This is my first time. She sighed, feeling exasperated at being matched with a novice. Chu Liuyin fell into silence, her expression darkening instantly. The demon train is ill-suited for second-tier newcomers. It poses significant dangers. When the demons appear, stay behind me. I can guide you through. But your rewards for clearing the realm will belong to me. Yiming remained silent. The next moment, the once clear sky transformed into a deep crimson. Horrific night demons erupted from the ground, frantically charging towards the train from both sides. They resembled emaciated monkeys, with dark gray skin, sharp teeth, and astonishing agility. Though they were all second-tier, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, over 3,000 demons swarmed the rooftops of the 13 carriages. Damn, so many of them. After silently cursing, Chu Liuyin turned to Yiming and declared, I shall commence my charge now. Ensure you follow closely. Before she could finish her sentence, Yiming's figure abruptly flickered and transformed into a streak of black light, darting forward. During the sprint, the Godfall demon armor enveloped him entirely. He grasped the air, and a long scythe materialized in his hand, its chilling gleam cutting through the atmosphere, leaving behind a trail of dark crimson. Yiming's speed was astonishing. What on earth are you doing? You, a mere second-tier contract master, are charging into the fray? Chu Liuyin exclaimed in fury. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. As Yiming plunged into the horde of aberrant demons, he resembled the Grim Reaper amidst shadows, wielding the scythe with relentless precision. Each swing of the crimson crescent slice sent dozens of demon heads soaring into the air. Behind Yiming, dark tendrils pierced through the bodies of the demons, stringing them together before violently flinging them 100 meters away. Yiming and the shadowy specter moved in perfect synchrony. In less than 3 minutes, all 3,000 demons lay slain. What in the world is this? Chu Liuyin gasped, her eyes nearly popping out. No way. You, a second-tier contract master, annihilated 3,000 demons? Is this an exaggeration? Wasn't this supposed to be our first venture into the duo's secret realm? You must be joking. Wait a moment. Chu Liuyin furrowed her brow. I cannot be merely a tool to bolster his numbers. Just as her thoughts spiraled into disbelief, another wave of demons charged toward the train. This new breed resembled oversized bats, brandishing saber-like teeth and descending from the sky with menacing snarls. No, I must take action this time. Otherwise, I will truly become nothing more than a mere tool. Chu Liuyin's eyes shimmered with brilliance as crimson vines extended from her shoulders, entwining her arms and ultimately transforming into 2 resilient whips. A-grade Thorn Saintus. Evil fiends, meet your demise. As she prepared to strike, the scythe wielded by Yiming twisted, and darkness radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. All airborne fiends were shrouded in this abyss. Spirit technique, eternal night descends. Countless dark tendrils reached out, ensnaring the flying fiends and dragging them into the void, leading to their utter demise. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in Yiming's mind. Kill of second-order flying fiend. Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2, Kill of second-order flying fiend. Realm Experience 2, Spirit Technique Experience 2, Kill of second-order flying fiend. Realm Experience 2. Spirit Technique Experience 2. There were a staggering 2,000 aerial fiends. Despite some losses, Yiming amassed over 3,000 experience points. It became evident that to elevate one's realm, one must venture into secret realms teeming with formidable beasts. Yiming clenched his fists, feeling his power surge once more. Meanwhile, Chu Luoyin's heart trembled. What was it about this boy's contracted spirit energy that felt so peculiar? It was saturated with blood and darkness, entirely unbefitting of a saintess. Could it be that he was a witch contractor? This thought led her to recall recent information she had received. A prodigious youth from Songnan First High, possessing maximum spirit affinity, a contractor of witches. Was he perhaps that fabled prodigious witch contractor? A tremor coursed through Chu Luoyin's heart. She hurried forward and inquired, "My friend, may I ask your name?" Yiming. Yiming. A flash of realization struck Chu Luoyin like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, it was Yiming. No wonder your strength is so extraordinary. Her heart found a semblance of balance. If it were Yiming, everything made perfect sense. Suddenly, a deafening roar interrupted her reverie. The high-speed train came to a screeching halt. Almost immediately, Yiming noticed a 15-meter-tall, mutated giant looming directly ahead, lifting the train's front end as if to crush it. Good grief. A third-tier ferocious beast, a mutated giant. This creature possesses immense power. Even I cannot contend with it. This secret realm is indeed formidable. Chu Luoyin turned to Yiming, urgency lacing her voice. Let us join forces to confront it. No need. A crimson intent to kill surged violently. Yiming transformed into a shadowy figure, charging towards the mutated giant. As he neared its towering head, the realm of darkness unfolded. The mutated giant, poised to retaliate, found its body momentarily restrained, providing Yiming with a prime opportunity. He unleashed his spiritual technique, Eternal Night Descends. This time, it was a focused attack. The darkness coalesced at the blade's edge of his scythe, the raging force causing his body to tremble. With both hands gripping the scythe, he swung fiercely at the giant's head, resembling a blood-red crescent moon rising from the abyss. In an instant, the mutated giant's head was sent soaring. Successfully defeated a third-tier mutated giant, gaining 30 realm experience, 30 spirit technique experience. Congratulations, you have obtained Eye of the Giant. The Eye of the Giant? To his astonishment, materials had been dropped. This journey was not in vain. Yiming tucked the Eye of the Giant into his satchel. This item was exceedingly repulsive. He had no intention of consuming it raw. Is this what it means to possess maximum spiritual affinity? Even a contract which surpasses me by leaps and bounds. And yet, I am merely a third-tier contract master. Behind him, Chu Luoyin had long since lost all hope. A second-tier contract master, capable of annihilating a third-tier ferocious beast in a single strike. Such feats are rarely achieved. It's truly astounding. After vanquishing the mutated giant, Yiming successfully completed the challenge of the secret realm. Once again, he shattered the record for completion. Congratulations on breaking the completion record. You have received Crimson Demon Core, material from a fourth-tier ferocious beast. Chapter 42. The final assessment. The conclusion of entry, a fourth-tier ferocious beast material. Yiming's heart leaped with joy. Inquiring with Ing Yuyu, she stated that this material was particularly suitable for her. What a windfall! As this was a duo secret realm, the rewards for completion were doubled. Chu Luoyin also received a share. However, she approached Yiming and handed him the Crimson Demon Core, saying, "Yiming, you take the reward. I feel unworthy of this item." She was a person of principles. One must earn their rewards through effort. How could she accept something without merit? Her conscience would not permit it. Yiming couldn't help but glance more closely at Chu Luoyin, at the Crimson Demon Core in his hand. He was not one to be overly coy, since the item had been presented to him. Rejecting it was out of the question. "Thank you," he expressed with a cupped fist in gratitude. Chu Luoyin smiled and shook her head. "No need for pleasantries. Perhaps we can collaborate again in the future." "Very well." With that, Yiming prepared to leave the teleportation hall. At that moment, boom, the sound of thunder erupted. From a portal at the farthest end of the transmission hall, bolts of lightning surged forth, scorching the ground and injuring several onlooking contract masters. Suddenly, a number of formidable figures rushed into the secret realm, and after several minutes, the tumultuous lightning from the portal finally ceased. "What is happening?" Yiming inquired of the staff. The individual waved his hand dismissively, seemingly accustomed to the situation. "The beasts in the Thunder Ruins have gone into a frenzy. This occurrence happens almost every month. I've grown accustomed to it." Thunder Ruins? Yiming recalled that it was a VIP secret realm. When there is chaos, there are treasures to be found. Yiming, Shall we venture in? Shadowy suggested. Yiming nodded and asked the staff, May I enter the Thunder Ruins now? Unfortunately not, sir. Even with your privileges, it is prohibited. The beast frenzy is exceedingly perilous. You must wait 5 days until the beasts settle down before you can re-enter. 5 days. Yiming felt as though he had missed out on a fortune. Never mind. I shall return and absorb the materials from the ferocious beast first. Upon leaving the transmission hall, Yiming hurried home, immediately shutting the door behind him. He retrieved the eye of the giant and 2 crimson magic cores, beginning the process of refinement. A dark aura enveloped the materials from the ferocious beasts, voraciously drawing forth the energy they contained. This process continued for several minutes, and at the moment of conclusion, a notification sound echoed in Yiming's mind. Spiritual power, 300-310. Vitality, 300-310. Both vitality and spiritual power have been enhanced with the assistance of the materials derived from ferocious beasts. In addition to these improvements, the levels of spiritual techniques have also seen an elevation. Dark Domain, Level 5, Level 6. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 5, Level 6. Eternal Night Descends, Level 6, Level 7. Indeed, the path to becoming stronger lies in vanquishing ferocious beasts. Yiming promptly accessed the panel of Shadow Yuyo. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yuyo. Level, SSS, Progressive Advancement, 0. 15. Revival Progress, 7. Both the revival progress and the advancement progress have increased. However, perhaps due to the minimal increments, Shadow Yuyo did not acquire additional powers this time. Once he joins the Slaughter Hall, he will gain access to the Black Dragon Bone Marrow. At that point, a substantial enhancement awaits. The Black Dragon Bone Marrow, a material from a 7th-tier ferocious beast, harbors powers that are exceedingly vital for the current stage of Yiming. Upon refining the Black Dragon Bone Marrow, his revival progress may reach 10%, or even higher. Shadow Yuyo began to harbor expectations. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, Sun Hoyuan sent a message. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Yiming, is there another assassination mission? Sun Hoyuan, the dealings between the Wang family and Yonghe Pharmaceutical have been thoroughly investigated. Now, only one final step remains. They have concealed a key individual. Once we capture that person, the task will be complete, and the Wang family will no longer hold sway in Songnan. Everything is in place. We are merely missing this one individual. Yiming furrowed his brow. He immediately sent a message inquiring, Yiming, everything major has been resolved. Yet you cannot apprehend a mere individual? Son, please be candid. Is this task yet another test of my capabilities? This fellow is quite astute. Sun Hoyuan, indeed. This is a test for you, bestowed by my mentor, the Deputy Lord of the Execution Hall. The Deputy Lord. Have I truly attracted the attention of such a significant figure? Yiming, a test is one thing, but when might I be admitted into the Execution Hall? Surely, I cannot be tasked with duties without any remuneration. The martial arts grand examination is imminent, and I still require materials from the secret realm for the formidable beasts. This was Yiming's honest sentiment. Feeling disgruntled, he articulated his thoughts openly. Bottling them up was unbearable. After a moment of silence, Sun Hoyuan responded. Sun Hoyuan, this task represents your final trial. Upon successful completion, you will be exempted from the 700 points of the martial arts grand examination. Gain direct admission into the execution hall and receive a base salary of 15 million. Additionally, you will obtain the Black Dragon Bone Marrow you seek. 15 million. Yiming was taken aback by this base salary. If he recalled correctly, Sun Hoyuan had previously mentioned that the typical starting salary for newcomers in the execution hall was 5 million. This was a threefold increase. Yiming, I shall not disappoint your expectations, son. Sun Hoyuan, well, there will be ample time for expressions of gratitude later. I have sent you the task. As per usual, commence this evening. Yiming opened the task details. Task name, The Eternal Deception, Part 4. Target, Chun Duan, one of the key figures. Target level, 2nd tier contract master, B-class contract spirit. Task content, capture Chun Duan. Regardless of life or death. Task time, 2200 hours tonight, regardless of life or death. This individual seems somewhat significant, though not excessively so. Yiming lay down to rest for a while, and soon the clock struck 2200 hours. Sun Hoyuan, I have sent you the location of the target. After apprehending him, remain on site. I will dispatch other assassins to coordinate with you. Yiming, should I conceal my identity from them? Sun Hoyuan, handle it as you see fit. The night enveloped the surroundings like a shroud, adorned with twinkling stars. In a secluded, dilapidated alley, three figures turned to enter a rundown room. The interior was sparsely furnished. A bed, a table, and a chair, with cobwebs adorning the corners and dust covering the floor. Brother Chun, you shall remain here for a few days. We will send someone to bring you food, one of the subordinates remarked. Chun Duan nodded, clad in a black suit, with thick brows and large eyes. His features relatively handsome, albeit his demeanor was somewhat despondent. Brother Chun, there is no need for concern. Once this tumult subsides, we shall indulge in the finer things of life, another reassured him. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Brother Chun, rest well. The two subordinates exited the room. Chun Duan sat in a chair with his legs spread apart, resting his elbows on his thighs, and sighed repeatedly. Damn it. How could a perfectly good plan suddenly be exposed? Who was behind this? He scratched his head incessantly when suddenly two dark figures appeared on the ground. Chun Wunda looked up to see the two subordinates who had just stepped outside, brandishing guns aimed directly at his head. What do you want? Chun Duan's pupils constricted sharply. Sorry, Brother Chun, but tonight you must die. Bang! The gun fired, and his head was severed, rolling to the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. The heads of the two subordinates landed at Chun Duan's feet. He was taken aback. Yi Ming stood before him, holding a long scythe dripping with blood, his eyes filled with a crimson murderous intent. Next, it will be your turn. Chun Duan. Chapter 43. Kill the Third Order Contract Master. Assessment completed. Who are you? Chun Duan gazed at Yi Ming, his pupils trembling. He sensed a chilling killing intent emanating from Yi Ming, sending shivers down his spine. Yi Ming stood silently, scythe in hand, as if awaiting something. The next moment, boom, the roof collapsed, and a massive figure descended from above. Ha! I knew I could catch a big fish, and here you are? The burly man was clad in a layer of crystalline armor, his eyes sharp and cunning, grinning as countless crystal shards fell from his grasp. Yi Ming frowned slightly. An S-class crystal saintess. A third-order contract master. Lu, why are you here? Quickly save me. Kill this guy, he just tried to kill me. Chun Duan seemed to grasp a lifeline. Lu Ningshan chuckled softly, assuring him, rest assured, he cannot kill you. His gaze fixated on Yi Ming, his body adorned with crystalline spikes that had transformed into sharp, elongated protrusions, amplifying the size of his fists fivefold, exuding immense power. Thus, this is a ploy to bait me, thought Yi Ming, shaking his head in disdain. What a tedious trick. The realm of darkness unfurled, plunging the dimly lit room into an absolute silence. Lu Ningshan surveyed his surroundings, an inexplicable sense of panic washing over him. Damn it, this is somewhat sinister. He cursed. Die for me. With a surge of strength, he propelled his crystalline fist toward Yi Ming. Yet, as his fist approached within half a meter of Yi Ming, the dark realm fully enveloped him, binding his body and rendering him immobile, as if frozen in time. Release me, you bastard, he shouted in frustration. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, Yi Ming unleashed a dark throwing knife. The blade, sharp and swift, cleaved through the air and effortlessly pierced Lu Ningshan's skull. His breath faded rapidly, his body consumed by the darkness, ultimately transforming into a desiccated corpse. I'll keep the body for later, Yi Ming mused. Lu Ningshan's demise was an unforeseen event. His corpse might hold some value, better to retain it. After dispatching Lu Ningshan, Yi Ming turned his attention to Chun Duan, who was already a picture of terror, his pupils quivering uncontrollably. As Yi Ming approached, he fell to the ground in sheer panic. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. I want to live. Chun Duan gritted his teeth, vowing, if you dare lay a hand on me, even if it costs me my life, I will not divulge a single piece of information. Bang! Yi Ming's fist connected with Chun Duan's face. Teeth flew, and blood gushed forth. Facing imminent death, how dare you feign bravery? Is this the rhetoric you ought to employ? Behave yourself. The underworld will come to collect your life, Yi Ming declared, delivering another punch that rendered Chun Duan unconscious. His heavy eyelids fell, consciousness fading as he slumped in the chair, immobile. The deed was done. Gazing at the lifeless body of Lu Ningshan, drained of life, and the incapacitated Chun Duan, whose pants were now soiled, Yi Ming remained impassive, displaying no sign of discomfort. Perhaps there were others on their way to rescue Chun Duan. Patience was key. Yi Ming remained vigilant in the shadows as time trickled by. Only when he was certain no one else would come to Chun Duan's aid did he retrieve his phone. Yi Ming, it's done. I've knocked out Chun Duan and dispatched Lu Ningshan. Sun Hoyuan, Lu Ningshan? So he was hiding here. Is he injured? I recall he is a third-tier contract master with an S-class spirit. Yiming initially intended to assert that he was unharmed, but reconsidered. Words could never convey the stark reality as vividly as an image. Thus, he captured a photograph of Lu Ningshan and sent it to Sun Hoyuan. Wow, has he truly been drained to a husk? Sun Hoyuan gasped, astonished by Yi Ming's ingenuity. Sun Hoyuan, the assessment is concluded. I will arrange for someone to retrieve you within 5 minutes at most. Yi Ming understood. He ended the conversation. Yi Ming cast a glance around, ultimately unleashing the dark realm and slipping into the shadowy corner. To the outside world, he appeared to have vanished entirely. Even his breath concealed with meticulous precision, an elite assassin's skill in breath control, one that even a fifth-tier contract master might struggle to perceive. Soon, a gentle breeze heralded the arrival of two figures, one clad in white and the other in black, entering the room. The figure in white inadvertently stepped upon Lu Ningshan's arm. Looking down in astonishment, Lu exclaimed, "What the? A ghost?" The black-clad figure shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing him not to be overly dramatic. This is merely a corpse, slain, presumably by the new assassin mentioned by Captain Sunday Goodness. It seems that newcomer possesses considerable skill. Lu Ningshan is a third-tier contract master, and his contract spirit is of the S rank. The white figure expressed surprise, noting that at such a level, a contract master's physical form undergoes transformation, rendering their bodily structure more resilient and less prone to damage. To think he could be reduced to a desiccated corpse. TSK, could that newcomer be a reincarnated demon? Is the contract spirit akin to a nine-tailed fox? This time, the black figure offered no response. Instead, he approached Chen Duan directly, retrieving a bag of urea. Indeed, it was a bag of urea, into which he unceremoniously placed Chen Duan. After clearing the scene of the scuffle, the white figure remarked with disdain, "That insufferable newcomer, leaving without tidying up the battlefield, compelling us, the two seasoned veterans, to do the cleanup. It's utterly outrageous. Should I discover his identity, I shall surely deliver a combination of punches, a gesture of affection from an elder." "No, you are mistaken." The shadow clad in black smiled nonchalantly. He had not departed, remaining steadfastly within the confines of the room. The figure adorned in white gasped in astonishment. "Why on earth did you not mention this sooner? You tend to be overly verbose. Consider this a lesson learned." "Damn it." The two figures, one black and one white, departed while grumbling. As they left, Yi Ming noticed that the corner of the black figure's eye seemed to cast a fleeting glance in his direction. "Quite formidable," Yi Ming remarked coolly. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. "Yi Ming, the person has been taken away. Are there any further tasks?" "Sun Hoyuan, congratulations on successfully completing your final assessment. I have submitted your information and will inform you as soon as the review is complete." "Yi Ming, another review?" "Sun Hoyuan, typically, there would be no need for one, but your performance has been exceptionally outstanding. It will be personally reviewed by the Vice Lord. He takes a keen interest in you." "Sun Hoyuan, rest assured, this period of waiting will not be in vain. I have delivered 3 materials from 5th-tier ferocious beasts to your home, all tailored for a witch contract master, to spare you from incessantly claiming that our silent hall is miserly. 3 materials from 5th-tier ferocious beasts, and specifically suited for a witch contract master." Yi Ming felt a surge of joy within, committing this act of kindness to memory. In this era dominated by saintess contract masters, acquiring high-tier materials compatible with witch beasts posed a considerable challenge. Aside from secret realms, one could only venture beyond to hunt ferocious beasts for their materials. Even with wealth, procuring them on the market proved exceedingly difficult. "Yi Ming, thank you. Teacher Sun Hoyuan, indeed. Indeed, I wanted to give you a heads up. After the Wang family's decline, their former enterprises will be taken over by your family, the Yi clan. In due course, someone will arrange a meeting with your second uncle. Please remind him to remain calm." Yi Ming, all right. Chapter 44, The Deputy Hall Master's Attention. Upon returning home, Yi Ming found his second uncle, Yi Jun, standing in the hall, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, visibly anxious. "Second uncle," Yi Ming called out. Yi Jun immediately approached, his expression filled with concern. "Yi Ming, what on earth have you been up to lately? Why have you gotten involved with the person in charge of the secret realm in Songnan City?" Glancing at the intricately carved wooden box on the table, Yi Ming quickly comprehended the situation. The materials had been sent by Jiang Qingyi. Although the Yi family was prominent in Songnan City, They were still overshadowed by powerful figures like Jiang Qingyi in the world of commerce. This matter is quite complex, Yiming replied. What did the person in charge of Jiang say to you? He mentioned that this item is a gift for you, acknowledging your outstanding performance in the secret realm. Hence, he specially provided you with some materials from ferocious beasts. Yi Jun sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Yiming, I just examined the ferocious beast materials. They are extremely precious, valued at over 10 million. I highly doubt that such a generous gift is merely an expression of appreciation. After a moment of silence, Yiming finally sighed and confessed, very well, I shall lay my cards on the table. With the martial arts examination imminent, I am determined to secure the top position in Songnan City. These items are merely an investment from the person in charge of Jiang. I knew it was all nonsense. The Knight Army cast a sideways glance at him, remarking that if mere words could earn one the title of top scholar, his third uncle would have long been renowned throughout the nation. However, let us not dwell on that. If you choose not to speak, I shall refrain from probing further. Yet, it is imperative to remember that in any endeavor, one must not contravene principles, and actions that offend heaven and humanity must never be undertaken. Knight Ming nodded. Indeed. His second uncle was far more agreeable. Had it been his third uncle, he would have relentlessly pursued the matter, digging for every detail. By the way, second uncle, during this period, there will be high-level discussions in Songnan City regarding you. Do not be anxious or flustered. Once you receive the news, refrain from discussing it with anyone, particularly not with third uncle, for he has a penchant for loose lips and is prone to divulging secrets. As soon as Knight Ming's words fell, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. Who are you calling loose-lipped? Knight Ming? What brings you here at this late hour? Are you preparing to go out? What on earth is in that wooden box you are carrying? Before Knight Ming could respond, his third uncle, Yi Wenren, had already bombarded him with a barrage of questions. Sensing the impending interrogation, Knight Ming hastily deflected with, Oh, third uncle, your timing is impeccable. I'm short on funds for some materials. Just need 5 million. Farewell. And he swiftly turned to leave. Third uncle Yi Wen hummed a little tune as he departed, acting as if nothing were amiss. Knight Ming shook his head. He had grown accustomed to such situations. Upon returning to his room, Knight Ming opened the wooden box. A pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, the bright light obscured by a crimson haze. Inside lay 3 materials from ferocious beasts, resembling skulls, adorned with swirling black patterns. Their eye sockets were distinctly hollow. Yet Knight Ming felt an unsettling sensation as if they were fixated upon him. These were 5th-tier beast materials, malevolent spirit skulls. This entity embodies darkness, bloodshed, and slaughter, rendering it an impeccable material for a witch. Yiming, indeed, has shown genuine intent this time. Ing Yu instantly discerned the value of the 3 materials. Yiming nodded. And soon, a dark aura enveloped the 3 decaying skeletons, voraciously siphoning their power. As his body was shrouded in darkness, the contours of his muscles became increasingly defined, and black runes flickered beneath his skin. He grew stronger, successfully absorbed malevolent skeletons. Level up progress 1. 35. Revival progress 1. Mental energy, 310-330. Vitality, 310-330. Contract spirit, Godfall Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yu. Level, SSS. Progress, 1. 5. Revival progress, 8. Yiming gazed at the information displayed on the panel, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the level up progress increasing by over 1%. Truly, this material is befitting for a witch's monstrous needs. If only I could venture into the outer realm right now. Yiming sighed. The outer realm is a lawless territory, dominated by ferocious beasts, and is the prime location for acquiring materials. However, regulations dictate that entry is strictly forbidden until one becomes a 3rd-tier contract master, even for an SSS-level saintly contract master. Alas, I shall wait until I achieve the status of a 3rd-tier contract master. Yiming remained undeterred. Just as he was pondering, a voice filled with excitement echoed from Ing Yu. Yiming, my freedom has increased. With that, 2 dark tendrils extended from behind Yiming. From 1 to 2. Quite a remarkable enhancement. Off to the training room to test the results. As Yiming stood up and opened the door, he unexpectedly collided with his uncle San. Oh, San, why are you still awake at this late hour? Ahem. San Yiwen awkwardly cleared his throat and then handed Yiming a bank card. You mentioned before that you needed 5 million for materials, didn't you? Here, this card contains over 4 million. Take it. This. Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that his previous jest would be taken seriously by his uncle. Thank you, San. I promise never to speak ill of you behind your back again. I shall do so to your face instead. Get lost. Time passed swiftly. Only 10 days remained until the martial arts grand examination. Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming, your application has been approved. Congratulations on successfully joining the slaughter hall. The black dragon bone marrow you requested will be delivered tonight. Since it is a Tier 7 material, the transportation process will be rather intricate. Yi Ming, thank you, Teacher Sunday Sun Hoyuan. You should now address me as Captain Sunday. Furthermore, my mentor, who is also the Vice Hall Master, expressed high regard for you after reviewing your dossier and stated that you are destined to become the top scholar of Songnan. There are implications in that statement. Yi Ming immediately grasped the significance. At the level of the Vice Hall Master of the Slaughter Hall, a single remark transcended mere words. What appeared to be an assessment was, in fact, an expectation. Yi Ming, if I were to become the top scholar of Songnan, there would be a reward from the Vice Hall Master, correct? Sun Hoyuan, you are quite clever. Indeed. The teacher has stated that if you can become the top scholar of Songnan, he will grant you a 7th-tier fierce beast material and accept you as his disciple. Am I about to ascend to greatness? Yi Ming was taken aback, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Yi Ming, thank you, Captain Sun, for your guidance, and thank you, Deputy Hall Master, for your recognition. One must exhibit the proper etiquette. After a brief acknowledgement from Sun Hoyuan, he silently turned off his phone. Leaning back in his chair, he pinched his brow and sighed, alas. It is not easy to discover a promising talent, only to have him chosen by the teacher. That old man truly is something. He just declared he would no longer accept disciples this year, and now he goes back on his word. How outrageous. The vice president of Star Demon University, so fickle. It is utterly unacceptable. I must expose him before the master. Meanwhile, after concluding the chat, Yi Ming was filled with determination. The top scorer of the martial arts examination. 7th-tier fierce beast materials, the Deputy Hall Master personally taking him in. Each aspect is of immense significance to me at this moment. I must succeed. Off to the teleportation hall to venture into the secret realm. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yi Ming answered. It was the staff from the teleportation hall. Hello. Is this Mr. Yi Ming? The VIP secret realm, Thunder Ruins, that you previously reserved is now open, and you may come over. What a stroke of luck. Yi Ming felt a surge of joy. Chapter 45, Secret Realm. Thunder Ruins. The teleportation hall was bustling with over 100 contract practitioners gathered at the entrance of the Thunder Ruins. The staff, with a grave expression, cautioned, the Thunder Ruins is an exceedingly unstable realm. Upon entry, you must exercise utmost caution. Should you perceive any anomalies, promptly withdraw from the realm to avert potential casualties. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts within the Thunder Ruins are at least of the 2nd tier, with the highest suspected to be of the quasi-4th tier. Thus, it is not open to 1st-tier contract masters. I kindly request all 1st-tier contract masters to depart and consider other realms. As the words echoed, several contract masters departed in disappointment. Among them were 1st-tier contract masters, alongside 2nd-tier contract masters who, fearing unforeseen events, chose to leave at the last moment. The Thunder Ruins held ferocious beasts of the highest suspected quasi-4th tier. Night Ming furrowed his brow. He had once heard his elder sister, Night Xinshin, speak of such matters. If the staff relayed it as a suspicion, it indicated that no one had witnessed it with their own eyes. Yet the essence of a quasi-4th tier beast lingered within the realm. Although I am currently a 2nd-tier contract master, my physical strength is formidable, and my spiritual techniques inflict considerable damage, capable of nearly obliterating most 3rd-tier beasts. With the revival progress steadily increasing, I can unleash unexpected damage in an instant. Night Ming gazed at his fists, feeling that should he truly encounter a quasi-4th tier beast, he might not be unable to engage it. Even if he could not prevail, he could surely retreat unscathed. There is no reason to hesitate. Let us depart. In the Thunder Ruins, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and the atmosphere felt oppressive. Rubble and debris piled high, and amidst the remnants of crumbling walls stood 3 ancient palaces, weathered by the passage of time. On either side stand the palatial halls known as the Falling Thunder Hall and the Stricken Thunder Hall, serving as auxiliary chambers. The lowest rank of the ferocious beasts within is merely 2nd tier. Although they house numerous treasures, their quality and rarity pale in comparison to those of the main hall. At the center lies the Grand Thunder Hall, the principal chamber, where the ferocious beasts are all of 3rd tier rank, concealing numerous high-value artifacts. However, the Thunder Hall enforces a rather peculiar regulation. Only 10 individuals are permitted entry. Yiming, to the Thunder Hall. There exists a treasure that is perfectly suited for you. The excited voice of Ing Yu echoed. Yiming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed upon the majestic Thunder Hall in the distance. Its grand scale was adorned with intricately carved patterns, and at the entrance stood 2 bizarre stone statues of ferocious beasts. Just as he prepared to set forth, 10 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Thunder Hall, clad in red robes, obstructing the path of the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Our Flame Martial Arts Academy shall claim all the spots for this session in the Thunder Hall. Out of respect for Su Shifeng, I advise you to seek entry to the other 2 halls. A short-haired man stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his face that concealed a glint of menace. Respect? Who do you think you are? Why should I show you any deference? Do you truly believe that such a brazen act of monopolizing spots is something that mere cats and dogs like you can accomplish? A towering and burly man rolled up his sleeves, charging forward with an aggressive demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, the short-haired man, known as Su Shangfeng, clenched his fist. As if molten magma swirled around his hand. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch that sent the burly man hurtling 30 meters away. A 4th-tier contract master. No wonder he is so audacious. I recalled that the Flame Martial Arts Hall is a renowned dojo in Songnan City, presided over by a long-established Tier 4 contract master. Su Shangfeng. Yes, he is indeed the esteemed disciple. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. Upon learning that Su Shangfeng was a prospective Tier 4 contract master, many hastily retreated to the other 2 halls, daunted by the prospect of approaching. The burly man, who had previously suffered defeat, rose from the ground, shot a venomous glare at Su Shangfeng, and, muttering curses, departed with his head bowed. Observing the departing figures, Su Shangfeng let out a cold chuckle, about to turn away. Just then, a figure strode towards them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Well, in this day and age, there are indeed many headstrong youths. A mere child, barely matured, dares to challenge the dignity of our Flame Martial Arts Hall? A long-haired disciple emerged. A Tier 3 contract master, with a C-grade spirit of the Armored Maiden. Possessing considerable strength, he ranked above average within the dojo. He brandished a wolf-toothed club, arrogantly positioning it before Yiming. Hey kid, the Thunder Hall is ours. Those with sense should scram. Bang! Yiming clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the long-haired man's face. The force was tremendous, shattering his skull and sending teeth flying amidst a spray of blood. With a thud, the long-haired man collapsed to the ground, his eyes glazed, drooling. Rendered unconscious by a single punch, Yiming, expressionless, wiped his fist, muttering, just that. A Tier 3 contract master. Done in a heartbeat. The onlookers who had previously departed halted in their tracks, staring in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. As a prospective Tier 4 contract master, Su Shangfeng furrowed his brow. How dare they lay a hand on the members of my Flame Martial Arts School? A woman with dark skin, clad in a revealing mini-skirt, stormed off, intent on confronting Yiming. Wait. Su Shangfeng reached out to stop her. Qiao Xiaoyin frowned. Su Shixiang, what do you mean by this? Do not act recklessly. Su Shangfeng shook his head impassively. He can defeat Chen Zheng with a single punch. He can just as easily do the same to you. He possesses notable strength. Do not interfere. Qiao Xiaoyin's brows knitted tightly, ultimately letting out a cold huff. Yiming paid no attention to their shifting emotions and strode directly towards the Thunder Hall. As he passed by Su Shangfeng, the latter's ominous voice rang out. My friend, I advise you to think carefully. The path to the Thunder Hall is fraught with peril. There is nothing perilous about it. It is merely a matter of killing those who stand in my way, Yiming coldly retorted, striding purposefully into the Thunder Hall. Su Shifeng clenched his fists and followed closely behind. Bang! The moment they entered the Thunder Hall, the solid stone door descended, raising clouds of dust. Yiming surveyed the expanse ahead. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, dust swirling in the air, and arcs of lightning crackling along the walls. Yiming. The Thunder Hall comprises the outer hall, the main hall, and the inner hall. I can sense that all the formidable beasts and precious treasures reside within the inner hall. Ing Yu intoned, follow my direction. We shall head straight for the inner hall. Remember to activate the domain to conceal our presence. The outer hall is laden with traps. Indeed, a treasure-hunting prodigy and a master of danger elimination. Nightming's silhouette flickered momentarily, and he dashed forth. Whoosh! The realm of darkness unfurled as he transformed into a stream of black light, racing toward the inner sanctum. Su Xingfeng suddenly sensed impending doom. There was something amiss with the lad. "Let us follow him," he urged. In an instant, the personnel of the Flame Martial Arts Hall sprang into action, their energies surging, and various lights shimmering. However, just as they began to move, lightning suddenly surged from the walls, striking them. Boom! An explosion resonated as 3 second-tier contract masters were grievously wounded on the spot. "There are traps. Be cautious," Su Xingfeng shouted in warning. "Damn! Where did these traps come from? I've never heard of them before." Xiao Xiao cursed through gritted teeth, her gaze fixed on Night Ming's retreating form, a surge of imbalance rising within her. "Why is that fellow unscathed? What gives him the right?" Su Xingfeng barked back. "How the hell should I know?" Chapter 46. Thunderous Behemoth. Lightning-eyed zombie Night Ming activated the Realm of Darkness, navigating through the Thunder Palace. Upon entering the main hall from the outer chamber, he cast his gaze downward. There lay ferocious beasts resembling crocodiles, their bodies adorned with hard scales and blue gemstones atop their heads, while arcs of lightning danced upon their claws. These were third-tier beasts, the Thunderclaw crocodiles. Their attacks often bore the might of electricity, marking them as mid-tier among third-tier beasts. Though there are only about 100, it's no small number. Night Ming mused as he summoned his long scythe and executed a sweeping strike. With a whoosh, it sliced through the darkness like a blood-red crescent moon. Wherever the scythe struck, the bodies of the Thunderclaw crocodiles were cleaved asunder. Once they realized the danger, they charged furiously towards Yi Ming, who welcomed their approach. With scythe in hand, Yi Ming plunged into the throng of crocodiles, his arms swinging roundly, akin to a crimson whirlwind amidst the beasts, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the Thunderclaw crocodiles. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw crocodile, Realm Experience 4, Spirit Technique Experience 4. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw crocodile, Realm Experience 4. Spirit Technique Experience 4. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunderclaw crocodile, Realm Experience 4. Spirit Technique Experience 4. In less than 3 minutes, Yi Ming had slaughtered nearly all the Thunderclaw crocodiles in the hall. Yet, this was not the end. As the last Thunderclaw crocodile fell, the floor of the hall began to tremble violently. The stone-paved ground transformed into a quagmire, where Thunderclaw crocodiles lay in ambush, their eyes fixed upon Yi Ming. Meanwhile, Su Shifeng and others managed to escape the trap and arrived at the main hall. There was no need to linger. Yi Ming unleashed the dark domain once more, propelling himself with force, scaling walls with ease, covering 10 meters in a single stride, as if he were light refracted between 2 walls. Damn. His aura reveals him to be a second-tier contract master. Yet, his speed far exceeds that of a typical second-tier contract master. Even I, being a third tier, might struggle to catch up with him. Xiao Xiao clenched her fists, feeling quite vexed. With a surge of energy, she sprouted wings from her back, hoping to leverage her flying speed to close the gap with Yi Ming. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. A colossal Thunderclaw crocodile leaped into the air, its massive jaws snapping down and severing one of Xiao Xiaoying's wings. She stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. "What on earth is happening?" she exclaimed. Why had that fellow not been bitten by the Thunderclaw crocodile when he charged earlier? Xiao Xiao felt increasingly disgruntled. As a second-tier contract master, how could he possess both luck and strength? Su Xingfeng maintained a stoic expression, deciding to postpone his complaints for later. First, they needed to eliminate the Thunderclaw crocodiles. That young man's objective was the inner hall, which indeed suggested he was not an ordinary individual. The group plunged into battle. In the inner hall, the atmosphere was no longer dim and lifeless. Ancient lanterns adorned the walls, their eerie blue flames flickering in the absence of wind, illuminated by the firelight. Yi Ming's silhouette danced upon the walls, shifting in and out of clarity. He gazed ahead, where 2 ferocious beast statues were vividly depicted. They crouched, resembling western dragons with wings sprouting from their backs, sharp fangs bared, and limbs ending in deadly claws. At the center of these formidable creatures stood an armored warrior, hands resting upon the hilt of a heavy sword, his expression composed, surrounded by an aura of crackling lightning. I have confirmed that the treasure concealed here is called the Devil-Devouring Thunderheart. It is an artifact imbued with the powers of darkness and lightning, which, once refined, will greatly benefit your physical form, Ingyu said, her voice trailing off as a look of perplexity crossed her face. However, it is rather strange. The aura indicates it is right here, yet why can I not see it? Yi Ming studied the 3 statues before him, Could it be? He approached the statues and reached out to touch them. In the next moment, with a cascade of sound, the statues seemed to come to life. Debris tumbling down like a waterfall to the ground. Two dragon-shaped statues broke free from their shackles, their bodies adorned in hues of deep blue and purple, with vertical pupils fixated intently on Yiming. A roar erupted, reverberating with fury throughout the Thunder Hall, causing it to tremble. The sound crackled with the essence of lightning, swiftly permeating the grand chamber as the stone slabs on the walls crumbled into sand. Coffins embedded in the walls revealed themselves, and with a thud, the coffin lids fell. Emaciated monstrosities, bound in bandages, contorted their bodies as they burst forth, their appearances grotesque and eyes ablaze with electric fury as they charged madly towards Yiming. The third-tier ferocious beast, the Thunder Lightning Tyrannosaurus, and the third-tier ferocious beast, the Thunder Eye Zombie, were formidable foes, their power not to be underestimated. Among them, the Thunder Lightning Tyrannosaurus was considered of superior caliber within its realm. Shadow, with her growing knowledge of ferocious beasts, offered a warning. Yiming, observing the two colossal dragons before him, swiftly moved, wielding his scythe. The blade shimmered with a chilling luminescence, slicing through the air in a dazzling arc of silver. With a swift strike, one of the Thunder Lightning Tyrannosaurus's wings was severed in an instant, eliciting a furious roar. The other Tyrannosaurus lunged at Yiming with its razor-sharp claws. Just as it closed the distance, an expanse of darkness unfurled from Yiming's center, ultimately coalescing into a domain. The attacking Tyrannosaurus shuddered, and seizing the opportunity, Yiming leaped onto its claw. With a swift motion, the chilling light cleaved through the dark, and a colossal head crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Successfully slain a third-tier Thunder Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Realm Experience 35, Spiritual Technique Experience 35. Truly, it was a beast of superior caliber, undeniably formidable. To his astonishment, slaying it had granted him 35 experience points. Regrettably, the quantity was far too scant. If only several hundred, or even 1,000, could descend upon him, Yiming was confident he could effortlessly ascend to the rank of a third-tier contract master. With a resounding crash, after landing, an uncountable horde of thunder-eyed zombies surged forth. They clustered together like a raging river, each displaying a menacing glint in their eyes. Rather than feeling fear, Yiming's spirit soared. These were all experience packages awaiting him. With a swift turn of his scythe, he plunged into the tide of zombies. His momentum swelling like a colossal ship navigating against the current, crushing through the sea of corpses. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunder-Eyed Zombie, Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunder-Eyed Zombie, Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Successfully killed a third-tier Thunder-Eyed Zombie, Realm Experience 6. Spirit Technique Experience 6. Experience points continued to accumulate, yet the Thunder-Eyed Zombies seemed inexhaustible, emerging in relentless waves. Yiming's killing growth was nearing immunity to them. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. He still had treasures to seek. With a focused mind, he noticed that each time a horde of zombies erupted, the Thunder Electric Dragon would roar from a distance. A revelation struck him. The sound of the Thunder Electric Dragon contained the essence of lightning power, which was crucial to the birth of the Thunder-Eyed Zombies. Thus, he must eliminate this Thunder Electric Dragon. With a determined heart, he moved into action. Illuminated by the eerie blue flames, Yiming's shadow flickered across the wall. Gripping the scythe in both hands, he aimed for the neck of the Thunder Electric Dragon and struck. With a splatter, blood sprayed against the walls as the head of a dragon soared into the sky. The second Thunder Tyrant had met its demise. However, in its death throes, it released a ferocious beast material, a cerulean fawn. Adorned with intricate azure patterns, it resembled a work of art. This was the Thunder-Patterned Fawn. Chapter 47. Hidden Challenge. The Lord of Thunder. The Thunder-Patterned Fawn, a third-tier beast material, possesses the ability to absorb the latent powers of thunder, thereby effectively honing the physical body and achieving the effects of lightning tempering. Though merely a third-tier material, its worth is commendable. At the moment Night Ming reached out to touch the material, a swift, cutting shadow of a sword descended with alarming speed. Alarmed, Night Ming's heart raced as he swiftly evaded the heavy blade, retreating 20 meters in an instant. While withdrawing, he glanced up and beheld the creature that had struck, a silver-armored behemoth wielding a massive sword, its blue eyes crackling with electric fury. Upon witnessing Night Ming's evasion, it exerted its legs and charged forward with its blade raised. Behold, a near fourth-tier beast, the silver-armored guardian. Shadow called out. Night Ming, do not confront it head-on. Its weakness lies in its eyes. At the moment her warning echoed, two dark tendrils lunged toward the silver-armored guardian's eyes. The guardian swiftly positioned its heavy sword in defense, blocking the encroaching tendrils. Though encased in cumbersome armor, its defense was formidable, rendering it nearly impenetrable. With determination, Night Ming bent his legs slightly, gathering strength before leaping into the air, his scythe raised high. In that fleeting moment, several dark daggers coalesced around him. With a swift motion, the daggers surged forth. As the long scythe cleaved downwards, a dull thud reverberated throughout the inner hall, causing the silver-armored guard to stagger under the immense force. Indeed, the quasi-fourth-tier beast proved to be formidable. Had it been a third-tier beast, it would have been cleaved in two by Yi Ming's scythe moments ago. Whoosh! A flash of cold light glimmered as Yi Ming tightened his grip on the long scythe, preparing to strike once more when suddenly, a crimson figure burst forth behind him. Su Shengfeng, enveloped in molten lava, hurled a powerful punch towards the silver-armored guard. At the moment of impact, sparks and molten rock erupted. This beast is mine. Su Shengfeng's eyes blazed with fervor as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, jabs, hooks, and swings, each strike imbued with explosive force. Attempting to seize what is rightfully mine, Yi Ming's expression darkened. The demonic thunder-devouring heart, as hinted by Ying Yu, likely resided within the silver-armored guard, and he would never relinquish it willingly. Charge! Just as Yi Ming prepared to advance, countless feathered arrows shot forth, obstructing his path. He turned to see Qiao Xiaoyin approaching, accompanied by 5 contract masters. Young man, remain here obediently. The treasures of the Thunder Palace are beyond your grasp. Qiao Xiaoyin pointed at Yi Ming, her gaze filled with disdain and provocation. Do these pathetic creatures think they can hinder me? Without hesitation, Yi Ming surged forward, unleashing a terrifying aura of darkness. With a sweep of his scythe, he released a crescent-shaped arc. A mere parlor trick. Qiao Xiaoyin smirked condescendingly, naively intending to intercept with her body. However, the moment her hand met the strike, her palm was instantly obliterated by the dark power. Damn! In a state of panic, Xiao Xiao hastily sought to evade the danger. However, her proximity was too great. Despite her immediate reaction, she still lost an arm. The severed shoulder bore no blood, and her entire limb seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of ash. How could this happen? The other disciples of the Fire Flame Martial Arts School were astonished, their hearts gripped by fear. They no longer dared to confront Yi Ming. He was too formidable. And we are no match for him. I have never witnessed such terrifying power. Wait, why do I sense no aura of the Saintess emanating from him? Could it be that his contracted spirit is a witch? Someone suddenly exclaimed in horror. The crowd was struck dumb, their minds inundated with a torrent of information. His contracted spirit must indeed be a witch. Only a witch contractor would exude such a heavy aura of slaughter. I understand now. He is Yi Ming, a fully developed spirit-contracted witch. Yes, it must be him. Damn, why is this happening? Wasn't it said that contracted witches have no future? Why is Yi Ming so powerful? Moreover, it was promised that witch contractors progress slowly. It has only been 20 days since awakening, and he has already become a second-tier contractor. This is hardly slow. In an instant, confusion shrouded the hearts of the onlookers. Yi Ming, Xiao Xiao trembled within, gazing at her severed arm, filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have attempted to stop him. Meanwhile, Su Shifeng, who was fiercely battling the silver-armored guards, remained oblivious to the unfolding changes nearby, just as he was about to throw another punch. Suddenly, the figure of Yi Ming materialized, delivering a forceful kick that sent Su Shifeng sprawling. Subsequently, the dark realm unfurled, and he raised his long scythe, aiming it menacingly at the head of the silver-armored guardian. This time, he exerted his full strength, as shadows summoned forth dark tendrils to strike. With a sickening squelch, the guardian's head was severed. The dark tendrils, taking advantage of the opening, pierced into the guardian's eyes. Was it over? Su Shifeng, having been kicked away, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet Yi Ming maintained a grave expression. Was it truly over? No. It was far from finished. The instincts of a top-tier assassin alerted him to an impending danger that was silently gestating. Indeed, as the silver-armored guardian fell lifeless, its body began to swell rapidly, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The violent blast triggered a chain reaction. The latent power of lightning embedded within the walls was unleashed, causing the Thunder Palace to shake violently, with debris raining down from the ceiling. The sky churned with dark clouds, and with a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the ruins of Thunder. In mere moments, the entire Thunder ruins transformed into a tempest of lightning, with bolts continuously descending. This was dire. A force was raging within the Thunder ruins. It was ill-advised to linger here. Many began to retreat hastily. Naturally, Yiming would not gamble with his own life. Just as he prepared to activate the button to escape, a vortex gate appeared behind him without warning. The fierce turbulence shattered Yiming's wristband, and he was abruptly pulled into the vortex. Damn it, something has gone awry. Run! Su Shengfeng and the others, witnessing Yiming being consumed by the vortex, were gripped by alarm and fled frantically, pressing their wristbands while evading the chaotic spatial currents. Whoosh, 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 as blue beams of light emerged. Nearly everyone fled from the Thunder ruins. The atmosphere of chaos extended beyond the portal. Once outside, the crowd hurriedly shouted in the teleportation hall, "Something has happened. Someone, please come." The Thunder ruins have erupted once more. Following the outcry, numerous staff rushed over. Even Jiang Qingyi, the overseer of the secret realm, was drawn by the commotion. With a grave expression, he remarked, "Damn it, this is the second eruption within a month. The Thunder ruins cannot be reopened, or else it will inevitably lead to disaster." He approached Su Shifeng and the others, scanning them before inquiring of the staff, "How many are injured, and how many have perished? Additionally, are there any others left in the secret realm? Tell me everything you know." The staff pulled up the surveillance footage and replied, "There were 50 participants in the Thunder ruins, 30 were injured, 1 has died, and 1 is missing." Missing? Jiang Qingyi furrowed his brow. Who is it? What is their name, and what circumstances led to their disappearance? The missing individual is Yiming. At that time, he attempted to leave the Thunder Hall, but was sucked into a strange vortex. Yiming? Jiang Qingyi was initially taken aback, then his eyes widened in fury. What? Who did you say? Yiming? Meanwhile, within the mysterious space where Yiming was ensnared, a notification echoed in his ears. Hidden challenge, initiated, defeat the master of the Thunder ruins. Lord of Lightning, Chapter 48, Defeat. Lord of Lightning. Yiming found himself in a mysterious realm. Beneath his feet lay marble intricately carved with unique runes, while the surrounding walls were adorned with vivid murals depicting various ferocious beasts. Gazing upward, he beheld jagged stone formations resembling icicles, reminiscent of a frozen cavern. This was the depths of the Thunder ruins, a palace shrouded in mystery, untouched by human presence. As the voice of a prompt echoed, hidden challenge initiated. Defeat the Thunder Lord. The surrounding lightning coalesced into a humanoid figure. Its skin shimmered with a bluish-purple hue, the muscles of its bare upper body rippling ominously, while its lower half was clothed in pants woven from black feathers, electric currents pulsating beneath its skin. 3 large drums floated upon its back, connected by arcs of lightning. The beast's visage was grotesque, featuring a beak-like mouth and cat-like eyes, exuding an aura of menace. It was undeniably powerful, surpassing the earlier quasi-4th-tier silver-armored guardian, yet still falling short of the 4th-tier beast standards. With a fierce roar, the Thunder Lord lunged at Yiming. Claws outstretched, emanating a formidable presence, crackling arcs of thunder enveloping its form. Such a desire to attack. Yiming felt a tightening in his chest. Darkness enveloped him as he donned the Godfall demon armor, his aura surging dramatically. Armed with a crescent blade, he charged forward, the blade gleaming menacingly, radiating an imposing energy. The clash of darkness and lightning erupted in a thunderous roar, scattering debris throughout the underground palace. Yiming confronted the Thunder Lord head-on, exerting every ounce of strength to force the beast back several meters. With a furious roar, the Thunder Lord bared its fangs, its claws gathering energy before unleashing a devastating bolt of lightning. Night Ming's heart trembled, just as he was about to rise and evade. A haunting voice echoed in his mind, "Do not hide. I will absorb most of the lightning for you, and the remainder will be used to temper your body." Startled, Night Ming realized that such a method was indeed possible. As the surge of lightning approached, the dark tendrils summoned by the voice formed a protective shield, blocking the majority of the force, while a few stray bolts struck Night Ming, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. His body felt a fervent heat as it was incessantly refined. The Lord of Lightning continued to unleash its electric fury. During this process, the voice, like a dam releasing water, gradually channeled more lightning into Night Ming. His physical form was being honed, growing stronger by the moment. The strength of the Lord of Lightning lay in its control over electricity, yet its vulnerability was its corporeal form. Now, you can unilaterally overpower it. At last, the protective barrier dissipated. Clad in the divine armor of fallen gods, Night Ming could withstand all lightning strikes. The Lord of Lightning was taken aback, frantically directing bolts toward Night Ming. This time, Night Ming required no scythe. He charged forward, braving the onslaught, and seized the Lord of Lightning by the neck. Hurling it upwards, the earth shattered and debris flew. With a surge of power in his legs, he propelled himself like a missile, landing a decisive blow on the Lord of Lightning's head, penetrating through the rocky mountain above as he ascended toward the summit. Your lightning is ineffective against me. Night Ming roared. The Lord of Lightning's aura suddenly diminished. In the teleportation hall, Jiang Qingyi's expression grew grave. Damn it! How could this happen? He was filled with regret. In Songnan City, a rare talent emerged, only to encounter an unforeseen incident in the secret realm. More importantly, Yi Ming had caught the eye of Sun Hoyuan. Although he was unaware of the significance behind Sun Hoyuan, years of experience in the workplace taught him that the forces behind Sun Hoyuan were undoubtedly formidable. Now, with Yi Ming in peril within the secret realm, should Sun Hoyuan seek accountability, he, as the person in charge, would surely bear the brunt of the responsibility. Damn it! Jiang Qingyi clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury as he turned to Su Xingfeng. Are you certain Yi Ming is missing? Indeed. Su Xingfeng nodded earnestly. I witnessed Yi Ming being drawn into the vortex gate. I cannot ascertain what it is, but I am certain that danger lurks behind that gate. Director Jiang, the Thunder Ruins are currently in turmoil. I suggest we immediately seal the entrance. Jiang Qingyi's expression darkened instantly. Determining whether to seal the entrance is my prerogative. A person is missing in the secret realm. I must confirm his fate personally. As his words fell, he resolutely prepared to enter the Thunder Ruins. Su Xingfeng felt a tremor in his heart. What nonsense is this? Why should that individual have the privilege? Is he not merely a second-tier contract mage? Could he truly warrant the personal intervention of the realm's overseer? Is the rescue team not sufficient? Su Xingfeng furrowed his brow, while Qiao Xiao, who had lost an arm, perceived his doubts and elucidated. That young man is Yi Ming, the recently reported witch contract mage. Yi Ming, the one renowned for being a top-tier spiritual contract witch, possessing extraordinary strength? Exactly. With a sharp intake of breath, Su Xingfeng's pupils suddenly constricted as he grasped the truth. His hands trembled, and he cursed under his breath, realizing he should have anticipated this. Unbeknownst to us, we had offended a genius, albeit inadvertently. Nevertheless, a sense of relief washed over him. Offending a genius in this era was undeniably unwise, but fortunately, Yi Ming had vanished and was likely deceased. A dead genius posed no threat. However, as soon as Su Xingfeng's words fell, an unsettling disturbance emerged. An energy was surging violently beneath the Thunder Ruins, relentlessly pushing toward the surface. The frantic shouts of the staff instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Jiang Qingyi hastily called out, "Quick, match it with the database and identify what it is." It's already been matched. It belongs to Yi Ming. The volatile energy signature was imbued with darkness, identical to Yi Ming's essence. What? Su Xingfeng nearly stumbled to the ground. Boom. Just as the staff member's words resonated, a shadow erupted from the depths of the Thunder Ruins. Under the oppressive, dark clouds, a black luminescence surged forth, akin to a rocket striving to pierce the heavens. Jiang Qingyi fixated on the surveillance screen, his gaze locked onto that shadowy figure. Yi Ming. Yes, it is indeed Yi Ming. I knew that this kid wouldn't be so easily extinguished. But wait, there was another figure? It seemed so familiar. Jiang Qingyi seized the staff member's analysis tablet and swiftly pinpointed the blue-purple silhouette restrained by Yi Ming. The analysis results began to materialize. The quasi-fourth-tier beast. The Lord of Thunder. It is truly it. Jiang Qingyi's expression changed drastically. Beyond astonishment, his heart was filled with incredulity. The Lord of Thunder. In terms of genetics and foundational strength, ranks merely in the middle among the array of ferocious beasts. Even an SSS-level Saintis contract master would find it impossible to defeat a quasi-fourth-tier Lord of Thunder at the second tier, unless equipped with a protective artifact that grants immunity to lightning. Yet, Yi Ming he triumphed over the Lord of Thunder. It appears he achieved a resounding victory. There were hardly any visible injuries on him. Could it be that Yi Ming possesses a means of immunity to lightning? Or perhaps this exemplifies the formidable prowess of a witch contract master. Jiang Qingyi recalled a particular assessment regarding witch contract masters. At the same realm, and with the same level of contracted spirits, witch contract masters surpassed saints as contract masters. Chapter 49. The Third-Tier Contract Master. The final push. The sky crackled with rolling thunder and lightning. Yi Ming struck the Lord of Thunder, sending it flying, and then seized its head in his grasp. With a swift motion, he exerted force, causing his arm muscles to bulge, and as he closed his fingers, he crushed the Lord of Thunder's head. A spray of red and white erupted. Its aura dissipated instantaneously, and it fell heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. The quasi-fourth-tier Lord of Thunder is dead. Yi Ming landed, creating another profound impact. Clad in the Godfall demon armor, he would sustain no injuries even if he descended from a height of 100 meters. Successfully killed the quasi-fourth-tier Lord of Thunder. Realm Experience 70. Spirit Technique Experience 70. The experience gained from a quasi-fourth-tier ferocious beast is double that of a third-tier beast. Of course, Yi Ming's slaying of the Lord of Thunder was not solely for this meager experience. Boom. As thunder rumbled in the heavens, lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the tops of 3 palatial ruins, seemingly awakening something dormant. In the next moment, a mysterious altar emerged from the earth. At its center stood a 1-meter-tall stone pillar adorned with exquisite carvings. Atop this pillar lay a small sphere of azure lightning, quietly resting. "It is the heart of the Thunder Devourer," exclaimed Shadow, filled with delight. Nightshade picked up the lightning sphere, and as the surrounding bolts dissipated, a gem-like object, pure and translucent as a sapphire, revealed itself. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Jiang Qingyi paused momentarily, then chuckled. "How fortunate! I have indeed obtained the heart of the Thunder Devourer." The heart of the Thunder Devourer is not merely a material of fierce beasts. It is a rare treasure born from the essence of heaven and earth. It harbors energies of lightning and darkness, and once refined, it can enhance one's physical form, achieving the effects of lightning body tempering. This singular heart is valued at several million in the market. No wonder the Thunder ruins often erupt in chaos. It is likely that the ferocious beasts sense this potent energy, driving them into a frenzied rage. Jiang Qingyi found enlightenment. Treasures born from the essence of heaven and earth are indeed wondrous. They not only aid contract masters, but also provide significant benefits to ferocious beasts. However, they are exceedingly rare, often encountered only by chance. Many contract masters are fortunate to possess such treasures thrice in a lifetime. Although I have already experienced body tempering with lightning, the heart of the Thunder Devourer remains immensely beneficial to me. Having secured the treasure, Nightshade rose and departed the secret realm. The moment he stepped outside, numerous gazes were cast upon him. Numerous individuals began recording on their mobile devices, inquiring about the enigmatic experiences Night Ming encountered within the secret realm, as well as the means by which he vanquished the Lord of Thunder. Some even went so far as to directly question the current extent of Night Ming's combat prowess. For a top-tier assassin, such knowledge is an invaluable secret that must not be divulged lightly, not even to a contract master. To pose such inquiries is, in itself, a grave breach of etiquette. Night Ming extricated himself from the throng, resolutely declining to address any queries. As a member of the Hall of Silence, he preferred to remain shrouded from the public eye. Before departing the teleportation hall, Night Ming paid a visit to Jiang Qingyi's office. With a smile, Jiang Qingyi remarked, "Night Ming, if my senses do not deceive me, you are on the brink of breaking through to the 3rd tier, are you not?" Indeed, Night Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The transition to the 3rd tier necessitates 100,000 experience points. Through prior accumulation, coupled with the over 10,000 points gained today, he was now merely one last increment away from the coveted 100,000. He expected to achieve this milestone within 2 days at most. "Here, take this." Jiang Qingyi abruptly extended a transparent box toward him. Night Ming swiftly assessed its contents. Within lay a blood-red flower, adorned with 20 petals. A specimen he had never encountered before. This was the blood condensation flower, a plant imbued with the essence of slaughter. Upon absorption, it could aid a contract master in transcending their limits, particularly beneficial for a 2nd-tier contract master. However, it bore potential side effects. A moment's carelessness could lead to the corruption of one's heart by the urge to kill, resulting in madness. Ing Yu, akin to an encyclopedia, seemed to possess knowledge of every treasure, leaving no artifact beyond her discerning gaze. Truly remarkable. Night Ming silently bestowed a thumbs up in admiration. This object is known as the blood. Jiang Qingyi provided a brief introduction. I recall you mentioning that you possess a method to counteract the repercussions of slaughter. I believe the side effects of this blood should pose no threat to you. Hence, I present it as a token of my appreciation. Yi Ming accepted it with both hands, expressing profound gratitude. Director Jiang, your kindness will forever remain in my heart. Haha, there's no need to be so solemn. It is merely a small gift, Jiang Qingyi replied, patting Yi Ming on the shoulder. Keep striving, and aim to become a Tier 3 contract master before the Grand Marshal examination. Our city, Songnan, has yet to witness such an achievement. I hope you can be the first. Yi Ming nodded, resolutely stating, I will do my utmost. Upon returning home, Yi Ming immediately activated his interface. Name: Yi Ming, Spirituality, Max Level, Realm, Tier 2 Contract Master, 90,000. Mental Power, 310,350. Vitality, 310,350. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level, SSS Grade, Upgradable. Spiritual Techniques, Dark Judgment. Godfall Demon Armor, Eternal Night Descends. Dark Judgment, Level 7. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 7. Eternal Night Descends, Level 7. Spiritual Talent, Slaughter Growth. Demon Emperor Combat will. Only a final 10,000 experience points remain. Yi Ming took out the blood and, in an instant, absorbed it. Absorbed blood. Realm experience 1,000. Is it merely 1,000? Yi Ming sighed. The rarity of the blood far surpasses that of 1,000 experience points. Indeed, to attain greater experience, one must vanquish fierce beasts. Yi Ming shrugged his shoulders, his gaze fixating on the demon-devouring Thunderheart, a treasure of immense benefit to the physical form. Without hesitation, he began the absorption process. A dark aura enveloped the Thunderheart, and arcs of lightning spread throughout Yi Ming's body at a visibly rapid pace. Hiss! Yi Ming inhaled sharply. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense, akin to being pricked by needles. Is it too painful? Should I alleviate some of it? Shadow, with a hint of concern, inquired. Yi Ming shook his head, insisting that he could endure it. As a top-tier assassin, he had previously endured rigorous training and extreme punishments. This degree of pain was trivial in comparison. The process of lightning tempering his body lasted a full 15 minutes, until the final arc of lightning dissipated. Yi Ming's physique became increasingly robust. His body was perfectly proportioned, with just the right amount of muscle, each fiber of strength readily accessible, while maintaining agility. Yi Ming now possessed augmented power. Mental strength, 350,400. Vitality, 350,400. Both attributes had risen by 50 points. Yi Ming felt rejuvenated, brimming with vigor. He ventured to the training hall and struck a few wooden dummies. Yet, even the reinforced wooden figures could not withstand the force of Yi Ming's punch. It's done. Time to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall strive to break through to the 3rd tier. Yi Ming stretched his body and returned to his room for a good night's sleep. Time passed, and he slumbered from afternoon until evening. Upon awakening, the first thing he did was check his phone. In a certain location, the items you requested have arrived. I will send you an address for you to collect them. A wave of joy surged through Yi Ming's heart. The materials of a 7th-tier ferocious beast, the essence of black dragon bones. I will be there shortly. Chapter 50, Breakthrough. 3rd-tier contract master. In a concealed chamber, Sun Hoyuan opened an intricately encrypted alloy box, revealing 3 distinct items. The first was the 7th-tier ferocious beast material, the essence of black dragon bones. The second was a small emblem of the Hall of Slaughter, which would seamlessly integrate into the body, leaving behind a dagger mark, yet could also be voluntarily extracted. This was a unique energy emblem, to be worn during missions. It poses no harm to your body and serves to prevent inadvertent injuries among companions from the Hall of Slaughter, Sun Hoyuan elucidated. Since the assassins from the Hall of Slaughter are unfamiliar with one another, this energy emblem was specially crafted to avert situations of friendly fire in unforeseen circumstances. When the assassins all don the emblem, they will have a sense of awareness when in proximity to one another. You may try wearing it, Sun Hoyuan suggested. Nodding, Yi Ming placed the emblem on his wrist. In no time, the emblem transformed into a dark aura, permeating his skin and merging into his body, forming an imperceptible dagger mark. After resting his hand upon the dagger mark for half a minute, the emblem materialized. Done. This emblem has integrated into your body. Now it belongs to you. If anyone else attempts to use it, the emblem will vanish instantly, Sun Hoyuan clarified, likening it to the concept of blood recognition. Truly remarkable technology, Yi Ming remarked, securing the emblem carefully. His gaze fell upon the third item. It was a blank sheet of paper, densely inscribed with words. This was the contract. Once signed, you would become a professional assassin for the Assassination Hall. From that moment forth, your life would undergo a dramatic transformation, and you would become extraordinary, filled with myriad opportunities and challenges. Consider carefully. Sun Hoyuan lit a cigarette, the white smoke wafting upward in the light. In the room, Yi Ming picked up a pen and swiftly affixed his name, followed by his fingerprint. With this, there was no longer room for hesitation. Having come this far, how could one entertain the notion of retreat? Furthermore, even if I were to withdraw, Captain Sun, you would certainly not allow me to leave, would you? Yi Ming remarked with a smile. Sun Hoyuan shrugged, who knows? But congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Assassination Hall. Your substantial annual salary will be dispersed in 5 installments to your account. Additionally, you may advance your salary for the coming year. Our Assassination Hall is quite affluent and will not shortchange you in this regard. Should you require, you may also request a vehicle and a residence, completely free of charge, valued at around 10 million. Such generous benefits, Yi Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Truly, this is a legitimate assassin organization. The perks are simply unparalleled. Very well. You are now an official assassin, and this black dragon bone marrow is yours. Sun Hoyuan retrieved a titanium alloy cylinder from the box. Upon activating the mechanism, the cylinder opened, and a vial of liquid slowly emerged. The viscous black substance was not lifeless. It writhed animatedly within the vial. The 7th-tier ferocious beast is a treasure trove in itself. The black dragon marrow is the most precious essence from the body of the 7th-tier dark tyrant dragon. Many are unaware of its existence, and your intense desire to acquire it indeed takes me by surprise. After Sun Hoyuan handed the black dragon marrow to Yi Ming, he promptly produced another box. Upon opening it, a pair of wings lay within, their blood-red feathers as resilient as steel, with razor-sharp edges capable of effortlessly slicing through the hardest metals. Captain Sun, what is this? It is a gift from the Vice Hall Master. Sun Hoyuan replied with a wry smile. He holds you in high regard and has bestowed upon you these 7th-tier bloodbone blade wings. Their worth is by no means inferior to that of the black dragon marrow. I sought this from the Vice Hall Master for a long time, yet he hesitated to part with it. And here you are, a newcomer, receiving it without a second thought. Alas, the air seemed to be tinged with a faint bitterness. Yi Ming, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, why not keep it, Captain Sun? Absolutely not. I dare not accept it, otherwise. The Vice Hall Master would have my skin flayed and my tendons pulled. Subsequently, Sun Hoyuan briefly outlined the ethical standards governing assassins. In essence, it could be summed up in one phrase: do not commit heinous acts. The rest is left to one's discretion, allowing for a high degree of freedom. Now, you may begin to refine the black dragon marrow. I shall safeguard your safety during this process. Sun Hoyuan took on the role of protector. With such a powerful figure watching over him, Yi Ming naturally did not decline. Yi Ming, I will refine both the black dragon marrow and the bloodbone blade wings simultaneously. This process may be somewhat painful, whispered Yu. Yi Ming nodded, reassured. I can endure. Suddenly, dark tendrils emerged from behind him. One of them grasped the essence of the black dragon's marrow, snapping the vial and voraciously absorbing the energy contained within. The other enveloped the bloodbone blade wings completely, subsequently crushing and assimilating them. A dense aura of darkness and a blood-red atmosphere of slaughter surged into Yi Ming's body through the 2 tendrils. An excruciating pain erupted from his back, radiating throughout his entire being, akin to sharp blades slicing through flesh. It felt as though a colossal hammer was relentlessly striking his spine. Damn! The pain struck unexpectedly, spreading like wildfire. Yi Ming silently cursed, clenching his fists tightly to endure, beads of sweat cascading down his face. This kid is truly reckless, simultaneously refining 2 7th-tier materials. Just the thought of it is tormenting. Sun Hoyuan felt a pang of anxiety for Yi Ming. As someone who had been through it, he understood all too well the sensation of a low-level contract master attempting to refine 7th-tier beast materials. When he was a 4th-tier contract master, he too had dared to refine 2 7th-tier materials at once. The agony had left him rolling on the ground, wishing for death. Though both materials were suitable for a sorceress, Yiming was merely a second-tier master. This was not necessarily dangerous. The key issue was the pain. Yet Yiming gritted his teeth in silence. Sun Hoyuan nodded silently, suspecting that this lad might be devoid of pain perception. The refining process was lengthy. Half an hour passed. Sun Hoyuan glanced at Yiming's condition and nodded. Not bad. It's nearly finished. Through his breath, it became evident that it would not be long before he ascended to the third tier. Before he could finish speaking, a surge of dense dark energy erupted from Yiming's body. He stood suspended in the air, an overwhelming darkness radiating outward, as if it aimed to engulf everything in its path. With a furious shout from Yiming, his aura suddenly surged. This is... Sun Hoyuan's pupils widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Yiming broke through. A wave of terrifying power rippled outward, then swiftly contracted. Yiming opened his eyes, feeling as if the very essence of his life had undergone a metamorphosis. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Realm experience successfully reached 100,000. Realm, second-tier contract master, third-tier contract master. Chapter 51, Wings of Fate. Soaring through the skies. Name, Yiming. Spirituality, max level. Realm, third-tier contract master, 01000. Mental power, 400-550. Vitality, 400-550. Contract spirit, the Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract spirit level, SSS, upgradable. Spiritual techniques, Dark Judgment, Demon Armor of the Fallen God. Eternal Night Descends, Dark Judgment, level 7. Demon Armor of the Fallen God, level 7. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Combat. Well, remarkably, he had directly ascended to the third tier in one go. This lad truly surprises me. Sun Hoyuan gazed at the exceptionally talented Yiming. His eyes filled with profound admiration. Yet, upon realizing that such an extraordinary newcomer had been snatched away by his own mentor, a pang of regret surged within him. Had he known, he would have made an effort to compete. Nevertheless, Sun Hoyuan was still plagued by doubts. The speed of Yiming's breakthroughs was astonishingly rapid. According to conventional wisdom, the ascension of a witch contract master is notoriously arduous, akin to scaling the heavens, with decades spent honing a single blade. Yet Yiming's progress was as effortless as quenching one's thirst, entirely transcending the challenges typically faced by witch contract masters, surpassing even that of saint contract masters. Furthermore, would Yiming eventually fall victim to the backlash of slaughter? Sun Hoyuan was deeply concerned. Yiming possessed strength, talent, and rank. Such a promising individual, if consumed by the backlash of slaughter and transformed into a mindless monster fixated solely on killing, would be an utter tragedy. Although Yiming insisted that he need not worry, how could Sun Hoyuan possibly relinquish his concern? Regarding the backlash of slaughter, it was imperative that he consult with his mentor. If necessary, he would report to the Lord. Sun Hoyuan silently resolved this in his mind. After Yiming's breakthrough, the panel of Ingyu also underwent a transformation. Contract Spirit, Divine Fallen Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Ingyu. Level, SSS. Progress, 1.53. Resurrection Progress, 8.12. The resurrection progress had increased by 4%, with the level progression soaring to 3%. This was the effect of the materials from the 7th tier Ferocious Beast. However, he could distinctly sense that as the resurrection progress heightened, the difficulty of further enhancement escalated. This, Yiming had anticipated. It mirrored the challenges of ascending in rank. The higher one climbs, the more formidable the obstacles become. Yiming, I must share some delightful news. You can now soar through the skies. A voice, filled with excitement, echoed from Ingyu. Soar? Yiming furrowed his brows. Yet before he could utter a word, a pair of dark wings unfurled from behind him. Each wing spanned 1.5 meters. Their black feathers as sharp as blades. Go. Yiming and Ingyu shared a silent understanding. Together, they maneuvered the wings, launching black feathers towards the wall ahead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark streaks sliced through the air, striking the specially forged steel wall, piercing it with astonishing ease. Subsequently, Yiming attempted to flap his wings and take flight. Initially clumsy, he stumbled and nearly knocked over the room's light fixtures. However, after a mere 10 minutes, Yiming had adeptly mastered various aerial techniques, ascending rapidly, spinning mid-air, dashing swiftly, and gliding just above the ground. This, Sun Hoyuan, observing from the side, furrowed his brow. So, by absorbing the blood-bone blade wings, he gained the ability to fly? Remarkable. Not only is his talent for assassination extraordinary, but his capacity to assimilate materials from fierce beasts is equally impressive. Sun Hoyuan's gaze lingered on Yi Ming, a peculiar premonition stirring within him, as if he were witnessing the emergence of a formidable force. A nurturing system game, perhaps? How intriguing. After familiarizing himself with his newfound abilities, Yi Ming exhaled deeply. To have broken through to the third tier and acquired the power of flight is undoubtedly a monumental achievement. And all of this has been granted to him by. Yi Ming rose and clasped his fists in gratitude towards Sun Hoyuan. Captain Sun's kindness will forever remain etched in his heart. Ah, your concern brings me great solace. Sun Hoyuan smiled as he patted his shoulder and then said, by the way, I have something to inform you. The Deputy Hall Master will soon visit Songnan City to meet with you. It could be tomorrow, the day after, during the martial arts examination, or perhaps even after it. His schedule is rather chaotic, prone to delays, and he delights in unexpected visits. Therefore, be mentally prepared for the appearance of such a prominent figure at any moment. How thrilling indeed. Yi Ming nodded. All right, I shall remember that. Well then, return home and take this time to rest well in anticipation of the martial arts examination. Although it seems you are already poised to secure the top spot, the two exchanged a few brief words before Yi Ming made his way home. For days later, only 6 days remained before the martial arts examination. During this interval, Yi Ming did not allow himself a moment of complacency. He frequently ventured into the secret realms to engage in fierce battles with formidable beasts, and occasionally sought out renowned martial arts academies for duels. With each encounter, Yi Ming accumulated an additional 30,000 experience points in his realm. His mastery of third-tier power gradually became more adept, with a foundation as solid as a mountain. Yesterday, he had arranged a time to meet with the Hashan Martial Arts Academy. Today, he would face their esteemed eldest disciple. Dressed in casual attire, Yi Ming stood at a height of 6 feet, his physique well-proportioned. Without any elaborate grooming, he surpassed most in appearance. Simply put, he was handsome. As he opened the door, ready to depart, an urgent shout from his elder sister, Yi Xinxin, rang out behind him. Yi Ming, a grave situation has arisen. A grave situation has arisen. She approached Yi Ming with a flustered expression, her steps hurried. Upon noticing her pale countenance, Yi Ming furrowed his brows and inquired, Sister, you look quite unwell. What has transpired? Has the Yi family gone bankrupt? Bankruptcy is a terrifying predicament. No, Yi Xinxin shook her head, explaining, it's that icy block. Yi Shuang, who is returning. Once she arrives, she will undoubtedly train us, just like our fourth uncle. Our days of hardship will return. Yi Shuang. The name resonated with Yi Ming. It seemed to belong to his second uncle's daughter, his cousin. She was 2 years older than Yi Xinxin and 3 years his senior. Cousin Yi Shuang was known for her aloof demeanor and lack of social skills, leading his second uncle to refrain from involving her in the family business, instead choosing to have her train in martial arts under the tutelage of their fourth uncle. By the age of 3, she had established her foundation. By 5, she was adept with firearms. By 10, she had mastered 18 different weapons. By 15, she had acquired 90% of her fourth uncle's authentic teachings. And by 18, she awakened her extraordinary spiritual essence, forming a contract with the SS-class Winter Saintus, thus soaring to new heights and enrolling in the prestigious Star Sea University. Now, Yi Shuang was a junior student, yet her prodigious talent had already enabled her to reach the fourth-tier realm. During her free time between classes, she would venture to the third outer city to join fourth uncle Yi Zheng in perilous missions to eradicate ferocious beasts from beyond. She was undoubtedly a rising star, heralded as the hope of the Yi family's martial arts legacy. However, Yi Shuang's demeanor was exceedingly frosty, emanating an aura that repelled others. Even her father, second uncle Yi Jun, found it challenging to exchange more than a few words with her. Chapter 52, Fourth-Tier Contract Practitioner, Yi Shuang in Truth. Yi Shuang was quite an admirable individual. As the cousin of Yi Ming and Yi Xian, she occasionally bestows upon them small gifts, such as long spears and swords. Once, she even expended millions to forge a suit of armor for the two of them. Yi Ming fantasized about transforming into an armored warrior, overwhelmed with joy. However, the following day, Yi Shuang insisted they don the armor and endure punishment, under the pretext of honing their resilience. In reality, it was sheer torment. With Yi Shuang's return, Their blissful days had come to an end. Yi Xin lamented, just recently reveling in the early vacation of the term, but now she yearned to immediately return to her classes. Yi Ming, however, remained unconcerned. His strength had grown, his wings had hardened, and he possessed the means to resist. If worst came to worst, he could confront Yi Xuan. After all, the Yi family valued strength above all. Alas, Yi Ming, speak up. What shall we do? Are we to endure another summer of torment from Yi Xuan? I need supplements, I need them. The wails erupted from his elder sister, Yi Xin. She was truly on the verge of a breakdown. Sister, try to be optimistic. At least Yi Xuan has yet to return. And you still have a few days of peace. Yi Ming patted Yi Xin on the shoulder, shaking his head as he departed. The latter stood frozen in place. Not out of fear, but due to Yi Ming's astonishing calmness. Such composure, such resourcefulness. After leaving home, Yi Ming arrived at the Hanshan Martial Arts School. As the 5th-ranked martial arts school in Songnan City, it boasted a commendable heritage. It was said that the school's master was a 4th-ranked contract master, with an A-grade contract spirit known as the Sacred Maiden of Hanshan. Night Ming's opponent was named Zhang Heshan, a proficient quasi-4th-tier contract master, whose contracted spirit was a C-rank Earth Saintess. The moment the battle horn sounded, Zhang Heshan lifted one foot and stomped the ground, stones adhering to his fists. With a mighty shout, he lunged towards Night Ming with swift strides, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, Night Ming leaped behind him, unleashing a realm of darkness that enveloped Zhang Heshan. As he struck out again, Night Ming waved his hand, his black wings unfurling, launching countless feather blades. These razor-sharp blades, imbued with immense power, effortlessly shattered the rocky armor on Zhang Heshan's fist. Subsequently, Night Ming melded into the shadows. Zhang Heshan felt a tightening in his chest and immediately swung his fist backward. However, before he could fully turn around, a sharp scythe was pressed against his neck. The battle concluded with Night Ming's victory. Wow, I had heard of your prowess, but I never imagined you were on such a level. Are you truly a witch contract master? You are unlike anyone else. Zhang Heshan exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Facing Night Ming, he felt utterly outmatched. Night Ming smiled calmly. Different individuals possess diverse physiques. Clearly, mine is more suited for witchcraft. Zhang Heshan raised his hands in surrender, left speechless. When the curator is free, you should challenge him. He is a battle fanatic and would surely oblige. Night Ming nodded. That sounds excellent. I am in need of formidable opponents to hone my skills. Make sure to contact me, Zhang Heshan urged. Rest assured, you insufferable talent prodigy. After departing from the mountain-shaking martial arts hall, Night Ming felt no trace of fatigue. Upon becoming a 3rd-tier contract master, his strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. As a quasi-4th-tier contract master, regardless of the rank of their contracted spirits, none could contend with Yi Ming. As for 4th-tier contract masters, Yi Ming felt confident that he could engage in battle with them. Once Sister Yi Xuan returns, he must challenge her to a duel. Yi Ming sensed he was on the verge of becoming a battle fanatic, his mind filled with thoughts of seeking out formidable opponents. Chime, chime, chime. The familiar sound of his mobile phone rang out. Without glancing at the screen, Yi Ming knew it was a message from Sun Hoyuan. Upon retrieving the device, his assumption was confirmed. Sun Hoyuan, are you free? Yi Ming, Captain Sun, in 6 days, I will be taking the martial arts examination. It seems inappropriate to assign me tasks at this time, especially when you advised me to rest. Sun Hoyuan, haha, spare me the nonsense. You clearly regard the martial arts examination with indifference. I have been meticulously monitoring your daily records in the teleportation hall. Yi Ming, I am truly impressed. Please send the task details. Sun Hoyuan, very well. Soon enough. A comprehensive 1 gigabyte of information was sent over. Yi Ming opened it to find. Task name. Reset. Targets. Du Qishan, Du Qiha. Target levels. Quasi-4th tier, A rank. 3rd tier, A rank. Target description. Kidnappers involved in 20 abduction cases, employing methods of hostage-taking and coercing their families for ransom. Task content. Eliminate the two and extract as much information from them as possible. Du Qishan and Du Qiha were twins. Not only did they share the same height, but their appearance and physique were remarkably alike. The only distinguishing feature was a dark mole on the neck of the elder brother, Du Qishan. The brothers conspired together, being twins, which makes it exceedingly easy to confuse perceptions and lead to erroneous judgments. Yi Ming, drawing upon his experience, conducted a brief analysis of the situation. Subsequently, He accessed the video footage, which depicted the combat prowess of the Du Qishan brothers. Du Qishan, as a quasi-fourth-tier contract master, possesses the ability to cleave steel with his blade, and his contracted spirit is an A-grade magnetic sanctus. As for his brother, Du Qiha, Yiming did not pay him much mind. A third-tier contract master no longer captured his interest. Sun Hoyuan remarked that these two brothers were once employed by a large security firm, engaging in various arduous tasks such as fighting on behalf of others, exterminating ferocious beasts, guarding, and transporting goods. However, following the firm's closure, the brothers veered off the righteous path and delved into a life of crime. It is noteworthy that Du Qishan, merely a year ago, was a third-tier master, yet has inexplicably ascended to the status of quasi-fourth tier. This transformation appears not to be a natural breakthrough, but rather resembles a form of artificial enhancement. Yiming inquired, Captain Sun, are you suggesting that someone is covertly aiding these kidnappers? Sun Hoyuan affirmed, indeed, they might be pawns of a certain hidden force, poised to strike at any moment. Yiming assured him, I will extract as much information as I can from them. Sun Hoyuan responded, very well, though we remain uncertain about the veracity of our suspicions. He continued, considering the presence of a quasi-fourth-tier contract master in this mission, which poses a significant danger, we will dispatch a fourth-tier contract master to discreetly shadow you, ensuring your safety from potential life-threatening situations. Yiming replied, in truth, that may not be necessary. Sun Hoyuan, is it necessary to elaborate? The Susa Hall has a mechanism for protecting newcomers, which is essential. In the future, you might find it unavailable. Yiming, by the way, are there rewards for the tasks? Sun Hoyuan, materials from a fifth-tier ferocious beast, the Black Zephyr Cicada Wing. Yiming, when do we commence? Sun Hoyuan, at midnight, 2400 hours. Chapter 53. The Kidnappers. The Du brothers under a sky adorned with twinkling stars. A gentle cold breeze wafted through the air. On the moonlit earth, a white van navigated the winding paths of the forest. In the front seats sat two middle-aged men, whose appearances were strikingly similar. In the rear, a woman clad in professional attire, her legs ensconced in black stockings, was bound hand and foot, a plastic bag obscuring her head. Brother, do you think this haul is worth anything? One of the men mused. This woman only finished work at 11, clearly a struggling employee. She can't have much money. Du Qiha glanced at the woman in the back seat. Her long and shapely legs, adorned in black stockings, and the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed, showcased a tall, alluring figure, an embodiment of a mature, captivating woman. Humph, what good is a pretty face and an enviable figure? Just a beautiful corpse. They are all treacherous spirits. Du Qiha turned away, crossing his arms, no longer casting glances at her. Rest assured, I've done my homework on this one. She's a corporate executive with an annual salary of $1 million. Not only is her family affluent, but she also shares some undisclosed secret with the company's CEO. Brother Du Qishan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Not only can we extort a sum from her parents, but we can also extract a hefty amount from her employer, guaranteeing a minimum profit of 20 million. 20 million. His younger brother, Du Qiha, was exhilarated. He harbored no other passions but a profound obsession with wealth, particularly the intoxicating scent of money that fascinated him. All right, let's stay focused. Today's venture has gone too smoothly. I sense something amiss. Du Qishan lowered the car window, scanning the surroundings with a furrowed brow. A disquieting feeling gnawed at him, anxiety, trepidation. He pressed the accelerator, and the van roared down the forest path. Above, a shadowy figure soared through the night sky. Yiming, now endowed with black wings, blended seamlessly into the darkness, enhancing both his speed and concealment. He closely pursued the van, occasionally diving into the forest to mask his presence. Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, a tall figure stood poised, her gaze fixed upon Yiming. In a whisper audible only to herself, she assessed, swift and perceptive. He understands how to shift positions to obscure his scent. This newcomer. Intriguing. Has he noticed me? The mysterious woman suddenly realized that, while soaring through the air, Yiming had cast a glance in her direction. After a moment's observation, he resumed his focus on the van. A slight frown creased the woman's brow. Has he truly detected me? That shouldn't be possible. I possess treasures that shield my aura and conceal my form. As a newcomer, how could he possibly discover me? Am I overthinking this? A myriad of doubts surged within the woman, intensifying her conviction that this newcomer was far from ordinary. Therefore, she resolved to pursue him, to verify her suspicions. In a dilapidated cabin nestled among the mountains, the structure was worn and drafty, with moonlight seeping through the holes in the roof, casting a glow upon the woman clad in a black silk attire, a white shirt adorning her upper body, and a form-fitting skirt enveloping her lower half. At that moment, she found herself bound to an iron chair, rendered immobile. "Have you contacted the family?" Du Qishan inquired, glancing at his brother, Du Qiha. The latter nodded, assuring him that they had made contact and instructed them to remain silent, forbidding any disclosure to the authorities. "What was the amount discussed?" Du Qishan asked. Du Qiha chuckled. Adhering to their usual protocol, a single ransom amounted to 10 million, while a dual ransom demanded 20 million. A single ransom referred to the extraction of funds from one victim, while a dual ransom indicated the potential for two sources of income, such as the parents of the female executive and a business tycoon with whom she had a personal connection. "Good work," Du Qishan acknowledged with a nod of approval. However, Du Qiha's expression was far from relaxed, his brow furrowed with concern. "Boss, Yuan Guang provides us with several million each year. What if they discover that we are engaged in such activities behind their backs? Their methods are ruthless. They do not hesitate to eliminate anyone who poses a threat. Humph, am I to fear them?" Du Qishan scoffed dismissively. "Yuan Guang relies on the sea, while we are situated inland, separated by vast distances. They lack the time to meddle in our affairs. Furthermore, we have accomplished quite a few tasks for them, having kidnapped several of their competitors. This is a significant achievement, yet we receive only 3 million each year, as if they are treating us like mere dogs. One is nearly at the 4th level, and the other at the 3rd. It is still a perilous and illicit endeavor. 3 million a year is truly insufficient. Fine. Let us disregard matters concerning Yuan Guang. Once this deal is concluded, I shall take you out to revel, and we shall indulge in silken and lacy delights together. Brother, could you not be so frivolous?" Du Qishan chuckled heartily, but suddenly a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. "Damn, in 10 minutes. Send a message to the family and that boss, instructing them to place the prepared funds at the transaction location. Why wait 10 minutes? We can notify them now." Du Qiha inquired, puzzled. "It is not so simple to procure such a vast sum of cash. They need time to gather the money. Moreover, my stomach is bothering me, and I need to attend to it." Speaking of which, Du Qishan felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. He clutched his backside and dashed off, faster than a dog could pursue. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Du Qiha shook his head. "It is always like this." Sigh. He took a chair and quietly sat beside the female executive, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards her legs. Gulp, his throat tightened. Du Qiha's heart raced. Tempted to reach out, but he recalled his brother's admonition. One must not touch the hostage, for once touched, they lose their value. No. Beauty is a treacherous snare. No matter how enchanting a woman may appear, she is but a crimson specter. I must steadfastly uphold my resolve and not succumb to temptation. Internally, he grappled with a tumult of emotions, constantly rallying himself with encouragement. Yet Du Qiha's inappropriate hand inched closer, almost brushing against the alluring darkness. Just as contact seemed inevitable, a sharp dagger suddenly descended upon his wrist with a clang. A jolt of fear surged through Du Qiha. He opened his mouth to scream, but the chilling presence enveloped him once more. A long scythe ensnared his neck, the cold blade pressing against his skin with an insistent chill. Yi Ming emerged from the shadows, his demeanor indifferent. "Who are you? What do you want?" Du Qiha's heart raced. "Do not be hasty. I have a few questions for you," Yi Ming replied coolly. "Even if you were to ask me anything, I would remain silent. You could kill me, sever my head and toss it into the river. Even if you were to shred me to pieces, I, Du Qiha, would not utter a word." He shouted defiantly, his neck strained in resistance. In the next moment, a swift motion ensued. With a glimmer of cold steel, Yi Ming wielded the scythe and severed Du Qiha's neck. His head soared away, blood gushing forth, saturating the ground beneath. In his final moments, Du Qiha's eyes bulged wide, his mouth agape, as if he had words left unspoken, yet the time had slipped away. Yi Ming regarded the lifeless body, his gaze narrowing. Playing the fool before me is futile. Chapter 54. The execution of a 4th-level contracted master. Yi Ming had extinguished Du Qiha's life without the slightest emotional upheaval. A vibrant existence had extinguished at his hands, yet he had grown accustomed to such finalities from his past as a premier assassin. With the brother lost, only the elder sibling remained. Yi Ming melded into the shadows, awaiting silently. Meanwhile, Atop the lofty crown of a colossal tree, a slender figure stood resolutely. She gazed down upon the actions of Yiming, her brow furrowing in disapproval. Indeed, he was a novice, regardless of his innate talent. His lack of experience was a significant flaw. From the task at hand, it was evident that the brothers Du Qishan and Du Qihe harbored secrets. She believed that Yiming should not have slain Du Qihe, but rather subdued him, using him as leverage to coerce Du Qishan. This might have yielded valuable information. However, now that Yiming had taken Du Qihe's life, Du Qishan would undoubtedly be consumed by rage upon discovering his brother's lifeless body, unleashing both his strength and potential. This would not only preclude any chance of acquiring information, but could also pose greater peril to himself, unless her amethyst eyes fixed upon Yiming, contemplating the possibility that this newcomer could restrain Du Qishan. Yet, controlling a third-tier opponent with mere fourth-tier abilities was a formidable challenge. The acts of killing and controlling were fundamentally distinct. To dominate an adversary required a strength surpassing that needed to eliminate them. Rustling leaves nearby signaled movement. Du Qishan emerged, adjusting his trousers as he walked, fastening his belt while grumbling about the leaves' unyielding texture, deeming them unsatisfactory. He approached the wooden cabin, its door firmly shut, impenetrable. What was amiss? I distinctly recall that Du Qihe left the door ajar. Du Qishan's brow knitted in concern. He did not immediately attempt to open the door, but instead made his way to the side of the van. He opened the car door and extended his hand towards a pile of scrap metal inside. With a hum, his arms emitted a magnetic force, drawing all the metal towards him and reshaping it. Soon, his left hand transformed into a steel drill, while his right hand morphed into a formidable steel fist. His chest and back were encased in metallic armor, adorned with faint flickers of lightning. The A-class magnetic saint could absorb metal and reshape it into weapons for battle. Fully armed, Du Qishan approached the wooden cabin. He inhaled deeply, and then a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. With a thunderous punch, he shattered the door into splinters. Du Qishan bellowed, "What kind of skill is it to hide away? We are all part of this world. If you want a gun or bread, speak up." As his voice echoed, silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Du Qishan looked down and discovered the lifeless body of Du Qihe. The latter lay on the ground, clutching his head, resembling someone who had just decapitated himself. No. A tormented scream shattered the night's tranquility. Du Qishan's eyes blazed with fury as he roared madly, continually swinging his fists at the surrounding air. "Show yourself. If you have the guts, come out. You killed my brother. Whoever you are, you must die. If you have the guts, emerge." Before he could finish his taunts, Du Qishan suddenly noticed a movement in the dark wall before him. Moments later, a figure clad in the Godfall demon armor, Yiming, stepped forward with a long scythe, moving deliberately, exuding the calm and elegance of a seasoned assassin. Wait, what on earth was he doing? Didn't you see that Du Qishan has already gone mad? Isn't he going out now akin to courting death? The woman tasked with secretly protecting Yiming began to scold him vehemently. It has become evident to her that the newcomer she is safeguarding is not merely inexperienced. He is utterly reckless. He lacks any understanding of the assassin's way. Watching the murderer of his brother swaggering out, Du Qishan's rage ignited further. As if he were a tempest. "You refuse the path to heaven and force your way into hell. After killing my brother, you still dare to show your face? You truly seek death." With a roar, Du Qishan charged forward, his iron fist cleaving through the air, aimed directly at Yiming. Yet, Yiming did not flinch. Instead, he wielded his long scythe in a horizontal arc. The collision of their formidable energies erupted in a cloud of dust. The mysterious woman sensed an ominous turn of events and thought, "Damn it, that newcomer cannot possibly perish like this." As the cold wind surged, the dust began to dissipate. An iron fist shot skyward. Du Qishan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at his severed arm, his mind blank, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. "How is this possible? You are surprisingly strong." Du Qishan stared at Yiming, demanding, "Who on earth are you? Are you an assassin sent by the Sourcelight sect?" He chuckled. So, it has been said at last. A murderous intent coalesced in Yiming's gaze. Du Qishan's heart raced as he realized he had misspoken. This individual was not an assassin from the Sourcelight sect, but rather someone from another faction. It was over. Du Qishan felt as though his heart were being squeezed, a heaviness settling in his chest, making each breath a struggle. He turned and fled. However, Yiming did not pursue him. Instead, he swiftly threw a flying dagger. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing Du Qishan's skull. He fell to the ground with a thud, his body convulsing, foam escaping his mouth, his eyes fixed upwards, and his tongue protruding. It was over. After tidying up the scene, Yiming did not leave immediately. Instead, he spoke calmly. The life of Du Qiha was dispensable. Using him to threaten Du Qishan was indeed a clever move, but directly threatening Du Qishan would yield even better results. The lives of others pale in comparison to his own. After speaking, Yiming gazed up at the crown of a massive tree not far away. While others may not have sensed it, Yiming possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings. He was certain that the assassin who secretly protected him stood atop the treetop, silently observing his every move. The woman in the treetop furrowed her brow. He had indeed seen her. His words were directed at her. She recalled her earlier comments when Yiming killed Du Qiha. Using Du Qiha to threaten Du Qishan was certainly the right course of action, but the probability of success was low. Directly threatening Du Qishan to reveal the truth would significantly increase the chances of success. Everyone treasures their life. However, contrary to Yiming's expectations, the bond between the two brothers, Du Qishan and Du Qiha, was profound. Upon witnessing Du Qiha's death, Du Qishan's emotions shattered in an instant, and he divulged the force behind it, known as Yuanguang. The information was scant, but it was sufficient. Inside the wooden cabin, Yiming used Du Qishan's phone to send the address to the female executive's parents. Only when he saw two elderly men with white hair, accompanied by a group of law enforcement officers arriving at the cabin, did he finally feel at ease and depart. As for the bodies of Du Qishan and Du Qiha, along with the blood that had spilled within the cabin, they had long been meticulously cleaned up by Yiming. Chapter 55. The Sourcelight Group. Upon completing his mission, Yiming returned home and immediately sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yiming, the task has been accomplished. Both brothers Du Qishan are deceased. However, I have obtained some information indicating their involvement with a force known as Sourcelight. Sourcelight. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow. Could it be the Sourcelight Group from the coastal region? The Sourcelight Group is a foreign-held joint venture, well-regarded locally, engaged in deep-sea fishing and land reclamation projects. However, rumors have long circulated in the coastal cities, alleging that the Sourcelight Group exploits legal loopholes to manipulate prices and suppress competing firms. In their quest for market dominance, they have even resorted to underhanded tactics, employing a cadre of hidden enforcers. Perhaps it truly is the Sourcelight Group. Sun Hoyuan stroked his chin, contemplating, while sending a reply to Yiming. Sun Hoyuan, good. Your performance this time has been commendable. Even her assessment of you is exceedingly favorable. Her? The female assassin? Yiming noted the subtlety within the details. In truth, he had sensed it during the earlier mission. The presence of a female contractor is generally more gentle, while that of a male is typically more aggressive. An outsider might not discern the difference, but Yiming could. Yiming, please convey my gratitude to her for safeguarding me this evening. Sun Hoyuan, haha, you are quite courteous. Very well, I shall do so. Additionally, Hei's Chan He has prepared everything for you. Please come and collect it. Yiming, great. I will be there shortly. Yiming arrived at the address provided by Sun Hoyuan and retrieved the Hei's Chan He. The first thing he did upon returning home was to refine it. However, the results this time were rather disappointing. Aside from enhancing the flexibility of the black wings, no other benefits were evident. Although the material from this fierce beast was of the 5th tier, it was unsuitable for the witch contract practitioners, making its lackluster performance inevitable. Thus, the day came to an end. Time for sleep. Yiming promptly fell into slumber. The following morning, a cacophony of sounds roused him from his slumber. Upon rising, he discovered that his cousin Yi Shuang had returned. She donned a black leather jacket atop a bustier that accentuated her ample figure. The ultra-short skirt further highlighted her exquisite curves, and her long legs, pale as jade, gleamed under the sunlight, drawing considerable attention. Her eyes shimmered with a deep purple hue. Her face was striking, yet her lips bore no smile, and her eyes were devoid of any emotion. Welcomed by his second and third uncles, Yi Shuang merely expressed her gratitude out of politeness, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Indeed, she is a frigid ice cube. With a sour expression all day long and a cold tone in her speech, it felt as if we owed her money. Yi Xinshin, arms crossed, leaned against the door frame of Yiming's room, grumbling. Sister, that's just how Yi Shuang is. Please refrain from speaking ill of her behind her back, Yiming interjected. Yi Xinshin, visibly displeased, retorted, "What are you talking about, Yiming? Whose side are you on? Are you still my lazy teammate or not?" To your astonishment, you are now conversing with that despicable ice block, believing that your flattery will grant you a moment of respite. Yiming shrugged his shoulders, expressing his innocence. Just as the two were engaged in their dialogue, a waft of feminine fragrance enveloped them. Yi Shuang, dragging her suitcase, approached Yiming and his companion. She glanced at Yiming, then at Yi Xian, and nodded, saying, "It has been a while." What a rather antiquated way of greeting. One might mistake her for an elder. Yiming smiled lightly. "It has indeed been a while, Sister Yi Shuang. How have you been? Have you grown stronger? I heard you have become a 4th-tier contract master. We should have a friendly spar sometime. I am now a 3rd-tier contract master." Yi Xian immediately turned to him, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Wait, Yiming, you? When did you break through? How come I was unaware?" Yi Xian felt a tingling on her scalp, her mind reeling as if struck by lightning. She finally understood why Yiming was unafraid of Yi Shuang. It was because he had gained the strength to challenge her. 3rd tier. Yi Shuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "It has only been a little over 20 days since your awakening. To have advanced to the 3rd tier in such a short span, especially with your contract spirit being a witch, you truly are as remarkable as my uncle and the others have claimed. As an elder sister, I hope you will never succumb to the perils of slaughter." Sister Yi Shuang certainly knows how to articulate her thoughts well. Yiming nodded. "Rest assured, I will not." Indeed. After nodding, Yi Shuang's gaze gradually settled on Yi Xinshin. Compared to Yiming's exceptional abilities, some individuals had yet to step into the 4th rank. Was it due to insufficient talent or a lack of ambition? Nevertheless, I have returned now, and the rigorous training begins. "Ah, Yi Xinshin, you shall participate alone." "What about him?" Yi Xinshin exclaimed, pointing at Yiming. "And what about him?" "Yiming is quite capable and requires no additional training. If you can ascend to the 4th rank by tomorrow, I may forego your training." Yi Xinshin replied, "Can I refuse? Can you defeat me?" Sighing, she conceded, "Fine. I will train. What else can I do?" The usually domineering Yi Xinshin had finally encountered someone who could give her a headache. Only the world where Yi Xinshin was injured had come to fruition. Upon returning, Yi Shuang had also prepared gifts. Yiming received a pendant crafted from black crystal, exquisitely made with intricate designs that brought a sense of clarity and tranquility. The value exceeded 5 million. Yi Xinshin was given a white jade bracelet, also worth several million. All this wealth was earned by Yi Shuang herself. It must be said that although her cousin was not one to smile often and preferred a stern demeanor, she was quite generous towards her family. After a brief exchange, Yiming returned to his room. He changed into casual attire, ready to seek out the Feng Martial Arts School for a challenge. Oh, I almost forgot this. Yiming took out the assassin's badge, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although the badge could be seamlessly integrated into his body or retrieved at will, it was ultimately a small object, and small objects are easily lost, a timeless truth. Otherwise, I might as well integrate it into my body to prevent any unnecessary complications. Yiming found this reasoning quite sensible. He placed the badge upon his wrist, and in the next moment, it melded with his being. However, at the very instant the badge fused with his body, an odd sensation surged within him. Yiming felt a peculiar ripple in the air around him, as if it were issuing a warning. Wait. Yiming recalled Sun Hoyuan's words. To avert accidental harm to their companions, the wearers of the badge would receive a special alert when in close proximity. The closer they were, the more intense the warning. He could distinctly sense that a certain assassin was lurking nearby. Without hesitation, Yiming swiftly removed the badge to conceal his identity. Once the badge was detached, the strange sensation evaporated. Yet, the intrigue in Yiming's heart remained unquenched. Who could this other assassin be, so near to him? Was it merely a chance passerby, or someone residing in close proximity to his home? Yiming clenched his fist in contemplation, ultimately yielding no answers. Very well, I shall first proceed to the training hall. With a sigh, Yiming stepped outside and heard the commotion emanating from the training room. It was Yi Shuang instructing Yi Xinshin. As he lingered outside for a moment, preparing to depart, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Yi Shuang, sending Yi Xinshin flying 3 meters away. Just as Yiming was about to leave, his heart quivered. This aura, it feels so familiar, as if I have encountered it before. Indeed, Yiming's pupils constricted sharply. The aura of that female assassin from last night is strikingly similar to Yi Shuang's. Chapter 56. Night Frost is quite impressive. Night Ming possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the fluctuations in aura. He was certain that the energy Night Frost had previously emitted was identical to that of the female assassin from the previous night. Coupled with the earlier reaction of the badge, even a fool could discern the implications. Night Frost had indeed joined the Assassin's Hall, and she was certainly no novice. Night Frost's demeanor was aloof, and she was not one for engaging in conversation. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, she had mastered the art of concealing her murderous intent, making her exceptionally suited for the role of an assassin. Though Night Ming could pinpoint numerous flaws in Night Frost, such as her excessive reliance on external means to suppress her aura, her inclination to occupy high ground, and her lack of skill in deceit, she was still vastly superior to her peers in the world of assassins. It was truly surprising to discover that Night Frost was affiliated with the Assassin's Hall. Night Ming was taken aback, contemplating whether he should disclose his identity to her and share some insights on being an assassin. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. Night Frost had witnessed his capabilities in action the previous night, and upon seeing him in action again, she would naturally come to understand. Moreover, should Night Frost oppose his entry into the Assassin's Hall, he would find himself expending unnecessary effort in explanations, which would be quite troublesome. With the martial arts examination looming, Night Ming could not afford to be preoccupied with such matters. He resolved to focus on his training instead. Just as he turned to leave, Night Frost's voice rang out. Night Ming, come here. I wish to assess your current strength. A frown creased Night Ming's brow as he made his way to the training room. Could it be that his cover was about to be blown? Demonstrate your strength first, Yi Shuang instructed, pointing at the mechanical dummy before them. Strike this? Yi Ming exhaled deeply, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful blow. The mechanical dummy was punctured, creating a sizable hole. This displayed Yi Ming's sheer physical prowess. Goodness! Exclaimed Yi Xin, astonished. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? You pierced right through it. I recall just days ago, your punch wasn't nearly this formidable. Yi Ming shrugged. Well, I wasn't a third-tier contract master just a few days ago. Yi Xin found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yi Shuang, stroking her chin, scrutinized the hole in the mechanical dummy and remarked, Your strength is concentrated and undispersed, your aura fierce yet composed. It appears your training over the years has been diligent. Yi Xin pouted, as if I've been slacking off. Yi Ming, listening to Yi Shuang's analysis, nodded slightly. Indeed, no wonder you are valued by the Hall of Ruthlessness. Sister Yi Shuang's analytical skills are quite impressive. Now, let us test your speed, Yi Shuang said, directing him to a dummy 20 meters away. As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle breeze swished past her ear. In less than the span of a breath, Yi Ming had completed the 20-meter sprint, his speed almost akin to instantaneous movement. This time, even Yi Shuang was taken aback. At my current speed, I cover 20 meters in a breath. Yet, before I even finished my breath, you had already traversed the distance. Well done. Truly remarkable. Yi Xin was taken aback, and Yi Ming also displayed a hint of astonishment. It was the first time they had heard the term quite good from Yi Shuang's lips. Your speed surpasses mine, and your strength is comparable to my own. I am at the 4th tier, while you are at the 3rd. Yi Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at Yi Ming with skepticism. Is your contracted spirit truly a witch? Have you deceived us? Your contracted spirit is an SSS-ranked saintess, is it not? Yi Shuang, are you joking? Yi Ming replied in surprise. Yi Shuang cleared her throat twice, realizing her audacity, and quickly corrected herself. My apologies, I misspoke. I would like to inquire about your spirit technique. Is it single target or area-based? Both, why do you ask? No particular reason. You may go. Yi Ming shrugged. He had been prepared to reveal his true identity, yet Yi Shuang insisted on putting it back on him. After he left, he was off to challenge another opponent. A prospective 4th-tier contract master with an A-ranked contracted spirit. Although it posed little challenge, he preferred battling contract masters over ferocious beasts. Humans are intelligent and adaptable. Even if he were to defeat his opponent in an instant, there would still be something to gain from the encounter. Of course, Yi Ming had not abandoned the notion of venturing into the secret realm, as ferocious beasts were a crucial source of experience for him. Once Yi Ming departed, Yi Shuang unusually concluded the rigorous training early. Yi Xin, her eyes wide open, felt as if the sun had risen in the west. May I ask you something? Yi Shuang turned to Yi Xin and inquired, Is Yi Ming's contracted spirit indeed a witch? Indeed, he is of SSS rank. Is there something amiss? Does he not fear the repercussions of his violent actions? Night Frost expressed her concerns. Night Xinshin shook her head with a sigh, lamenting the futility of worry. How could one not be concerned? Yet, such apprehensions are ultimately in vain, for the repercussions of violence can never be wholly resolved. However, Night Ming has instructed us not to fret, though I cannot discern whether he possesses a genuine solution or merely speaks comforting words to placate us. As Night Ming's elder sister, Night Xinshin was undoubtedly troubled for him. After a moment of contemplation, Night Frost departed from the training room. She retreated to her chamber, and upon ensuring her solitude, she opened her phone to send a message. Night Frost, Captain Sun. I heard some time ago that the execution hall is in need of personnel. I can recommend someone. His strength is comparable to mine, and his speed surpasses it. Sun Hoyuan, understood. What is his rank? Night Frost. He is a third-tier contract master, yet possesses remarkable talent. Sun Hoyuan. And what of his contracted spirit? Night Frost. That is precisely what I wish to discuss. The individual I am recommending is rather peculiar. Despite having attained peak spiritual potential, he has formed a contract with a witch. Suddenly, Sun Hoyuan sat up straight in his chair, intrigued. A peak spirit contracted with a witch. Why does this seem oddly reminiscent of a certain prodigy? Sun Hoyuan. The person you intend to recommend isn't, by chance, Night Ming, is it? Is Night Ming truly of such renown that even Captain Sun is aware of him? Night Frost furrowed her brow, but upon reflection, it made sense. Captain Sun had recently visited Songnan City, and given Night Ming's considerable commotion, it was only natural for him to be recognized. Night Frost. Yes, it is indeed him. Captain Sun, what I wish to convey is that if Yi Ming were to join the Hall of Ruthlessness, could assistance be rendered to him to ensure he does not fall victim to the cycle of slaughter? Should there be any material costs, I would not mind having them deducted from my salary. Under the same roof, did Yi Ming not confide in her about his identity? Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow, attempting to view the situation from Yi Ming's perspective. He sensed that the silence was likely due to other reasons. The martial arts examination? It must be. This young man surely intends to showcase his formidable prowess during the examination, thereby revealing to Yi Shuang that he has already joined the Hall of Ruthlessness and is indeed the newcomer she holds in high regard. Sun Hoyuan felt that Yi Ming was quite capable of such an act. After all, it is not unusual for youth to seek to impress. Surely, it cannot be that he refrained from mentioning it out of a desire to avoid trouble. Furthermore, Yi Shuang encountered Yi Ming's abilities last night. If she were to witness it once more, she would undoubtedly recognize him. To avoid entanglement in this matter, Sun Hoyuan felt confident in his deductions and thus began to pass the responsibility. Sun Hoyuan, let us discuss Yi Ming's potential entry into the Hall of Ruthlessness after the martial arts examination. Yi Shuang, indeed. We shall revisit this matter post-examination. Is she perhaps inclined to assess Yi Ming's performance in the upcoming examination first? Yi Shuang believed her conjecture to be sound, considering she herself had only joined the Hall of Ruthlessness after the martial arts examination. Chapter 57. Director of the Mountain Shaking Pavilion, 4th-tier contract master the following day. 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. Yi Ming rose early, preparing to embark on an important day ahead. The head of the Hanjian Martial Arts Academy has resolved to engage in combat with him. The head, a 4th-tier contract master and an A-level contract spirit, presents a formidable challenge. This marks my inaugural encounter with a 4th-tier contract master, and I am filled with anticipation. Battling a strong opponent, particularly one whose realm surpasses my own, instills a sense of accomplishment within Yi Ming. Should he lose, reflection will ensue. If victorious, confidence will burgeon, propelling him forward relentlessly in his progress. As he prepares to depart, his elder sister, Yi Xinshin, and Yi Shuang approach. Upon noticing Yi Ming heading out, Yi Xinshin cheerfully inquires, are you preparing to participate in the mock examination hosted by Songnan No. 1 High School? It would be beneficial for you to attend, even if it holds little significance for you, as it would familiarize you with the procedures of the martial arts grand examination. Prior to the grand examination, Songnan No. 1 High School will conduct preliminary tests, intermediate tests, and mock exams. The aim is to gauge everyone's abilities, enabling them to achieve better results in the grand examination. However, some seem to have evidently forgotten this matter. Mock exam? What mock exam? Yi Ming exclaims. Oh, that one hosted by your school. I can't believe I forgot. His eyes widen in realization. Yet, he remains indifferent. If he has forgotten, so be it. The mock exam is of little consequence. The examination procedures are available online, but scheduling with a fourth-tier master is not a readily achievable endeavor. Naturally, Yiming opts to forego the mock exam and strides away. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Shuang furrows her brow and turns to Yi Xinxin, expressing her concern. The mock exam is quite important. As his elder sister, shouldn't you encourage him to attend? You are still his cousin. Why do you not intervene? I apologize for saying this aloud. Night Frost thought to herself. Night Xinxin shrugged her shoulders, conceding that while the mock exam held great significance for others, it mattered not at all to Night Ming. This lad not only skipped the mock exam, but also missed the preliminary and intermediate assessments. You were not home before, so you are unaware of the extraordinary talent Night Ming possesses. When he was at the first level, he single-handedly vanquished hundreds of ferocious beasts, shattering the record at the Cangnan Martial Arts School. Subsequently, he achieved a temporary breakthrough to the second level in the Blood Demon Palace, treating a multi-person secret realm as if it were a solitary one. His abilities are astonishing. Such a person cannot be easily managed. Upon hearing of Night Ming's remarkable feats, Night Frost pondered deeply and realized that indeed, he did not need to participate in the mock exam. Should Night Ming join the slaughter hall, he would likely prove to be as exceptional as the newcomers from that fateful night. Night Frost murmured to herself, her eyes flickering. No, Night Ming would surpass even that. He is my brother, and I have faith in him. Night Xinxin turned her head, muttering something inaudible. Ahem, it's nothing. Night Frost awkwardly departed. Upon arriving at the Hushan Martial Arts School, out of courtesy, Night Ming sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jinwen, requesting a leave of absence. Initially reluctant, she chastised Night Ming, asserting that he was not taking the martial arts examination seriously, which was unacceptable. However, once Night Ming initiated a video call and had the head of Hushan Martial Arts School speak on his behalf, teacher Yang instantly changed her tone. Oh dear, Mr. Chun. It seems Night Ming has an appointment with you today. With your explanation of the martial arts examination rules, there should be no issue. What? You say Yiming wishes to challenge you? If I recall correctly, you are only a fourth-tier practitioner. Upon hanging up the phone, Yang Jinwen wore a look of disbelief. What an absurd joke. While other students were preoccupied with their mock examinations, Yiming had begun to challenge fourth-tier contract masters. The disparity is simply astounding. Within the Hushan Martial Arts Hall, the director, Chun Bai, returned the phone to Yiming. Thank you once again, Director Chun, Yiming said with a smile, clasping his hands in gratitude. Chun Bai chuckled, shaking his head. You little rascal, not only do you repeatedly come to challenge my Hushan Martial Arts Hall, but now you also expect this old man to help you take leave. You truly have an impressive level of audacity. Yiming scratched his head. What can I say, Director Chen? Students fear their teachers. I am a student of Teacher Yang, who happens to be your student as well. Thus, your words carry significant weight. Very well. Very well. Chun Bai looked at Yiming with a smile. You've even investigated my background thoroughly, haven't you? Given your reputation, Director Chun, was there any need for such investigation? Your name is known far and wide. Yiming replied. Not only is he skilled in the art of combat, but he is also adept at charming others. Chun Bai was quite taken by this flattery. All right, enough idle chatter. Let's proceed to the arena. With a light step, Chun Bai leaped onto the stage, followed closely by Yiming. The two would engage in a friendly spar, with the objective of striking each other's forehead, waist, or the inner thigh to claim victory. Chun Bai stated the rules. Yiming would certainly not decline. That would be rude. He lunged forward like an arrow. His breath surged abruptly, transforming into a streak of black light that shot forth. Just as his finger was about to pierce Chun Bai's brow, a thunderous sound erupted. Behind Chun Bai, a formidable figure materialized. Her arms resembled towering mountains, her abdomen exhibiting defined muscle lines. An earthy halo enveloped the mountain-shaking saintess. Her eyes radiated with a brilliant white light as her colossal arms descended before Chun Bai, forming an unyielding barrier of defense. Yiming's fist struck the barrier with a resounding impact, sending rocks flying, yet it failed to breach the shield. This stalemate was untenable. I must resort to earnest measures. A crimson glimmer flickered in Yiming's eyes as he grasped his long scythe. Centered around him, a dark domain began to expand, eventually engulfing the entire arena. Chun Bai furrowed his brows. However, in the next moment, Yiming seemed to vanish into thin air, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Disappeared? Sensing something amiss, Chun Bai closed his eyes, attuning every pore of his body to the ambient energy. As Yiming reappeared, wielding his scythe to strike, Chun Bai's eyes snapped open. and he charged forward with clenched fists. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy erupted as the two combatants engaged in a fierce contest, neither able to gain the upper hand, until a resounding roar echoed, signaling the end of the battle. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Chen Bai gazed at Yi Ming with fervor. At this moment, Yi Ming let out a few deep breaths. He bore white marks on his brow and the top of his thigh, yet none on his waist, while Chen Bai had succumbed in all three areas. In this clash, Yi Ming emerged victorious. The pupil surpasses the master. This impudent lad is indeed impressive. If it were not for my inadequacy, I would certainly take you as my disciple. Chen Bai was not angered by his defeat. He was a person who could accept both victory and loss with grace. Losing was merely losing, and he never resorted to leveraging his seniority. This principle was the foundation of his Shanshan martial arts school. The rules this time favored me. Had the conditions been different, I might not have surpassed Director Chen. Yet, Yi Ming remained humble. Chen Bai chuckled and shook his head. Do not be modest, young lad. I am aware you did not exert your full strength. Haha, Director Chen. You jest, replied Yi Ming. After exchanging a few light-hearted compliments, Yi Ming departed from the Shanshan martial arts school. Following the previous battle, he had come to a realization. His current strength was sufficient to defeat an ordinary fourth-tier contract master. Chapter 58. The martial arts examination begins. 3 days later, the martial arts examination officially commenced. A group stood at the entrance, watching Yi Ming leave. You impudent brat, do your best in the examination. It would be splendid if you could gain admission to university. If not, you can work alongside your second uncle. At least you won't starve. Knight Zheng patted Yi Ming on the shoulder with a smile. Yi Ming responded with a wry smile. I'm already at the 3rd tier. How could I possibly fail? What does it matter if you are at the 3rd tier? There are always those beyond the horizon. You must remain humble. Never underestimate your opponents in the examination hall. Interjected his third uncle, Yi Wan. Pay attention to the questions. Do not misinterpret them. If you encounter a multiple-choice question you don't know, remember to choose C. For 3 long and 1 short, select the shortest. For 3 short and 1 long, select the longest. Good luck with the exam. Yi Ming. Third uncle. I am taking the martial arts track. Your advice pertains to the academic track. Almost. Just interpret it in your own way. All right. Yi Ming is truly exasperated. Both his second and third uncles are certainly capable in the realm of commerce, yet they are utterly inept when it comes to martial arts, lacking any understanding whatsoever. No amount of explanation will prove effective. At that moment, Yi Shuang approached, her eyes shimmering with encouragement. Yi Ming, focus on your exam and strive to secure the top scholar position in Songnan. I might be able to offer you a surprise. The surprise she alluded to was recommending Yi Ming to join the Susa Hall. This poor girl remains blissfully unaware of the truth. Yi Ming smiled and nodded. All right. I will do my best. Go for it. Yi Ming, I believe in you. If you don't achieve the top rank, don't even think about coming home. If you do, I might just dismantle your bed. Yi Ming's lips twitched. It's truly her sister. The location of the martial arts examination is set within the teleportation hall. On the day of the exam, the teleportation hall remains closed to the public, and no vehicles are permitted within a 10-kilometer radius. Military tanks and other heavy weaponry will be stationed for security. At this time, dozens of buses are parked around the perimeter of the teleportation hall. All candidates from Songnan City enter the examination venue in an orderly fashion. In the line from Songnan No. 1 High School, Yang Jinwen is frantically dialing a number. Hello, is this Yi Ming's second uncle? I would like to inquire where Yi Ming is at the moment. The martial arts examination is about to commence. Why hasn't he arrived yet? What? He set off half an hour ago. All right, that should mean he is on his way. She hung up the phone. Yet the anxious expression on her face showed no sign of abating. As the leading teacher from Songnan No. 1 High School, I oversee a total of 300 candidates participating in this examination. After accounting for special circumstances, we are left with 255 participants. And now we have reached 254. Only Yi Ming remains. What on earth is going on with him? How has he developed this dreadful habit of tardiness? Yang Jinwen is almost compelled to scold Yi Ming right now. Meanwhile, the surrounding students begin to murmur among themselves. Yi Ming has truly become complacent. He failed to attend the preliminary test, skipped the intermediate assessment, and now, with the martial arts grand examination at hand, one wonders if he will show up at all. If he truly does not appear, I might just have a chance at becoming the top scorer of Songnan. Don't kid yourself, just you? A B-level contracted spirit and a first-tier contract master? You're not even my match. Furthermore, this time, the competition for the top score is fierce. There's Chu Xiaoyu from Songnan number 2, a SS level range Saintus, and a second-tier contract master, Zhou Zhanlong from Songnan number 3, a SS level Saintus of 10,000 spears, and our own campus belle Lu Yuxuan from Songnan number 1, who is rumored to have also advanced to the second tier. I am confident that this year's top scorer will emerge from one of these three. Upon hearing this candidate's words, the teachers from Songnan number 2 and No. 3 puffed out their chests. They turned to face their respective students, rallying them with motivational slogans, such as Songnan top scorer, who else but me, and fight with style, fight with strength clearly. They are determined to seize the title of Songnan top scorer. Yang Jinwen, however, paid them no heed. Her gaze fixed intently on the electronic countdown display on the ceiling. Only 20 minutes remain. Where on earth has Yiming gone? Will he arrive in time? Lu Yuxuan furrowed her brow, pondering whether he might truly miss the examination due to his tardiness. How foolish of me to regard him as a potential rival. Time ticked away, and the whispers among the crowd grew louder. If Yiming does not show up, our dominance at Songnan No. 1 high school this year will surely be shattered. Did you not hear the homeroom teacher's call? He is on his way. He should be arriving shortly. Arriving? If he encounters traffic, it could take him 3 hours to reach here. With just 13 minutes left until the martial arts examination begins, he is likely to miss it. Miss it? I find that hard to believe. What if he can fly? That is laughable. Fly? As if he were Superman. Boom. No sooner had the words left their lips than a figure burst through the entrance of the teleportation hall. Yiming, with wings sprouting from his back, soared in low and landed gracefully among the ranks of Songnan number 1 high school, right beside Yang Jinwen. The students gasped in astonishment. Wait, dude, can you really fly? You possess quite a variety of magical abilities. Amidst the collective surprise, Yang Jinwen delivered a light smack to Yiming's head. Yiming, why did you arrive so late? You had me worried sick. If you miss the martial arts examination, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Yiming, feeling quite helpless, responded, I set out an hour early. Who could have predicted such terrible traffic? Even the bicycle lane was congested. There was no choice. I had to fly here. As the transmission hall lies over 30 kilometers away from the Yi residence, how on earth did you manage to fly here? Yang Jinwen's concern grew, questioning whether he had conserved his stamina. The classmates were taken aback. Surely, this was not the focal point of discussion. The astonishing fact that he had flown over 30 kilometers seemed to be overlooked. Rest assured, my energy is still intact. After all, Yiming subtly released a hint of his aura, proclaiming, I am now a third-tier contract master. A third tier. The expressions of his classmates morphed into one of astonishment. As Yiming had anticipated, the other teachers from different schools, who had previously held their heads high, now stared wide-eyed, their mouths twitching, their faces contorted as if they were suffering from severe constipation. A third-tier contract master? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed in Songnan City. This was a historic first. It is crucial to note that the martial arts examinations have never seen a repeat student. Each examination brings forth new contenders. A first-ever third-tier contract master, a sorceress. At the pinnacle of spiritual prowess, this buff is simply unparalleled. Should Yiming secure the title of Songnan's top scholar, his influence would be beyond imagination. The atmosphere grew increasingly raucous with his arrival. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, silencing the once boisterous transmission hall as everyone turned their gaze toward the central platform. There, 3 figures had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Wang Changkong from Xingkong University, Sun Hoyuan from Tsinghua University, and Zhao Feng from Xinghai University. They were instructors dispatched from the 3 prestigious universities, tasked with overseeing the examination. The martial arts grand examination is about to commence, and it seems everyone is brimming with excitement. Given this enthusiasm, allow me to share some delightful news with you. With a robust physique clad in traditional training attire, Zhao Feng proclaimed loudly, the secret realm for this martial arts examination is the Ice King Palace. The minimum tier of ferocious beasts is first tier, while the maximum tier reaches fourth tier. The formidable fourth tier, Ice Demon. Chapter 59, Night Frost. His movements seem so familiar. What? A fourth tier, ferocious beast. The candidates' pupils dilated in shock, their hearts filled with disbelief. Even the accompanying instructors were momentarily stunned. What a jest. This is the martial arts examination. When has there ever been a fourth-tier ferocious beast in such a test? In the previous examination, the strongest beast was a third-tier spectral elephant. The one before that featured a third-tier serpent-tailed Lion King, and the one prior showcased a third-tier Xian Wind Demon. The most formidable beasts have always been third-tier. Yet this time, a fourth-tier beast has emerged. The candidates displayed expressions of distress. The difficulty has drastically escalated. Some have begun to quietly grumble, stating that this martial arts examination is exceedingly perilous, showing little regard for them as first-tier contract practitioners. In response, Zhao Feng raised his palm, signaling for silence. All right, please remain calm and allow me to finish speaking. The fourth-tier ferocious beasts are intended for those so-called geniuses. Ordinary individuals will almost certainly avoid encounters unless they venture into the heart of the secret realm. Naturally, the challenge will intensify, with an increase in the number of third-tier and second-tier ferocious beasts, as well as a rise in the strength of first-tier beasts. The purpose of the martial arts examination is to select the strong. Those present may one day find themselves in the outer realms, battling those ruthless, ferocious beasts. So I urge everyone to adopt the right mindset and not treat this examination as a mere shortcut. The discourse bore both official language and personal emotional expression. The students remained silent. Some harbored discontent, while others began to ponder deeply. The fourth-order Frost Demon. Yiming clenched his fists, confident in his abilities, believing he could conquer a fourth-order contract master, and that a fourth-order beast posed no insurmountable challenge. Time ticked away, each second slipping by. When the countdown on the electronic clock reached 0, the martial arts examination officially commenced. A myriad of candidates entered the secret realm, equipped with teleportation halos. In the face of peril, they could activate these halos to escape the realm. Furthermore, the Extreme Ice Palace was an artificially constructed secret domain, outfitted with surveillance cameras possessing a divine perspective, broadcasting the examination live across the nation. At this moment, nearly every household was gathered around their televisions, engrossed in the live coverage of the examination, including Yi Xinxin and her companions. In the Extreme Ice Palace, the sky was overcast, with swirling snowflakes cascading down, landing at an angle to blanket the ground in a soft layer of white cotton. Yiming descended into the heart of a snowfield. Surrounding him were semicircular ice caves, with ice spikes protruding from the ground, one after another, reaching heights of 10 meters, forming a vast forest of ice spires. In the distance, a towering ice mountain loomed, atop which appeared to be a palace of azure ice. The martial arts examination has begun. Defeat the beasts to earn badges. The more badges you collect, the higher your score. First-order beast, 1 badge. Second-order beast, 5 badges. Third-order beast, 10 badges. Fourth-order beast, 5,000 badges. The fourth-order beast represents an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would dare to approach it. However, Yiming narrowed his eyes. He was no ordinary individual, and his objective was the fourth-tier Frost Giant Ice Demon. The surrounding snow blanketed the world in a monochrome hue, significantly diminishing his visibility. Furthermore, his reflexes would inevitably become sluggish as a result. He regulated his breathing, enhancing his sensory perception while narrowing his focus. This was a tactic he had honed during previous assassination missions in snowy terrains, proving to be remarkably effective. With a surge of determination, he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the ice mountain at full speed. The onlookers from the Yi family noticed this audacious move. What on earth? One exclaimed. Yiming is heading straight for the snow mountain. Could he possibly be intending to confront the fourth-tier Frost Giant Ice Demon directly? Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. To directly challenge a fourth-tier beast? Yi Shuang furrowed his brow. Although he was a third tier, this action seemed rather reckless. Yet, Yiming was no fool. He undoubtedly had his own strategy. Hey, exclaimed third uncle Yi Wan, pointing at the television. Look quickly. A beast has surrounded Yiming. Within the mystical realm, Yiming halted his advance. He surveyed his surroundings, noting a pack of snow-furred wolves fixated on him with their eerie blue eyes. These cunning creatures lay in wait within the snowdrifts, poised to spring into action upon spotting prey. Even aerial targets would find it difficult to evade them, as their leaping ability was extraordinary, capable of soaring 30 meters high. 20 snow-furred wolves, all at the second tier, posed a significant threat to the other candidates. Night Ming's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he deftly twirled his wrist, unleashing a dark, elongated scythe with a fluid motion. A piercing howl echoed through the heavens as the snow-furred wolves charged at him in a frenzy. The scythe sliced through the air, cleaving into their flesh with a sickening sound. The sharp blade effortlessly penetrated their resilient skin, leaving behind gruesome wounds. Several unfortunate wolves were bisected in an instant, their hot blood splattering onto the snow, staining it a deep crimson and creating a multitude of small, sanguine holes scattered across the white expanse. The chilling glint of the scythe flickered relentlessly as 20 snow-furred wolves were mercilessly slaughtered. Outside the secret realm, Uncle Yi Wen observed Night Ming's prowess with palpable excitement, rising to his feet. "Is it possible? Has that little rascal grown so formidable?" he exclaimed, astonished by the ease with which Night Ming dispatched so many ferocious beasts in a single move. Night Xian, with a smile, shook her head and replied, "Uncle, Night Ming is at the 3rd tier, while those snow-furred wolves are merely at the 2nd tier. It's quite effortless for a 3rd tier to eliminate a 2nd-tier foe. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Yishuang?" She turned her gaze towards Yishuang. However, Yishuang's brow was furrowed in deep thought. Her eyes fixated on the images flickering on the screen. She was replaying Night Ming's movements in her mind, particularly the form of the black scythe. Why did it seem so familiar? The motions he executed felt hauntingly reminiscent. With a heavy heart, she narrowed her eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping in. One night, one mission, one newcomer. Could it be? A vague suspicion began to take shape within her thoughts. She remained transfixed on the television screen, oblivious to Night Xian's excited exclamations beside her. "Congratulations on obtaining the badge. The leaderboard has shifted. In first place is Zhou Zhanlong with 500 badges, followed by Chu Qiuyu with 430 badges, and Lu Yuxuan with 325 badges. Has the first place already reached 500? Zhou Zhanlong possesses formidable strength," Yi Ming remarked, hastening his movements. He donned the Godfall demon armor, his speed surging as he transformed into a shadow, darting forward with great velocity. As he approached the snow-capped mountains, the ferocity of the surrounding beasts intensified. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Yi Ming halted, observing a massive snowball cascading down the towering mountain, sweeping away the white snow beneath it. It leapt high, hurtling directly towards Yi Ming. Ing Yu shouted, "Yi Ming, look out. There is a dangerous life form within the snowball. It is a quasi-4th-tier beast." Chapter 60, Quasi-4th-tier Beast. Ice-armored giant bear. As the snowball struck the ground, Yi Ming suddenly evaded to the side with remarkable agility, his foot narrowly missing the snowball as it crashed down with tremendous force. Boom! The rolling snow spread in every direction, drastically reducing visibility. Gripping his long scythe, Yi Ming caught a glimpse of a dark shadow rising, advancing towards him step by step. As the snowy air dissipated, a colossal figure emerged, towering at 3 meters. Its form resembled a small mountain. With sharp claws akin to ice crystals, it possessed piercing ice-blue eyes and blood-stained fangs, all covered in a thick coat of white fur. It bore the likeness of a standing polar bear, yet its body was encased in a layer of crystalline armor. The quasi-4th-tier beast, the ice-armored giant bear. Night Ming narrowed his eyes, a surge of energy enveloping him as darkness coiled around the scythe in his grasp. A resounding roar echoed through the air, startling the birds nearby and causing the snow atop the mountain to cascade down once more. The ice-armored giant bear, with its formidable limbs and piercing ice-blue eyes ablaze with murderous intent, charged towards Night Ming with astounding speed, the snow beneath it failing to impede its advance. "Be cautious, Night Ming. The ice-armored giant bear possesses immense strength. A single swipe could inflict grave injury." The voice of Shadow, a ghostly reminder, barely lingered in the air. In an instant, a flash of cold light sliced through the atmosphere. As the bear swung its paw, Night Ming sprouted wings and soared into the sky, executing a graceful 360-degree spin before unveiling a glimmering scythe blade. The black crescent appeared in a heartbeat. With a sharp sound, the ice-armored giant bear's flesh was cleaved open, warm blood gushing forth. "Night Ming, do you see the blue gem at its chest? That is its exposed heart. Shatter it, and the ice-armored giant bear will be finished," Shadow urged. "Understood." Night Ming reversed the scythe in his hand and unleashed another crescent slash from the air. The bear roared in fury, having learned from the prior pain, and braced itself with its sturdy arms to withstand the strike. A thunderous collision erupted as their forces met, each struggling for dominance. Now is the moment. Night Ming unfurled his wings and darted forward like a streak of black light towards the ice-armored giant bear. A sharp flash of the scythe illuminated the space once more, and in a heartbeat, the bear's exposed heart was cleaved in twain. The excruciating pain coursed through its entire being as the ice-armored giant bear roared in rage, its eyes turning a vivid crimson. It struck the ground aimlessly, its actions nothing more than a desperate struggle for survival. With a thunderous crash, its massive form collapsed, compressing the snow beneath. Congratulations on obtaining Badge 45. The number of badges for a quasi-4th tier beast lies between the 4th and 3rd tiers. However, it was a meager reward. Yiming clearly recalled that vanquishing a 3rd tier beast yielded 10 badges, while slaying a 4th tier giant ice demon promised 5,000 badges. Yet, here he was, having defeated a quasi-4th tier beast, receiving a mere 45 badges. It was indeed a significant loss. Never mind, I shall diligently pursue the giant ice demon instead. Yiming unfurled his wings, soaring upwards, annihilating every beast in his path. Observing the black wings behind Yiming, Yi Shuang, seated before the television, realized with certainty that Yiming was the newcomer from that fateful night. His strength, aura, and techniques were utterly identical. No wonder Yiming was so remarkable. Captain Sun had mentioned considering his enlistment only after the martial arts examination. Initially, Yi Shuang believed Captain Sun wished to assess Yiming's performance in the examination before making a decision. Now, she comprehended that Captain Sun simply desired to witness her embarrassment. That detestable Captain Sun, that infuriating Yiming. How could such a significant matter be concealed from me? It was utterly outrageous. Yi Shuang rarely resorted to vulgar language. Thus the term outrageous bore considerable weight in her mind. Wait. Yi Shuang furrowed her brow, one hand pinching her chin, her gaze intensifying. If that newcomer was indeed Yiming, then how could his assassination skills be so remarkably adept, especially in the art of concealing one's breath? He has truly reached an unparalleled level, surpassing even my own abilities. No. Once the martial arts examination concludes, I must inquire thoroughly about him. Yi Shuang senses that Yiming harbors a significant secret. In the monitoring room, 3 proctors witnessed firsthand the entire process of Yiming defeating a quasi-4th tier ferocious beast. Zhao Feng from Shanghai University exclaimed in astonishment, "This candidate, Yiming, is extraordinary. Within less than a month of awakening, he has achieved the 3rd tier, and now he has triumphed over a quasi-4th tier beast. His strength and talent are simply astonishing. In my opinion, even a 4th tier ice demon may not stand a chance against him." Sun Hoyuan nodded in agreement, recognizing Yiming's remarkable talent and strength. He is undoubtedly the most formidable candidate in the history of Cangnan City. Without exception, I believe he could contend with the ice demon. Contend? Wang Changkong from Shinkong University scoffed. There is a vast chasm separating quasi-4th tier beasts from true 4th tier beasts. While Yiming's 3rd tier prowess is commendable, let alone defeating, it would be a faint hope for him to even overcome a 4th tier ice demon. What's going on today, Teacher Wang? Zhao Feng exclaimed in disbelief. In previous years, when encountering talented individuals, you were so excited you could hardly contain yourself. Today, not only do you refrain from cheering, but you even pour cold water on the situation. Is there some grudge between you and Yiming? Wang Changkong began to respond, but was promptly interrupted. Sun Hoyuan nodded and said, "Teacher Zhao, you may not be aware that shortly after the awakening ceremony concluded, Shinkong University granted Yiming a special admission quota, contingent upon him replacing his contracted witch with a saintess. Naturally, Yiming was unwilling and promptly declined. Teacher Wang, feeling humiliated, consequently harbored disdain for Yiming." Wang Changkong's brows furrowed in indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Hoyuan, exclaiming, "Cease your nonsense. Even if I, Wang Changkong, am not at my best, I am still a 6th tier contract master and have no need to be vexed by a junior. Battling above one S tier is inherently challenging, especially since Yiming has only recently broken through to the 3rd tier, lacking sufficient control over his power. For a novice like him to aspire to slay a 4th tier ferocious beast is nothing short of folly." After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng eventually nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Teacher Wang's analysis. Indeed, ascending tiers is difficult, and it is even more arduous for a newcomer. Sun Hoyuan remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yiming. He had faith that Yiming would undoubtedly conquer the 4th tier frost giant demon. Within the secret realm, Yiming accelerated his pace, deftly navigating through numerous obstacles, and was finally approaching the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Along the way, he encountered a plethora of formidable beasts, snow spirits, ice-toothed giant crocodiles, and blizzard vultures. These creatures posed a significant threat, their bloodlines and genetics ranking them as mid-tier among ferocious beasts, with many even exceeding that. Yet, Under Yi Ming's formidable prowess, they were nothing more than souls reaped by the scythe. With a thud, a snow demon adorned with bat-like wings collapsed. Ding! Upon successfully vanquishing the third-tier frost demon, I gained 6 experience points in both realm and spirit techniques, along with a commendation of 10 badges. Chapter 61. The fourth-tier beast. The colossal ice demon. The leaderboard reveals. 1. Zhou Zhanlong, badge count, 2,412. 2. Chu Qiuyu, badge count, 2,133. 3. Yi Ming, badge count, 2025. 4. Lu Yuxuan, badge count, 1967. The top 3 contenders have all surpassed the 2,000 badge mark. However, as the number of beasts dwindles, the accumulation of badges among the candidates will inevitably slow. It is anticipated that the final scores for the first and second places will hover around 3,000. Yi Ming vaguely recalls that last year, the champion of Cangnan achieved a badge total exceeding 3,000. Thus, should I eliminate the colossal ice demon, I can secure the title of Cangnan champion. Even in the unlikely event that I find myself incapable of overcoming the colossal ice demon, my current achievements are sufficient to propel me toward the top 3 prestigious universities. With a sense of liberation, Yi Ming felt no burden weighing upon him. He gazed at the palace standing majestically atop the mountain, and his fighting spirit surged. He quickened his pace once more. Along the way, he encountered not only the carcasses of beasts, but also the fallen bodies of fellow candidates. Young men clad in black bodysuits and girls in work attire. They were all candidates who, for reasons unknown, failed to press the teleportation button on their wristbands in the face of impending danger. The martial arts examination has never been devoid of peril. Despite advanced safety measures, a mortality rate of 5% remains a grim reality. On the journey to the palace, if Yi Mingrua encountered a corpse lying in the snow, he would promptly assist in activating their wristbands. A life may be lost, yet the body must still be transported. Such tasks were traditionally designated for the cleaners of the secret realm, following the conclusion of the martial arts examination. However, Yi Ming found this to be merely a trifling effort. Sun Hoyuan in the monitoring room observed this scene with an unwavering expression, yet felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. The biting cold wind howled, slicing mercilessly against Yi Ming's face. As he took his final step, he raised his gaze to behold the magnificent ice crystal palace, towering majestically amidst the snow, reaching over 20 meters into the clouds, instilling a sense of awe. This was it. The fourth-tier giant cold ice demon resided within the palace. Yi Ming gripped his long sickle and charged toward the palace. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless ice arrows sliced through the air. Yi Ming's pupils constricted sharply as he folded his black wings behind him, instantly forming a formidable shield. The ice arrows struck against the black wing shield without inflicting any harm. As the black wings unfurled, Yi Ming looked up to see a tall, purple-skinned beast with 6 eyes at the pinnacle of the palace, drawing its bow to release another arrow. Whoosh. With a swift sweep of his sickle, Yi Ming cleaved the arrow in half. A formidable fourth-tier beast, the Ice Crystal Archer, adept at long-range attacks, yet lacking in physical prowess. One swift strike could take it down. The shadows whispered ominously. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming, now grounded, propelled himself with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, racing toward the Ice Crystal Archer at breakneck speed. The beast's 6 eyes widened in alarm. Puff! The scythe loomed larger in the eyes of the Ice Crystal Archer, until finally, a head was sent soaring into the sky. Successfully slain a quasi-4th-tier Ice Crystal Archer, Realm Experience 31. Spiritual Technique Experience 31. Congratulations on receiving Badge 43. The number of badges has changed, presumably determined by the ferocity of the beast. Standing atop the palace, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. One quasi-4th-tier beast after another had emerged, yet the giant cold ice demon was still nowhere to be seen. Before he could finish his thought, the palace beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. The structure, initially 20 meters tall, surged upward once more. Yi Ming unfurled his black wings and leaped from the pinnacle of the palace, hovering in midair. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. Snowflakes swirled wildly, and ice fragments shattered. The entire Ice Crystal Palace seemed to come alive, its main structure disintegrating. The main hall served as its body, while the 2 side halls acted as arms, with its legs supporting its towering frame. It was an immense creature, easily over 20 meters high. A pair of gigantic eyes fixated on Yi Ming, rendering him insignificantly small in comparison. Yi Ming could not help but narrow his eyes. This 20-meter beast. Is it truly a fourth tier? Outside the secret realm, the Yi family members grew increasingly anxious. Surely that monstrous entity was far too large. A single punch could likely shatter a mountain. How could Yiming possibly stand a chance against it? Third Uncle Yiwen glared, cursing in disbelief. Second Uncle nodded in agreement, questioning how such a thing could be. Even if it were a fourth-tier beast, it should not be this colossal. It was utterly absurd. A moment's inattention could mean death. Could Yiming truly defeat this creature? Yi Xian furrowed her brow, equally uncertain. The three individuals turned their gazes toward Yi Xuan, who calmly stated, "Identify the weaknesses, dare to gamble, and you may kill. If you cannot discern them, be timid, and you shall not be able to slay." Weakness. Yiwen and the others fell into contemplation, reflecting on the notion of weakness. Meanwhile, a tremendous disturbance reverberated through the secret realm, capturing the attention of the other candidates, who sensed the ground trembling beneath their feet. They looked up toward the distant snow-capped mountains and were taken aback. "What is that?" "It's enormous," exclaimed one. "Has the palace transformed into a giant? What on earth is happening? Has someone entered the palace and triggered a challenge?" "A challenge?" "A fourth-tier ferocious beast, the giant frost ice demon. Someone is confronting the giant frost ice demon." Most candidates turned their eyes toward the mountain's summit. At that moment, Zhou Zhanlong, currently ranked first, was positioned halfway up the mountain. Upon witnessing the colossal form of the giant frost ice demon, fear immediately gripped him. "No, I cannot possibly be its adversary. I must flee." Meanwhile, Chu Qiyu, ranked second, and Lu Yuxuan, ranked fourth, stood nearby, gazing up the mountain, specifically at Yiming, who stood defiantly against the giant frost ice demon. Both furrowed their brows. Arrogant? Naive? Or does he truly possess the strength? Chu Qiyu observed Yiming, surprise flickering across her cold visage, while Lu Yuxuan deemed Yiming utterly unreasonable. A third-tier contract master challenging a fourth-tier ferocious beast? He is practically courting death. Within the monitoring room, Sun Hoyuan and his companions clenched their fists. Would they create a miracle, or would they fail? The moment of truth had finally arrived. At this instant, Yiming became the focal point of the entire martial arts examination. A thunderous sound erupted as the colossal ice behemoth swung its fist down upon Yiming. Yiming deftly evaded the blow. But the impact upon the snow-capped mountain sent shards of rock cascading down, tumbling into snowballs and triggering a landslide. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Yiming unleashed a scythe-like strike against the ice behemoth. A sharp, icy blade cleaved through the air, leaving wounds upon the beast's form. Yet, astonishingly, within moments, it healed completely. Can it truly regenerate? Yiming furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a tempestuous wind rushing toward him. Upon closer inspection, the ice behemoth's fist barreled toward him like a meteorite. Enveloped in darkness, the realm of shadows momentarily froze the beast's fist in its tracks, allowing Yiming to narrowly dodge the blow, which shattered the mountainside in its wake. Yiming retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Yet the creature's unique physiology allowed it to recover again and again, its strength surging with each passing moment, capable of obliterating a small hill with a single blow. This ferocious beast grew bolder with each clash. I must bring this battle to a swift conclusion. Just as Yiming prepared to strike once more, an excited voice broke through the chaos. "Yiming, I have discerned its weakness. This formidable creature is but a paper tiger. Do not hold back. Unleash the full force of your ultimate technique, the Eternal Knight's Descent, and deliver this decisive blow. Trust me, this beast is doomed." A resounding roar echoed across the heavens. The ice behemoth raised its claws, conjuring a biting gale. As its claws descended upon Yiming, darkness spread outward from him, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of shadows. Black tendrils extended from all directions of the realm, ensnaring the colossal ice demon, causing its movements to slow, while its crimson eyes blazed with frenzied rage. This was. Everyone beheld the unfolding spectacle upon the snowy mountains. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Yiming hovered in the air, his aura radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, as darkness coiled around the scythe in his grasp. With the sudden emergence of a blood-red gleam in his eyes, Yiming transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the giant ice demon at an imperceptible speed. Eternal Night descends. As Yiming's most formidable spiritual technique, it possessed extraordinary lethality. Particularly in single combat, it could amplify Yiming's power manifold. With a whoosh, the realm of darkness unfurled. The snowy mountains fell silent, resembling a black shroud. The scythe in Yi Ming's hand shimmered with a cold light, as crimson and pure white intertwined. In the depths of darkness, the gaze of the crimson eyes flickered momentarily. Roar! Accompanied by a mournful cry, the enormous head was instantly severed, tumbling from the snowy peak, transforming into a snowball, coalescing into an avalanche. Scalding blood splattered from above, cascading down to the snow and creating crimson pits. Yi Ming wielded the scythe, blood flowing along its blade. Yet in an instant, it was consumed by the darkness. Boom! The giant ice demon lost its head. Its body dissolved into frost and snow, merging with the white blanket of snow below, vanishing completely. Ding! Successfully defeated the 4th-tier giant ice demon. Experience gained 70. Spiritual technique experience 70. Congratulations on receiving badge 5000. Badge leaderboard has changed. Congratulations. You currently hold the prestigious title of the top contender in the martial arts examination, with a total of 7,125 badges. First place, Yi Ming, badge count, 7,125. Second place, Zhou Zhanlong, badge count, 2,741. Third place, Chu Qiuyu, badge count, 2,541. With over 7,000 badges, the title of the top scholar from Songnan undeniably belongs to me. Yi Ming finally revealed a relaxed expression. There remains half an hour until the conclusion of the martial arts examination. At this point, even if he were to stand still and do nothing, or even lie down and take a nap, no one could surpass him. Outside the secret realm, Uncle Yuan gazed at the information on the leaderboard, his expression becoming vacant. Over 7,000 badges. What does this signify? Can someone elucidate this for me? Uncle Yi Jun swallowed hard. He wasn't quite sure how formidable over 7,000 badges truly were. However, if memory serves, last year's top scholar from Songnan had just over 3,000. 3,000. 7,000. Uncle Yi Yuan's mind buzzed as if struck by a thunderbolt. Does this imply that Yi Ming is even more exceptional than last year's top scholar from Songnan? Is it really true? Indeed. Yi Xinxin exclaimed excitedly. This time, Yi Ming is the top scholar of Songnan. Moreover, he is the most formidable top scholar in history. Gasp! Both Yi Yuan and Yi Jun inhaled sharply. They stood in place, initially stunned, before erupting into cheers. Even Yi Shuang, who was known for her icy demeanor, bore a smile upon her face. Amidst her joy, a sense of anticipation blossomed within her. The ability to swiftly discern the vulnerabilities of the formidable 4th-order frost demon and to act decisively, without hesitation, revealed the many secrets that enveloped Yi Ming. She was almost impatient to inquire about him. In the surveillance room, as she witnessed Yi Ming sever the head of the frost demon with a single strike, Sun Hoyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This fellow continually astonished me. This matter certainly warrants informing the teacher. With Yi Ming now having become the top scholar of Songnan, the other 2 universities would undoubtedly offer enticing conditions to recruit him. He retrieved his phone and promptly sent a message to the vice president of Tsinghua University. Message 1. Teacher, when would you be available to meet with Yi Ming? Message 2. Teacher, Yi Ming has secured over 7,000 badges and is established as Songnan's top scholar. I believe it is imperative for us to pay him a visit and extend generous offers. Otherwise, we risk being outpaced by the other 2 universities. A minute after dispatching the message, a reply arrived. Teacher, Vice Hall Master, I will personally go to recruit Yi Ming. Let us see who dares to compete with me. Sun Huan quietly silenced his screen, glancing at Zhao Feng beside him. He inquired, Old Zhao, are you planning to visit the Yi family to recruit Yi Ming personally? Zhao Feng's words faltered. He shot a glance at Sun Huan, furrowing his brow. Why do you ask me that? Just curious. Oh, I won't go. I certainly want to go for just a top scholar from Songnan. All right. Sun Huan realized that Zhao Feng, that cunning old fox, would undoubtedly be heading out soon, and he was exceptionally well prepared. He had come with a clear objective in mind. Turning to Wang Changkong, Sun inquired, Old Wang, what about you? Be honest with me. Have you been dispatched by the Starry Sky University to recruit Yi Ming? Wang, arms crossed, scoffed, what nonsense. Is that even possible? I have a history with Yi Ming. Even if I were to recruit him, I certainly wouldn't be the one to approach him. Sun Huan nodded, confirming that Wang Changkong was indeed the representative sent by Starry Sky University, and he was thoroughly equipped for his task. How audacious of these old schemers to think they could deceive him. A smirk played on Sun's lips, for he had seen through their machinations. He was now eagerly anticipating the expressions of these 2 old tricksters upon meeting the vice president of the Star Demon University. It would surely be a sight to behold. Half an hour passed, and the martial arts grand examination concluded. The moment Yi Ming emerged from the secret realm, numerous gazes converged upon him. Instantly, cameras swarmed like bullets, aiming at Yi Ming's face, as if they wished to capture every detail. Yi Ming, may I ask, now that you have become the top scholar of Cangnan, do you have any thoughts to share? Can you enlighten us on your current mindset? You became a third-tier contract master even before participating in the grand examination. A feat rare across the nation. How did you achieve this? Could you elaborate? As a witch contract master, could you explain why all theories targeting witches seem ineffective against you? The questions surged forth like a torrential wave. As the night enveloped him, he took a deep breath and uttered only a few words. I possess little experience and no particular tricks. If I were to distill the reason for my success as the top scholar of Cangnan into a single phrase, it would be this: the courage to attempt. Chapter 63. The visit from the 4 prestigious universities having spoken, Yi Ming stepped away from the crowd, disregarding the astonished gazes on either side. As the first in the martial arts examination and the top scholar of Cangnan, it was undeniable that he would become the focal point of the city today. Yet, perhaps out of habit, Yi Ming preferred to remain out of the public eye. He declined all interview requests and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Once inside, the taxi driver recognized him and warmly waved the fare. Yi Ming smiled in acknowledgement, but left a 100 yuan note as he exited the vehicle. Upon returning home, the moment he opened the door, his second uncle and others rushed forward, embracing him and exclaiming about his achievements, proclaiming that the Yi family had produced a top scholar, asking if his elder brother could see him from above, and similar expressions of pride. Yi Ming felt a stir of emotion within, but, upon glancing up, noticed Yi Shuang leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, her gaze subtly scrutinizing him, seemingly awaiting an explanation. So, Yi Shuang has noticed after all? Yi Ming chuckled and shook his head. There was no escaping it. It was only a matter of time. He approached Yi Shuang, seizing the opportunity while his second uncle and the others busied themselves with preparations for dinner. He felt it imperative to have a serious conversation with her. In the room, he inquired, "So, what exactly is going on? When did you join the Silent Hall?" Night Frost perched gracefully on the edge of Night Ming's bed. After a moment of contemplation, Night Ming remarked, "When I first ascended to the rank of a second-tier contract master." Second tier. Night Frost's brows furrowed slightly. Was it someone who introduced you, or? The specifics eluded him, but he recalled that it was Captain Sun who had sought him out. Quite intriguing. Night Frost mused, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. If her memory served her right, the Hall of Assassination had never proactively invited a second-tier contract master before. Night Ming was the first. However, it was merely an invitation at that time. I officially joined the Hall of Assassination about 10 days ago, Night Ming added. Night Frost nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "What is your base salary? I mean no offense. As your sister, I simply worry you might be taken advantage of." 15 million. How astonishing. Night Frost's expression shifted dramatically. Her current base salary was only 10 million. Yet, she had been part of the Hall of Assassination for nearly 2 years. Was this what they referred to as starting off on the wrong foot? With a sigh, Night Frost decided not to delve deeper into that matter. Instead, she redirected the conversation, asking, "So, the newcomer from that night was you, correct?" "Indeed it was. How did you discover me?" "I remember you merely glanced at me that night. I can't very well tell you that I was a top assassin in my previous life." Night Ming replied, "My contract spirit is quite unique. She possesses an acute sensitivity to energy signatures, which is how." "Ah, I see." Night Frost felt a wave of relief wash over her. If it was indeed the ability of the contract spirit, everything fell into place. She let out a long breath, rose, and gently patted Yi Ming on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Keep it up, do your best. You are truly remarkable." Yi Ming responded with a subtle smile and a nod. As he stood up, ready to head out, an excited voice echoed through the courtyard. "Yi Ming, the results are out. You scored full marks. Top scholar of Cangnan." It was the voice of his third uncle, Yi Wan. The martial arts examination differed significantly from the academic tests. It relied on strength, with the number of badges determining the final score. Thus, within 2 hours, he could ascertain his results and ranking. Yi Ming glanced at the information displayed on the tablet, a surge of joy swelling within him. Candidate name: Yi Ming. Examination type: martial arts examination score, 1000, full marks, 1000. Final ranking: first, Cangnan City, top scholar of Cangnan. Yi Ming clenched his fists, elated that he had finally achieved his immediate goal. In the next moment, A buzzing sound filled the air, armed helicopters circled overhead, and a row of black sedans lined the street. Amidst the roar of engines, hurried footsteps approached, followed by what seemed to be shouts of anger. Zhao Feng, you scoundrel! Didn't you say that your Shanghai University had no interest in Yiming? Why are you scurrying over here now? Sun Huan exclaimed, tugging at Zhao Feng's collar. Visibly furious. This isn't my decision. It was a sudden demand from above. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Feng retorted, deflecting the blame towards Wang Changkong. Sun Huan released his grip on Zhao Feng's neck, furrowing his brow as he glared at Wang Changkong. You old rascal. You have truly lost all sense of shame. Previously, it was you who urged Yiming to alter his contract spirit, and now, seeing him achieve full marks, you come scurrying over to recruit him ahead of time. Do you not feel a shred of embarrassment? Embarrassment? Wang Changkong scoffed, acknowledging that knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is of utmost importance. Indeed, I was at fault in the past, but what has transpired is now behind us. As long as I offer favorable conditions, I am unperturbed by Yiming's reluctance to join my Starry Sky University. How utterly shameless of you. Sun Huan silently cursed as his gaze shifted to an elderly man beside him, adorned with glasses. I can comprehend the presence of Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong. After all, they are recruitment teachers from the Martial Arts University. But Su Zhuge, what brings you here? Is not Qingbei University a liberal arts institution? Su Zhuge chuckled, stating that one must always test the waters. Who knows, perhaps Yiming values the liberal arts more. Furthermore, our Qingbei University also offers martial studies. Spare me your nonsense. The trio of Sun Huan found Su Zhuge's remarks utterly ridiculous. Their frantic competition left bystanders in a state of astonishment. It has always been the candidates who strive desperately to enter prestigious universities. Yet now it seems the top institutions are fervently vying for students. Indeed, once strength is attained, everything gravitates towards oneself. The four recruitment teachers entered the Yi residence. Upon catching sight of Yiming, Wang Changkong immediately spoke. Yiming, we have had our differences in the past, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. This matter was a lapse in our consideration at Starry Sky University. Thus, we have resolved that upon your enrollment in Starry Sky University, not only will you benefit from complimentary tuition, but we shall also assign you a dedicated mentor. Furthermore, any resources you acquire for your cultivation within the institution will be available to you at a 50% discount. Astonishing. Zhao Feng's eyes widened. Last year's top scholar from Tsangnan, who joined Starry Sky University, received only half such privileges. It appears that Starry Sky University is truly making a considerable investment. Starry Sky University is indeed generous, yet Star Sea University is not to be outdone. With a grand gesture, Zhao Feng declared, Yiming, should you choose to join Star Sea University, in addition to the aforementioned offerings from Starry Sky University, we shall provide you monthly with one piece of material rated 6 tier or below at no cost. Moreover, based on your performance, you will receive a remarkable monthly reward ranging from 500,000 to 1,500,000. This, Night Frost, standing nearby, furrowed her brow. As a student of Star Sea University, she had never experienced such advantageous terms. After all, she had once been among the top 3 in Sangnan City. Old son, we have presented our conditions. What about you? Surely you did not come empty-handed? Such a lack of sincerity demonstrates a complete disregard for classmate Yiming. Wang Changkong provocatively gazed at Sun Huan. Zhao Feng, supporting the sentiment, added, Indeed, how can you expect to recruit a top scholar with such an attitude? Old son, you might as well sit at the same table as Su Zhuge. In response, Sun Huan smiled and pointed to the sky. Patience, grant me 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dense clouds, with thunder rumbling ominously within. Abruptly, the dark clouds parted to reveal a vast opening, through which countless rays of light cascaded down. A formidable figure slowly descended from the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, his ancient eyes seemingly infused with the essence of the universe. He gazed down upon Wang Changkong and the others with an expression that conveyed both displeasure and wrath, declaring, Today, I, Gu Yufeng, stand here. Who dares to seize my disciple? Chapter 64. Joining the Star Demon University. The figure that descended from the sky disrupted the ongoing situation. Wang Changkong and the others stared upwards in awe. The individual, with flowing white hair and hands clasped behind his back, donned a long gray robe intricately adorned with golden patterns. His tranquil eyes sparkled with radiant golden light, and the moment he arrived, an invisible aura spread forth, causing the surrounding trees to topple and a tempest to swirl violently. This is Gu Yufeng, the vice president of Star Demon University. Wang Changkong and his companions felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, their bodies rendered immobile. The vice president of Star Demon University, one of the superlative powerhouses of the Dragon Nation. It was said that he had now transcended to the 8th tier, instilling fear merely by his presence. However, what truly astonished Wang Changkong and the others was Gu Yunfeng's earlier proclamation regarding his disciple. What did it mean? Had he personally descended upon the Yi family to take Yi Ming as his disciple? A wave of shock surged through their hearts. Beside them, Yi Shuang furrowed her brow. Perhaps the others were unaware, but as an assassin of the slaughter hall, she had once crossed paths with Gu Yunfeng. This formidable elder was not merely the vice president of Star Demon University. He bore an even more terrifying title, the Deputy Hall Master of the Slaughter Hall. With the blessing of a dual identity and esteemed status, he stands among the elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Such a formidable being has descended upon the Yi family, intending to take Yi Ming as his disciple. If Yi Ming acquiesces to Gu Yunfeng, his path of cultivation will not only become smoother, but he will also acquire Gu Yunfeng's unparalleled assassination techniques, facilitating a swifter ascension within the Hall of Slaughter. Joining the Starry Sky University or the Star Sea University and becoming an exemplary student while simultaneously being a disciple of Gu Yufeng, this choice is evidently the more advantageous, even to those lacking in discernment. Moreover, Gu Yunfeng descended from the heavens to stand beside Yi Ming. Gazing intently at him, his voice resonated like thunder. Yi Ming, should you choose to join my Star Demon University, not only will you receive the highest privileges previously promised, but I shall also take you as my disciple, providing you with comprehensive training. Of course, this is entirely up to your willingness. I do not impose. Gu Yufeng retracted his aura and smiled at Yi Ming. Yi Ming returned a calm smile and clasped his fists, saying, "Disciple, Yi Ming greets master." "Ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid," Gu Yunfeng exclaimed thrice, his mood buoyant like a spring breeze. He then waved his hand, producing 3 wooden boxes. Inside are 3 materials from 7th tier fierce beasts, a modest gift for our meeting. Once you formally enter Star Demon University, I shall present you with a material of near 8th tier. Yi Ming's pupils constricted, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. Previously, he had toiled arduously for a single 7th tier material, yet now, as Gu Yunfeng's disciple, he was casually presented with 3, along with the promise of an additional near 8th tier. Is this the advantage of having a prominent figure leading the way? How delightful. Afterward, Gu Yunfeng engaged in a brief exchange with Uncle Yi Ming, succinctly outlining the myriad benefits of Star Demon University. He patted Yi Ming on the shoulder, promising to return in a few days. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Observing his departing figure, Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their disbelief. So, has the recruitment of this year's top student concluded just like that? They scarcely had a moment to speak. Damn, this is utterly absurd. The vice president of Star Demon University personally recruits students. And if this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. Zhao Feng cursed angrily, knowing that Gu Yunfeng would attend this recruitment. He felt the vice president of Shanghai University should have been summoned as well. Wang Changkong nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. Both turned their gazes toward the gloating Sun Hoyuan, understanding the situation. No wonder this old trickster had been silent upon entering. He was clearly holding back something significant. Old Sun, isn't Star Demon University being a bit excessive? Didn't Elder Gu Yunfeng recently declare that he would not take any disciples? Why the change now? Zhao Feng and Wang Changkong were quite dissatisfied. I can't do anything about it either. Sun Hoyuan shook his head. How would I know about the teacher's affairs? Perhaps you should ask him directly and see if he offers you a response. Wang Changkong and Zhao Feng shuddered at the thought. An 8th tier expert. What audacity would they have to inquire? Ultimately, Wang Changkong and his companions departed in disappointment. Yi Ming had joined Star Demon University and become a disciple of Gu Yufeng. Before departing, Sun Hoyuan pulled Yi Ming aside into a secluded corner, his expression somewhat grave. Yi Ming, first and foremost, congratulations on your successful admission to Tsinghua University. However, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. Do you recall the Qingyun Association? The Qingyun Association, the ground forces of Cangnan City. They killed the third in command, Zhou Kueishui, and Zhou Qiming. Yi Ming nodded, remembering. The president of the Qingyun Association, Zhou Qingyun, is a fourth-tier contract master. He has retreated to the Outer Realm. The Outer Realm? Yiming furrowed his brow. The Outer Realm is a territory dominated by ferocious beasts, fraught with peril. The deeper one ventures, the more dangerous it becomes. Your current location is quite close to the third boundary city, on the outskirts, thus not particularly perilous. If I recall correctly, you have yet to venture into the Outer Realm, am I right? Yiming understood his implication. Captain Sun, you wish for me to? Yes, to eliminate him in the Outer Realm. Sun Hoyuan spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Of course, I am uneasy about you going alone. I will assign a contract master to accompany you. Just not Yi Shuang, Yiming replied. Why not? Sun Hoyuan was taken aback. The Outer Realm is exceedingly perilous. Complete safety cannot be guaranteed, and I am concerned about potential mishaps. Very well. Sun Hoyuan nodded. In 3 days, I will provide you with the pertinent information. Be sure to prepare thoroughly. Understood. Upon concluding their conversation, Sun Hoyuan departed. Yiming, arms crossed against the wall, pondered the president of the Qingyun Association. The enmity between us is profound. He must be eliminated. That very evening, the news fervently reported Yiming's exploits. The citizens of Cangnan were left in a state of shock as the vice president of Tsinghua University personally conducted admissions, making Yiming the most illustrious figure among all martial arts candidates in Cangnan City, a rarity on a national scale. Lu Yushuan sat in her room, staring at her score of 820 and the admission letter from Shinkong University, feeling no joy whatsoever. Why? Why was Yiming so exceptional? Could it be that the witch contract master was truly superior to the saint contract master? Doubts began to creep into her mind. Meanwhile, a soft sigh, tinged with disappointment and helplessness, echoed in her ears from her contracted spirit, though Lu Yushuan remained oblivious to it. In the Knight family residence, Yiming gazed at the 3 materials from 7th-tier ferocious beasts laid out before him, feeling a surge of emotion. The Black Flame Claw, sourced from the 7th-tier ferocious beast known as the Black Flame Tyrant, the Thunder Crystal, derived from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Furious Thunder Lion, and the Black Dragon Core, taken from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, the Dark Magic Dragon. As he contemplated these formidable materials, Yiming began the absorption process. Dark energy surged forth, enveloping the 3 components. A tremendous force erupted, causing Yiming's pupils to constrict. As he absorbed all 3 materials simultaneously, an intense pain coursed through his entire being, akin to being pricked by needles. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists against the table, striving to regulate his breathing and maintain a steady rhythm. The sheer agony caused cold sweat to drench his back, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Soon after, black flames ignited around him, and brilliant arcs of lightning flickered upon his fists. They seemed intent on igniting his very being, tearing through flesh and sinew. Yiming, if it hurts, feel free to cry out. It's perfectly acceptable. I can help you mute the sound, Ing Yu expressed with concern. Yiming shook his head, his gaze unwavering. Pain was a harbinger of transformation. Cries and sobs would only disrupt his resolve. Besides, this level of discomfort was trivial. In Yiming's recollections, such agony barely ranked among his top 10 trials. 10 minutes later, the 3 materials from 7th-tier ferocious beasts were entirely absorbed by Yiming. Rising to his feet, he tore apart his drenched garments. His bare torso revealed increasingly defined muscle contours, robust and harmonious in their sinewy strength. As he clenched his fists, his arms and pectorals rippled with power. Beneath his skin, dark lightning flickered. What is this? Yiming mused, realizing he seemed to harness a fragment of lightning's might. You have undergone a lightning-infused body tempering. Your flesh now harbors the essence of lightning. The thunderous crystals you absorbed earlier have merged with the innate lightning within you, thus granting you this electrifying capability. Ing Yu's gentle voice resonated. Ah, I see. Yiming nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what purpose does this lightning power serve? It enhances your explosiveness, fortifies your defenses, accelerates your speed, and allows your strikes to be accompanied by electrifying effects. With a newfound understanding, Yiming entered the training room. Summoning his crescent blade, he swung it towards the mechanical dummy. As the dark and crimson crescent slash intertwined, threads of black lightning flickered, producing a faint crackling sound. Not merely a spectacle of effects, this lightning appears to possess an attachment capability, inflicting prolonged damage upon the adversary's form. Quite impressive. Subsequently, Yiming cast a glance at his status panel. Name: Yiming, spirituality, maximum level, realm, tier 3 contract master, 32, 536 1, 000. 000. Mental power, 55700, vitality, 55700, contract spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor, contract spirit level, SSS rank, upgradable, spiritual techniques, Dark Judgment, Godfall Demon Armor. Eternal Night Descends, Dark Judgment, level 7, Godfall Demon Armor, level 7. Eternal Night Descends, level 7. Spiritual talent, Slaughter Growth. Demon Emperor Battle Intent, truly deserving of its classification as a tier 7 ferocious beast material. Absorbing 3 pieces has granted a monumental enhancement to both my vitality and mental power. These attributes most accurately reflect the fluctuations in Yiming's strength. Clenching his fist. A fierce battle intent ignited within his eyes. Should I encounter the tier 4 giant cold ice demon now, I would require no endeavor to discover its weaknesses. With sheer brute force, I could vanquish it. Yiming brimmed with confidence. He then proceeded to examine the status panel of Ing Yuyu. Contract Spirit, Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Ing Yuyu. Level, SSS rank, upgrade progress, 3-4. 5. Resurgence progress, 12-14. Both the resurgence and level upgrade progress have witnessed an increase, granting Ing Yuyu a greater degree of freedom. She now possesses the ability to manifest dark tentacles and black wings simultaneously. With a mere thought, Yiming's intent resonated with the shadowy figure. The black wings unfurled behind her, swiftly followed by the emergence of 2 dark tentacles. Grasping a scythe and clad in the enchanted armor of the fallen deity, she resembled a reaper emerging from the abyss, her eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson light. Facing 5 mechanical dummies, she first executed a slashing strike, then unleashed the dark tentacles, and the black wings projected razor-sharp blades. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In less than a breath, the 5 mechanical constructs were rendered inoperative. The ability to simultaneously launch an assault on multiple foes was undeniably extraordinary. Yiming could not help but express gratitude to her past self from a month ago. Fortuitously, she had forged a pact with the Dark Knight Demon Emperor of the fallen deity. Otherwise, the current version of herself would not exist. Yiming, it feels strange when you don't call me that, Ing Yuyu murmured, her voice tinged with shyness. In the subsequent 2 to 3 days, Yiming refrained from venturing outside. Following the conclusion of the martial arts grand examination, the candidates were afforded a month of respite. Striking a balance between work and leisure, she chose to remain at home for a few days. On the 4th morning after the examination's end, a message arrived from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, we have located Zhou Qingyun's precise whereabouts, within a cave 10 kilometers outside the 3rd peripheral city. A cave? Is the information this accurate? Yiming felt that this task was orchestrated by Sun Hoyuan to refine her skills. Yiming, is there any special procedure required to enter the outer domain? My 4th uncle resides in the 3rd peripheral city. I can request his assistance. Sun Hoyuan, no need. I have already taken care of the formalities for you. Moreover, you cannot contact your 4th uncle right now. He is currently on a mission beyond the domain. How can you be so well informed about your uncle's whereabouts? Yiming furrowed his brow, the energy behind the killing hall exceeding his expectations. Yiming, when do I depart? Sun Hoyuan, the 3rd edge city is 1,000 kilometers away from Tsangnan City. You will take the floating airship and should arrive around noon. Let us plan to take action at 2 in the afternoon. Yiming, all right. Very soon. The mission details appeared on Yiming's phone. Mission name, Elimination Plan, Final. Target, Zhou Qingyun level, 4th tier contract master, S-class Cloudfall Saintus. Mission description, Zhou Qingyun is involved in the sale of prohibited items, specifically the intensified herb, and is currently evading capture in the outer domain. His strength is formidable. It is advisable that a 4th tier or higher contract master undertake this mission. A 4th tier contract master. His contract spirit is actually S-class. Yiming recalled having seen in reports that Zhou Qingyun's contract spirit was A-class. What a surprise that it turned out to be S-class. These individuals on the ground are fond of concealing their true powers. Sun Hoyuan, be extremely cautious while executing the mission. The outer domain is fraught with peril, inhabited by exceptionally brutal beasts. Additionally, Zhou Qingyun possesses a piece of intensified essence. Sun Hoyuan, the intensified essence is refined from 1,000 stalks of intensified herb. Upon consumption, his potential will be unleashed, increasing his strength by 2 to 4 times. Exercise the utmost caution when engaging him. Yi Ming, rest assured I will. Sun Hoyuan, indeed, the teammate assigned to you is already in the third border city. Her temperament is somewhat peculiar, so you may need to exercise a bit more patience. Chapter 66, SS Class Illusory Heart Saintis, Third Border City. The sky is shrouded in dark clouds, and towering skyscrapers converge to form a forest of steel. The hum of armed flying vessels buzzes overhead, while anti-aircraft batteries are mounted atop the high rises, enveloping the city in an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. The border city serves as a transitional zone between the secure cities and the outer realms. Following the emergence of the fierce beasts, the topography of the Blue Star underwent dramatic changes. The oceanic expanse shrank from its original 70 to a mere 20, while the landmass now constitutes 80. Of this land, humanity occupies 40 of the total area, leaving the remaining 60 as the territory of the fierce beasts, along with remnants of human cities. Yi Ming surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, an armed battalion returned from a mission in the outer realms. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from their injuries and dripping onto the waterlogged streets, mingling with the puddles. Yi Ming watched them depart, his expression grave. He recalled his fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, a man of few words who had joined the guard at the age of 25 to defend the third border city. Now, 15 years had passed. Yi Ming had once seen his uncle without his shirt, revealing a torso riddled with scars. Over the years, the calamities wrought by the fierce beasts had only intensified, rather than abated. Regrettably, many within the safe zones remained indifferent. Some traders even voiced their opinions online, claiming that the construction of the border city was a waste of resources. Damn it, sometimes I truly wish to eliminate this group of scoundrels, a woman's voice, laced with frustration, resonated. Yi Ming turned to look. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp stood a blue-haired woman clad in a trench coat, arms crossed, gazing at him with a serene expression. Who are you? Yi Ming inquired, his brow furrowed. The blue-haired woman approached, smiling as she extended her hand. Hello. My name is Qian Ming, a fourth-tier contract master. I see. A companion assigned by the Hall of Ruthlessness, Yi Ming replied, shaking her hand. Greetings, I am Yi Ming, a third-tier contract master. Third tier, you say? Qian Ming retracted her hand, pouting slightly as she shook her head. The energy within you is far more substantial than that of an ordinary third tier. Yi Ming was taken aback. A whisper echoed in his ear, SS-level illusionary heart sanctus. She can perceive the energy within your body with remarkable acuity. Ah, I understand now, Yi Ming responded, realization dawning upon him. Let us proceed, the time is ripe. We shall exit the city through Gate 5. It is in proximity to our mission location, and if all goes well, we can accomplish it within an hour. Before long, the two arrived at Gate 5. Along the way, Qian Ming and Yi Ming exchanged tales about the border city. Yi Ming discovered that the young woman named Qian Ming possessed a cheerful disposition and was quite easy to converse with, entirely contrary to what Sun Hoyuan had described as peculiar and inscrutable. Hello, we are departing the city, Qian Ming said as she handed her documentation to the soldier at the inspection department. The soldier glanced at Qian Ming's information without any visible reaction. But upon reviewing Yi Ming's details, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yi Ming? Are you Yi Ming? Yi Ming. Do you know me? Cough, cough. Do not be alarmed. The soldier, realizing his abruptness, hurriedly explained, Your fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, is my captain. A few days ago, he showed me your photograph from the martial arts examination day. Yi Ming suddenly understood. It must have been his fourth uncle, Yi Zheng, who watched his live broadcast of the martial arts examination and couldn't help but share the joy with his comrades. Since they were acquainted, there was no need for such tension. May I inquire about my fourth uncle's well-being? Where is he now? Yi Ming asked. The soldier waved his hand, assuring him, No need to worry. He is merely on a small mission and will return in a couple of days. The task involves confidential matters, so I cannot disclose further details. Upon realizing this, Yi Ming nodded and smiled. Thank you, uncle. Not at all. No need for formalities, the soldier replied with a smile. There was some information he had initially wanted to convey, but his professional integrity compelled him to remain silent. In reality, Yi Zheng was not far from Yi Ming's intended destination. They might even cross paths. As Yi Ming and the soldier completed their procedures and turned to leave, three figures brushed past them. The imposing figures on either side stood at an impressive height of over 6 feet and weighed at least 200 pounds, exuding a sense of formidable strength. The person in the middle, however, was slender with fair skin, clearly well maintained. As they passed, They cast a glance at Yi Ming. Under ordinary circumstances, such a glance would be inconsequential, but as a top assassin, Yi Ming sensed a murderous intent emanating from the middle figure. Who is he? Why does he harbor such animosity toward me? Night Ming furrowed his brow, suddenly hearing a voice from the soldier behind him. Yuan Guang Group? Excuse me. As representatives of a joint venture, you are required to undergo an identity verification. Please follow me. The mention of Yuan Guang Group conjured fleeting memories in Night Ming's mind. Kidnappers. The Du brothers, the dogs raised by Yuan Guang Group. Could it be that the affair involving the Du brothers had been exposed? Unthinkable. Night Ming shook his head. If that were the case, Sun Hoyuan would have informed him immediately. Yet, why did that individual harbor murderous intent towards him? There must be more to this situation. Night Ming frowned, instinctively linking Zhou Qingyun with Yuan Guang Group. Could it be Zhou Qingyun? At the city exit, Night Ming continued to ponder the earlier events. As he walked, he unexpectedly collided with Qian Ming. She stood at the city gate, no longer moving but rummaging through her pocket. What are you doing standing here? Night Ming inquired, puzzled. Qian Ming smiled as she produced a coin, giggling. I have a peculiar habit. When faced with danger or anything that makes me uncomfortable, I like to toss a coin. Heads signify good fortune, while tails denote misfortune. Saying this, she tossed the coin into the air. Opening her hand, she revealed heads. Good fortune. All right, let us set off, she declared cheerfully, striding confidently forward. Night Ming chuckled helplessly. Good fortune indeed seemed to be setting forth immediately. What of misfortune? He asked. Misfortune? Qian Ming replied, raising her hands. We'll simply wait half an hour and toss again until we land on good fortune before departing. Yi Ming was taken aback. However, wouldn't this delay our progress? Did you not notice that we have advanced half an hour ahead of schedule? I allowed myself a margin for error. What if we encounter two tails in succession? Yi Ming inquired. That is improbable. Qian Ming lifted her head proudly, asserting, throughout my life, I have never encountered a situation with two tails suddenly. Her expression shifted, her gaze intensifying, her tone taking on a serious gravity. No, I did encounter one earlier. Just as we were leaving, I tossed a coin twice at the three individuals from the Yuan Guang Group, and both times it landed on tails, indicating that they would bring us misfortune. Yi Ming, we must exercise caution. I have been quite busy these days. The next chapter will be delayed. Apologies, esteemed readers. Chapter 67, Assassination of Zhou Qingyun. Beyond the Realm. Following the location information sent by Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming and Qian Ming entered a dark forest. The cold wind howled, rustling the leaves, while the pitch-black trunks swayed ominously, resembling phantoms ready to pounce. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted. A leopard adorned with lunar patterns charged at Yi Ming and Qian Ming with ferocity. Its eyes glinted with malice, and decaying flesh clung to its razor-sharp teeth, evoking terror. Whoosh! As the beast leaped high into the air, Yi Ming swung his scythe, blood spraying forth. Successfully slain a third-tier Moonshadow leopard. Experience gained 40, Spirit Technique experience 40. Yi Ming's expression turned, pondering whether the beasts beyond the realm were indeed more perilous, hence the greater experience points. Just as this thought began to form, he had yet to find an opportunity to verify it. Suddenly, whoosh, 3 bow and arrows shot forth from the treetops. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a group of spirit-haired monkeys, armed with crossbows, was responsible. These creatures, adorned with sharp teeth and fluffy white fur reminiscent of cotton, possessed eyes that glowed a fierce crimson. They were adept at utilizing tools, marking them as the sages among ferocious beasts. Die! Night Ming leaped nimbly, landing on a branch to close the distance. A few spirit-haired monkeys, sensing danger, attempted to flee. However, with a mere thought, his dark tendrils shot forth like bullets, effortlessly piercing their bodies. One after another, the spirit-haired monkeys were impaled as if strung together. Successfully slain a third-tier spirit-haired monkey, gaining 45 experience points in level. 45 experience points in spirit skills. Successfully slain a third-tier spirit-haired monkey, gaining 45 experience points in level, 45 experience points in spirit skills. Successfully slain a third-tier spirit-haired monkey, gaining 45 experience points in level, 45 experience points in spirit skills. Indeed, the experience gained from these kills surpassed that of slaying beasts in secret realms. Night Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. If circumstances allowed, he yearned to train in the outer realms. Quiet down, Night Ming. We are nearing our destination. Do not stir the grass and alarm the snakes, Qian Ming whispered. urging caution. The two continued their journey through the dark forest. Along the way, they encountered not only ferocious beasts, but also heaps of grim white bones strewn across the ground. Each year, at least 100,000 souls perish in the Outer Realms. Some fall victim to beasts, while others, driven by greed, turn against one another, engaging in deadly conflict. After all, the Outer Realms are lawless territories. Here, there are no legal constraints. Even if one desires to kill, no one would intervene. The Outer Realms are truly a domain beyond the law. We have arrived, Qianming announced, halting her steps. She gazed at the cave 50 meters ahead, hesitating before entering. Instead, she tossed a coin into the air. Heads. Fortune favors her. With renewed determination, she summoned a vividly interwoven ancient tome and dashed into the cave with remarkable speed. I began to understand why Captain Sun described her as peculiar. After all, a person who relies on a coin toss to make decisions undoubtedly possesses an eccentric character. The two entered the cave, discovering a lighter, dry firewood, clothing, and various other necessities, yet there was no sign of Zhou Qingyun. What could be the matter? Xiaoming pondered, noting that time had not been wasted, nor had they startled their quarry. Was it simply bad timing, with him having just stepped out? Her mind was filled with uncertainty. However, Yiming inexplicably lifted his gaze toward the cave's ceiling, only to behold a figure bracing himself against the wall. He was gaunt, with fierce crimson eyes radiating an intense murderous intent. Yiming, die! Zhou Qingyun bellowed, launching himself downward from the cave's apex, akin to a cloud descending from the heavens. His formidable presence was palpable. While his ability to conceal his aura was commendable, his strength was insufficient to claim my life. The divine armor enveloped Yiming's form as he brandished a long scythe, charging forward. In the instant their forces were destined to collide, Yiming summoned his arm's strength, cleaving through Zhou Qingyun's assault. Yet then, dark tendrils pierced through his body. With a splatter, Zhou Qingyun fell to his knees, his complexion ashen. Yiming advanced toward him. But in the next moment, Zhou Qingyun grasped the intensified essence from his pocket, preparing to swallow it whole. What nonsense are you spouting? The outcome had yet to be delivered. In an instant, a powerful kick surged forth. Yiming shattered the concentrated essence with a single blow, interrupting the incantation. Qianming exclaimed in astonishment. Yiming, maintaining a composed demeanor, merely shook his head, stating it was but a fundamental maneuver. However, unbeknownst to him, the next moment, Zhou Qingyun retrieved another concentrated essence from his pocket and, seizing the opportunity while Yiming and the others were distracted, swallowed it whole. What? 2 pieces? No. This fellow had divided the concentrated essence in half. Yiming and Qianming quickly realized the situation. In an instant, the energy in the air coalesced into swirling currents, akin to the gentle caress of silk, converging towards Zhou Qingyun. His gaunt form began to swell, muscles forming, and the color returned to his face. Behind him, a spectral figure of a woman emerged, effortlessly cradling a mass of dark clouds, the S-class Cloudfall Saintus. Boom! Zhou Qingyun thrust his palm forward, and the hand formed from the dark clouds instantly shattered the cavern wall. He then directed another powerful strike upwards, creating a massive hole in the mountainside. The tremendous noise reverberated across the expanse. Not far off, Yu Zheng and his companions, having just completed a task and preparing to return to the city, were abruptly captivated by this colossal sound. What an intense battle! Is a contract master engaged in combat? A subordinate furrowed his brow. Billowing clouds of dust enveloped the area, and a gigantic mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Yu Zheng, his expression unchanged, turned to leave, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a black streak flashing through the mushroom cloud. This aura felt eerily familiar to him. Wait, how could it be Yiming? He has come to the Outer Realm? A torrent of confusion surged within him. You all return first. I shall investigate, for there may be urgent matters at hand. After uttering those words, Yi hurriedly rushed forward. Meanwhile, in the sky, Zhou Qingyun gazed at his severed left arm, his expression laden with sheer terror. What a joke! I am a 4th-tier contract master, and after consuming the intensifying herb, my strength has doubled. How could you possibly defeat me? Yiming's black wings unfurled as he wielded his scythe, emanating an aura of slaughter and darkness. There's no need for explanations. Your immediate priority is to report to hell. With a swift motion, Yiming evaded Zhou Qingyun's straight punch and, in the next instant, swung his scythe, severing Zhou's right arm. The latter was rendered incapacitated. Following this, Yiming spun with the scythe, sending Zhou Qingyun's head flying. He was dead. Blood pooled around them. Standing amidst the crimson, Yi Ming let out a long breath. That wretched fellow is finally dead. From this night onward, Songnan City will no longer have the Qingyun Society. It is time to return and report. Suddenly, before Yi Ming could catch his breath, two massive blades soared from the forest, embedding themselves on either side of his hands. Yi Ming's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the source of the blades. In the next moment, three figures emerged. At the center stood Yuan Guangxiu, arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing his face. Yi Ming, what a coincidence. We meet again. May I request one thing of you this time? Yi Ming frowned, offering no reply. Yuan Guangxiu chuckled. Promise me this. Let me kill you. Chapter 68. Kill. Fourth-tier contract master, Yuan Guangxiu. Night Ming furrowed his brow, questioning the origin of this fool. Grasping the long scythe firmly, he did not hesitate and charged directly towards Zheng Shi. In the stillness of the dark forest, shadows burst forth, and Night Ming ascended with explosive momentum. Boom! Just as he swung down with the scythe, two towering figures suddenly obstructed Zheng Shi's path, simultaneously throwing their fists forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Night Ming's advancing body abruptly stiffened. Let me handle this. With a swift leap onto the trees, Shan Ming launched 5 daggers with a flick of her wrist. The daggers flew with astonishing speed, and the two imposing figures raised their hands to form a barrier. However, at the moment of contact, the daggers pierced through the barrier effortlessly, striking the two formidable figures. The two giants were taken aback. Zheng Shi's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Give it your all. This woman is formidable." Upon hearing this, the two towering figures exchanged glances. In the next moment, their auras suddenly surged. An invisible ripple of force emanated from their bodies, rendering them ethereal, and then, astonishingly, they fused into one. Their presence grew in power, for arms sprouted from the newly formed being, and its height expanded to 2.5 meters, white patterns appearing on its skin. Have they truly merged? Night Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. An A-class twin-born Saintess. Shadow explained, this is an exceptionally rare type of Saintess, requiring 2 contract masters. Although she is classified as A-class, she possesses a formidable spiritual technique called twin-born fusion, allowing 2 contract masters to merge into one. Their strength, speed, and vitality will all combine. Night Ming was left in disbelief. To my astonishment, such a peculiar Saintess exists. Engaging in deception. Shallow Dream treaded lightly upon the branches, her right hand clenched into a fist, the ethereal blue shadow of her punch coalescing. With all her might, she launched it towards the unified figure. The opponent let out a cold snort, and 4 arms extended to form a barrier, directly sending Shallow Dream flying. Furrowing her brows, she realized that the combined strength of the 2 towering figures was significantly greater than before. Sakamoto River 1 and Sakamoto River 2, being twins, experienced an exaggerated enhancement in power following their twin fusion. Zheng Shi sneered, noting that they were originally 4th-tier contract masters, and after their fusion, their strength had ascended to the threshold of 5th tier. A smile adorned his face. After the fusion, Sakamoto River 1 assumed control of the body. Following Zheng Shi's lead, his gaze icy. Is it merely the threshold of 5th tier? What is there to boast about? Shallow Dream summoned an ancient tome, murmuring an incantation. A peculiar array materialized beneath Sakamoto River 1's feet. 5 iron chains erupted from the formation, binding his body and momentarily restricting his movement. Night Inscription. Capture the leader before the minions. Strike at Zheng Shi. As Shallow Dream's voice echoed, Night Inscription brandished a long scythe and lunged forward. Zheng Shi's eyes darkened. Did they perceive me as a soft target? After all, I am a 4th-tier contract master. How dare you, a mere 3rd tier, act unruly before me? He bellowed furiously, his eyes emitting a rolling azure energy. Tattooed upon his arms are various venomous designs, causing his entire physique to visibly swell to twice its size. A grade S toxicized Saintess, immune to all poisons. The body of the toxicized Saintess contract wielder is akin to a vessel of toxins. After undergoing potent enhancement, each strike he delivers is imbued with a lethal venom. A mere brush with an ordinary person would result in instantaneous corrosion by the poison. Shadowy whispers suggest, yet his vulnerability is starkly apparent. By simply evading his attacks, one could deliver a fatal blow. Night Ming, do you require my assistance? Night Ming shook his head, As a fourth-tier contract wielder, I may have once harbored some trepidation. However, now, whoosh, he moved like a specter, traversing the air. As he surged forward, a domain of darkness unfurled around him, enveloping everything in its shadowy embrace. Yuan Guangxiu let out a cold snort. You are merely playing tricks. He swung his fist toward Night Ming. Unfazed, Night Ming advanced with his scythe. Within the impenetrable darkness, the shadows of fists and scythe clashed. Outside the domain, Sakamoto River, witnessing Night Ming daring to confront Yuan Guangxiu head-on, erupted in laughter. Yet, as soon as the corners of his mouth began to curve, the dark domain dissipated, and his smile vanished abruptly. In his line of sight, Yuan Guangxiu found his arms severed and his knees shattered, gazing in terror as he knelt before Night Ming. His mouth opened in a futile attempt to speak, yet he was choked with fear, unable to utter a single word. Holding the long scythe, Night Ming looked down coldly at the prostrate Yuan Guangxiu. In the next moment, he raised the scythe, aiming for Yuan Guangxiu's neck. No. Sakamoto Kawai glared with wide eyes, shouting fiercely, I am Sakamoto Kawai, a member of the Genko Group. If you dare to kill him, the Genko Group will never let you off. With a swift motion, a head soared through the air. After Night Ming swung his long scythe, he turned to Sakamoto Kawai and inquired, What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Sakamoto Kawai was unable to endure the fact that Yoshihide Genko sought to kill him. He felt as if struck by lightning. Staring at the lifeless body of Yoshihide Genko, he first appeared dazed, but then his body began to tremble violently, as if gripped by fear. Blood vessels crept across his eyes, and with a frenzied glare, he charged at Night Ming, shouting, You despicable scoundrel! You have killed young master Yoshihide Genko. You are damned. Your sins are unforgivable. I shall end your life. In a fit of rage, Sakamoto Kawai broke free from his confinement, launching himself towards Night Ming like a cannonball at breakneck speed. However, just as he was about to strike, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before Night Ming. He stepped back, retracting his right fist to his waist, and then cast a fierce glance. With a force akin to a torrent, he unleashed the power of his right fist. Bang! Sakamoto Kawai's body exploded, the dual fusion state dissipating, leaving behind two shattered corpses. Sakamoto Kawai and Sakamoto Kawai, two lay lifeless. Night Ming stared at the figure before him, momentarily stunned. Fourth uncle? At that moment, Fourth Uncle Yi, donned in military green combat attire, withdrew his fist with an impassive expression. He glanced at the distant figure of Qianming, then turned his gaze back to Night Ming, his brows slightly furrowed. Why do you appear in the outer domain? On the journey back to the third border city, Yi Ming feigned a purpose of seeking experience in the outer realm. After all, for those who had ascended to the rank of a third-tier contract master, training in the outer realm was almost a requisite endeavor. Yi Zheng did not harbor excessive doubts. Next time you come, please inform me in advance. If anything were to happen to you out there, I would feel remorse for your deceased parents, Yi Zheng stated gravely. Gazing earnestly at Yi Ming, Yi Ming nodded, appearing quite sincere. Yi Zheng acknowledged this with a sound and continued to inquire, what transpired with those individuals earlier? Why did they take action against you? Fourth uncle, it is like this. Yi Ming began, but was promptly interrupted by Qianming, who interjected. They were attempting to commit murder and robbery. We stumbled upon a Qilian crystal mine, and those ruffians sought to seize it. We found ourselves trapped, unable to flee or remain, so we chose to confront them head-on. With that, she produced a shard of Qilian crystal mine. Yu Jing glanced at it but remained silent. Chapter 69. Yi Ming, have I transcended my rank? The Yuanguang Group is a joint venture predominantly controlled by the Yuanguang family from Sakura Nation. After you killed Yuanguang Xiu-Yi, they will undoubtedly seek retribution, yet you need not fret excessively. Within the borders of Long Country, regardless of their fury, they must suppress it. Following the calamity of ferocious beasts, over half of the nations on Blue Star have perished. The remaining nations, despite engaging in economic and technological exchanges among themselves, exhibit an unwaveringly resolute stance. No matter the nature of your joint venture or controlling entity, should you be discovered to be jeopardizing national interests, there is no need for legal proceedings. All assets should be confiscated immediately, and those who violate the law shall face the death penalty without delay. Broadcast live nationwide. Very well. Yi Ming nodded. Indeed. I have booked you a ticket for half an hour from now. Please return to Songnan City as soon as possible. As Yi Zheng concluded his statement, he turned and walked away. Yi Ming called out, Fourth uncle, please take care of yourself. Yi Zheng, without turning back, waved his hand in acknowledgement. Watching his fourth uncle's figure recede into the distance, Yiming remarked, "Qianming, your earlier excuse was rather unconvincing. My fourth uncle would not be persuaded by such a tale." Qianming replied, "But isn't the excuse of killing and robbing quite common? Indeed, it is often used. But not with my fourth uncle. There are too many holes in that story, and upon even slight reflection, the truth becomes evident. The scion of the illustrious Yuanguang group, affluent beyond measure, supported by a great family, would he truly resort to violence against the citizens of Longhua over a piece of Chilean crystal mine? The risks are far too grave. Even a fool would not act so recklessly. Do not speak so definitively. Let me toss a coin to see the outcome." Qianming casually flipped a coin. It landed on tails. She tossed it again. Tails once more, and still tails. 3 consecutive tails. The situation has not unfolded as I anticipated. It seems your fourth uncle has already discerned my deception. Qianming shrugged, indifferent, as it was not her fourth uncle. Yiming was at a loss for words. In Sangnan City, on the way home, Yiming recounted the events that had transpired in the outer realm to Sun Hoyuan. The latter, upon reviewing the information, did not respond to Yiming immediately. Half an hour later, Sun Hoyuan, the great demon, poses no threat, but the minor spirits are troublesome. The upper echelons of the Yuanguang group would certainly hesitate to act against you directly, yet they could easily enlist their subordinates to do so. Yiming, if they come, let them be slain. However, I cannot fathom why Yuanguang Xiao would target me. During the last incident involving the deaths of the Du brothers, I left no trace. Sun Hoyuan, it is not due to that matter. It concerns Zhou Qingyun, who has connections with the Yuanguang group. Indeed, Yiming pondered, stroking his chin. Qingyun, trafficking in contraband. Yuanguang group, silencing Zhou Qingyun. He seemed to have unraveled something significant. Yiming, so, the source of the contraband is the Yuanguang group? Sun Hoyuan, your mind is remarkably quick. Indeed, it is they. Yiming, knowing this, why not take action against them? Sun Hoyuan, we have already acted. You may not have noticed, but the contraband available in Longhua has been reduced by 90% recently. Yiming, and the remaining 10%. Sun Hoyuan, soon, within a month, it will be entirely eradicated. We are currently fishing for a big catch, a 7th tier. After reading the last message, Yiming silently shut his phone. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head with a grave expression. Indeed, the power struggles among the elite are conducted with great subtlety. Even as one immersed in the situation, the information at his disposal only scratches the surface. 7th tier contract masters. S-class contract spirits. Such entities represent formidable strength in any nation. This catch truly is substantial. Before long, Yiming returned home. The night frost has dissipated, likely due to the execution of a task. Night Xinshin remains nestled in bed, indulging in a deep slumber. Uncle Air and Uncle San are diligently engaged in their work. Indeed, the eldest sister is the laziest member of the household. Nightming secretly noted, refraining from hastily returning to his room. Instead, he made his way to the training chamber. However, as he stepped into the room, an invisible pressure suddenly surged from the left. Be cautious, Nightming urged himself, as Shadow Yueying summoned the power of darkness, coalescing it into a shield to deflect the razor-sharp wind blades that arose from his left. In the next instant, 3 whirling wind darts abruptly surged towards him. Nightming's pupils constricted sharply. He propelled himself upward with powerful legs, unfurling his dark wings mid-leap. He wielded his long scythe to slice through the wind darts. Boom! The 2 forces collided, with Nightming gaining a slight advantage. In the dimly lit training chamber, he stood at the center, scythe in hand, his gaze fixed forward. His body relaxed, attuned to the ambient energies through every pore. In the next moment, a streak of light shot forth from behind him. Nightming remained rooted in place. Exhaling a sigh, "Master, please refrain from these tiresome tricks. I will not be intimidated." The streak of light abruptly halted, and soon after, a figure materialized behind Nightming. Clad in a flowing white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, he appeared aged yet invigorated. Gu Yunfeng patted Nightming on the shoulder, exuding a refreshing aura. "Ah, young one, we have only met once, yet you have already memorized my essence. Indeed, quite impressive. This is merely foundational skill." Nightming smiled, acknowledging the master's formidable strength, noting the distinct essence that set him apart from ordinary individuals. A subtle compliment, while simultaneously maintaining an air of nonchalance. In the heart of Gu Yunfeng, a wave of delight surged. He was quite taken by this. His mind was indeed sharp. With a flourish of his sleeve, he produced an exquisite wooden box, intricately adorned with delicate carvings. Upon opening it, a fruit resembling the emblem of lightning lay within, glimmering with threads of electric arcs. This was the thunder fruit, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I noticed the presence of lightning energy within you last time. This is a remarkable find and should not go to waste. Therefore, I have procured this thunder fruit for you. Consuming it will awaken the lightning energy within you. Gu Yunfeng said with a smile. Awaken the lightning energy. I believe I have already done so. Yi Ming replied with an awkward smile. Master, I have indeed awakened the lightning power, thanks to the thunder crystal you provided last time. Have you mastered it? Gu Yunfeng asked, casting a surprised glance at Yi Ming, only to discover that lightning energy truly surged within him. How truly unexpected. Gu Yunfeng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. As a distinguished 8th-tier contract master, presenting a gift to his disciple for the second time, he had evidently fallen short. Was this not a source of humiliation? Master, my grasp of the lightning energy is not yet proficient, making the thunder fruit immensely beneficial for me. Yi Ming, well versed in the ways of human relations, continued. There is no need to comfort me. This gift has not met the mark, and I shall ensure to make it up to you later. Additionally, I have already begun searching for materials suitable for the near 8th tier. As Gu Yunfeng spoke, a sudden thought struck him. Furthermore, do refrain from calling me master in the future. It sounds rather antiquated and distant. You may address me as teacher like Xiao Sun, Sun Hoyuan, and the others. Teacher. Yi Ming clasped his fists in greeting. Although it appeared to be merely a change in address, it held profound implications. Sun Hoyuan referred to Gu Yunfeng as teacher, and so did Yi Ming. Did this not imply? Yi Ming felt as though he had ascended in rank. Gu Yunfeng nodded, stating that his visit was not solely to deliver an item. There was another matter at hand. What is it? A notorious thief has emerged in Songnan City, possessing an object known as the Bloodthirsty Origin, which would be of great utility to you. Yi Ming pondered for a moment and then inquired, should we kill him or capture him alive? Gu Yunfeng scoffed. What need have we for a scoundrel who preys on the weak? Yi Ming nodded in understanding. Chapter 70. Who is on your level? I will have Xiao Sun send you the specific information. Moreover, I must remind you that you have been accepted into Star Demon University. But this is not a time for complacency. Upon enrollment, there will be an entrance examination. You may choose to abstain, and it will not affect your status as a student. However, I highly recommend you participate and aim for first place, for the rewards are substantial, an 8th-tier beast material. As the vice president, Gu Yunfeng's words were not to be taken lightly. While he mentioned an 8th-tier beast material, there would undoubtedly be additional rewards, such as resource allocations. In this era, university students receive monthly cultivation subsidies. The higher your ranking, the greater the subsidy. If Yi Ming were to secure first place in the entrance examination, he estimated that the value of the rewards would be at least equivalent to 3 8th-tier beast materials. Teacher, what level is required to secure the top position in the entrance examination? Yi Ming inquired. Gu Yunfeng glanced at him with mild surprise before responding. The first place in last year's entrance exam was held by a 3rd-tier contract master with an SS-level contracted spirit. With your current strength, as long as you do not regress, securing the first position is nearly assured. Nearly assured? Yi Ming furrowed his brow. He felt the necessity to enhance his abilities further. A breakthrough to a 4th-tier contract master seemed unlikely. However, raising his vitality and mental strength past 1,000 was still quite feasible. Vitality, 700, mental strength, 700, once he surpassed 1,000. Even if Yi Ming became the target of collective assaults during the entrance examination, he was confident he could carve a path through his adversaries. Enough, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiao Sun is your team leader. He has a peculiar temperament. If he dares to bully you, inform me, and I assure you I will handle him. Gu Yunfeng clapped Yi Ming on the shoulder and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Yi Ming internally scoffed, wondering whose temperament was truly peculiar. That night, at 11 o'clock p.m., the sound of Yi Xinshin's snoring echoed throughout the training room. Besides the snoring, there were also fervent sounds of punching. After defeating the last mechanical dummy, Yi Ming gazed at Yi Xinshin, who lay on the bench, clutching a tablet, fast asleep. He shook his head in exasperation. Sister, really? I asked her to help me record some data, and she ended up falling asleep. Never mind, I shall purchase a smart device tomorrow. Yi Ming draped a blanket over Yi Xinxin's sleeping form. Ding ding ding. The sudden ring of a mobile phone reverberated through the air. Yi Ming picked it up to discover a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan. The notorious thief is named Wu De, a seasoned criminal with a record of 375 thefts, each more nefarious than the last. However, he vanished 5 years ago, presumably fleeing to foreign lands. Yi Ming, foreign lands? This Wu De must possess considerable strength. Sun Hoyuan. Indeed, he is a 4th-tier contract master with a C-grade spirit. Nevertheless, his prowess is rather deceptive. He preys on the weak, fearing confrontation with the strong. Upon reading this message, Yi Ming furrowed his brow, not out of prejudice, but rather from the belief that most thieves are typically cowardly, excelling in preying on the vulnerable. The audacious ones tend to resort to outright robbery, often meeting a grim fate. Sun Hoyuan. Wu De has another peculiar habit. During his operations, if he locks eyes with anyone at the moment of his deed, he will ruthlessly eliminate them. Yi Ming. That is a clear sign of fear. He is harboring guilt. Concluding their conversation, Yi Ming proceeded to examine the details of the task at hand. Task name: a golden basin unwashed. Target: Wu De. Task requirements: elimination. Task deadline: tonight at 2400 hours. Yi Ming sat by the edge of his bed, observing the hands of the clock on his desk tick away. As the hour struck 2400 hours, he inhaled deeply and transformed into a streak of light, rushing forth. On the eaves, Yi Shuang stood with arms crossed, watching Yi Ming depart, a smile gracing her lips as she shook her head, remarking, "He truly is quite diligent." In the residential area for the common folk, Happiness Garden, in a dimly lit residential complex, darkness enveloped a particular house where a sinister figure was rummaging through drawers. Clad in a form-fitting black suit and wearing cloth shoes, he moved with utmost caution, striving to make not a single sound. Damn it. Where's the money? Not even a penny. What the hell? Wu De furrowed his brow. Though he was a 4th-tier contract master, the nationwide manhunt left him unable to show his face in many places. Even engaging in underground dealings would lead to immediate exposure. Thus, he found himself in dire need of funds. He had to steal. He decided to search the bedroom. Upon entering, he made not a whisper. His contract spirit, a C-grade sound interruption maiden, could muffle most sounds. Non-aggressive and rather ordinary, it served its purpose well. As he scoured the bedside table, his heart soared upon discovering a considerable amount of cash. Suddenly, he felt a curious gaze upon him. Turning, he saw a small girl, perhaps only a few years old, who could not yet speak. She tilted her head, her round, sparkling eyes glimmering with delight as she beamed at him. Wu De. He swallowed hard, glancing between the little girl and the woman sleeping beside her. A grim determination seized him. Witnesses must be silenced, regardless of who they were. Gripping a dagger tightly behind him, he raised it high, poised to strike the sleeping woman first, then the child. The blade shimmered ominously, the air thick with tension. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the woman's neck, a resounding crash echoed through the room. A shadow burst through the window, and tendrils of darkness swiftly ensnared Wu De, while Yi Ming darted out of the room with remarkable speed. He transformed into darkness, merging seamlessly with the night. The sound of shattering glass awakened the slumbering woman. As she beheld the chaotic scene within the room, a scream erupted. Ah! In a dilapidated alley, a resounding thud echoed as Yi Ming forcefully threw Wu De to the ground. With a scythe poised against Wu De's neck, he demanded, "Where is the bloodthirsty origin? How dare you threaten me while seeking something? Do you not inquire about my uft?" Just as Wu De uttered a defiant retort, Yi Ming swung his scythe, severing one of Wu De's arms in an instant. Pain washed over Wu De, rendering his face ghostly pale. Ah! A cry of agony pierced the air. Yi Ming furrowed his brow and struck again with the scythe, sending Wu De's other arm soaring into the night sky. "I command you to answer. Not a wail like a banshee. This is your final opportunity. Where is the bloodthirsty origin?" Yi Ming coldly pressed. Wu De pointed to his chest with his head. Summoning tendrils of darkness, Yi Ming searched and, indeed, retrieved the item. "Brother, you have taken what you sought, and you have severed my arms. Might you grant me a chance to live? We are all in this together. Mercy begets mercy." Wu De pleaded from his knees. Yi Ming frowned. "Who is mingling with you in this endeavor? A wretch like you is only death awaiting." Chapter 71. Intricacies unraveled. Yi Ming breaks the game. The scythe's blade loomed larger in Wu De's pupils. He felt a chill at his neck, and then his consciousness began to fade. Wuda's head rolled across the ground, ultimately coming to rest beside a garbage bin, even in death, displaying a semblance of self-categorization. A derisive chuckle escaped Yiming's lips as he unleashed the dark domain, engulfing the corpses and blood beneath him in shadows. Once the task was completed, Yiming reflected on the events that had transpired, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Had he been even a second later, 2 more innocent lives might have been extinguished by the hands of that wretched Wuda. Enough of such thoughts. It was time to return and assess the effects. Yiming gazed at the bloodthirsty origin root in his hand, an object resembling ginseng but surrounded by tendrils of crimson luminescence. He delicately pierced it with his fingernail, and the fluid that oozed forth resembled fresh blood. Yiming, this item is quite remarkable. The shadowy figure spoke. It is a rare and exquisite treasure, capable of nourishing your body. It shall allow your flesh to merge with the essence of slaughter, enhancing both your vitality and mental fortitude, while also aiding in the resistance against the backlash of violence. A truly advantageous endeavor. Yiming marveled at the effort that Gu Yunfeng must have expended to procure such a treasure. What an exceptional mentor. His eagerness to return and absorb the essence of the bloodthirsty origin root was palpable. Yet, as he turned to depart, a buzzing sound filled the air as a transparent barrier abruptly obstructed his path. Moments later, a voice, laced with a hint of amusement, echoed, "My friend, you are being somewhat uncouth. While it is one thing to take a life, must you also abscond with the spoils? Such behavior is decidedly unbecoming." With a frown, Yiming turned to face the newcomer, who donned a flowing black robe adorned with cloud patterns, wielding a feather fan, their visage possessing an almost effeminate allure. In his hand, a feather fan fluttered, and a confident smile adorned his face, as if he had already secured victory over Yiming. A 4th-tier contract master, an A-level barrier saintess. He could unleash an extraordinarily powerful barrier and compress it to form an offensive means. Ying reminded him softly. 4th tier? A-level contracted spirit? Yiming understood. This was yet another fool seeking his own demise. Friend, I advise you, as we are all in the same line of work, do not act too ruthlessly. Surrender the bloodthirsty origin to me, and I shall grant you a passage. The effeminate man spoke, a sinister glint emerging in his eyes. Though Wuda was a 4th tier, he lacked combat prowess and was of little substance. I, however, am a genuine 4th-tier contract master. I suggest you. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Yiming lunged forward with astonishing speed, the divine fallen armor emanating a profound darkness, while his eyes glowed with a chilling crimson light. Damn Navi, fool. The effeminate man gritted his teeth and immediately spread his arms. A solid barrier materialized before him. Yet, Yiming swung his long scythe. Crack. The barrier shattered. Following this, the residual force of the scythe aimed for the effeminate man's head. In the darkness, a scarlet crescent sliced through the air, and in an instant, a head soared away. The effeminate man lay dead. The long scythe in Yiming's hands dripped with blood. As he gazed at the lifeless body, his eyes grew even colder. Those whom the King of Hell seeks cannot be obstructed. After uttering a faint remark, Yiming began to search the effeminate man. From his previous words, it seemed he was acquainted with Wuda. Wuda was no good person, and those who knew him were unlikely to be virtuous either. Soon after, Yiming discovered an identification card on the individual. From the card, he gleaned information about the effeminate man, who was named He Qingming and hailed from Wuhan City. The reason for his presence in Songnan City remained a mystery. It was prudent to send a message to Captain Sunday. Yiming forwarded the identification card along with the photograph of the corpse to Sun Hoyuan, while also recounting the details of the incident. Meanwhile, Sun Hoyuan, engaged in work at his office, opened the message. Upon recognizing the visage of the deceased in the image, he was momentarily taken aback. He hastily accessed his computer, and after a brief comparison of identities, his lips twitched involuntarily. He Qingming, a resident of Wuhan City, was the deputy leader of the Black Wind Gang. The Black Wind Gang represented the most formidable ground force in Wuhan City, holding a status equivalent to that of the Qingyun Society in Songnan City. However, Wuhan City was a Tier 3 city, while Songnan City was a mere Tier 5 or lower locale. The leader of the Black Wind Gang was a 6th-tier contract master. Yiming, it seemed, was caught in a stroke of fortune or perhaps misfortune. With a sigh, Sun Heyuan ultimately decided to inform Gu Yufeng. Sun Heyuan, teacher, your cherished disciple has found himself in trouble. What should we do? Gu Yunfeng, a deputy leader of a ground force. Killing him is inconsequential. However, since the matter has escalated. Let us amplify the situation and stir up some commotion in Wuhan City. Sun Hoyuan. Teacher, are you suggesting? Gu Yunfeng, when the crane and clam vie. The fisherman benefits. The Black Wind Gang has been excessively arrogant over the years. It is time for them to be dealt with. This young lad, Yi Ming, has ignited a spark. Sun Hoyuan. That spark will inevitably draw peril towards him. Gu Yunfeng. It matters not. He possesses great strength. The conversation concluded. Sun Hoyuan also sent a message to Yi Ming. Upon learning that he had slain a young vice leader, Yi Ming felt not fear, but rather an eager anticipation. He harbored an unusual quirk. He thrived on danger, flourishing in dire circumstances. Only in such perilous situations could his steps become more steadfast, and his power grow more formidable. Yi Ming. By the way, Captain Sun, I previously discovered something in He Qingming's pocket. He opened his palm to reveal a small S-shaped token. Inscribed on the back of the token were a series of small characters. Even thieves have their code. Upon viewing the recently received image, Sun Hoyuan scoffed. Even thieves have their code, huh? They resorted to organizational slogans now. Sun Hoyuan. Do take a look. Perhaps Wuda possesses one of these as well. After sending this message, Sun Hoyuan promptly added, Never mind. Knowing your habits, you must have left the scene impeccably tidy. Yi Ming, you truly understand me. It seems Sun Hoyuan had no choice but to investigate on his own. Soon, he acquired information indicating that this token originated from an organization known as the Golden Basin Society. This was an illicit group dedicated to training thieves. However, its leader had perished 3 years prior, and thereafter, no further information regarding the Golden Basin Society had emerged. Unexpectedly, it was resurfacing now, with even the young vice leader of the Black Wind Gang involved. Intriguing. The supporters behind this movement must wield considerable power. Sun Hoyuan collated recent theft cases and ultimately discovered a peculiar connection. Nearly 90% of thieves, after committing their illicit acts, flee to coastal cities. Upon their arrival in these coastal havens, they seemingly vanish without a trace. This coastal city is known as Blue Ocean City. Within Blue Ocean City resides a prominent joint venture, Yuan Guang Group. Thus, it is highly probable that the Golden Basin Society and the Black Wind Gang are intertwined with Yuan Guang Group. The dynamics resemble a grand chess game, where the small nurtures the large and the large in turn fosters the small. However, we have encountered a masterstroke on our side. Sun Hoyuan's gaze fell upon his computer, specifically on a contact, Yi Ming. Chapter 72. The Perilous Secret Realm. Wang Jianpool, after dealing with Wu De, Yi Ming, upon returning home, immediately began absorbing the blood origin root. Being recommended such a treasure by a figure like Gu Yunfeng instilled great anticipation in him regarding its effects. The ginseng-shaped blood origin root floated before Yi Ming, exuding wisps of crimson aura. Under the control of shadow, the scarlet essence entered Yi Ming's body. Instantly, a searing warmth radiated from his chest, permeating throughout his entire being. White steam began to emanate from his body, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His well-defined muscles appeared to ripple, and beneath his skin, red patterns emerged, as if they were breathing, sometimes deep, sometimes pronounced. With a long, deep exhalation, Yi Ming's eyes grew increasingly resolute. He clenched his fist, and the interface before him unfolded. Vitality, 770. Mental strength, 770. The values had surged by 70. Yi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, a hint of delight flickering within. Whoosh! In the next moment, dark tendrils extended from behind him. Yi Ming. Although my freedom has not increased, my strength has been enhanced. The voice of shadow echoed ominously. Yi Ming noticed that crimson patterns emerged upon the dark tendrils, intertwining in shades of black and red, exuding an aura that instilled a profound sense of dread. While his level had not advanced, his power had at least doubled. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the tension. It was a message from Sun Hoyuan. At such a late hour, could it be that the Golden Basin Society has unraveled the truth? Yi Ming unlocked his phone. Sun Hoyuan, the investigation has been completed. The Golden Basin Society has been a pawn of the Source Light Group from the very beginning. They are responsible for the theft of wealth, materials from ferocious beasts, and precious resources, which they transport to the Source Light Group through clandestine means. Yi Ming, if I recall correctly, the Source Light Group is a joint venture. Does that not imply that the stolen wealth has fallen into the hands of other nations? Sun Hoyuan, indeed. On a smaller scale, this is merely theft. On a grander scale, It is a violation of national interests, an act of pilfering the wealth of the state and robbing the citizens. Yi Ming, this is utterly despicable. Sun Hyuan, 3 years ago, the president of the Golden Basin Society offended the Source Light Group and was subsequently murdered, leading to the society's downfall. Now, the Golden Basin Society has resurfaced, and I suspect the Source Light Group has resumed its manipulative activities. Yi Ming, we cannot simply stand idly by. Sun Hyuan, the organization has already commenced an investigation and established a task file titled Ingrained Malice. The Golden Plate Society is a discovery you made first, and you possess the most information. I have taken on this task to assist you. My knowledge, however, is rather limited. I have been preoccupied with the act of killing, Night Ming thought to himself. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that Sun Hyuan's decision to take on this mission for him was not without reason. Night Ming, Captain Sun, what do you mean? Sun Hyuan, upon completion of this task, your record will be sufficient, and I will petition our superiors to promote you to an intermediate assassin. Intermediate assassin? Night Ming's expression was one of astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Hyuan sent over a dossier that clearly delineated the hierarchy within the killing hall: low level, intermediate, high level, special, and the top 10. The higher the rank, the greater the status, privileges, and benefits one would enjoy. According to the documentation, those in the top 10 possess the privilege of executing first and reporting later. In simpler terms, once you become a member of the top 10, you may eliminate anyone you suspect. Doubts about errors? Those who reach the top 10 are unlikely to make mistakes. This reflects the organization's trust in them. Sun Hyuan, after becoming an intermediate assassin, you will unlock the Killing Mall, where you can procure whatever you desire. A gentle reminder, the items in the Killing Mall are exceedingly abundant. In all of Dragon Country, its variety and quantity rank among the top 3. Night Ming, does this mean I can acquire the materials needed by a witch contractor in the Killing Mall? Sun Hyuan, the materials required by a witch contractor are ultimately few, yet the quantity and variety available in the Killing Mall will certainly surpass those found in the market. Night Ming, that is splendid. I shall accept this task. Sun Hyuan, moreover, upon becoming a mid-level assassin, your annual salary will rise to 20 million. Yi Ming, thank you. Captain Sunday, the information regarding the Golden Basin Society is still under investigation and will likely be released tomorrow evening. In the meantime, I can visit the Secret Realm. The promotion within the Silent Killing Hall must not cease, nor should my growth within the Secret Realm. Yi Ming opened a web page to search for relevant information. Suddenly, a call from Gu Yunfeng interrupted him. At this late hour, he was still awake? Hello, teacher, good evening. Yi Ming, to make a long story short, a new secret realm named the 10,000 Sword Pool will open tomorrow in Songnan City. There lies a treasure known as the Ancient Demon Sword. You must acquire it. Gu Yunfeng's voice resonated. Yi Ming frowned. Teacher, I already possess a weapon. I am aware, Gu Yunfeng replied. The Ancient Demon Sword is a long sword infused with demonic energy. Your scythe belongs to the realm of darkness and is inherently connected to its essence, albeit at a higher level. Thus, you can utilize the Ancient Demon Sword as nourishment to enhance your scythe. This, Yi Ming was taken aback. Such an effect exists? Shadow nodded. Indeed. The ability to devour other weapons and strengthen oneself is inherent in the Divine Desolation Scythe. Yi Ming felt a tremor within, followed by a furrowed brow. His knowledge remained woefully insufficient. Therefore, tomorrow, he would venture to the 10,000 Sword Pool and seize that ancient demon sword. The following day, in the teleportation hall, over 30 individuals gathered before the portal, all of whom were contract masters participating in the 10,000 Sword Pool. Yi Ming cast a brief glance, noting that the lowest among them were second-tier contract practitioners, while the highest were 2 fourth-tier contract practitioners engaged in amiable conversation. At that moment, a third-tier contract practitioner approached them, ingratiatingly inquiring, "Might I accompany the esteemed fourth-tier masters in the secret realm? I do not seek much, merely to follow behind and savor the remnants." The 2 fourth-tier practitioners immediately furrowed their brows, one of them retorting with a cold smirk, "Certainly. Pay me 500,000, and I shall guide you through." 500,000. The countenance of the third-tier practitioner shifted dramatically. "Are you jesting, esteemed master? I hardly earned that much from a single venture into the secret realm. You dare to acknowledge it as a jest." The fourth-tier practitioner fumed. "Who do you think you are, asking me to lead you? Do you not inquire around? When have I, Su Kuei, ever guided anyone free of charge? In the realms I traverse, The strong feast upon the spoils, and I would not spare even a bone for a third-tier insect like you. This tirade undoubtedly incited widespread ire. Insults aside, how could he so indiscriminately demean others? Did he truly believe that being a fourth-tier practitioner rendered him invincible? Yi Ming furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Su Kuei, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 73, The Fourth-Tier Beast, the Netherblade Demon under the arrangements of the staff. 30 contract practitioners swiftly entered the secret realm. They found themselves in a sunken, expansive area, surrounded by towering mountains. The sky was laden with crimson clouds, and before them lay a vast pool, its viscous, scarlet waters resembling coagulated plasma. In the blood pool, numerous pitch-black, rusted longswords stood upright like lotus roots, each imbued with a vivid crimson aura. Gazing towards the center of the blood pool, one could discern a longsword forged from a convergence of dual hues. The intertwining red and purple exuded a chilling presence that instilled dread even at a mere glance. The ancient demon sword. Night Ming's eyes brightened at the sight. It was not merely his discovery. The other contract masters had also taken note. The sword at the heart of the blood pool was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. Charge forth, create chaos, for only then shall we of lesser realms have a chance to seize the treasure. 30 contract masters surged into action simultaneously, unabashedly revealing their auras. Like a swarm, they rushed towards the center of the blood pool, causing the scene to devolve into utter disarray. Observing this tumult, Night Ming chose not to follow the majority, opting instead to advance from another direction. The fourth-tier contract master, Su Kuei, glanced at his companions, noting their cleverness in stirring up the scene. However, the vastness and distribution of the blood pool rendered such chaos futile. Brother Wu Zhong, let us proceed from another angle. The blood pool formed a massive circle. At this moment, 3 factions charged towards the center from distinct directions. Suddenly, the swords embedded in the blood pool began to tremble violently, and soon, ethereal figures coalesced from the depths of the pool. These apparitions, grasping the swords within the blood pool, surged towards the crowd with reckless abandon. The ghost sword souls were a uniquely formidable existence, akin to spectral beasts. Though their vitality was feeble, they were impervious to pain, typically resorting to a deadly struggle of life and death. As the voice of the shadowy figure faded, a cacophony of wails erupted from the large contingent composed of second- and third-tier contract practitioners. Thousands of ghostly sword spirits surged toward them, relentless and heedless of their own lives. This group of contract practitioners found themselves ensnared within a tightening circle, many sustaining wounds from the swords, blood gushing forth. Yet, even while resisting the onslaught of the ghostly sword spirits, they pressed forward with a semblance of combat prowess. The air crackled with the sound of swords slicing through, a chilling presence enveloping them. Suddenly, hundreds of sword spirits lunged at Yi Ming, who was isolated and trapped within the encirclement. Observers from the main force cast scornful glances, muttering under their breath about the folly of his bravado, who told him to act so recklessly and charge in alone. Now he was ensnared. He must extricate himself. Su Kuei and Wu Zhong exchanged a glance at Yi Ming. Upon sensing the aura emanating from him, indicative of a third-tier contract practitioner, Su Kuei scoffed, deeming him woefully overconfident. Did he truly believe he could contend with those of their fourth-tier caliber? Before he could finish his derisive remarks, a sharp crescent slash cleaved through the air. Yi Ming, wielding a long scythe, unleashed the crescent strike, annihilating every ghostly sword spirit in its path. In an instant, he tore open a breach in the formidable circular encirclement. With a swift motion, clad in the divine fallen armor, he transformed into a streak of light and darted forth. His speed was astonishing. Whenever a ghostly sword spirit attempted to impede his progress, Yi Ming merely swung his scythe, and the spirit's head would be severed in an instant. In a fleeting moment, he closed the distance to the ancient demon sword, becoming the closest individual to the heart of the blood pool. What on earth is happening? How can a third-tier contract practitioner possess such strength? Su Kuei let out a furious shout, hastening his movements. Yet, despite unleashing his full power, the incoming ghostly sword spirits swarmed around him like bothersome flies, incessantly impeding his progress. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Behind Wu Zhong, a phantom of the Holy Maiden materialized. His fist brimmed with terrifying energy, each strike unleashed a violent detonation. As he fended off the onslaught of ghostly sword spirits, Wu Zhong shouted, "Su Kuei, press forward. I will clear the path for you." Understood. Wu Zheng unleashed his full breath, carving a bloody trail through the chaos. Su Kuei surged forward, his gaze fixed on the approaching center of the blood pool where Yi Ming awaited. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. Kill a Tier 3 Ghost Sword Spirit, Realm Experience 5, Spirit Technique Experience 5. Kill a Tier 3 Ghost Sword Spirit, Realm Experience 5, Spirit Technique Experience 5. The system's voice echoed within Yi Ming's mind. He found himself once again encircled by the ghostly sword spirits. Yet, wielding a long scythe, he continuously swung, slicing through one batch of spirits before immediately charging toward another, resembling a swirling black tempest within the blood pool. The other Tier 3 contracted masters, witnessing this scene, felt as though the sky had fallen. Isn't he one of us? How can this be? They exclaimed. We are all Tier 3. Why is your combat prowess so terrifying? Could it be that the holy maiden you contracted is different from ours? Suddenly, someone discerned a clue. His contracted spirit's aura is rather peculiar. Wait, could he possibly be a witch contracted master? Witches are weak in the early stages, but once they mature, they surpass holy maiden contracted masters of the same realm by a significant margin. Goodness, are witch contracted masters truly that formidable? Was it not said that the witch pact master was inferior to the saintess pact master? Yet, why does it feel otherwise? As the crowd stood in astonishment, Yi Ming swiftly raised his scythe and severed the last obstructing ghost sword soul. He stepped onto the platform at the center of the blood pool, gazing at the ancient demonic sword firmly embedded in the ground. His brows suddenly furrowed as he rushed forward, grasping the ancient sword tightly and exerting his strength. No! Su Kuei's anxious shout echoed, but it was too late. With a blinding flash of crimson light, torrents of scarlet and ethereal purple energy surged forth from beneath the earth. The two auras intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying figure. It wielded a red and a purple demonic sword, adorned with massive bull horns atop its head, its visage menacing, and sharp teeth gleaming ominously. The entity was bare from the waist up, clad in armor below, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth at that moment. It was a fourth-order fiend beast, the Nether Sword Demon. Su Kuei's pupils widened. Its power was indeed of superior caliber among fourth-order fiend beasts. To confront such a being, one must possess a pact spirit of S rank or higher, with the pact master reaching fourth order. This is disastrous. We can no longer remain in this secret realm. Previously, when Yi Ming was about to draw the sword, Su Kuei sensed a powerful presence underground. However, he never anticipated that the entity below was the Nether Sword Demon. Even if I were to join forces with Wu Zheng, we would undoubtedly fall short against the Nether Sword Demon. This cursed newly opened secret realm is indeed fraught with peril. I foolishly paid 100,000 in participation fees. Su Kuei muttered a curse under his breath, preparing to flee. Suddenly, clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted, sending waves of black ripples spreading outward. Su Kuei and his companions looked up to see the Phantom Sword Demon brandishing dual swords in the sky, unleashing a flurry of piercing sword light. On the other side, Yi Ming, wielding a long scythe, moved like a wraith, deftly avoiding the Phantom Sword Demon's onslaught while inflicting damage in return. Yi Ming was locked in combat with the Phantom Sword Demon, and he seemed to hold the upper hand. Su Kuei erupted in a fit of expletives, incredulous at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Chapter 74. The Phantom Sword Demon, the Ghost Blade General, Death. The fourth-tier ferocious beast, the Phantom Sword Demon, possessed formidable combat prowess and commanded a powerful sword technique. Even I would stand no chance against it. Su Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, causing his heart to tremble. It was not only him. Wu Zheng and the other contracted masters present were equally fixated on Yi Ming. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated continuously. Yi Ming, holding his long scythe, unfurled his black wings and engaged the Phantom Sword Demon in a fierce exchange midair. As he unleashed the dark domain, his aura surged, and dark tendrils lashed out like blades toward the Phantom Sword Demon. The latter countered, slicing through the dark tendrils with its twin swords. With a swift advance, Yi Ming surged forward, the side's blades slicing through the air as he struck downwards. A piercing cold light flickered. The Phantom Sword Demon raised its dual swords in defense, but Yi Ming's strength was overwhelming, and he sent the demon crashing to the ground. Boom! It landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Su Kuei was left aghast at this sight. What kind of joke was this? A third-tier contracted master had repelled the Phantom Sword Demon? Just as he was reeling in shock, two streaks of light burst forth from the dust. One was the phantom sword demon, wielding its crimson and violet dual swords, its eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Beside it, unexpectedly, another fourth-tier fierce beast emerged, the Ghost Blade General. Clutching a katana and adorned in warrior armor, the eyes beneath its demonic mask were ablaze with crimson fury and savagery. A fourth-tier fierce beast, the Ghost Blade General. A fourth-tier fierce beast, the Nether Sword Demon. In this cursed secret realm, two fourth-tier fierce beasts had manifested. The sudden appearance of the Ghost Blade General left all present in utter astonishment. Night Ming furrowed his brow. While he was capable of slaying a fourth-tier fierce beast, confronting two bloodline-empowered high-tier monsters simultaneously was uncharted territory for him. Night Ming, I will handle the Ghost Blade General. The Nether Sword Demon is yours. Came the voice of Ing Yuyo. Agile and masterful in swordsmanship, the demon could be easily overcome by evading its sharp strikes. Yet unleashing full force could also yield a decisive blow. As Ing Yuyo's words faded, dark tendrils coalesced behind Night Ming. Their tips transformed into spears and shields, clashing fiercely with the Ghost Blade General. Night Ming's gaze hardened as he observed the Nether Sword Demon charging relentlessly towards him. He chose not to evade the demon, but instead leaped downward, wielding his scythe. As a top-tier assassin, he prided himself on being unmatched. Should he shy away from a mere fourth-tier fierce beast? In the blood-red sky, a shadow of darkness cleaved through the heavens like a shooting star. As he approached the Nether Sword Demon, the realm of darkness unfurled. The moment the domain enveloped the Nether Sword Demon completely, Night Ming's form plunged into the abyss. Vanishing from sight, the Nether Sword Demon paused, suddenly enveloped by a chilling presence from behind. It swung its dual blades violently, striking backward. Clang! A flash of cold brilliance sparkled in the air. With the full force of Yi Ming unleashed, the scythe cleaved through the air like a relentless force, severing the neck of the Nether Sword Demon in an instant as it raised its hand. Its head flew away in a heartbeat, successfully slaying the Nether Sword Demon. Realm Experience 60, Spirit Technique Experience 60. After accomplishing this feat, Yi Ming unfurled his black wings and charged towards the Ghost Blade General. The shield conjured by shadowy aura pushed forward, momentarily freezing the Ghost Blade General in place. With a swift thrust, the dark spear pierced through its form. It roared in fury, the stench of blood in the air coalescing around its dantian, causing its body to swell uncontrollably. Muscles bulged, shattering its armor. What a wretched cry. Die! The Ghost Blade General's rage had yet to culminate when Yi Ming abruptly appeared behind it, the scythe descending with a force that could slice through iron like clay. The Ghost Blade General's body was cleaved in two, from crown to tailbone. Breaking the spell. Real combat is not like filming a special effects drama. The enemy will not grant you the opportunity to unleash your ultimate move. Successfully slain the Ghost Blade General, Realm Experience 70. Spirit Technique Experience 70. Two fourth-tier, ferocious beasts fell. Their forms transformed into a bizarre aura, returning to the center of the blood pool. Ultimately, they coalesced into the ancient demon sword. Yi Ming descended from the sky and grasped the ancient demon sword. The moment it was in his possession, the divine descent scythe began to tremble wildly, a manifestation of its excitement. What to do next? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the divine descent scythe released a powerful suction, drawing forth streams of crimson aura from the ancient demon sword, which were ultimately absorbed by the scythe. The divine scythe of the fallen god devoured the ancient demon sword, growing increasingly powerful, capable of effortlessly cleaving through the hide of fourth-tier, ferocious beasts. With a resounding clang, its essence was wholly absorbed. The divine scythe, satisfied, melded into Yi Ming's body. The ancient demon sword, having lost its former luster, became dull and unremarkable, resembling a long sword forged from blackened coal, before falling to the ground with a thud, ultimately reduced to mere powder. Is it over? Su Kuei and Wu Zheng exchanged bewildered glances. As fourth-tier contract masters, they had come with high hopes, eager to strike it rich. Yet, to their astonishment, a mere third-tier contract master had stolen their thunder. This young man is not to be underestimated. Wu Zheng regarded Yi Ming thoughtfully. I believe he is a worthy adversary and could also be a reliable ally. Su Kuei furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I wish to recruit him. With him on our side, we could achieve great success. Upon hearing this, Su Kuei's frown deepened. Are you serious? Bringing a stranger into our fold is a grave mistake. Do you think our dealings can withstand scrutiny? If this fellow is up to no good, we would all be doomed. Wu Zheng shook his head. The Golden Basin Society is ultimately not a place for permanence. Petty thievery will inevitably lead to disaster one day. I aspire to undertake a significant venture. A significant venture? Su Kuei's brow furrowed further. Isn't it enough for just the two of us? Wu Zheng shook his head. Not enough. What exactly are you aiming for? I aspire to sway the leader of the Golden Basin Society, and then, alongside my comrades, seize the bank in the distant Yun City, subsequently retreating into the void, departing with our ill-gotten gains in carefree elegance. Observing the serious expression on Wu Zheng's face, Su Kuei swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You are simply courting disaster. The victors and the vanquished. Life is but a fleeting moment. Should we succeed, we could revel abroad for a lifetime, which is far preferable to languishing within the clutches of the Golden Basin Society. Wu Zheng gritted his teeth, asserting that he had never been one to shy away from challenges. Though perhaps not the most astute, his courage was undeniably abundant. Thus, you intend to enlist the help of an outsider in our plot against the Golden Basin Society? Wu Zheng refrained from providing a direct answer. To be precise, it was about eliminating the leader of the Golden Basin Society. Are you out of your mind? The leader is a certified Tier 5 contract master. Su Kuei scolded angrily, asserting that even if we were to conspire, it would be unwise to involve an outsider. If he hears of your perilous intentions, who would willingly agree? Wu Zheng shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. You do not comprehend. I perceive a fierce aura and intent to kill emanating from that lad. He may not be an ordinary individual. He could very well be an assassin from some organization. Furthermore, I will not explicitly disclose our intentions of rebellion to him. I merely wish to recruit him first. The Golden Basin Society is in dire need of personnel, and this is serendipitous. Su Kuei remained apprehensive, reminding him that they were not from Songnan City and were unfamiliar with the terrain. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Should it? I will bear the consequences. Chapter 75. The Golden Basin Society seeks to enlist me? Surely, this cannot be right. After departing from the 10,000 sword pool, Yi Ming turned to venture into another secret realm. In the treacherous realm of Magic Cave Mountain, the ominous Ghost Fox Cliff, and the formidable Giant Tomb, there exists a singular commonality, an abundance of ferocious beasts. Within these secretive domains, Yi Ming transforms into a ruthless instrument of slaughter, mercilessly claiming the heads of these vile creatures. Viewed from a divine perspective, it resembles a thrilling game of survival, where the exhilaration of carnage is palpable. Successfully slain a third-tier ghoul, Realm Experience 7, Spiritual Skill Experience 7. Successfully slain a third-tier ghoul, Realm Experience 7, Spiritual Skill Experience 7. Successfully slain a third-tier ghoul. Realm Experience 7, Spiritual Skill Experience 7. The system notifications reverberate continuously in his mind. Yi Ming accesses his panel. Name: Yi Ming. Spirituality: Maxed. Realm: Third-tier Contract Master, 251,621. Mental Strength: 770. Vitality: 770. Contract Spirit: Godfall Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Contract Spirit Level: SSS, Upgradable. Spiritual Skills: Dark Domain. Level 7-8. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 7-8. Eternal Night Descends, Level 7. Spiritual Talent: Slaughter Growth, Demon Emperor Battle Intent. His realm experience has surged to 250,000, leaving him with a deficit of over 700,000 to ascend to the rank of 4th-tier Contract Master. Should he exert himself diligently, it is conceivable that he might attain this status before the commencement of the academic term. However, this approach may prove somewhat imprudent in terms of time management. Yi Ming's current objective is to elevate both his vitality and mental strength to the threshold of 1,000. Upon reaching this milestone, his power will experience a meteoric rise, rendering him unperturbed even by 4th-tier ferocious beasts, thus allowing him to hunt in their midst. Thus, facilitating a swifter accumulation of experience, saving both time and effort. Truly represents the most effective avenue for breakthroughs. As Yi Ming departed from the secret realm, the hour had already reached 8 in the evening. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds obscuring the twinkling stars. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Yi Ming stood silently at the entrance, awaiting something. In the next moment, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei emerged. Their expression upon seeing Yi Ming was one of no surprise whatsoever. If you have something to say, please do. After following me for an entire day, I find it hard to believe that your intentions are merely to tag along for scraps in the secret realm. Yi Ming's face was devoid of emotion, his voice chilling. Ever since leaving Wanjian Pond, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had persistently trailed him, even waiting at the teleportation portal when he ventured into a solo secret realm, akin to pesky shadows that one could not shake off. No need to be anxious. We harbor no ill intentions, Wu Zheng remarked, glancing at the streetlights flanking the road and the ultra-high-definition cameras surrounding them. Might I have a moment of your time for a private conversation? Not convenient, Yi Ming flatly declined. Wu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor instantly turning frosty. My friend, this is becoming rather uninteresting. I genuinely wish to converse with you. While I am unaware of your true identity, I have a keen eye for discerning character. If I am not mistaken, you must be a professional assassin, am I right? Yi Ming's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any emotion. You are overthinking it. Whether right or wrong, you are aware of the truth yourself. Wu Zheng chuckled. The reason I mention this to you is to convey that, as an assassin, you engage in disreputable activities. I am not so dissimilar, and thus, I wish to extend an invitation to join forces. Yi Ming squinted slightly, realizing that his identity as an assassin had been discerned. Did he assume I am also malevolent, seeking to recruit me into his ranks? An invitation from a criminal, it is indeed intriguing. Yi Ming nodded, urging him to elaborate. Are you familiar with the Golden Basin Society? Yi Ming replied. I am quite well acquainted with it. It seems you have piqued my interest. Let us change our venue for this discussion. In a bar teeming with a mix of individuals, Yi Ming and Wu Zheng retreated to a private room. Are you aware of the Golden Basin Society? I have heard of it, though my knowledge is limited. I can enlighten you. Wu Zheng proceeded to inform Yi Ming about the Golden Basin Society. In summary, it is a thieving organization led by a prospective fifth-tier contract master, with its headquarters located in Yuanyun City. Although it was once dismantled, it has recently experienced a resurgence, bolstered by a mysterious group, and is fervently seeking talent, actively recruiting new members. Yuanyun City. Yi Ming pondered for a moment. It is over 2,000 kilometers from Changnan City. No wonder Wu Zheng and Su Kuei were unfamiliar with him. They are evidently not from Changnan City. Had they been, they would have surely known of Yi Ming's esteemed status as the top scholar of Changnan. I have shared all that is pertinent, Wu Zheng continued. My friend, your strength is commendable, and your experience as an assassin is why I wish to recruit you. As he spoke, he draped his arm over Yi Ming's shoulder. You know, in these times, undertaking any endeavor is fraught with difficulty, especially for someone like you. A witch contract master, 1 in 10,000, is a rarity indeed. Although your current prowess is commendable, one cannot dismiss the possibility of future retribution through violent backlash. Engaging in assassination inherently increases the likelihood of such repercussions. Thus, it would be far more prudent to join the Golden Basin Society and collaborate with us. Night Ming furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he contemplated. He weighed the options of either directly subduing Wu Zheng and his accomplices or cunningly infiltrating the enemy ranks to ensnare them all at once. Take your time to deliberate. I only require your answer before dawn, he was told. Wu Zheng handed Night Ming a business card before departing with a flourish. As they exited the private room, Su Kuei voiced his concerns. Isn't our course of action rather reckless? What if this fellow refuses and reports us instead? That won't happen, Wu Zheng replied confidently, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. When I inquired about his joining the Golden Basin Society, I noticed a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. Such indecision cannot be feigned. Therefore, we shall await the outcome. With 3 hours remaining until dawn, let us reconvene at 11 o'clock. During this time, we must remain mobile. If he consents, we shall take him with us at first light. If he declines, we will make our exit early. Wu Zheng possessed a sharp mind and an unshakable confidence in his decisions, believing that his choices would undoubtedly yield the right outcome. Inside the private room, Night Ming pressed his hands against his forehead in contemplation. It was only after confirming that the presence of Wu Zheng and Su Kuei had dissipated that he retrieved his phone, preparing to send a message to Sun Hoyuan. Coincidentally, a message from Sun Hoyuan arrived at that very moment. Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming, I bear good tidings. The organization has just learned that 2 members of the Golden Basin Society are currently in Changnan City, one named Su Kuei and the other Wu Zheng. Sun Hoyuan, I shall now send you their locations and information. Capture them alive if possible, and inquire about the headquarters of the Golden Basin Society. Yiming. It is located in Yuanyuan City. Sun Hoyuan. What do you mean? Yiming. The headquarters of the Golden Basin Society is indeed in Yuanyuan City. Yiming's response left Sun Hoyuan momentarily stunned. Is that so? I find myself rather perplexed. Sun Hoyuan. Where did you acquire this information? Yiming. Captain Sun. Would you believe me if I told you that Wu Zheng and the others previously attempted to recruit me? Sun Hoyuan. I believe. What nonsense. Chapter 76 The Golden Basin Society The Golden Basin Society sought to recruit Yiming? What an utterly absurd notion. How could that possibly be true? Sun Hoyuan could not fathom it. Yet, he understood that Yiming was not one to indulge in falsehoods. Ultimately, after some discussion, Sun Hoyuan found himself persuaded. Sun Hoyuan. The world is a curious place. One can never anticipate what may transpire in the next moment. It is indeed quite outrageous. Yiming, I too, find it incredible, but the truth remains as such. Captain Sun, what course of action should I take next? Sun Hoyuan, did they reveal to you what the highest combat power of the Golden Basin Society is? Yiming, they did not. But the two individuals who invited me to join are both fourth-tier contract masters. I suspect the highest combat power exceeds the fourth tier. Sun Hoyuan surveyed the information, refraining from assigning a task. Instead, he responded, Sun Hoyuan, infiltrating the enemy's ranks is a perilous endeavor. You are merely third tier, thus I respect your choice. My choice? Certainly to strike fourth. Opportunities are fleeting. Should I miss this chance, who knows when the next will arise? Danger undoubtedly lurks. Yet, having chosen the path of an assassin, one must possess the resolve to face death without hesitation. Moreover, Yiming harbors confidence in his own abilities. Though he may not defeat a Tier 5 contracted master, escaping unscathed poses no challenge. Sun Hoyuan, if you have made your decision, proceed as you said. Upon completion of the task, you will be promoted to an intermediate assassin. Yiming. Thank you, Captain Sunday. After concluding the conversation, Yiming promptly dialed Wu Zheng using the contact information provided. During the call, Yiming refrained from explicitly stating his desire to join the Golden Basin Society. Instead, he expressed a need to familiarize himself with the work environment. As for Sun Hoyuan, he sat in his chair, brows furrowed. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately sent a message to a Tier 5 contracted master. Sun Hoyuan, are you available? To covertly protect an individual. Gue Mian who? Sun Hoyuan, a newcomer. Gue Mian. Newcomers are not worthy of my protection. They are a bunch whose aspirations surpass their abilities. I disdain newcomers. Sun Hoyuan, he is different. Gue Mian. In what way is he different? Sun Hoyuan. He is a witch contracted master, and furthermore, the deputy hall master holds him in high regard. The night was shrouded in darkness, with clouds obscuring the bright moon. After ending the call, Wu Zheng's lips curled into a faint smile. My suspicions were correct. This fellow was once an assassin and now seeks to join our Golden Basin Society. Su Kuei frowned. He did not explicitly state his intention to join us, merely mentioning that he would like to take a look. To merely glance is akin to joining. Once one enters the Golden Basin Society, it becomes our territory. Regardless of his formidable prowess, our numbers are overwhelming. Should we truly fear a mere Tier 3 contract master? Wu Zheng's words instantaneously silenced Su Kuei. Indeed, setting aside whether he agrees or not, luring him into our domain and administering a beating suffices. The Golden Basin Society currently boasts 20 members, half of whom were coerced into joining. The following day, Yiming accompanied Wu Zheng and Su Kuei to Yuanyuan City. The scale of Yuanyuan City starkly contrasts with that of Cangnan City. However, a year prior, this locale experienced a cataclysmic incident involving a secret realm beast uprising. A mutated Tier 6 beast ascended to Tier 7, breaching the confines of the secret realm and wreaking havoc upon the city, devastating 70% of its area. Presently, the city is undergoing reconstruction, resulting in a laying of characters and a proliferation of illicit forces. Yuanyuan City has devolved into a landscape of 5 competing factions: the Nanshan Society, the White Tiger Gang, the Bayou Family, the Heian Martial Arts Hall, and, of course, our Golden Basin Society. Su Kuei raised his chin with pride when mentioning the Golden Basin Society. From this day forth, it may very well become a 4-way stalemate. Yiming chuckled softly, refraining from comment. Under the guidance of Wu Zheng and Su Kuei, they first ascended the elevator in the city center. before making their way to an abandoned parking lot on the outskirts. In the vicinity of the parking lot, they located a manhole cover adorned with the emblem of a golden basin. They lifted it and descended, navigating through the intricate labyrinth of sewers until they arrived at a grand door. Upon pushing it open, a multitude of gazes instantly converged upon them. The room, relatively spacious, was illuminated by a flickering yellow chandelier that swayed precariously from the ceiling. The walls, worn and mottled, bore the marks of age, their corners cloaked in moss due to the dampness of the surrounding sewer. A group of bare-chested men congregated, some engrossed in a game of chance at a table, others meticulously polishing their blades, while a few skewered rats on daggers, roasting them over the charcoal embers. A pungent stench assaulted the senses. Night Ming furrowed his brow, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the 25 individuals present, 10 ordinary men and 15 contract masters, the highest among them being of the third tier, 3 in total. Thus, Wu Zheng and Su Kuei held positions of authority within the Golden Plate Society. As Night Ming pondered this, a sudden thud reverberated through the air. The door had been slammed shut. The bare-chested men encircled him, with Wu Zheng and Su Kuei cracking their knuckles, their expressions fierce as they advanced towards Night Ming. "What do you intend to do?" Night Ming questioned, his brow knitted in concern. Su Kuei chuckled darkly. "Once you step through the doors of the Golden Plate Society, leaving easily is no longer an option. As a newcomer, we elders must extend a proper welcome. Brothers, let us get to work." In an instant, over 20 figures lunged at Night Ming, armed with sharp knives, their predatory gazes akin to ravenous tigers ready to devour him whole. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open from the outside, drawing the attention of all present. Under the collective gaze, a man clad in a white suit, wielding a metallic cane, strode in with an air of authority. 2 imposing figures in suits flanked him, their bald heads gleaming, eyes filled with menace. The sound of heels clicking against the floor echoed throughout the room. The man in the suit entered the room, cast a glance at the crowd, and bellowed, "What nonsense is this? Hurry up and return to your seats." At his command, the bare-chested men shrank back into their places. Wu Zheng and Su Kuei stood beside Yi Ming, observing the suited man with furrowed brows. "Vice President, what brings you here?" Chen Chuanming did not respond but approached Wu Zheng, raising his hand. Slap! A resounding blow landed on Wu Zheng's face. Then, with a swift motion, he struck Su Kuei as well, causing his cheek to swell. "Vice President, what are you doing?" Wu Zheng shouted, his voice strained. In response, Chen Chuanming kicked Wu Zheng away, exclaiming, "You clueless fools! Do you even realize who you brought back? He is the top scholar of Cangnan City this year, personally recruited by the Vice President of Tsinghua University. How dare you lay hands on him?" Wu Zheng and Su Kuei were left dumbfounded. They turned to Yi Ming, their eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, as if to say, "Why didn't you mention your impressive background sooner?" Yi Ming returned their gaze. "Well, you never inquired beforehand." "Humph, a couple of ignorant fools. If I hadn't conducted a thorough investigation, you would have landed yourselves in a monumental mess today." Chen Chuanming, in a fit of rage, delivered another slap to both Su Kuei and Wu Zheng. This time, they fell silent. Yi Ming stood by, witnessing the entire farce unfold. Having infiltrated the Golden Basin Society, Chen Chuanming was soon recognized by the vice president, thereby rendering the situation rather delicate. With a series of punches and kicks directed at Su Kuei and Wu Zheng, he finally approached Yi Ming, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, panting heavily. Apologetically, he addressed Yi Ming, expressing his regret over the unintentional offenses caused by his 2 subordinates. Presenting a token of goodwill, he urged Yi Ming to accept it. Behind him, 3 bodyguards carried a box, which they opened to reveal it brimming with cash, approximately several million. Yi Ming accepted the money. Chen Chuanming maintained a smile, saying, "Mr. Yi Ming, having accepted the money, it seems our humble abode cannot accommodate a figure of your stature. If there is nothing else, may I escort you home?" "No need," Yi Ming replied, turning to exit the room. However, before departing, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. "Yi Ming, I have been discovered. They offered me a sum of money to leave. I am departing. But the matter is certainly not as simple as it seems. My intuition suggests they will not let this go easily. I fear there are those secretly plotting to take my life." Sun Hoyuan. Indeed, it is the president of the Golden Basin Society, a 5th-tier contract master. In the room, as they watched Yi Ming's retreating figure, Wu Zheng staggered to his feet, exclaiming urgently, "Vice President, this fellow knows too much. We cannot allow him to live." With that, Chen Chuanming swiftly delivered another kick, retorting, "You think such an obvious conclusion would escape my notice? Regardless of who arrives at the Golden Basin Society, they must perish." Wu Zheng raised his voice, questioning why they had given him money and allowed him to leave. Was this not an invitation to lower his guard? Did they truly underestimate that young man? I shall be candid with you. Even I am no match for him. Chen Chuanming, infuriated to the point of nearly losing his composure, dismissed Wu Zheng from his thoughts. Once he confirmed that Yiming had indeed departed, Chen Chuanming seized his phone and messaged a contact. Chen Chuanming, President, we can proceed now. In the dim and damp underground sewer, Yiming advanced calmly, carrying a suitcase. His gaze was fixed ahead, appearing somewhat vacant as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind him. The figure wielded a katana and lunged swiftly toward Yiming, the blade gleaming ominously even in the murky surroundings. Die! The shadow bellowed. Yet, in the next instant, an aura of darkness emanated from Yiming, and a dark domain unfurled around him. He melded into the shadows as the katana swung downwards, slicing through the darkness but finding only emptiness. The shadow's pupils dilated in shock as a chilling presence enveloped him from behind. Gripping his weapon tightly, he summoned strength from his waist and executed a spinning slash toward the rear. Clang! The long scythe collided with the katana, a metallic resonance echoing in the air. Yiming finally discerned the identity of the assailant. The man had his hair tied back and a prominent skull, sporting a small patch of facial hair, resembling a warrior from the land of cherry blossoms. So, the Jinping Association is indeed backed by the Sourcelight Group. Yiming's expression turned icy. He tightened his grip on the scythe, unleashing his full power. Baka! His power! Why has it suddenly surged manifold? Kawajita stared wide-eyed, incessantly wielding his katana to fend off the blows. The clanging of metal reverberated through the air. Each strike from Yiming was executed with utmost effort. Kawajita, the president of the Gold Basin Society, was a quasi-fifth-tier contract practitioner, while Yiming was merely at the third tier. The disparity in their realms was substantial. Yiming could not afford to hold back. Thunderheart slash. Suddenly, Kawajita bellowed, as arcs of electricity flickered from his katana. With a fierce glare, he lunged towards Yiming, his body transforming into a streak of lightning. Damn! In the shadows, a man donned in a demon mask flicked away his cigarette, his hands morphing into claws as he charged at Yiming. Boom! Kawajita and the masked man collided. Wastewater splattered, dust and debris filled the air. The masked man's claws gripped the katana, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded Kawajita, the esteemed president of the Gold Basin Society, engaging a mere third-tier practitioner. If word of this got out, it would be quite scandalous. Kawajita's eyes widened. Bastard, who are you? You son of a... The masked man cursed, his claws glinting ominously as he seized Kawajita's katana. With a sudden surge of strength, crack, bang, the katana shattered. Kawajita's pupils constricted as 5 razor-sharp blades flashed before his eyes. With a swift thrust, his head was cleaved into pieces. He was dead. Huh. The masked man inhaled deeply, a white aura emanating from his claws before they reverted to normal hands. He turned to Yiming, only to find him gazing back with an expression of calm. He furrowed his brow. Aren't you afraid of me? Yiming paused. Why should I be afraid? I have slain Kawakita. Are you not afraid that I might do the same to you? You were sent by Captain Sun. Why do you wish to kill me? Upon hearing the name of Captain Sun, the face behind the mask of the ghost face crumbled instantly. How dull. I intended to intimidate you. Yet it seems Captain Sun has divulged everything. He shrugged his shoulders, letting out a resigned sigh. Yiming found this fellow somewhat juvenile. Nevertheless, his strength was commendable. He was likely a 5th-tier contract master. With Kawakita's demise, the Jinpan Society has essentially been obliterated. I shall clean up the battlefield. Wait for me. The ghost face dashed into the room where the Jinpan Society was located. A minute later, he emerged with bloodied hands. The task regarding the Jinpan Society has concluded, and you, as a newcomer, possess quite the intrigue. To withstand a 3rd-tier opponent and still manage to suppress him while fighting, a commendable feat indeed. You are a contender worthy of the table. The ghost face spoke with a hint of levity. Yiming chose to disregard his words, picking up the briefcase from the ground and handing it to the ghost face, saying, "The ill-gotten gains." Indeed, the ghost face replied, accepting it. After exchanging a few simple words, they parted ways. On their return journey, the ghost face began to vent his frustrations to Sun Hoyuan. Captain Sun, this is rather unbecoming of you. Knowing that I enjoy frightening newcomers, why would you inform Yi Ming that I was to assist him? Now that you are 5th tier, must you remain so childish? Furthermore, who told you that I spoke to Yi Ming about your assistance? You did not say? I did not. Damn, this is truly bizarre. What is the matter? Ghostface, that young man, despite being uncertain of my identity, surprisingly remains unaffected by my domain of intimidation. Chapter 78. The Merciless Market, Fallen Demon Crystal. As a 5th-tier contract master, Ghostface possesses an extraordinarily unique spiritual technique, the domain of intimidation. Within this realm, anyone who is unaware of his identity and rank will experience an inexplicable sense of dread. Previously, during his confrontation with Chuanji Tian, he unleashed the domain of intimidation. After the battle concluded, he did not retract the domain. Ghostface's intention was to instill fear in the newcomer, Yi Ming. However, contrary to his expectations, Yi Ming not only remained unfazed, but also seemed immune to his intimidation. It is indeed perplexing. With a furrowed brow, Ghostface pondered the reason behind Yi Ming's immunity. Only Yi Ming himself understood this matter. In his previous life, he was a top-tier assassin, having faced countless life-and-death situations, and he feared nothing, not even death. What could possibly intimidate him? Upon returning home, the hour was already late at night. After bathing, Yi Ming lay down to sleep. Before drifting off, he cast a glance at the room where Yi Shuang resided, which remained dimly lit. Sister Yi Shuang was a night owl, typically retiring around 1 or 2 in the morning. It seemed she was still out on a mission. Yi Ming drew the curtains, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. The following morning, the vibration of his phone jolted him awake. Upon checking, he found a message from Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, Yi Ming, congratulations on successfully becoming a mid-level assassin. Your annual salary has risen to 20 million. Additionally, the Merciless Market has been activated for you. The Merciless Market is a colossal virtual trading platform established by the Hall of Ruthlessness. To gain entry into the Merciless Mall, one must undergo a series of identity verifications. Unless one is a high-ranking figure from the Dragon Kingdom, only the assassins of the Merciless Hall may access this marketplace. Yi Ming glanced at his phone, where he received an exclusive link from Sun Hoyuan. Upon clicking it and entering a plethora of information, he finally accessed the mall. The interface of the mall bore a striking resemblance to the video games Yi Ming had previously played. A dazzling array of products adorned the screen. Congratulations! You have successfully acquired 500 contribution points. 500 contribution points represent a significant boon provided to newcomers by the Merciless Hall, a substantial fortune indeed. Sufficient to procure a 6th-tier beast material. Product: Book of Dark Language. Type: Historical Relic. Description: An ancient tome from beyond the realm, imbued with curses and a sinister aura. Inscribed with obscure ancient characters. Price: 300 contribution points. Product: Purification Crystal. Type: Celestial Material. Description: A product originating from a mysterious pool of pure water in another realm, containing purifying powers. Effective in mitigating the backlash from witch contracts, and capable of detoxifying and alleviating dizziness in ordinary individuals. Price: 599 contribution points. Product: Icewing. Type: Beast Material. Description: Derived from the 6th-tier beast, the Icewing Phoenix, infused with the power of frost upon absorption. There exists a minuscule probability of developing wings, albeit extremely low, at 1 in 100,000. Price: 769 contribution points. Yi Ming's gaze traversed the mall's page, surveying a dozen items, yet the lowest price commenced at over 300 contribution points. A slight improvement requires a minimum of 500. The contribution points awarded to novices are still insufficient. I need more contribution points. Yi Ming mused. To acquire contribution points, there are 2 avenues. First, through gifts. Second, by completing tasks. I had not activated the marketplace previously, thus the tasks I completed were not included in the tally. This system seems somewhat illogical. Yi Ming felt he had wasted over 100 contribution points. Yi Ming, search for fallen magic crystals, a shadowy voice suddenly intoned. Yi Ming's eyes brightened. Although he was unaware of what fallen magic crystals were, the omnipotent Dark Knight Demon Emperor had spoken. It was evident that it must be something valuable. He clicked on the search bar, entered the query, and confirmed. Item: Fallen magic crystal. Type: Rare treasure. Description: A super or from beyond realms, infused with potent dark energy. Touching it with bare hands will instantly turn one's body to sludge. It is an extremely dangerous item. Please purchase with caution. Price, 5,999 Yiming. What? How much? 5,999. This item is clearly beyond my current capabilities. He silently withdrew his hand from the mouse and sighed. This is troublesome. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a notification sound echoed. Yiming noticed someone was attempting to add him. Clicking to view, he saw it was his teacher, Gu Yunfeng. He accepted the request and was the first to inquire. Yiming, good evening, teacher. Please don't stay up too late. Take care of your health. Gu Yunfeng, at my level, I require no rest. I heard from Xiao Sun that you activated the marketplace, and I thought to send you some good items. Ding ding ding, a message arrived. Yiming noticed that his contribution point balance began to fluctuate. Received a gift from the Vice Hall Master. 6,000 contribution points, 6,000. This is astonishing. Yiming was taken aback, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Gu Yunfeng, you've received the items, I see. It may not seem like much, but it should suffice for your current stage. Once your strength increases, I will grant you more contribution points. However, I fear that giving you too much now may lead to complacency. I will not provide any more than this. Yiming silently mused. Truly, as expected of a teacher. To him, contribution points are mere trifles of no significance. Yiming's spirits lifted. He now had contribution points to redeem for Fallen Magic Crystals. Fallen Magic Crystal. Price, $59.99. Although it was a considerable amount, contribution points are meant to be spent. Redeem. Redemption successful. The Fallen Magic Crystal will be delivered to your doorstep within 1 hour. 1 hour? Such speed? Yiming's eyes sparkled as he awaited the arrival. An hour later, a drone descended from the sky, precisely landing at Yiming's window. This drone was crafted from a material that changed color, achieving a 90 invisibility rate in the air. It was completely silent. Its sound akin to that of an insect in flight. Right on the dot, 1 hour later. The precision. Yiming marveled once more. The Silent Hall truly deserves its reputation as the largest assassin organization in the nation. Such high-caliber equipment. The retrieval process was quite simple. The drone scanned Yiming's facial features to unlock, and a metallic box was delivered from the cabin. After confirming receipt, Yiming returned to his room and entered the password to unlock it. A surge of violet energy erupted, filling the air with a peculiar, yet not unpleasant scent. Somewhat pungent. How should one utilize this? The Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Night Ming inquired. Ying Yuyu's delicate face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists, muttering, Night Ming, please refrain from calling me that. It truly embarrasses me. If you continue, I shall cease assisting you in absorbing the materials. Night Ming chuckled. Very well. I shall not utter it again. It was merely a jest. Do not be bashful. Ying Yuyu nodded. With her aid, a dark energy emanated from Night Ming's elbow, enveloping his entire forearm. Night Ming grasped the fallen demon crystal, she instructed. Following her guidance, Night Ming held the crystal in his hand. Instantly, a deep purple aura unfurled, akin to earthworms striving to burrow into his body. Yet, the dark energy coiling around his arm formed a protective barrier, thwarting the invasion of the violet essence. Inhale, commanded Ying Yuyu, her tone imbued with authority. The dark energy enveloped the fallen demon crystal, voraciously devouring it. Once the consumption was complete, not a trace of the crystal remained. Chapter 79. Extranational. The Death Marsh. Vitality. 770,850. Mental power. 770,850. Truly, it was a treasure valued at over 5,000 contribution points. Merely from vitality and mental power, an increase of 80 points. Night Ming felt a surge of joy within. Yet what thrilled him even more was the enhancement bestowed upon Ying Yuyu. Contract Spirit. The Fallen Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Name, Shadow Yuyo. Level, SSS. Progress, 4.58. Revival Progress, 1416. When revival progress exceeds 15%, unlock Contract Skill, Fallen Slash. Contract Skill? Yiming furrowed his brow. According to the records, when a contract master reaches the 5th tier, the bond between the master and the contract spirit deepens, allowing their powers to merge and enabling the execution of contract skills. Yet, he is merely at the 3rd tier. Is it possible to awaken a contract skill already? Life truly seems to operate on a different plane. Yiming mused to himself. He then proceeded to examine the effects of Fallen Slash. Contract Skill, Fallen Slash, Description, draws upon all the power within the contract master's body. Merging it with the abilities of the contract spirit, and unleashes a full-force strike, a blow containing 10 times the power of an ordinary full-strength attack. Contract skills do not possess levels. They only grow stronger with increased proficiency and the elevation of the contract master's realm. Yiming, shall we give it a try? Absolutely. Yiming made his way to the training room. Before him stood a fully equipped mechanical dummy, towering 3 meters high and 3 meters wide. Its spherical shape crafted from high-strength metal, designed to withstand substantial force. His uncle had mentioned that this mechanical dummy could endure the full-force strike of a quasi-fifth-tier contract master. Thus, Yiming's eyes suddenly flickered with a crimson light. The fallen demon armor enveloped his entire being. He extended his hand, and a long scythe materialized before him. With a swift twist of the wrist, the long scythe glimmered with a chilling light, and a formidable aura surged from Yiming's body. As the dark tendrils coalesced behind him, they wound around his arm, merging seamlessly with the scythe. His black wings unfurled, and with a resounding boom, Yiming lunged forward. As he wielded the scythe, a wave of darkness emanated from him, and crimson patterns flickered upon his arm. The air was sliced by a blood-red strike. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical dummy, capable of withstanding the full force of a fifth-tier quasi-contractor, was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Yiming gazed at his arm, now fused with the scythe, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Such terrifying power. After employing the fallen slash, my energy has intensified. If I were to encounter the president of the Golden Basin Association again, I feel I could conclude the battle within 5 breaths. The fallen slash melds the strength of the contractor and the contracted spirit. This technique is indeed formidable, and Yiming now comprehended why there exists an insurmountable chasm between 4th-tier and 5th-tier contractors. "Ah, you little brat, what are you doing?" The astonished voice of his third uncle, Yiwen, echoed. He gaped in disbelief at the chaos in the training room, his lips twitching. "Do you know how much effort I put into acquiring that mechanical dummy for 500,000? Oh no. Realizing his uncle was about to launch into another lecture, Yiming felt a shiver of apprehension and promptly bolted away, his speed akin to lightning. As he fled, he called out, "Apologies, uncle. I exerted too much strength and couldn't rein it in. I shall certainly replace it with a new one soon." With that thought, Yiming dashed out of the house, eager to explore a hidden realm and test his skills. Upon leaving his home, he made his way to the teleportation hall. The mechanical dummies were ultimately nothing more than mere wooden stakes, devoid of any mobility or combat prowess. To truly gauge his abilities, it was essential to venture into a secret domain and face a genuine quasi-fifth-tier beast in battle. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, Yiming was resolute, brimming with confidence. However, he was informed that a 3rd-tier contract master was prohibited from challenging a quasi-fifth-tier beast, except in extraordinary circumstances, such as the mutation of the beast or hidden dangers. Thus, encountering a quasi-fifth-tier beast was out of the question. Yiming resigned himself to seeking out a few 4th-tier beasts to test his mettle. Unsurprisingly, the 4th-tier beasts before him had already lost their will to resist. With everything concluded, Yiming left the teleportation hall, feeling rather disheartened. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept past him, and Yiming's expression changed dramatically. This cold wind carried an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. He refrained from alarming his pursuer, instead proceeding forward while subtly observing his surroundings from the corner of his eye. Whoosh! A shadow was swiftly closing in on him. When it was merely 3 meters away, Yiming abruptly turned, clasped his fists, and greeted, "Good afternoon, master." The figure came to an abrupt halt. Gu Yunfeng, observing Yiming's respectful gesture, clicked his tongue in displeasure. "You saw through me again? How did you manage that?" Yiming explained, "Master, you intentionally revealed your murderous intent to mislead me, but your intent was never truly genuine, hence it lacked purity. Moreover, although you have suppressed your aura, your formidable strength renders your presence quite distinctive. My memory serves me well. I recalled your essence from our last encounter. Thus recognizing you is not a challenge." "How tedious." Gu Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively and added, "I shall no longer frighten you in the future." He deliberately emphasized the words "no longer" as he spoke. Yiming was acutely aware that this mischievous teacher would not easily relent. "Teacher, did you summon me today for a reason?" "Indeed," Gu Yunfeng replied. "Previously, you ventured into the outer realms, but that was merely a mission, not a genuine trial. I wish to take you back to the outer realms once more, to a place known as the Swamp of Death. There, the number of ferocious beasts is vast, their strength formidable, with the lowest tier being 3rd grade, and there are over 1,000 4th-grade beasts. Furthermore, at the heart of the Swamp of Death lies an ancient tome titled Death's Curse. If you can retrieve it, I shall exchange it for 7th-grade materials. 7th-grade materials. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately clasped his fists and declared, I shall exert my utmost effort. Excellent. Since you have agreed, let us depart at once. Gu Yunfeng grasped Yi Ming's shoulder and, with a surge of power, transformed into a streak of light soaring into the heavens. The rapid ascent filled Yi Ming with an overwhelming sense of tension. Although he could also fly, his maximum altitude was merely 100 meters. This was a leap into the thousands. The 3rd border city. Yi Ming followed closely behind Gu Yunfeng, observing the soldiers flanking them with a hint of apprehension. Teacher, I haven't completed any formalities. I cannot exit the 3rd border city. No need for formalities. Just follow me, Gu Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. Rules are merely constraints for those who are disobedient. However, at Gu Yunfeng's level, he was a creator of rules. Could they possibly bind him? Certainly not. They arrived at the entrance, where a soldier inquired about their identities. Upon hearing Gu Yunfeng's self-introduction, the soldier was taken aback and hurriedly stated, 8th-tier contract master, authorized by the Dragon Kingdom, free to enter and exit without restrictions. Principal Gu, you may proceed to the outer domain. Very well, Gu Yunfeng nodded slightly, then once again grasped Yi Ming's shoulder, transforming into a streak of light as they soared away. Only after watching Gu Yunfeng depart did the soldier hastily make his way to the communication room, dialing a mysterious number. Hello? Is this the main control department? I am the captain of the 25th team in the 3rd border city. Please report to the higher-ups. The vice principal of Tsinghua University, 8th-tier contract master Gu Yunfeng, has entered the outer domain, and his current whereabouts are uncertain. He is accompanied by an individual, 3rd tier. I have seen him a few days ago. His name is Yi Ming, a witch contract master. Chapter 80. The Death Marsh. Frenzied harvest. The Death Marsh was shrouded in darkness and dampness, with the ground covered in a thick layer of sludge, bubbles continuously surfacing from below. Gu Yunfeng and Yi Ming hovered above, surveying the marshland beneath. Within the mire, ferocious beasts adorned with sharp spines lay in wait, their malevolent eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light. The 3rd-tier ferocious beast, the spiked crocodile, and the 4th-tier ferocious beast, the cracked lizard, reign as the sovereigns of the Death Marsh. Go down and give it a try, Gu Yunfeng said, patting Yi Ming's shoulder. Yi Ming nodded, his body enveloped in the divine demonic armor. The moment he descended, the swamp was crushed into a deep pit, mud splattering in all directions. Grasping a long scythe, a surge of dark energy erupted as he struck. The cold gleam flashed, and a scarlet explosion followed. Successfully killed the 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, realm experience 20. Spiritual skill experience 20. Drip. Blood trickled down the blade of the scythe. Roar. Observing the lifeless spiked crocodile, all the ferocious beasts reacted. They glared with wide eyes, emitting deep growls and charging frantically towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming remained composed, continuously wielding his scythe, the sharp blade glinting fiercely. A group of 3rd-tier spiked crocodiles was severed in half. In Yi Ming's mind, the notification echoed repeatedly. Successfully killed the 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, realm experience 20. Spiritual skill experience 20. Successfully killed the 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, realm experience 20. Spiritual skill experience 20. Successfully killed the 3rd-tier spiked crocodile, realm experience 20. Spiritual skill experience 20. In the sky, Gu Yunfeng crossed his arms, observing everything below. Yi Ming's power was formidable. He could defeat enemies beyond his tier, and the 3rd-tier ferocious beasts posed no threat to him. Not only were the 3rd-tier beasts harmless, even the 4th-tier beasts could do nothing against him. When the 4th-tier cracked lizard charged at Yi Ming, he showed no fear, plunging into the throng of lizards, his aura soaring unexpectedly. In his hand, the scythe danced like a crimson whirlwind, relentlessly severing the heads of the ferocious beasts. If the world indeed possessed a soul, the wretched spirits of these beasts could surely form a wall of souls. Before me, the 4th-tier beasts exhibited no resistance whatsoever. As for the quasi-5th-tier beasts, Night Ming felt a flicker of unease within. Suddenly, at the heart of the Death Marsh, a mysterious and ancient altar emerged. Surrounding the altar stood 4 crocodilian creatures wielding massive cleavers, their malevolent gazes fixed upon Night Ming. With a swift motion, they unsheathed their cleavers, forged from flesh and sinew, coated in viscous flesh matter, their razor-sharp blades glimmering ominously. These were fourth-tier crocodile blade warriors, possessing formidable physiques and mastering a brutal, domineering swordplay. Regarded as elite among fourth-tier beasts. Do you see the blades in their hands? They are tainted with deadly poison. A mere touch would cause one's flesh to decay instantly. Yet their weaknesses are glaringly apparent. They are slow and cumbersome, easily worn down by agile maneuvers. The shadows discern their true nature with clarity. Night Ming's eyes narrowed, and his breath became shallow. Boom! The 4 crocodile blade warriors struck first. As Night Ming advanced, he unleashed the realm of darkness, reducing their speed while accelerating his own movements. He held no fear of the fourth-tier beasts. His objective was to defeat them without sustaining injury. Gu Yunfeng watched him from the skies. Was it not time to showcase his true prowess? By utilizing the realm to diminish the warrior's velocity and employing his agility to evade their assaults, he carefully restrained his aura as he prepared to strike. Did he truly eliminate a crocodile warrior in a single strike? A smile graced Gu Yunfeng's lips as he pondered whether the impudent brat, Yi Ming, was showcasing his prowess to him. There existed a pride in him, yet it was devoid of impatience. He held humility, yet it was not feigned. This lad indeed possesses a uniquely intriguing temperament. Gu Yunfeng held Yi Ming in high regard. Buzzing, at that moment, a colossal shadow enveloped Gu Yunfeng. He looked up to behold a massive floating airship hovering above him, and a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Old Gu, it has been years. Care to join me aboard? Qin Zhen. This fellow actually dared to follow me. Gu Yunfeng silently remarked as he ascended onto the floating airship. Upon reaching the cockpit, he encountered a middle-aged man clad in a traditional robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the control screen. His features were rugged, his eyes sharp, with a square face and defined angles that radiated a sense of righteousness. Shao Qin, what brings you here? Gu Yunfeng inquired upon boarding the airship. Qin Zhen turned to him, smiling as he nodded. I have had the pleasure of meeting you, Old Gu. Although he was the head of the third border city, he was several decades younger than Gu Yunfeng, thus addressing him as old was not inappropriate. Most significantly, Qin Zhen was a 7th-tier expert, while Gu Yunfeng had ascended to the 8th tier, making the address quite fitting. Shao Qin, what is your purpose? To supervise me? Gu Yunfeng asked, a frown creasing his brow. Qin Zhen chuckled lightly. Old Gu, you jest. As an esteemed 8th-tier expert, how could I possibly oversee you? The area beyond the third border city is unstable. The involvement of 7th-tier and above experts could very well provoke upheaval. I am here to assist you in resolving any unnecessary troubles. Concise and to the point. The primary purpose of Qin Zhen's arrival was his concern over Gu Yunfeng's reckless behavior. While the other 8th-tier powerhouses required no supervision, Gu Yunfeng was an exception. In a fit of rage, he once single-handedly charged into a high-risk area beyond the domain. He returned to the Dragon Kingdom severely injured, bearing the scars of battle and a lingering ailment that nearly claimed his life. The 8th-tier powerhouses predicted that he would be rendered useless for life. Yet, Gu Yunfeng defied fate, rising from the ashes to break through to the 8th tier and shatter everyone's expectations. Such a talent caused the Dragon Kingdom both trepidation over his potential downfall and fear of him inciting chaos beyond their borders. In his youth, he was impetuous, acting without regard for consequences, but now he acknowledged that he had undergone significant transformation. Otherwise, I would not have attained the position of Vice Master in the Hall of Slaughter. He mused. Despite the changes, my roots remain unchanged. If you have truly transformed, you would not have succeeded in breaking through to the 8th tier, Qin Zhen replied, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Gu Yunfeng sighed in resignation, conceding, very well, supervise as you wish. The two men gazed through the screen at the death marshes below. Upon witnessing Yi Ming dispatch 3 more crocodile blade warriors, Qin Zhen's brow arched. Gu, is this young man your newly accepted disciple? Indeed, Gu Yunfeng affirmed. He possesses remarkable strength, with precise control over his power and unparalleled combat skills. Qin Zhen's eyes shimmered with admiration. Gu Yunfeng smiled, acknowledging the young man's impressive talent, capable of defeating foes above his level with ease. However, if I am not mistaken, his contracted spirit is a witch, is it not? Yes, indeed, it is a witch. Rated SSS. Qin Zhen fell into silence for a moment, his brow furrowed as he remarked, if my memory serves me correctly, the more individuals or fierce beasts a witch contract master slays, the more susceptible they become to the backlash of slaughter. This poses a significant risk. Gu Yunfeng's expression remained impassive, yet his tone was profoundly earnest. I am in search of a method to completely eradicate the backlash. Completely eradicate? Qin Zhen's countenance grew more somber. Such a feat was nearly unattainable. He fell silent, withholding further words. At that moment, however, within the death marsh, a mysterious tome appeared, floating above the central stone pillar of an enigmatic altar. It fluttered in the wind, exuding a repugnant aura, saturating the air with a ghastly scent of blood. Qin Zhen's expression shifted in shock. The Book of Curses? Such a treasure exists in this place. Chapter 81. The Quasi-Fifth Tier Fierce Beast. Poisonous Ghost Bat. When the fierce beast descended upon Blue Star, numerous extraordinary treasures accompanied them, seemingly products of a certain civilization, endowed with unique abilities. Many scholars, intrigued by the origins of these artifacts, speculated a nebulous history based on the obscure inscriptions and images left upon some items. Lacking concrete evidence or historical fact, yet undeniably real, these items are thus referred to as historical relics. The Book of Curses possesses the power of malediction, said to afflict ordinary individuals, contract masters, or fierce beasts with curses, leading to ailments such as coughing, fever, abdominal pain, decay, severe illness, and even death. There exist numerous copies of the Book of Curses, each with varying effects. It is truly astonishing that such a tome would be found in this modest locale. Intriguing. Qin Zhen stood with his arms crossed, his gaze profound, lost in thought. The death marshes. Yiming gazed at the parchment before him, his brow furrowed. This object exuded an odd aura, tinged with danger. As a top-tier assassin, Yiming possessed a keen sense of peril. He enveloped his palm in a shroud of darkness and reached towards the ancient tome. In the next instant, a panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Book of Curses, Fear. Type: Historical Relic. Description: a mysterious and ancient entity. Each word within it carries the weight of a curse. The possessor may harness the power of the Book of Curses to inflict a curse of fear upon adversaries. The curse induces fear? Quite fascinating. As Yiming contemplated, dark tendrils emerged from his palm, wrapping around the Book of Curses, preparing to absorb its power. Suddenly, a sharp and jarring voice pierced the air. Hold on, esteemed one. We have taken an interest in this object. Might you relinquish it to us? Yiming turned to see three figures approaching him. Two on either side were clad in ninja attire, faces obscured, calves bound, with shurikens at their waists, moving with silent stealth, their eyes glinting with cunning and deceit. The individual in the center, dressed in a suit, sported long hair and bore a haughty demeanor, a small patch of beard distinguishing him. From the land of cherry blossoms? Yiming instantly recognized the nationality of the three. The distinctive facial hair was a clear indicator. No citizen of the Dragon Nation would adopt such a style. Yiming felt no surprise upon encountering individuals from the land of cherry blossoms. The realm beyond is a lawless expanse, accessible to any nation. Not only the citizens of the cherry blossom country, but even the possibility of encountering extraterrestrial beings cannot be dismissed. My lord, that object holds no value for you. Sell it to us, and we shall offer you a reward most unexpected, a truly generous reward. The ninja on the left, speaking with the authority of a colonel, made his intentions clear. Night Ming's gaze turned icy. If it were anyone else, perhaps a transaction could be negotiated. The citizens of the cherry blossom country. Sell it to them. Even in defeat, I would never part with it to you. Clutching the cursed tome, Night Ming felt a surge of dark energy, which he swiftly absorbed. Baka, the hypocritical cherry blossom ninja, upon realizing his aim was unattainable, suddenly exuded a murderous intent. Such is the nature of the cherry blossom folk, two-faced and treacherous. Trusting them is akin to believing that pigs might fly while simultaneously launching atomic bombs on their homeland. Negotiation has failed. We must resort to violence. Eliminate him. The central figure from the cherry blossom country gestured with a sweeping motion. Two ninjas immediately began their incantations, revealing the spectral forms of the Shadow Saint and the Blade Saint behind them. They were fourth-tier contract masters with A-grade contracted spirits. For Night Ming, they were utterly laughable. Clang, clang, clang. Shurikens and kunai rained down upon Night Ming like a torrential downpour. He remained unfazed, brandishing his spear as he charged forward. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. Two ninjas lay dead. Night Ming approached the suited man, his eyes icy as steel. The man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Baka, I advise you not to act recklessly. I am the eldest son of the Takahashi family from the land of cherry blossoms. How dare you lay a hand on me? My family will ensure your utter annihilation. Uft. With a swift motion, Yi Ming unleashed his long scythe, and the head of the Takahashi heir soared into the air in an instant. His prowess was formidable, a third-tier contract master with an SS-level contracted spirit. He had likely come for an expedition beyond the realm. However, he had not anticipated. Humph, mere scum from the land of cherry blossoms. Yi Ming harbored an inherent disdain for that nation. He glanced at the corpse of the cherry blossom citizen on the ground, disinterested in dealing with it, allowing the swamp to consume them instead. On the spaceship, Qin Ming wore a smile, finding the situation rather amusing. He acted decisively and without hesitation in the face of threats. The more he observed Yi Ming, the more he appreciated him, even entertaining the notion of claiming Yi Ming for himself to train him as a soldier. By the way, Senior, what is Yi Ming's current strength? Qin Jin inquired, puzzled. I've noticed that he almost always eliminates his opponents in an instant. Even fourth-tier ferocious beasts stand no chance against him. Gu Yunfeng stroked his beard and replied, indeed. He possesses remarkable strength. However, while he far exceeds the fourth tier, he would likely struggle against a quasi-fifth-tier opponent. This was not a mere conjecture. He had learned from Sun Hoyuan that Yi Ming had faced an ambush from the president of the Golden Basin Society, who was a quasi-fifth tier, and the confrontation had ended in a precarious stalemate for Yi Ming. In just 2 or 3 days, it was implausible that Yi Ming had grown stronger. That would be impossible. Boom. At that moment, the death swamp began to tremble violently, fissures tearing through the marshy ground as a terrifying figure emerged from below. It bore a pair of wings, its claws as unyielding as steel, adorned with green armor that revealed its formidable form, resembling a standing bat. With a thunderous roar, it emerged, its piercing cry resonating through the heavens. Yi Ming fixated on the fearsome beast, a voice echoing in his mind, a quasi-fifth-tier ferocious beast, the poison ghost bat. Confusion enveloped her. Why would such a creature, which favored arid lands, venture into the death swamp? Qin Jun and Gu Yunfeng shared her bewilderment. A quasi-fifth-tier ferocious beast? Why had it manifested here? Anxiety gnawed at their hearts. Undeterred, Yi Ming charged forward, intent on engaging in direct combat. This boldness drew a frown from Qin Jun, who thought it reckless, noting, while Yi Ming's strength exceeds the fourth tier, it falls short of the quasi-fifth. Encountering a quasi-fifth-tier beast, this could spell disaster. In the secret realm, upon realizing the nature of the adversary, Yi Ming unleashed his full aura. Dark tendrils sprouted from his back, extending from his arms to envelop his hands, ultimately merging with his scythe. Fallen slash, he bellowed, his entire strength erupting in an instant as he swung the scythe down upon the poison ghost bat. With a sickening thud, the bat's head was severed. The quasi-fifth-tier beast lay slain. Qin Jun's pupils constricted in shock, incredulous at the feat of a third tier defeating a quasi-fifth tier. Was this the hallmark of a conventional contract master? Gu Yunfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Just days prior, such strength had seemed impossible, yet now it was realized with alarming rapidity. Just then, a figure strode in from outside, the squad leader, Yi Zheng. Qin Jin hurriedly waved. Come quickly, Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng, taken aback, complied and pointed at Yi Ming on the large screen. Qin Jin inquired, if I recall correctly, this lad is your nephew. To annihilate a quasi-fifth-tier beast in seconds is truly formidable. Yi Zheng's pupils dilated in shock. What? Yi Ming? He killed a quasi-fifth-tier ferocious beast? This must be a jest. Chapter 82. Fifth-tier ferocious beast. The tree demon king in the death marsh. Yi Ming stood resolutely, wielding a long scythe. The carcass of the poisonous bat lay before him, its head reduced to ashes while its body convulsed violently. Its life force ebbed away, ultimately transforming into a bubbling pool of venom. Successfully killed the quasi-fifth-tier poisonous bat. Realm experience 120. Spiritual technique experience 120. Acquired ferocious beast material. Venom mask. The mask was palm-sized, uniquely shaped like a sinister green-faced demon, with a sharp nose, slightly squinted eyes, and a mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. Valued at 7 million, it was an excellent material from a ferocious beast, and upon absorption, it would grant a degree of immunity to toxins. Ing Yu scrutinized the venom mask and remarked. Yi Ming nodded, following her guidance. He first enveloped his face with a layer of dark energy, then placed the venom mask over it. Green and black energies surged forth. After 3 breaths, successfully absorbed the venom mask. You possess a certain level of toxin immunity. Toxins from 6th-tier ferocious beasts and below will not inflict fatal harm upon you. This is splendid. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. On the floating spaceship, Qin Jun and the others gazed at Yi Ming, their expressions grave, devoid of any emotion. After a moment, Gu Yunfeng shook his head. Just a few days prior, Yi Ming was not even a match for quasi-5th-tier beasts. Yet now he possessed the capability to eliminate them in an instant. The pace of his advancement was alarmingly abnormal. Qin Jin refrained from responding and turned to Yi Zheng, intending to inquire about the extraordinary reasons behind Yi Ming's formidable strength. However, upon observing Yi Zheng's bewildered countenance, he realized that Yi Zheng was equally in the dark. A 3rd-tier contract master annihilating a quasi-5th-tier contract master. Who would dare believe such a tale? After vanquishing the quasi-5th-tier beast, Yi Ming did not depart. Instead, he continued to hunt beasts within the Death Swamp. Here, the numbers of 3rd-tier sharp-shelled crocodiles and 4th-tier crack-shelled lizards were plentiful, charging at Yi Ming in a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they roared in anger. Yi Ming exerted force in his legs, causing the ground to tremble as his sickle blades sliced through the air. A glimmer of cold light flashing. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier sharp-shelled crocodile. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Successfully killed a 3rd-tier sharp-shelled crocodile. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Successfully killed a 4th-tier crack-shelled lizard. Realm Experience 40. Spirit Technique Experience 40. Successfully killed a 4th-tier crack-shelled lizard. Realm Experience 40. Spirit Technique Experience 40. Countless beasts fell before Yi Ming's prowess as he opened his panel. Realm, 3rd Order Contract Master, 464,881,000,000. Godfall Demon Armor, Level 8-9. Dark Domain, Level 8-9. Eternal Night Descends, Level 7-8. Experience has reached over 40,000. And the attainment of 4th Order Contract Master is now within reach. Yi Ming, currently at the 3rd Order, possesses the strength to vanquish those approaching the 5th Order. Once he ascends to 4th Order, even 5th Order foes shall prove no match for him. Subsequently, guided by Gu Yunfeng, Yi Ming emerged from the Death Marsh and entered the Silent Forest, where the swaying trees appeared ghostly, awakening the moment he stepped into their domain. Rustle, rustle. The tree demons sprouted eerie eyes, their branches resembling vicious claws, swiping at Yi Ming. Whoosh. The glint of sharp blades flashed. Yi Ming leapt high upon the branches, wielding a long scythe, illuminating the night sky with a crescent moon. Splat. Successfully slain a 3rd Order Black Tree Demon. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Successfully slain a 3rd Order Black Tree Demon. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Successfully slain a 3rd Order Black Tree Demon. Realm Experience 20. Spirit Technique Experience 20. Experience continued to accumulate. The more fierce beasts he slayed, the more formidable Yi Ming's aura became. He resembled a bloodthirsty demon, exhilarated by slaughter and bloodshed. His body grew exceptionally agile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dark streams of light flickered, weaving through the black forest like refracted rays, elusive and intangible. Roar. A thunderous cry resounded. Before Yi Ming, the ground suddenly split apart, and a robust ancient tree emerged, its roots sprawling in every direction. A towering tree demon, reaching several dozen meters high, appeared. The trunk solidified into thousands of thick fists, and a pair of eyes glowed ominously red. Boom, boom, boom. The tree fists descended with tremendous force. Yi Ming leaped high into the air. Evade. Suddenly, sharp branches erupted from the ground, shooting towards Yi Ming with ferocity. With a swift motion, Yi Ming gripped his long scythe, its cold light slicing through the air as he struck the trunk. Clang. The trunk seemed to be encased in a steel barrier, repelling the scythe with ease. This is Yi Ming's pupils constricted sharply, gazing at the colossal ancient tree demon. He furrowed his brow. A 5th-tier fierce beast? Meanwhile, aboard the floating spaceship, Qin Jun observed the unfolding scene on the screen, his brow furrowing. A 5th-tier fierce beast, the giant tree demon king? Senior, Yi Ming is no match for a 5th-tier fierce beast at this moment. Gu Yunfeng nodded. Yes. I intentionally brought him here for training. A sudden surge in power would destabilize his foundation. I had thought that a quasi-5th-tier fierce beast would serve as a sharpening stone, but it seems only a 5th-tier fierce beast is worthy of being his opponent. Hearing this, Yi Zheng, standing nearby, felt a twinge of worry. On the screen, Yi Ming was locked in a fierce struggle with the giant Tree Demon King. The branches, sharp as blades, pierced his body. Although they could not penetrate the God-fallen demon armor, the tremendous impact forced Yi Ming to fly backward. After crashing through dozens of large trees, he barely managed to come to a halt. Yi Zheng clenched his fist, his expression grave, his throat tightening with anxiety, fearing for Yi Ming's safety. Yet, he understood that this was a necessary trial for Yi Ming. Just then, a violent explosion resonated through the air. As the dark realm unfolded, Yi Ming unleashed his full prowess. The scythe, imbued with a blood-red aura, shimmered with cold light, sending splinters of broken branches and leaves spiraling through the air. Fallen slash! He bellowed inwardly. Dark tendrils coiled around his arm, merging the scythe with his limb as Yi Ming surged forward with unwavering determination. Boom, boom, boom. The ripples of power spread, shrouded in a cloud of dust. A figure emerged, bearing crimson scars. Blood streamed from the connection between his arm and the scythe. He had reached his utmost limit. Yi Ming's gaze was fixed ahead, yet the outcome loomed ominously. A thick branch hurtled toward him with ferocity, slicing through the air like a blade, whistling ominously. Damn it! Yi Ming gritted his teeth in silent curse. He sought to evade, but the prior fallen slash had drained his strength, leaving his body momentarily numb. The wooden spike loomed larger in his vision, and when it was but half a meter away, it halted. A commanding whisper resonated, "Stop." The wooden spike froze before Yi Ming's eyes. The ancient Tree Demon King stood still, as if encased in ice, its gaze fixed upon the ancient Yunfeng above with a fierce intensity. Shatter! With a mere flick of his hand, Yunfeng unleashed an invisible force that engulfed the colossal Tree Demon King. Its form began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into fragments that floated like paper in the air, vanishing with the slightest breeze. An 8th-tier powerhouse, capable of effortlessly obliterating a city with a mere gesture. Chapter 83. A solo battle? Is this what you chose? Is this truly the 8th tier? Yi Ming gazed at the hovering Yunfeng, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes as his fists clenched involuntarily. He yearned for strength. If one were to attain the 4th, 5th, or even 7th or 8th rank, the former Tree Demon King could have been effortlessly vanquished without the need for Gu Yunfeng's intervention. Night Ming's desire for strength intensified palpably. He glanced at his status panel, noticing that he was still a mere 4 to 50,000 experience points away from becoming a 4th-tier contract master. It was not an insurmountable amount, yet significant nonetheless. Action was imperative. With your exceptional talents, given time, you will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of 8th-tier powerhouse. Gu Yunfeng patted Night Ming on the shoulder. Night Ming nodded in silence, resolutely setting his sights on his goal. After joining the Star Demon University, he must strive to become a 4th-tier contract master. Upon concluding his expedition beyond the realm, Night Ming met with Qin Zhen, the overseer of the 3rd border city, who regarded him with admiration. I witnessed your battle against the quasi-5th-tier ferocious beast, and honestly, I was surprised by your prowess, Qin Zhen remarked. A witch contract master, not only possessing formidable strength, but also exhibiting a rate of breakthrough that far exceeds that of a Sanctus contract master. A talent such as yours would be an immense boon to our border city if you were to join the Guardian Army. As Qin Zhen spoke, he crossed his arms, observing Night Ming with keen interest. Before Night Ming could respond, Gu Yunfeng interjected, "Hey, what are you doing? Night Ming is my student. Are you trying to poach him right in front of me?" "Senior, one cannot speak in such a manner," Qin Zhen replied, raising his hands in a gesture of concession. The dual identities of serving in the Guardian Army and being a student of Star Demon University do not conflict. Becoming a member of the Guardian Army would provide Night Ming with further experience, greatly assisting his growth. As you well know, nurturing in a greenhouse does not yield true strength. Gu Yunfeng fell into a moment of silence before finally turning his gaze towards Yi Ming. "Will you become a member of the Guardian Army?" Due to his uncle Yi Zheng, Yi Ming had always held a deep respect for the Guardian Army since childhood. However, he was currently only a 3rd-tier contract master and had to participate in the entrance examination for the Star Demon University in just a few days. With time pressing and tasks weighing heavily upon him, a 3rd-tier contract master would be of little assistance to the border city. "I believe I shall consider this matter only after I ascend to the 4th tier," Yi Ming stated as he looked at Qin Zhen, providing a valid reason. "Indeed. That makes sense," Qin Zhen nodded in agreement. He then turned to the nearby Yi Zheng. "Captain Yi Zheng, you heard this young man's words, did you not? Once he becomes a fourth-tier contract master, we must recruit him into the Guardian Army. Yi Jing's expression grew serious, and he refrained from responding. Deep down, he did not wish for Yi Ming to join the Guardian Army, for he knew the inherent dangers involved. Qin Jin cast a glance at him, but chose not to press further. It had merely been a jest moments ago. Upon departing from the third border city and returning to Cangnan City, Gu Yunfeng handed Yi Ming a small section of tree trunk. It measured 10 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in length, cylindrical in shape, adorned with green lines that spiraled around it, emanating a vibrant life force. This object was known as the Xuanmu spirit root, a rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth. Upon absorption, the essence of the Xuanmu would enter your body, not only enhancing your physical form, but also bestowing upon you greater vitality. Gu Yunfeng placed the item into Yi Ming's hands, demonstrating his affection for his students. Yi Ming clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Later that night, upon returning home, Yi Ming absorbed the Xuanmu spirit root. At the moment when the essence of greenery permeated his being, Yi Ming's wounds were healed and his injuries mended. His body brimmed with vitality, exuding an aura of vigor and spirit. Absorbing the Xuanmu spiritual root, your physique is fortified and your lifespan is extended. Vitality, 85900. Mental strength, 85900, both attributes elevated by 50. With the absorption of additional materials, he could potentially surpass the threshold of 1000. Yi Ming clenched his fists, his desire for combat surging within him. In the subsequent period, Yi Ming became a frequent visitor to the teleportation hall. Aside from the time allocated for meals and rest, he spent nearly all his hours within the hall. At times, engrossed in his pursuits, he lost track of time, engaging in battles from 5 in the morning until midnight. His experience in realms escalated at a frenetic pace. Realm, Tier 3 Contract Master, 650, 0001, 000, 000. His experience reached 650,000, with just 350,000 remaining for a breakthrough. Leaning against the chair in his room, he glanced at the calendar on the wall. Only 10 days remained until his report to the Star Demon University. His current vitality and mental strength remained at 900. He needed to undertake some assassination missions to accumulate contribution points and exchange them for rewards. Yi Ming opened the Silent Death Maul, his gaze fixating on an item named Heart of Demonic Flame. Name, Heart of Demonic Flame. Type, Beast Material. Description, extracted from the demonic flame giant lion. It embodies immense power. When the demonic flame integrates with the body, it alters the bodily structure, bestowing greater physical strength. The process is excruciating. Exercise caution. The price is 1,000 contribution points. I currently possess over 800 contribution points, and by completing just 1 or 2 tasks, I can accumulate 1,000. Yi Ming noted that the number of contribution points is correlated to the difficulty of the tasks. By eliminating a 4th-tier contract criminal, one can earn approximately 200 contribution points. At that moment, a loud crash resounded as the door was forcefully slammed shut. Yi Ming rose to observe that it was Yi Shuang. The force of the door was thrice as powerful as usual, indicating her anger. If memory serves correctly, she had displayed the same demeanor 3 days prior. Yi Ming, with his meticulous mind, began to analyze the situation. He suspected that Yi Shuang had undertaken a task of considerable difficulty and had been repeatedly thwarted in her plans. He silently hoped that she would not encounter danger. The following day, he arrived at the teleportation hall. A new dual-person dungeon had opened, named Guardian of the High Walls. Upon entering the dungeon, the contract practitioners were required to assume the role of guardians, defending the towering walls. Beneath the walls, an innumerable horde of ferocious beasts surged relentlessly toward them, overwhelming in numbers, akin to a torrent. Dungeon challenge commences. Beast levels, Tier 3. Tier 4, challenge task. Defend the high walls for 30 minutes to obtain the rare treasure, Soul Condensing Bracelet. 30 minutes is not overly challenging. Allow me to share that I have previously ventured into similar dungeons. Guardian-type dungeons rely on unity. Currently, we are forming 3 small teams in batches. One team will engage in defense, another will provide support from the rear, while the last team rests. With rotations every 5 minutes, we are sure to defend the walls for 30 minutes. A man of handsome features commanded with authority. Listening to his plan, Yi Ming nodded. The method proposed indeed represented the most effective means of defense. However, I pose this question: who shall initiate the defense? I certainly have no desire to be the first, I prefer to rest. A man with a prominent skull spoke in a piercing voice. Humans possess selfish inclinations. No one wishes to take the first step in defense. Everyone desires to rest and conserve their strength for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, I too am reluctant to defend first. I too do not wish to. I too, boom. Just as the crowd bickered and argued amongst themselves, Yi Ming delivered a swift kick to the man who had previously objected, sending him flying. Then, with a leap, he descended from the high wall and plunged into the throng of ferocious beasts, a disorganized mass, utterly incapable of unity. Rather than engaging in futile debate with them, it is far preferable for me to fight alone. As Yi Ming charged into the horde of beasts, he wreaked havoc, relentlessly reaping their lives. The surviving beasts began to riot. One group surged towards Yi Ming, while another rushed towards the high wall. The contract mages on the wall were caught off guard, their faces betraying fear amidst the overwhelming tide of beasts. Some, slow to react, were grievously injured, while others, gripped by fear, hastily pressed the teleportation buttons. Yi Ming cast a cold glance back at the fragmented team. His expression remained impassive, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Disunity? Then let it be a solitary struggle. This is their own choice. To plead for their unity? Yi Ming would never commit such folly. Chapter 84. The Stench of Blood. Night Frost, severely wounded, successfully slain a third-tier ice beast, gaining 20 realm experience and 20 spiritual skill experience. Successfully slain a third-tier flame rampager, gaining 20 realm experience and 20 spiritual skill experience. Successfully slain a third-tier demon fong lion, gaining 30 realm experience and 30 spiritual skill experience. Successfully slain a fourth-tier bone corroding archer, gaining 50 realm experience and 50 spiritual skill experience. Night Ming plunged into the throng of ferocious beasts, wielding his scythe with relentless fervor. His aura surged forth, while the dark tendrils behind him sliced through the bodies of the monstrosities. Splatter after splatter of blood erupted. As the corpses of the beasts soared skyward, Night Ming resembled a deity of death, an unstoppable force. The other contract masters atop the high wall had long been swallowed by the tumultuous tide of beasts, desperately fleeing in all directions, starkly contrasting with Night Ming below. Half an hour later, a cold electronic voice echoed. You have successfully defended for 30 minutes. You may exit the secret realm at any time. Has it already been 30 minutes? Night Ming mused, feeling as though he had merely just begun. With that thought, he charged once more into the horde of beasts, embarking on a frenzied slaughter. The mass of beasts converged like a tidal wave, vast and numerous. This was the very horde he had yearned for. He could not afford to relinquish this opportunity so easily. The contract masters who had exited the high wall watched in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What is happening? We struggled to hold our ground for 30 minutes, and he has been fighting in the midst of the beasts for 30 minutes and still feels it is insufficient? Exaggeration. This is truly beyond belief. Most importantly, his contracted spirit appears to be. The crowd fixated their gaze. A rich scent of blood, a crimson aura of slaughter, and a billowing release of dark energy enveloped the atmosphere. They realized the truth. It is a witch. A witch contract master? Wait a moment. Could he be Yi Ming? The top scorer of this year's martial arts examination in Songnan City? Damn, that explains his incredible strength. He is indeed the champion of Songnan City. However, this champion is astonishingly powerful, effortlessly slaying a fourth-tier ferocious beast. In all the previous years, I have never witnessed a champion attain such accomplishments in such a brief span of time. The crowd was utterly astonished, their hearts filled with profound shock. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered within the secret realm. A full 2 hours passed before Yi Ming emerged from the secret realm. He glanced at his status panel. Name: Yi Ming, Spirit Level, Max, Realm, Third-Tier Contract Master, 732,112 Mental Power, 900. Vitality, 900. Contracted Spirit, Fallen Knight Demon Emperor, Contracted Spirit Level, SSS, Upgradable. Spirit Techniques, Dark Domain, Level 910. Fallen Demon Armor, Level 910. Eternal Night Descends, Level 89. Spirit Talent, Slaughter Growth. Demon Emperor Battle Intent. He is still over 200,000 experience points away from becoming a fourth-tier contract master. It seems somewhat unrealistic to achieve this status before joining the Star Demon University. Nevertheless, Yi Ming did not feel any displeasure regarding this. No one can instantly become a plump figure. The journey must be taken step by step, and meals consumed bite by bite. It is essential to forge a solid foundation and advance steadily. Upon departing from the secret realm, Yi Ming received a reward, the soul condensing bracelet. Once adorned, it allows one to absorb the soul power present in the air, an exceedingly rare energy capable of enhancing one's mental acuity. However, upon attempting to wear it, Yi Ming found no improvement in his mental strength. Is it ineffective? He mused, furrowing his brow. Ing Yu sighed softly, explaining, the effects of the soul-condensing bracelet are specifically tailored for Saintess contract practitioners. The witch contract practitioners possess a potent demonic aura that suppresses the bracelet's efficacy. Is there such a notion? Yi Ming shook his head. If it is of no use, then I shall exchange it. In the teleportation hall, he successfully traded it for a 5th-tier beast material, Black Soul Meridian. Derived from the formidable Black Soul Spirit, it boasts remarkable resilience. Once absorbed, it can fortify one's meridians, enhancing their capacity to bear strength. Upon absorption, Yi Ming felt a warm current coursing through his body, enveloping him in comfort. Returning home from the teleportation hall, Yi Ming accepted an assassination mission. The target, a man named Chen Tianqing, was engaged in the illicit trade of banned goods and employed violent methods to coerce repayments, further entangled in usury and other crimes. With multiple offenses stacked against him, Yi Ming swiftly declared his death sentence. However, Chen Tianqing was no ordinary individual. He was a 4th-tier contract practitioner. Under Yi Ming's interrogation, Chen Tianqing divulged the source of the contraband, the Source Light Group. Indeed, they were clandestinely manufacturing illegal goods. Night Ming furrowed his brow and sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. Sun Hoyuan, Yuan Guang Group. It's coming soon. The big fish is already on its way. Night Ming. Indeed, a 7th-tier contract master. This big fish has been on the line for nearly half a month. It's about time to reel it in. Upon returning home, Night Ming opened the shop. The previous assassination mission had granted him 200 contribution points, which he exchanged directly for the magic flame heart valued at 1,000 contribution points. Half an hour later, gazing at the heart enveloped in purple flames, Night Ming felt an indescribable stirring within him. Although the heart had lost its vitality, he could still sense its rhythmic beating. Night Ming squinted slightly. Ing Yu whispered softly, "You are a witch contract master, and you inherently possess a unique perception towards these dark and ferocious beasts. As my revival progresses, this special perception will grow ever stronger." Of course, this is not a negative development. Night Ming nodded, placing his trust in Ing Yu. After absorbing the magic flame heart, he felt a surge of flame rising within his body. He spread his palm, and a violet fireball ascended. Within the flames, arcs of lightning flickered. A wave of oppressive energy spread, rendering the atmosphere in the room remarkably tense and solemn. Suddenly, an eerie wind howled outside the window. Following that, there was a creaking sound as the door swung open, only to slam shut with a resounding bang, as if someone had committed a misdeed and wished to avoid detection. Night Ming pushed the door open and discovered that it was Yi Shuang returning. Recently, Sister Yi Shuang had been working late into the night. She was trying so hard. Night Ming felt compelled to learn from her. Just as he turned around to close the door, suddenly, a faint metallic scent pervaded the air, a subtle yet discernible aroma of blood. While it was barely noticeable, Yi Ming, as a top-tier assassin, possessed an acute sensitivity to the scent of blood. Upon closer inspection, the aroma revealed itself to be both pungent and rich. "Sister Yi Shuang, you are gravely injured." Yi Ming's gaze abruptly turned icy. He approached Yi Shuang's door and gently rapped on it. "Who is it?" A cautious voice emerged from within. "It's me, Yi Ming." "Yi Ming? Why are you here at this late hour?" "You're hurt." Yi Ming's succinct statement rendered Yi Shuang silent. After a prolonged pause, she replied softly, "This is my own affair. I do not wish to involve you." Yi Ming retorted angrily, "What nonsense. Even with severe injuries, you still wish to conceal it. You are not some invincible heroine. Why hold back? Level 85, a 5th-tier contract master? Just eliminate them." Yi Ming's words left Yi Shuang somewhat perplexed. However, she could sense a hint of reproach and resentment in his tone. Was it due to her concealing her injuries and unilaterally excluding him from danger? Yi Shuang fell silent. Ultimately letting out a sigh, she permitted Yi Ming to enter. Upon closer inspection, under the dim yellow light, Yi Shuang's tight-fitting attire was riddled with countless tears. Blood flowed from her wounds, saturating the black fabric. Her lips were pale, and her eyes reflected a lingering terror, wide open as she gasped for breath. Her chest rose and fell erratically, her breath chaotic. Upon the first sight of Yiming, Yishuang instinctively drew closer to the shadows, seemingly apprehensive of revealing her current predicament. Who did this? Yiming inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. Yishuang hesitated. I cannot disclose that. You would be in danger. Who did this? Yiming pressed on, his gaze icy, brimming with a palpable killing intent. As Yishuang met his bloodshot eyes, a momentary tremor coursed through her, unveiling a flicker of fear within her heart. He is a quasi-fifth-tier contract master. You are no match for him. Yishuang protested, shaking her head. A quasi-fifth-tier contract master? Yiming echoed, as though he had heard the most absurd jest. Had this been a few days prior, he might have found himself at a loss against such an opponent. However, the circumstances had changed. Now, possessing the skill of Fallen Slash, he was confident that with a single, full-powered strike, even a fifth-tier contract master would not escape unscathed. Sister Yishuang, if you refuse to speak, I shall uncover the truth myself. In 3 hours, I will return with that person's corpse. Without a backward glance, Yiming departed. The moment he stepped outside, he dialed Sun Hoyuan's number. Why are you calling me at this hour? Speak quickly if it's urgent. Yishuang is in trouble, and I need to know who is responsible. Sun Hoyuan paused, initially intending to remind him that assassination tasks could not be casually reassigned without proper review. Yet, upon sensing the gravity in Yiming's tone and considering his relationship with Yishuang, he promptly dismissed the protocol. Rules are rigid, people are dynamic. He immediately sent a message to Yiming. Task name: Veil of Shadows. Target: Han Yuanxian. Realm: Quasi-5th Stage Contract Master, A-Class Multi-Armed Saintess. Introduction: Han Yuanxian is a renowned gambling master in Songnan City, possessing a unique set of cheating techniques that enable him to navigate various underground casinos. After amassing his fortune, he amalgamated all the underground casinos and established a grand casino known as Dream Sky Entertainment City. Dream Sky Entertainment City ostensibly offers services such as foot massages, KTV, and bars for entertainment. However, behind this FAAD lies a colossal gambling machine, generating daily revenues reaching billions, with 30% of Songnan City's populace having suffered under its influence. The Public Security Bureau has conducted numerous surprise inspections of the entertainment city, and even the tax authorities have initiated investigations on more than 50 occasions. Yet, Han Yuanxian is a cunning and astute individual. His exceptional counter-surveillance awareness, coupled with his extensive knowledge of legal matters, renders any conventional approach to apprehend him an arduous task, requiring immense human and material resources. Thus, the deathly silence hall intervened. Han Yuanxian. Yiming clenched his fists, his mind replaying the image of Yishuang grievously injured. A tempest of fury boiling within his chest. He was furious, yet his outward demeanor remained remarkably composed. Anger concealed, lethality restrained. Nightfall. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a myriad of luminous beams. Yiming transformed into a shadow, weaving through the city's towering edifices. Amidst the silence of the steel giants, a vibrant building, ablaze with neon lights, exuded its captivating allure. Standing outside, one can still perceive the intoxicating aroma of hormones emanating from within the building. This is it. Yiming delved into the realm of darkness, swiftly entering the interior of the Dream Sky Entertainment Center, utilizing the shadows cast by the lights. He ascended, first passing through the surveillance room and security office before reaching the entertainment floor. Here, raucous melodies mingled with piercing screams, the air thick with an excess of alcohol, and the lights dazzled in a surreal display. Yiming muted his senses, his gaze unwavering as he surged toward the office on the highest floor. He felt the presence of his target lingering above, that very essence reminiscent of the power within Yishuang's wound. In the chairman's office, Han Yuanxian lounged with his legs propped on the desk, a cigar in his left hand and a phone in the other, dialing a number. Beside him, a mature woman clad in a professional outfit smiled radiantly as she massaged him. Hey, old Zhang, listen to me, something strange occurred tonight. I was nearly assassinated by a fourth-tier contract master. Damn it, it's bizarre. I'm just trying to conduct my business quietly. Which scoundrel has set their sights on me? Can you check it out for me? After he spoke, the person on the other end, referred to as Old Zhang, chuckled derisively. What are you afraid of? It could be an old adversary from your past. Besides, you're a quasi-fifth tier. Are you really scared of a fourth tier? Han Yuanxian pondered for a moment and conceded, you have a point. However, That fourth-tier contract master who attempted to assassinate me possesses quite a bit of skill. I can discern that she must be an exceptional woman. The fierce determination she exudes truly aligns with my taste. Alas, it is regrettable that she has slipped away, otherwise this evening would have been rather intriguing. As he spoke, Han Yuanxian and the voice on the other end of the line simultaneously erupted into a most lascivious laughter. Suddenly, a biting cold wind swept through the window, causing the curtains to flutter, and a chill enveloped the room. Han Yuanxian shivered, instructing the mature woman beside him, "Please, draw the curtains." She nodded and swayed her hips toward the window. Observing the alluring silhouette of the woman, a surge of desire coursed through Han Yuanxian's body. Rising to his feet, he loosened his belt while approaching the professionally attired lady. In an unexpected twist, a chilling glint flashed behind him. A sharp scythe was poised at his throat. Han Yuanxian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Friend, from whence do you come? Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" "You don't deserve to know," came the chilling response. With a swift motion, blood spattered as darkness enveloped the scene. Yi Ming secured Han Yuanxian's head in a bag, allowing his corpse to be consumed by the shadows. All transpired in the blink of an eye. When the mature woman finally drew the curtains and turned around, she gasped, Boss, where are you? Boss, boss." Meanwhile, in the Yi household, Yi Shuang sat on a chair, her heart heavy with unease. "Yi Ming, surely nothing has gone awry?" she pondered, her gaze frantic. Yi Ming was at the third tier, while Han Yuanxian was on the cusp of the fifth. "Even I am not a match for Han Yuanxian. Curse it, Yi Shuang, how could you be so foolish?" To her astonishment, Yi Ming truly left, and she couldn't help but worry about how to explain to her uncle if something were to happen. The unease within her compelled Yi Shuang to rise abruptly. She hurriedly flung open the door, intent on pursuing him to the Dream Sky Entertainment City. With a creak, the door swung wide. Yi Shuang's pupils constricted in shock. Yi Ming? Silent. He raised his hand and handed her a black cloth bag before turning away. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Shuang felt a tumult of emotions within her. Upon opening the black bag, her feelings grew even more complicated. Han Yuanxian, gazing at the severed head within the bag. Yi Shuang was taken aback. Yi Ming had indeed killed Han Yuanxian. Chapter 86. The Underworld Informant. Zhang Tongtian outside, the cold wind howled, biting at Yi Shuang's face with a stinging sensation. She stared at Han Yuanxian's head on the ground, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. It was not disgust she felt, but rather shock at Yi Ming's prowess. At merely the third tier, he possessed the strength to slay one approaching the fifth tier. This ability to triumph over enemies of higher ranks was utterly astonishing. While Yi Shuang felt a sense of pride for Yi Ming, she was equally apprehensive. A demon contract practitioner could easily fall victim to the repercussions of bloodshed. The exhilaration of defeating stronger foes could cloud one's consciousness and plant deep-rooted seeds within the heart. Yi Shuang now worried whether this foundation laid by surpassing his limits might one day adversely affect Yi Ming. Troubled, she sent a message to Sun Hoyuan. After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "Occasional acts of surpassing one's limits to vanquish foes may elicit a sense of exhilaration. However, if such occurrences become commonplace, they lose their impact." Yi Shuang comprehended this truth. Sun Hoyuan was effectively conveying to himself that for Yi Ming, defeating foes beyond his rank had become merely routine. "This lad's talent is indeed remarkable," Yi Shuang mused. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Ming dispatched a message to Sun Hoyuan. Yi Ming, prior to slaying Han Yuanxian, he placed a call to someone noted as Old Zhang. The specifics of their conversation remain unclear, yet it undoubtedly was not amiable, for I witnessed him grinning maliciously through the window. Sun Hoyuan, Old Zhang. That name rings a bell. Anyone associated with Han Yuanxian bearing the surname Zhang is worth noting. Sun Hoyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, envisioning a tree diagram that interconnected all factions related to Han Yuanxian. Wait a moment, I believe I know who it is. A spark of realization illuminated Sun Hoyuan's mind. He promptly sent a message to Yi Ming, who opened his phone to find the following. Suspect, Zhang Tongtian. Rank, 4th tier contract master, A-class poison saintess. Description, a well-informed individual in the underground black market. Engaged in the trade of information, known for his eccentric personality and ruthless methods, involved in several significant criminal cases. Numerous underground markets exist. However, the one referenced here lies at the intersection between Songnan City and Songbei City. This border area is characterized by chaotic regulations, a deplorable living environment, and inadequate infrastructure. Such adverse conditions have given rise to various business systems, allowing for the procurement of certain illicit goods at this juncture.